I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Lando opened his eyes and instantly froze. The person who had grabbed him was Han Sen, the same person that he had just hurled out of the area. Why did you come back? I came back to ask you why you would save me, Han Sen said casually. Han Sen wasn't afraid of evil, but he was afraid of kindness. If someone took advantage of him, he'd always pay them back threefold. But if he owed someone a favor, he never knew quite how to return it. While Han Sen was fleeing the area, he suddenly realized something. The invisible shield that confined them had been broken, but the scary deified who had placed the shield was still around somewhere. If Han Sen couldn't sort out that little problem, escaping might be impossible whether the invisible wall was there or not. The hostile deified probably wouldn't let them go. Save you? I'm not nice enough to do that. I just didn't want my prize to get stolen, Lando said, rolling his eyes. Lando's body was riddled with injuries, but despite that, he didn't feel pain. He didn't feel anything, he just looked pale. I see, Han Sen nodded. He hadn't really thought that Lando was saving him just to be magnanimous. This answer made sense. While they were talking, the xianxia unicorn had turned to head toward them again. It knew Lando was dying, as well. It flew over to them, but it didn't finish Lando off. The creature wanted to revel in its victory. How about we make a deal? Han Sen suggested, looking at Lando. I'm dying. What sort of deal could we possibly strike? Lando asked wryly. If we kill this unicorn together, how about we both live? Han Sen said, pointing at the xianxia unicorn. We can live, at least for a while, Lando replied emotionlessly. Then you and I can kill it together. If we succeed, will you let me go? Han Sen asked, looking at Lando. Hearing Han Sen's question, Dragon 1 raised an eyebrow in scorn. Is this guy insane? How can he say something so ridiculous at a time like this? Everyone who heard Han Sen's words shared Dragon 1's opinion. Lando was heavily injured and on the precipice of death. Although Han Sen wasn't injured, he was just a second-tier king. He was far from being deified. Two people like them working together to slay a deified was like two ants teaming up to take down an elephant. Has the shock of battle ruined Han Sen's mind? He actually thinks they can kill the xianxia unicorn. That is so pathetic. It proves that any person can become delusional if they're desperate enough. This is no different than seeing the mirage of an oasis while crawling through a desert with no water, about to die of thirst. Many elites sighed. Seeing the desperation of the two young elites was saddening. Some of the viewers even sympathized with them. Unless they became deified, they wouldn't control their own fates. All the elite kings and half-deifieds felt a pang of empathy in their hearts as they looked at Han Sen and Lando. What was happening to Han Sen and Lando today could end up happening to them tomorrow. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't encounter a cruel deified being by chance. Sure, Lando answered simply. He just nodded and looked at Han Sen. This is so pathetic. Lando was invincible against others of the same level. He is the man who slew his master. And now he has fallen this far, to put stock in such a ridiculous hope. Dragon 1, seeing all this, looked full of hatred and disdain. Close frowned, too. He didn't know much about Lando. Although Lando joined the destroyed, he was a very solitary individual by nature. Plus, he wasn't really one of the destroyed. They didn't have much inclination to associate with the disgraced dragon. But even if he didn't understand Lando well, he knew that anyone who could slay a deified must possess a considerable amount of mental fortitude. Lando's mental health shouldn't have deteriorated like so, even under that sort of pressure. But Lando seemed to accept Han Sen's ludicrous suggestion. Clearly, the strain had gotten to the man. That was why he put hope in something so silly. Death is a very interesting thing. No matter how strong a person might be, they will always appear small at the hands of death. Close aside, he was the same, too. Even though he was a deified, he would still fight to live for the sake of living. Then we have a deal, Han Sen said, his face completely serious. What do you want to do? Lando asked Han Sen with a curious look. Lando didn't actually believe Han Sen could do what he had suggested. Lando was just curious about what Han Sen was planning. In fact, Lando had always been curious about Han Sen. Han Sen was like his complete opposite. Lando's life had never given him many good memories to look back on. He stayed alive more out of habit than anything. Han Sen was different. Han Sen was a man who possessed a fierce desire to live. Han Sen would employ any method necessary, including betraying his promise by trying to escape Lando, in order to survive. But the moment that Han Sen came back to save him, Lando began to wonder just who Han Sen really was. Somewhere in his heart, Lando had the suspicion that he had misjudged Han Sen in some fundamental way. Han Sen didn't answer Lando. He wasn't looking at the xianxia unicorn, though, which was hovering over them like some victorious warrior. Han Sen helped Lando get back to his feet. He reached out his hand and placed it down on Lando's forehead. He looked like a priest that was about to bless his congregation. Han Sen calmly looked at Lando. In a very calm voice, he slowly said, "I, Han Sen, by the name of all the gods, grant you, Lando, holy power forever, open the door of destiny." Hearing what Han Sen had just said, Dragon 1 and Cloza almost spat out the tea in their mouths. The dukes and the nobles that watched the stream stared at their screens. They looked at Han Sen as if they were watching someone retarded. At that moment, Han Sen's actions were no longer ridiculous. Now they were simply idiotic. The approach of death must have made him lose his mind. Even if they sympathized with Han Sen earlier, this was too much. This is crazy. By the name of all the gods. Han Sen must have gone insane. This is so funny. I think I overestimated him. He was someone impressive before, but I cannot believe his will is this weak. He has clearly gone crazy. Haha. By the name of all the gods, this is so funny. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Dragon 1 laughed so much that tears were welling up in his eyes. After hearing what Han Sen said, even the xianxia unicorn looked amused. Mirth crossed over its horse-like face, and it whinnied in a way that sounded a lot like a human chuckle. So many elites populated the Geno universe. Even if they were deified elites, they wouldn't call upon the gods for aid. Using the names of the gods for help was something no one would do, not even sacred leader in his time of power. But Han Sen, as a second-tier king, had dared to call on the gods. It made everyone think this was all a comedy. "If he's the master of all celestial beings, then I'm the daddy of all gods," said a king-class elite with a tremendous belly laugh. Many other elites were saying similar things. They enjoyed mocking others, and with what was happening on the video stream, it was too easy. It was like two crazy people putting on a comedy skit. But in the next second, their smiles froze. A red light appeared in Han Sen's hand, and that light looked like the seed of fire itself. The red glow immediately lit up Lando's body, and his entire form burst to life with wild red flames. At the same time this happened, a scary presence appeared. It exploded out of Lando's body like an erupting volcano. In seconds, Lando's injured body recovered. The demon hell dragon tattoo on his back, which had just now looked dim and lifeless, was now bursting with a purple light. A purple dragon's shadow came to life on Lando's back, and it looked even shinier than when Lando had used his powers earlier. All of the stream's viewers stared at their screens, motionless. No one was quite sure what had happened, but Dragon 1's eyes opened wide. He could barely believe what he was seeing. There were 2 scars on Lando's back. They were the wounds he incurred when his wings were ripped off. The legend said he was cursed when his teacher tore them off and that they would never grow back. But at that moment, bones sprouted from his back and flesh crawled over them, creating new purple dragon wings. As the wings grew from Lando's back, the demon hell dragon tattoo grew wings as well. Previously, the demon hell dragon tattoo had only been half finished. Now, however, Dragon 1 sensed that there were no longer any flaws to the tattoo's composition. The presence that radiated from Lando was enough to make people tremble. Seeing a deified treasure of this power was very, very rare. This is impossible. The demon hell dragon tattoo is finished. Dragon 1 was shocked. He stared at Lando with wide eyes. But he wasn't really looking at Lando. He wasn't looking at the demon hell dragon tattoo, either. He was looking at Han Sen, who had his hand on Lando's forehead like some kind of ancient progenitor of gods. In truth, everyone tuned into the broadcast was looking at Han Sen in utter shock. Even if they didn't know enough to recognize the changes to the demon hell dragon tattoo, they could feel that Lando was changing into something grander. The Geno universe was frozen as all the creatures watched the stream in shock. At this moment, those 2 figures were at the center of the entire universe. One of them was releasing a scary presence, and the other one was like the father of all gods. He stood over Lando like some holy deity, giving his believer a blessing. Han Sen felt so happy about this. He wasn't some sort of god, and he didn't have a holy power to imbue Lando with. He was just using the Blood Pulse Sutra's area. Han Sen hadn't been sure what to do with it before. He didn't know why the Blood Pulse Sutra's area couldn't trigger the movement of any other universal cogwheels. When he touched one of the unicorns, however, he realized what the Blood Pulse Sutra's area was for. Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel couldn't move any other universal cogwheel, no matter how small or light it might be. However, it could push self-cogwheels. Yes, the self-cogwheels of people. The Blood Pulse Sutra's cogwheel connected with the self-cogwheels of others. Han Sen used his Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel to connect with Lando's self-cogwheel. He pushed his self-cogwheel and used its power to affect Lando's self-cogwheel. He wasn't simply pushing a self-cogwheel to release more power, though. His action activated Lando's blood on a deeper level. The Blood Pulse Sutra's cogwheel wouldn't make creatures strong, but it could modify the flaws of a creature's genes, and it could even activate hidden genes. How deep the effect could go depended on the hidden genes of the creature in question. Iron ore could be forged into steel, but it couldn't be transformed into gold. In the same way, the Blood Pulse Sutra's power could correct a creature's flaws and help it develop according to its nature. Iron, silver, or gold, it all depended on the creature. Han Sen's Blood Pulse Sutra only provided refinement and aid. From an outside perspective, though, it looked like the Blood Pulse Sutra was speeding up a creature's evolution. It was like if a land-dwelling creature was forced to live in the ocean. If their genes had a potential that would be useful for water, then after a billion years of evolution, they might grow lungs like a fish. The Blood Pulse Sutra, however, could speed up that entire process. A change that would normally require thousands of years and countless generations might now happen in seconds. Of course, everything was dependent on a person's genes and hidden powers. The Blood Pulse Sutra couldn't turn stone into a clump of gold. But the Blood Pulse Sutra, when used on Lando, provided fairly amazing results. It worked 100 times better than Han Sen had expected. Han Sen thought it might help push Lando's self-cogwheel to the max, returning the man's body to optimal condition. Lando's self-cogwheel was very heavy. It took all of Han Sen's strength to push Lando's self-cogwheel to spin a little faster. But who would have guessed that the speed of Lando's self-cogwheel would begin to increase on its own? Even the Demon Hell Dragon tattoo changed, as well. This surprised Han Sen because the Blood Pulse Sutra's first-tier power was limited. Han Sen had just started using the area, so pushing a king's self-cogwheel was presumably the best he could do. The Demon Hell Dragon tattoo was deified. According to Han Sen's general understanding of how the Blood Pulse Sutra worked, he shouldn't have been able to push it. But when Lando's self-cogwheel accelerated, the Demon Hell Dragon tattoo magically changed, too. The flaws that had previously plagued the Demon Hell Dragon tattoo had now vanished, and the tattoo had become perfect. The scariest thing was that Lando's genes had also been perfected. He was now on the verge of becoming deified, and the Demon Hell Dragon tattoo was beginning to influence Lando's body. Han Sen went rigid with shock as the Demon Hell Dragon tattoo's power surged through Lando. The dragon pushed through the final wall that stopped him, and he suddenly generated a substance chain. He had become deified. Countless people and creatures across the Geno universe looked at Han Sen, who was touching Lando's forehead like some ancient deity. A moment later, Lando's presence combined with the Demon Hell Dragon tattoo. It rushed out into the sky as a scary substance chain came down on Lando. In front of Han Sen, dark sinews of power waved and thrashed. The substance chains were breaking space, and Lando looked like some heavenly being of power. Everyone's brain felt empty. They couldn't believe this. They were all thinking numbly, how did Lando become deified? Is Han Sen really a father of gods? This can't be real. As Wang Yuhang stared at the screen, it looked like his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Many other people were having similar reactions. Countless elites of all sorts of different races had their eyes glued to the screen in disbelief. There were not many deifieds in the Geno universe, and normal people would never have a chance to see this process. Most people had never even seen a deified being, other than occasional pictures on the internet. Even with the internet, it was very rare to watch a person become deified. If there was footage of such events, it was guaranteed to be carefully hidden and protected by the rulers of that race. Without the correct authorization, you wouldn't be allowed to watch a video of someone leveling up to become deified. Right now, though, they were watching someone become deified in a way that had never even dreamed of being possible. Han Sen had brought a heavily injured half-deified to his feet and forced him to become deified. If they hadn't watched it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it to be true. Even as they watched, many viewers had difficulty accepting what their eyes were telling them. They thought this had to be some sort of mistake, or maybe they were seeing things incorrectly. Even all the deifieds across the universe stared at their screens with rapt attention. Their mouths hung open in shock. They had worked hard for years and years to become deified. They had overcome arduous odds, dancing on the brink of death multiple times in their bid to evolve. But Han Sen had just nonchalantly touched Lando's forehead, and suddenly, the injured dragon had become deified. Han Sen was just a king, too. How were they supposed to believe this was possible? Fake. It must be fake. Dragon 1 gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe Lando had become deified just like that. Cloza was struggling with the idea, as well. No one with a brain could just accept the impossible thing they were seeing. Han Sen was only a king, and a low-tier king at that. How could he elevate someone else to deified? Even if a deified elite had managed to bring someone else to deified, no one would believe it. And Han Sen was just a king. Pang. The xianxia unicorn didn't believe that Lando had ascended, either. It attacked. Its scary substance chains combined to become a gray light, and the light shot forward, punching through the universe like a razor-sharp arrow to reach Lando. The demon hell dragon tattoo writhed around Lando. He took a step to get in front of Han Sen and punched toward the gray beam of light. Substance chains leapt from his fist, combining into a scary purple demon dragon. It roared and went for the gray light. This time, the gray light was unable to break the purple demon dragon. The gray and purple colors collided with a deafening boom. A black hole formed in space, and that black hole had gray and purple powers swirling inside it. It looked like a spinning Tai Chi symbol. Roar. A dragon's roar shocked the sky. The purple color within the black hole completely overwhelmed the gray, and then an enraged dragon emerged from the black hole. It flapped its wings and soared over to the xianxia unicorn. The xianxia unicorn was stunned. Its substance chains frantically withdrew and circled around the unicorn. The beast tried to protect itself, but when the purple dragon struck the protective shield, the shield snapped in two. The blow tossed the xianxia unicorn a few thousand miles away before it came to a stop. Lando really did become deified. People watched the stream, their minds blank. Their brains failed to function. There was no longer any doubt about the fact that Lando had become a deified. Only a deified elite could fight a deified xenogeniac one-on-one like that. Now that they knew that Lando was deified, all the creatures in the Geno universe looked at Han Sen with fire in their eyes. He had brought a half-deified person up to deified. No matter what level they were, Han Sen was a god in their eyes. No, it was more like he was the father of the gods. He can produce gods. Many half-deifieds stared at Han Sen's image, their eyes flaming with the lust for power. King-class elites required a 9th-tier area to become half-deified, but after suffering for all that time, they had the hope that they would somehow live long enough to achieve their real goal. Even powerful half-deifieds could only hope for the best. Taking the final step to become deified was very difficult. It could easily take a few centuries to accomplish. Few races knew how many half-deified they had, for many died when they failed to become deified. Talent, resources, fate, luck, effort, successful evolution required all 5. Many half-deified warriors had become hopeless over the years, but today, their hope had been rekindled. They would no longer have to risk their lives. They wouldn't have to fight and plunder rare treasures from across the universe. They only needed the hand of one man to become deified. Just thinking about it filled them with nervous energy. They all wanted a piece of the Han Sen pie. They wanted him to bless them and make them deified. The kings and dukes, in the meanwhile, were thinking that if Han Sen could elevate a half-deified, then surely leveling up someone of a lesser rank would be easy. Thinking of this, all the creatures in the universe looked at Han Sen with burning eyes. They were like a bunch of men who hadn't had sex in 30 years, but they were now seeing a naked little woman. Boom! A scary power shook the image on their screens, snapping them out of their dreams. Lando was fighting the xianxia unicorn again. This time, Lando wasn't suppressed by the xianxia unicorn. Instead, he was the one pushing the xianxia unicorn around. Purple dragon substance chains flashed across the sky, overpowering the xianxia unicorn's substance chains. The xianxia unicorn was quite strong when compared to other deified beings. It wasn't smart, but its raw power put it above the majority of deified xenogeniacs. Lando had just become deified, and yet he was now dominating the xianxia unicorn. All the creatures looked at Han Sen with even hungrier eyes. They wanted to swallow him up. In truth, the reason Lando had become so strong when he became deified had nothing to do with Han Sen. It was because he had the demon hell dragon tattoo. That was what was giving Lando so much strength. With the demon hell dragon tattoo on his back, Lando had a might that equaled 2 deified creatures. The demon hell dragon tattoo wasn't an ordinary deified treasure, and it made Lando extraordinarily strong. But only high-ranking dragons knew the significance of the tattoo. Everyone else believed that Lando's strength was due to Han Sen's help. So, they all wanted to get to know Han Sen and earn his blessing. A scream broke the sky. The xianxia unicorn's horn had been chipped. Godlike blood spilled out in a heavy stream, and the creature looked badly injured. Lando went after the xianxia unicorn with demonic fervor. His form looked like a purple demon dragon as he fought the xianxia unicorn. His substance chains ripped and tore space every time they moved. Deified blood rained down over the clouds, dyeing everything a deep crimson. When the battle finally quieted down, the chaos of the video stream started to resolve into discernible images once again. Many creatures leaned forward, watching as Lando rode the bloody xianxia unicorn out of the clouds. The xianxia unicorn looked as sad as if its daddy had just died. That fight was destined to become a legend in the Geno universe. Before the day was out, the battle was being discussed across the universe. It was amazing that Lando had defeated and tamed the xianxia unicorn, but Han Sen's actions had stolen the show. Han Sen had somehow turned Lando into a deified mid-fight. Before that day, Han Sen was just a king of little fame. In the vast universe filled with strange and incredible powers, he wasn't very special. If he hadn't killed Bai Yi and ended up being chased by the Extreme King, many people wouldn't have known who he was. Even if he was a fugitive, he was still just a king. Few people would have said that there was anything special about him. But after this fight, he became known as the leader of all gods. On any other day, the fact that such a name was used to refer to a mere king would have been very strange. Some wise guys even gave Han Sen the title Daddy of Gods. But that title was only used in secret. If any deified heard it, they probably would have found it annoying. No one wanted to jeopardize their own life by irritating a deified. Regardless of that, the battle made Han Sen very famous. Everyone in the Geno universe knew about him now, and so no one treated him as a measly king anymore. He wasn't deified, but most people thought he was more mysterious than a deified. There was nothing he could do about it, though. After all, he had been able to produce a deified. He didn't earn the name Daddy of Gods for nothing. Recent events had clearly established that he was different from most people. Many deifieds and the leaders of the higher races knew that Han Sen couldn't just flip a switch to make someone deified, though. They suspected that there were more factors involved in Lando becoming deified. But they still had a keen interest in Han Sen. Even if Han Sen couldn't produce a deified, he had undoubtedly influenced Lando's evolution. They wanted to know what kind of power Han Sen had wielded. Even if that power couldn't create a deified, it seemed that he could somehow kickstart the evolution process. And any power that could aid the development of half-deifieds would be highly sought after by the races of the Geno universe. Brother Dragon 1, it looks like I won the bet, Cloza said, looking at Dragon 1. We dragons stay true to our word. Every dragon will now depart the xianxia system. Dragon 1 grunted. He commanded the big turtle to depart. Cloza wasn't interested in watching Dragon 1 and the rest leave. He flew away to chase after Lando and Han Sen. But now, Han Sen was worth far more than the bounty offered by the Extreme King. Although it didn't seem possible, if Han Sen truly could make deified elites, then he had just become priceless. Han Sen and Lando rode the xianxia unicorn through the blue clouds. The wounds on the xianxia unicorn were almost healed, but the broken horn wouldn't grow back for some time. The xianxia unicorn was very sad, and he wasn't happy to have Han Sen sitting on him. But he didn't want to disobey Lando's commands, either. So, he was a very grumpy animal at that moment. Han Sen jumped off of the unicorn's back and looked up at Lando. Per the terms of our agreement, can I go now? You can't go, Lando said while looking calm. You're going to break your promise. Han Sen frowned. He had suspected that this might happen, though, so he wasn't terribly surprised. But if Lando really had decided to hold him against his will, it would make Han Sen's life very difficult. Cloza chuckled darkly and flew over to them. He came before Han Sen and said, a promise is nothing to him. Don't you know he killed his own teacher? The man's 3 heads marked him as one of the destroyed. Han Sen could immediately tell that Cloza was a deified elite, but he ignored him. He continued looking at Lando, waiting for his answer. Although Han Sen had prepared himself for the possibility of Lando breaking his promise, he didn't think Lando was the type of person who would do that. Their personalities might be very different, but Han Sen couldn't help but feel that he shared something in common with Lando. Lando, good job. Not only did you catch Han Sen, but you also became deified. And you tamed the xianxia unicorn in the process. When we return home, I will definitely put it to good use. Cloza cast a substance chain toward Han Sen to tie him up. But the substance chain didn't land on Han Sen. A purple, dragon-like substance chain flew forward to protect Han Sen. It swallowed Cloza's power. Cloza's eyes widened, then suddenly narrowed. He looked at Lando and asked, "Lando, what are you doing?" "I promised him that I would let him leave this place," Lando said quietly. "Fine, you go on your way, and I will take him back myself," Cloza said with a frown. "I promised to let him leave here." Lando's face remained unmoved. His expression was as emotionless as a block of stone. "Not bad, not bad. Our promise was for me to leave here. Not die here or be taken by someone else." Han Sen laughed and clapped his hands. "Lando, are you going to betray our ruler?" Black and white substance chains had begun to rise around Cloza's body. "I'm just keeping a promise I made," Lando said. "You must think this through clearly. If you let Han Sen leave this place, then you are a traitor to the destroyed. You know how we deal with traitors." Cloza smiled threateningly. He went on to say, "Plus, the dragon hate your guts now. And if you betray us, the destroyed, do you think any other race in this universe will accept you? Men that go with the flow are smart. You aren't a naive teenager. Destroying your future for the sake of a single promise isn't a good idea. I'm not going to stop you, though. If you want to leave, you may. And you can take what you've earned with you. But the prisoner is mine. I will take him back. It's none of your business, and you will have kept your promise." Cloza reached out his hand to grab Han Sen. "I told you that he is leaving here. Whoever tries to stop him will be trying to stop me," Lando said, his eyes locked on Cloza. Cloza's expression turned grim as he stared back at Lando. He coldly said, "Lando, do you think that being deified will let you do whatever you want? You should know that a single deified means nothing to the destroyed. We can still have you killed with ease. The destroyed might be able to kill me, but you can't. You can leave now, okay?" Lando said, his voice as hard as granite. Cloza's face was frozen. Lando's words had made him angry. He knew that he wasn't weak, but Lando had the demon hell dragon tattoo and the xianxia unicorn on his side. If he fought Lando now, it would be 1 versus 3. He couldn't win against those odds. "I hope you don't regret this decision you have made," Cloza snarled. Then he turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Now that he has left, have you really become a traitor to the destroyed?" Han Sen asked with a blink. "This wouldn't be the first time I've become a traitor." Lando's face seemed to be devoid of emotion. He turned the xianxia unicorn to continue heading out of the system. "You don't look like someone who would become a traitor. Can you tell me more about your past?" Han Sen asked with a look of great curiosity. He was still sitting behind Lando on the xianxia unicorn as they made their way out of the system. He thought there had to be more to the story of Lando slaying his teacher. With Lando's power, assassinating a deified would have been incredibly difficult. Plus, there shouldn't have been a reason for him to kill his own mentor. By doing so, he only would have gained the animosity of his own race and the distrust of others. There was no benefit. "You are wrong. I really am a traitor that killed his teacher," Lando said emotionlessly. "Can you tell me why?" Han Sen asked. Lando hesitated. Han Sen noticed and quickly said, "I don't believe that you would kill your teacher for no reason. But if you don't want to tell me about it, that's fine. I won't push." Han Sen's strategy of backing off the subject worked. Although it took Lando some time to respond, he eventually said, "It's not like I'm trying to keep the story a secret. It's just that if I told people, they wouldn't believe me anyway." "I would believe you," Han Sen said with certainty. "If I told you I was my teacher, would you believe it?" Lando asked, turning around to stare into Han Sen's eyes. "I'm not sure what to make of that statement." "What do you mean?" Han Sen asked. Lando faced forward again. They continued to fly forward for a long, quiet moment. Han Sen's curiosity was amped up even more. He was afraid that Lando might refuse to discuss the subject any further, but fortunately, Lando again broke the silence. You saw the demon hell dragon tattoo on my back, did you not? You know what that is? I don't know. Han Sen shook his head. Isn't that some kind of treasure? Lando explained the basics of what the demon hell dragon tattoo was and how it worked. Then he said, people think my master worked hard for 10,000 years to obtain that demon hell dragon tattoo. But that isn't what happened at all. He found an easier way. Upon hearing this, Han Sen felt a shiver pass through him. He had an intuition about where this story was going. Lando went on to say, he tried it before, but the pain was too much for even a deified being to endure. It wasn't long before he gave up on the idea, but he really wanted Dragon 1's position, and he needed more power in order to claim it. So, he came up with a plan. And that is why I'm here today. In order to be successfully created and wielded, the demon hell dragon tattoo needed a body as a base. But Dragon 2 found a way to circumvent the need to endure that pain. He used his genes to create a duplicate of himself. Then he set that clone to practicing with the demon hell dragon tattoo. When the process was complete, he planned to take the tattoo for himself. Because the clone had been created from his own genes, there wouldn't have been any compatibility issues. It would have been just like he had practiced with the demon hell dragon tattoo himself. That means that the person who suffered for 10,000 years was you. Han Sen demanded angrily. Lando nodded. Because I was merely cloned from his genes, I didn't possess deified powers. Before I could practice with the demon hell dragon tattoo, I had to achieve king-class powers at the very least. So, he let me start practicing. And to prevent the chance of there being compatibility issues further down the line, I learned all the same skills that he had learned in his youth. I was just a genetic clone. I didn't have memories, and I couldn't think for myself. I was like a baby. I only had the knowledge, thought processes, and powers that I was given. Other dragons believed that I was his student. And his favorite student, at that. People thought he treated me like a son and gave me everything. He taught me many secret skills, but no one knew he did that for the sole purpose of replicating himself within me. If he hadn't trained me exactly the way he had been trained, he thought there might be issues when he tried to harvest the demon hell dragon tattoo. Han Sen's heart sank as he listened. A deified elite had created and brainwashed a baby, also he could inflict unimaginable pain on the child to further his own power. Lando probably hadn't even fully understood why he was suffering. If you were a clone, you guys must have looked identical. Did no one else notice that? Han Sen asked. Lando smiled, and that smile was chilling. Changing one's appearance isn't difficult. You just need to change a small number of your genes. For a deified, such a task is easy. That's what he thought, at least. He made a tiny change to my genes, just enough to alter my appearance. However, he never expected that this minor difference would end up changing everything. Although I was his clone, the environment I was raised in was different than Dragon 2's childhood. As the years went by, the tiny change he made to my genes was compounded by the differences in environment. It was a shame I didn't know anything about this back then. I thought I was his student, someone that he treated like his real son. I just wanted to show gratitude for what he had done for me. I wanted to finish the demon hell dragon tattoo. No matter the pain I suffered, I forced myself to endure it. I pushed myself so hard that I lost all feeling in my body. After saying that, Lando laughed. But Han Sen could tell that the laugh was forced. It was Lando's way of showing that he wasn't afraid of what had happened anymore. Lando trailed off. Han Sen could guess what had happened next. Dragon 2 must have revealed his scheme as Lando practiced the demon hell dragon tattoo. Lando must have fought with him, and that was why Dragon 2 had died. But Han Sen still didn't understand how Lando managed to kill Dragon 2. Even if he was Dragon 2's genetic clone, he didn't have Dragon 2's deified power. Lando seemed to notice Han Sen's unspoken question. He shook his head and said, "It isn't what you're thinking. I didn't fight him, we transferred the demon hell dragon tattoo to him, and he couldn't wait to practice and push the tattoo to the final stage. The process went smoothly, just as he expected. The demon hell dragon tattoo came entirely under his control, and he used his own blood to refine it. The blend was a success, and there didn't seem to be any problems. Then, once the demon hell dragon tattoo reached deified class, he discovered that the demon hell dragon tattoo had a very strong compatibility issue. Imagine a man who has just had a heart transplant discovered that there was a compatibility issue. He went insane. He had already used more than half of his blood to push the Demon Hell Dragon tattoo to deified status. The Demon Hell Dragon tattoo was to be stronger than himself. So, he died. And you took back the Demon Hell Dragon tattoo. Why were you labeled a traitor? Han Sen still didn't understand. Lando quietly said, in the end, he couldn't handle the thought of his impending death. He tried to take my body, hoping that he could use my body to survive and regain control over the Demon Hell Dragon tattoo. I don't like this story, Han Sen said with a sigh. I don't like it, either, Lando said. Han Sen wanted to say something more, but something suddenly appeared in front of them. It came right toward Han Sen before he even had a chance to react. A deified demon. When Han Sen got close enough to see the body clearly, he raised his eyebrows. When Lando saw the deified demon approaching, he tensed. Please don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. I would just like a chat with Teacher Han, the deified demon shouted, lifting his hands. What are you talking about? Han Sen looked at the deified demon with confusion. My name is Moldo, the deified demon said politely. I'm one of the Alpha's guards. I'm out looking for Teacher Han. I would like to invite you to come to the demon as a guest. Han Sen was surprised. Moldo was a deified being, and yet he was being so polite, as if they were the same level. The man's voice certainly carried the weight of respect. There was no indication that a deified being was speaking to a mere king. Don't worry, Mr. Han, we demons mean no harm. If you are willing to visit us, we can guarantee your safety. No one will bother you, Moldo said. His manner of politeness had yet to change. What can I do for you and your people? Han Sen asked Moldo, even though he knew where this was going to go. Moldo, still being as courteous as possible, said, our leader would like it if Teacher Han was willing to bless him. If you are willing to do this, our entire society would greatly appreciate it. Give a blessing. Han Sen was shocked. Then, he realized what Moldo actually meant. Han Sen narrowed his eyes in thought. Are you not afraid that the Extreme King will come after you? I am not going to lie, Moldo said seriously. We cannot fight the might of the Extreme King, but we have a way that you can travel to us without attracting the attention of the Extreme King. Even if the Extreme King come looking, they won't be able to find you. They cannot threaten your safety. I see, but I'm afraid that each blessing costs an incredible amount of power. I cannot perform another blessing in such a short time frame. I doubt I would be able to help your leader by blessing him, Han Sen said. Using the Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel cost a lot of energy, but Han Sen was making it sound worse than it was. He just didn't want to decline Moldo directly. That's okay, Moldo told him. A blessing can't be rushed. If you don't mind, I am willing to provide you with protection. I won't allow anything to pull you into the clutches of the Extreme King. Thank you, but I have other things to do right now. I can't bother you to accompany me, Han Sen said. If Han Sen went to see the demon, he would owe them. They might end up being less polite than they were acting right now. In that case, I will not force you. But if you need anything, feel free to call us anytime. The demon door will always be open for you. Moldo then waved to Han Sen and left. Han Sen hadn't expected Moldo to leave just like that, but he suspected it might have something to do with Lando's presence. If Lando hadn't been there, Moldo would have likely just kidnapped him and taken him back to the demons by force. Han Sen and Lando kept going. They encountered a few more kings and half-deifieds along the way. They were even more polite to Han Sen. Some people were like Moldo, inviting Han Sen to return to their home worlds with them, but none dared to do anything ill to him. Lando's presence was great at deterring that sort of rudeness. Everyone knows you are Teacher Han, Lando said flatly. Your life will be much easier now. Han Sen smiled. A genius like me should be called a teacher. Lando ignored him. He wasn't interested in Han Sen's self-aggrandizement. You're so boring. At a time like this, you and I should be chatting, Han Sen said to Lando. You want me to compliment you? Lando asked emotionlessly. You should say things like, Han Sen, you're the greatest genius in 1,000 years. Han Sen said, okay. Lando nodded and said nothing else. He wasn't interested. The xianxia unicorn was native to the xianxia system. It took them back to the blue clouds without difficulty, but Han Sen couldn't find the white whale anywhere. He began scouring the area. Where are Bauer and the others? Han Sen was worried. He was afraid an accident might have happened. But with the power of the white whale and the little red bird, even if a deified being came after them, they should have been able to escape. At this time, the white whale had come to a stop in a sea of green clouds. A flaming red phoenix had emerged from the white whale to do battle with a deified of the extreme king. It was Bao Qin. The two were fighting like crazy, and fire roared everywhere. Harp acoustics broke the sky. Instead of chasing after Han Sen, Bao Qin had come looking for Fang Qingyu. Upon finding him, he also discovered the white whale. The white whale had a high level of defense, but it was unable to repel sonic powers. Bao Qin used the harp to attack, and he tried to enter the white whale to beat up Fang Qingyu and all the pirates. The little red bird had to become a red phoenix to fight Bao Qin. The fight was so bad that it was destroying the cloudscape around them. Bao Qin had brought other kings and deifieds from the extreme king, and they now surrounded the white whale. Luckily, the white whale had a high level of defense, and its weapon systems were good, too. In the beginning, the kings and half-deifieds weren't making much headway against the white whale. They couldn't penetrate its defenses. But one of the half-deified beings could travel through solid material. He slid through the white whale's shell into its interior. He quickly realized that the white whale was actually a ship. Bauer was happily piloting the white whale, merrily fighting off the kings and half-deifieds. Ning Yu was underneath a table with his hands on his head. His A*S was sticking out, and he was mumbling, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Fang Qingyu and the pirates were unable to help in a time like this. They hid behind Bauer and kept shouting, "Captain Bauer is so awesome. Little Captain is the strongest in the universe. Kill those mother **CKERS. How dare they attack our beautiful little Captain Bauer? You are already dead, little Captain, you can do it, you can do it." They continued to shout insults at the attackers, their faces red. And amidst all the noise, an extreme king man suddenly entered the white whale. He traveled through all the walls and went straight for the command deck. "Fang Qingyu, you are here." When Keek saw Fang Qingyu, he didn't stop. He was drawn to Bauer, who was operating the machine. "Isn't that Han Sen's daughter? You guys are all together. We've put so much manpower into looking for you." Keek realized what was going on. He looked furious, and he unleashed his king area. It covered the entire command deck. Pang, 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 pang. When the area landed, the pirates and Fang Qingyu were crushed to the floor, like iron filings being pulled onto a magnet. Huh, Keek looked up in confusion, noticing that Bauer was still piloting the white whale and fighting the extreme king knights. She wasn't affected by his area. Keek's magnetic area wasn't the strongest king area in the extreme king, but he was still a member of the third highest race in the universe. His magnet king body was nothing to take lightly, especially since he was half-deified. Normal king class xenogenics were unable to walk under the influence of his magnetic area. Bauer was just a kid, and she was somehow ignoring Keek's magnetic area. That surprised him a lot. He hesitated, then raised a palm. A black magnetic light appeared in his hand. He wanted to attack Bauer, who was still driving the white whale. "Mister, please, I beg you, don't hurt her." As Keek was about to launch the magnetic light at Bauer, a woman suddenly stood up. Straining against the might of the magnetic area, she stood before Bauer and spoke with a trembling voice. "You can move inside my magnetic area. You aren't bad." Keek stared at her. He decided that he would need to get rid of her first. But the woman suddenly kneeled on the floor and bowed before him. "Please don't kill me," she pleaded from her knees. "Please, let us go. We are just useless women. We can't stop whatever it is you want to do. Please let us go as easily as you would release a fart." Ning Yu kept begging, all the while repeatedly banging her head on the ground. "Leave if you don't want to die," Keek told her in a hard voice. He was quite famous in the Extreme King, and he wouldn't bother killing a woman if she was behaving like this. Yes, yes, yes. We will leave now." Ning Yu got up and started to pull Bauer away with her. Pang! The magnetic light hit Ning Yu in the face. Ning Yu was sent flying. The powerful magnetic force drug Ning Yu across the ship and flung her into one of the ship's walls. Her face smacked into the wall and stuck to it. She couldn't pull herself away. "You can leave by yourself." "She stays." Keek cast another magnetic light toward Bauer. Pang! Somehow, Ning Yu had reappeared in front of Bauer. She crossed her arms to block the magnet this time, and the sudden weight made her arms feel so heavy. They were sucked straight down to the floor. Her face smacked into the floor, and her mouth twisted. "Mister, please let her go. She's just a kid, and I promised Han Sen I would protect his child." Ning Yu was lying on the floor in an awkward position. She cried freely, snot and tears running down her face. It looks as if you really do want to die, Qi grunted, generating a magnetic light in his fist. Ning Yu's pants suddenly became hot, and a puddle appeared on the floor. She had peed herself. When Qi smelled the urine, he frowned. He might get his hands dirty if he killed a woman like this. Ignoring Ning Yu, he turned his attention back to Bauer again. The magnetic light in his hands was so bright that it was like a black sun. Bauer was still operating the white whale, guiding it to fight the extreme king knights outside. She acted as if she had yet to see Qi there. Qi's lips pressed into a thin line, and he prepared to throw the magnetic light at Bauer. Ning Yu was pressed against the floor with her limbs shaking, but she still managed to crawl toward Qi. When she was near his feet, she begged, "Mister, please let us go. We won't get in the way of whatever you want to do. And I can do anything for you, get lost, you dirty b***tch." Qi kicked Ning Yu in the face, the force of the blow sending her flying. Pang! Ning Yu hit the airship's wall, her face covered in blood. Her entire body was stuck to the wall, keeping her from falling. "If you don't want to die, then shut the hell up. If you don't, I'll kill you. You're disturbing my work," Qi snarled. He stared at Bauer again and tried to launch another magnetic light. "I want you to stop." Ning Yu's voice was shaking as if she was on the verge of bursting into tears. Qi glanced at her struggling form, but she couldn't free herself from the wall. The magnetic force had her pinned to the wall like a slab of meat. Ignoring Ning Yu, he sent the magnetic light in his hands toward Bauer. "Stop, I told you to stop." Ning Yu screamed with fear. Her body managed to tear through the magnetic power, and she leapt in front of Bauer to take the black sun-like light. Boom! The scary magnetic light landed on Ning Yu, and in the next instant, her body crashed to the floor like a crumbling mountain. Her limbs were held down by an iron grip, all crushed and broken looking. Qi ignored her. He continued summoning his magnetic power. "Stop, I'm begging you. Don't hurt her. I promised Han Sen I would take care of his daughter. I made him a promise." Ning Yu wept helplessly from her place on the floor. Seeing that Qi was going to cast that magnetic light at Bauer, Ning Yu struggled with the urge to get up. But she had been hit by the magnetic forces 3 times. The force was now too strong for her to overcome. Qi cast another sun-like magnetic light at Bauer. "I told you to stop." Ning Yu shrieked, looking at the magnetic light that was flying toward Bauer. Her shaking body erupted with green flames that wrapped her up in a shroud of fire. In those green flames, Ning Yu's eyes suddenly calmed. His face and body regained their masculine shape. He looked like a man again. Fang Qingyu and the pirates on the floor stared at Ning Yu with wide eyes. They thought Ning Yu was a chicken-hearted and useless woman. But suddenly, she had just become a man. And the green fire around him burned and wisped in an unsettling way. "I told you to stop. Are you deaf?" Ning Yu thundered, his eyes crystal clear. His face still had the dried tracks of tears and snot. His female garments had started to burst at the seams as he became bigger, but he still looked gentle and soft. "You dare to play tricks on someone like me? You're dead." Qi's hand gathered up a black light. It became a black magnetic knife that came for Ning Yu. Ning Yu looked calm and composed, and his hands held a green sword. When Qi swung his black magnetic knife there, Ning Yu's body was attracted to it. He flew for the magnetic knife. Gotcha! The moment Ning Yu was sucked into the black magnetic knife, he waved his little green sword. A green sword light shot by, sending Qi's head and half of his magnetic knife soaring through the air. Patong! Qi's headless body crumpled to the ground. Fang Qingyu and the others were frozen. On the other side, the green flames on Ning Yu's body had vanished. His little green sword was on the floor, and his body returned to a feminine shape again. When she saw that headless body, Ning Yu held her face and started to scream. She looked so scared, and she frantically stepped away from the corpse. Han Sen and Lando searched in a circular pattern, but they had yet to find the white whale. Han Sen was sick with worry. Right now, Han Sen wished he had practiced one of Mr. White's skills. That way, he could calculate where Bauer had gone. Even just a direction would do. Right now, anything was better than running around like a headless chicken. While the xianxia unicorn soared through the clouds, they saw a person slowly start to appear. It was Meng Lai, a close relative of the Extreme King's ruler. "Han Sen, we meet again." Meng Lai had escaped while the woman of Two World Mountain stole his extreme purple demon dragon. Han Sen thought that the man had already departed the xianxia system. You should go, Lando said to Han Sen as he stared grimly at Meng Lai. Han Sen didn't say a word, he just ran. Lando had told him to go because he wasn't confident in his ability to stop Meng Lai. If Han Sen stayed, he would become a burden to Lando. If Lando was alone, he could escape if he was unable to defeat Meng Lai. Meng Lai started chase Han Sen, but Lando stopped him on the xianxia unicorn. Meng Lai's eyes narrowed. Lando, do you really want to become an enemy of the Extreme King? I told him I would take him out of this place alive, Lando said emotionlessly. This is what I must do. In that case, we'll see if you have what it takes. Meng Lai's expression was icy. His body transformed into a gold giant as he threw a slap in Lando's direction. The slap seemed to cover the sky itself. Han Sen felt the power like a giant shockwave coming after him. He flew faster. Luckily, the power of the shockwave had mostly dispersed by the time it reached Han Sen. He used the momentum of the shockwave to boost his own speed, and he vanished quickly into the clouds. How long am I going to have to live my days like this? After I find Bauer, I will have to go to Sky Palace. I hope the sky can at least keep me safe for a while. I need someone to protect me from the Extreme King until I become deified, Han Sen thought to himself. Then, he felt depressed. The Blood Pulse Sutra's king area is too strange. It can only push the self-cogwheels of others, and I can't seem to use it on my own Geno arts. I want to enhance my bloodline. Han Sen didn't know what direction he should go to find Bauer, and he had to stay away from the fight between Lando and Meng Lai. Not long after, Han Sen reached the zone where many seas of clouds connected. In front of him was a sea of creamy white clouds. Each cloud looked like milk floating in the air. Han Sen flew toward it without hesitation. When he tried to fly into one of the clouds, though, it was like jumping into a bean bag. Instead of letting him through, it caught him and bounced him back. Han Sen was shocked. The clouds of the xianxia system were thick, but they weren't nearly thick enough to stop him. Only cloud beasts were actually solid. But Han Sen was so fast and so strong that if he hit a cloud beast, it would be torn apart. But the creamy white cloud was totally fine, and it had bounced him back. Have I run into a high-class cloud beast? Han Sen was shocked. He looked at the cloud in alarm. But the cloud didn't respond. It just floated where it was, looking exactly like all the other nearby clouds. Han Sen couldn't see anything particularly special about the cloud. He hesitated at first, but he did decide to fly around the cloud to inspect it more carefully. He also reached out his hand to touch it. The cloud was very soft. When Han Sen touched it, it dented inwards. But when Han Sen had crashed into it at full speed earlier, the cloud felt very tough. It had been like a beef tendon. But no matter how much Han Sen poked it, the cloud didn't react. It was like a dead object. This cloud looks like a non-Newtonian fluid. Han Sen brushed away the clouds around it, and he found out that the strange cloud was only 20 meters wide. Aside from the fact that it lacked a life force and possessed non-Newtonian features, there was nothing special about the cloud. Why is there a cloud like this out here in the middle of nowhere? Han Sen was confused. He looked at the nearby clouds for a while. He reached his hand into the cloud and pushed his whole body into it slowly. When he was outside it, Han Sen couldn't see a single thing with his purple eye butterfly. So, he went in and had a proper look. Han Sen's body moved slowly. If he crept forward at a snail's pace, the cloud wouldn't offer much in the way of resistance. After walking 7 or 8 meters inside, Han Sen suddenly felt as if the space before him was empty. His hand just went right through. There's something here. Han Sen felt so happy. This cloud was 20 meters wide, and he had only walked 7 or 8 meters. Despite that, something was stopping him. It had to mean that there was a pocket of space inside. Han Sen carefully stepped through, and soon enough, he reached the cloud's interior space. He looked around and realized he was now in a 3-meter wide space. Within that empty area, he found a plant. It looked like a spider plant. The green leaves reached out, and they looked quite lovely. Weird. Why is there a plant here? I thought there were only cloud beasts in the xianxia system, and that there weren't any plants, Han Sen thought in surprise. He kept observing the plant. The spider plant was as beautiful as green jade. The leaves were 1 foot long, and they were shaped like swords. It looked like an art piece carved from the best jade one could find. Its life force was so strong, though, that no one would believe it to be an inanimate object. From what Han Sen could tell, the xianxia system didn't have the correct conditions for plant life and normal creatures to thrive. Real plants couldn't exist here, and yet, there was a spider plant right in front of him. It certainly wasn't what Han Sen had expected to find when he entered the cloud. Did some other people come here and leave it in the xianxia system? As Han Sen was thinking, a white cloud began to bubble up out of the spider plant. It rose like a bubble of milk, then went to join the clouds outside. It looks like these clouds actually come from this spider plant. That means the plant is actually native to the xianxia system. Han Sen was shocked. As the spider plant released more clouds, Han Sen reached out and grabbed it. But when he touched it, it was just like the cloud that surrounded it. The plant was so delicate that it seemed like only a light grip would crush it, but if he used strength, the plant would grow rigid and resilient. What kind of plant is this? As Han Sen curiously examined the spider plant, he saw that there was a white fire in the middle of the plant. Chapter 2488, Hunting Cloud Beasts. Han Sen fell back 2 steps in surprise. In the center of the spider plant, there was a white fire that was like a little lantern. Han Sen looked close. In reality, it wasn't a fire, it was a halo. At the center of the halo was a black bug that looked something like a cricket. The pitch-black insect was similar in size, and it had 2 swinging antennae. It climbed up the spider plant. When it reached the end of the spider plant, its weight pulled the lead of the plant lower. Then, the little creature opened its mouth. Its sharp teeth dug into the delicate spider plant leaf. Kacha, kacha. It took a little while for the cricket to eat its fill. Once it was satisfied, the cricket began to climb back down the plant. As the insect moved, puffs of white smoke were emitted. The white smoke condensed into a creamy white cloud. Clouds rose from the creature's back, one by one, just like the creamy white cloud Han Sen had seen before. Now Han Sen knew that the clouds from the spider plant weren't actually from the plant. They came from the juices of the black cricket. The black cricket quickly dug back into the roots of the plant and was about to disappear. Han Sen reached out and grabbed the cricket. The black cricket struggled in his hand, and it was a surprisingly strong little thing. It was no stronger than a king, though, and so it couldn't resist Han Sen. The black cricket knew that it couldn't run. Its body discharged a white vapor that soon turned into a fluffy white cloud that wrapped around the cricket. Han Sen held onto the cloud like he was holding a big steamed bun. Fortunately, as long as he moved slowly, Han Sen could still sink his hands into the creamy cloud. The cricket wouldn't escape Han Sen's grasp like this. The cricket can't be any more powerful than a marquise, but the cloud juice it produces is quite amazing. Not even my power can break it. After hesitating for a moment, Han Sen put the cricket inside Destiny's tower. Then, he walked to the spider plant and prodded it. He tried to feel the life force inside the spider plant. The spider plant had a great deal of life force, but unlike the cricket, Han Sen wasn't capable of eating it. He examined the spider plant carefully, but he didn't see anything else of note. He put the spider plant inside Destiny's tower, as well. After emerging from that pocket of cloud, Han Sen thought about it some more. Then he put the entire cloud inside Destiny's tower, too. Once that was done, he turned and flew away from there to continue searching for Bauer and the others. But Han Sen hadn't been flying for long when he saw a bunch of cloud beasts heading toward him. They were a flock of crane-like creatures. There had to be at least 1,000 of them. Most of them were marquises, but there were some dukes as well. The leader was the king, and it had a king area. Han Sen was actually rather happy when they appeared. He pulled out his knife and dove into the flock. The cloud beasts were xenogeniacs, after all. Killing another king-class xenogeniac would help Han Sen fill up his king-class genes. Han Sen had 4 different geno arts. Each time he leveled one up, it required 100 genes. When all those requirements were added up, it became a substantial number of genes that he needed. He had to collect as many as he could, whenever he was able to. The cloud beasts didn't stand a chance against Han Sen. When he reached them, he cut the king's head clean off. Xenogeniac king hunted. Cloud crane king. Xenogeniac gene, found. Han Sen casually pulled out the xenogeniac gene from the cloud crane king's body. He expected the rest of the cloud cranes to disperse after the king was killed, but they all came after him without any fear of death. It was like they wanted to avenge the slaying of the cloud crane king, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Han Sen wasn't interested in spending the time to kill those low-class cloud beasts, though. He flew away at full speed. The low-level cloud cranes weren't able to keep up, so it wasn't long before they lost Han Sen completely. But just as Han Sen escaped, he saw another group of cloud beasts approaching. These looked like tigers, and there were a few kings in their midst. Ha ha, my luck is good today, Han Sen thought with a grin. He grabbed his ghost teeth knife and flew to meet them. Han Sen swooped down among the tigers like a beautiful butterfly. The ghost teeth knife he wielded danced like the fangs of a devil, and he killed the cloud tigers one by one. They were king-class xenogeniacs with second or third tier king areas. Han Sen only needed one attack to kill each one. Xenogeniac king hunted. Cloud tiger. Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained cloud tiger beast soul. Han Sen killed 5 of the king-class tigers, and he managed to earn 1 cloud tiger beast soul. Han Sen felt pretty good about that. There were many cloud beasts all across the xianxia system, but finding a king class wasn't always easy. And shortly after taking down 1 king, Han Sen had found several more. He was lucky. The remaining cloud tigers ran after Han Sen, but he ignored them and continued to fly. Han Sen had been flying for a while when he met another group of cloud beasts, but this time, there weren't any kings among them. The leader of those beasts was just Duke class. Han Sen thought a punch might be enough to scare them off, but this theory soon proved false. Han Sen punched a dozen of the cloud beasts, but they just continued to come. Han Sen shook them off his tail and kept on flying, but he started to realize that something was amiss. He seemed to be encountering cloud beasts no matter which direction he decided to go. And the cloud beasts were all so angry, too. None of them were afraid to die. They came at him like he was their mortal enemy, and no matter how many of them he killed, none of the cloud beasts were willing to back down. This sea of clouds seems a little bit cursed. Han Sen frowned in thought. He decided to head in a different direction, wanting to see if he would encounter any more cloud beasts. The result was the same, and again, he met another large group of cloud beasts. Han Sen changed direction a few times, but he encountered groups of cloud beasts every time. But all of those cloud beasts had red eyes. They leapt for him ravenously whenever they saw him, even if they didn't stand a chance of harming him. This is getting really weird. Although Han Sen had killed many king-class cloud beasts, he couldn't really enjoy his success. He didn't know what was going on, and that made him uncomfortable. Han Sen could kill any king-class cloud beast he met, but the xianxia system was known for its deified xenogeniacs. If he encountered a deified monster among the hordes of normal xenogeniacs, he would be in for another brutal fight. After pausing for a while, Han Sen flew back the way he had come. The first thing he needed to do was to get away from that sea of creamy clouds. The place was creepy, and the creatures were far too hostile. He didn't feel comfortable being there. On his way back, he encountered the groups of creatures that he had fought before. All their eyes seemed red, and they obviously wanted to avenge the deaths of their kings. So, they all chased Han Sen. This time, it looked a little while for Han Sen to shake off their pursuit. Before long, he escaped the creamy sea of clouds and returned to the light blue sea of clouds. I finally got away from that cursed sea of clouds. Han Sen felt relief, but before he could completely relax, he saw a shadow headed his way. It was the extreme king deified, Meng Lai. Chapter 2489, Weird hordes of cloud beasts. Frustration filled Han Sen. Since leaving Lando and Meng Lai, he had changed directions many times and even crossed back over his own path. He could barely believe that Meng Lai had still managed to find him. If I knew he'd show up, I wouldn't have come back. That sea of clouds was weird, but I'd be better off there than here facing Meng Lai. Han Sen turned around, wanting to return to that sea of clouds. But just as he started moving, Meng Lai swiftly teleported in front of him. Rather than attacking, though, Meng Lai simply spoke. Han Sen, if you come with me, I won't hurt you. Perhaps I can even keep you alive. You think the extreme king will let me live if I go back with you? Han Sen lifted his lips in a sneer. Meng Lai laughed. I'm not going to lie to you, you were going to be killed. But things changed once you helped Lando become deified. This ability can guarantee your survival. If you aid the extreme king with unwavering dedication, we can erase the crime of killing a prince. Han Sen was shocked. He couldn't believe Meng Lai had said such a thing. But I killed Qin Bai's son. Are you sure he will let me live? Han Sen said in disbelief. You know, the king has over 100 children and countless grandkids. Meng Lai chuckled again. You didn't kill an important prince. And if anyone else had killed him, there's no way they would have been able to elude capture for so long. But you, Han Sen, are different. If you will work for the Extreme King, I can keep you alive. Han Sen rolled his eyes. There was no chance of winning if he fought Meng Lai, and there would be no way of escaping this man, either. He was just pretending to listen, stalling for time as he tried to think of a way out. Seeing that Han Sen hadn't responded, Meng Lai went on to say, let's presume you make it to Sky Palace. Do you really think all of this will blow over with time? The Extreme King will not allow a prince to have died for nothing. Fourth uncle, it's just as you say, a prince of the Extreme King cannot die for nothing. If I go back with you, how would they allow me to live? Han Sen frowned. Meng Lai smiled and said, Han Sen has to die. But you might not be Han Sen. When Han Sen finally understood what Meng Lai had been implying, his eyes widened. Seeing that Han Sen was confused, Meng Lai said, our people won't let the killing of an Extreme King Prince go without retribution, and we wouldn't make this sort of offer to anyone other than you. But if you insist on continuing to Sky Palace, it doesn't matter what crime you committed or what skills you have, the Extreme King will not allow you to live. Meng Lai's explanation had made things very clear. If Han Sen was willing to submit and work for them, he would be allowed to live. If he couldn't be used to their benefit, then they would keep trying to kill him even if he reached Sky Palace. Han Sen started to say something, but he suddenly saw some blue cloud beasts heading toward them. Meng Lai frowned. Deified elites tended to scare off anything beneath their level, but these cloud beasts were just Marquis class. Despite their complete lack of strength, the cloud beasts charged forward without hesitation. Han Sen thought this was strange, to say the least. He waved his hand, and the cloud beasts disappeared. After his deified power hit them, not even their bones remained. Han Sen, what is your decision? Meng Lai asked, looking at Han Sen. Han Sen remained silent, but Meng Lai didn't rush him. He just stood where he was, patiently awaiting a response. Han Sen wasn't mulling over Meng Lai's question, however. He was thinking about the cloud beasts that had just come his way. With a deified elite around, the cloud beasts should have stayed as far away as they could get. They would run off as soon as they smelled a deified, let alone walked right up to one. The horrible expressions on the faces of those cloud beasts were the same as the ones Han Sen himself had witnessed in the sea of creamy clouds. But he was no longer in the creamy cloud sea. An idea began to form in Han Sen's mind as he thought about the enraged cloud beasts he had fought. Before Han Sen could answer Meng Lai, another group of cloud beasts came for them. But this time, the cloud beasts were clearly of a different variety. Several different varieties of cloud beast were represented here. There were a few kings among them, heading up the regiments of various species. Han Sen might be able to convince himself that the low-level cloud beasts were too stupid to detect the deified presence of Meng Lai, but there was no way that the more powerful cloud beasts were that dumb. They were kings, and they led other cloud beasts toward Han Sen and Meng Lai. This was very abnormal behavior. Meng Lai's face darkened in anger. He waved his hand, and his gold substance chains became an area. It killed the oncoming group of cloud beasts. Those first few king-class cloud beasts were killed in a second. Nothing there stood a chance of fighting back. I am Meng Lai, if you have the balls to, come out and fight me. Sending these pathetic cloud beasts against me won't accomplish anything, you weakling. Rather than looking at the bodies of the cloud beasts, Meng Lai had turned to shout up at the skies. Meng Lai knew that the cloud beasts weren't behaving normally. He thought someone more powerful was deliberately sending the cloud beasts his way. But Han Sen knew that the cloud's beasts had been acting strangely since before Meng Lai had shown up, so whatever was going on, it had little to do with the deified Extreme King. Weird. If someone is controlling these cloud beasts, that person must be very powerful. But if so, why aren't they attacking directly? Han Sen thought to himself. Those cloud beasts didn't act like something was controlling them. It was as if they had seen something. Suddenly, Han Sen's heart jumped as a thought crossed his mind. He suddenly looked into his destiny's tower. He had met a few cloud beasts before, but none of them had been this powerful. And the cloud beasts wouldn't be attacking him without reason. The weird stuff had only started happening after Han Sen took the black cricket and the spider plant. At first, Han Sen thought that there was merely something wrong with the xenogenics in the creamy cloud area. Perhaps they were naturally more aggressive or territorial than other cloud beasts. But after leaving the creamy cloud sea, weird things were still happening. That suggested that the problem stretched beyond the creamy cloud sea. Are those cloud beasts coming after this? Han Sen looked at the first floor of Destiny's tower, which was where he had placed the cloud, the black cricket, and the spider plant. The cloud had wrapped around the spider plant, but the black cricket had disappeared. It must have gone into the cloud. If the cloud beasts are attracted to these things, then taking them with me might be a bigger problem than I thought, Han Sen thought to himself. But he didn't know if the cloud beasts were attracted by the spider plant or the black cricket. And with Meng Lai next to him, he couldn't take the two items out to compare them. Han Sen, have you made a decision yet? Meng Lai asked Han Sen, upon seeing no other intruders. Sure, I will go to the Extreme King with you, but you must swear that I will remain safe, Han Sen said to Meng Lai after a bit of hesitation. Don't worry, I won't let you die. If you come back with me and work for the Extreme King, I promise that no one will be able to hurt you, Meng Lai said with grave certainty. Chapter 2490. Xenogeniac's coming. Once he had agreed to go with Meng Lai, Han Sen pretended to be the perfect picture of subservience. He followed along as if he had no interest in escaping. As Meng Lai headed through the xianxia system toward the Extreme King worlds, Han Sen trailed after him without any reluctance. Meng Lai wasn't worried about Han Sen trying to run off, but after they had traveled for a short while, a lot of cloud beasts began to attack from the surrounding clouds. Meng Lai dealt with those cloud beasts easily, and not even the king-class cloud beasts were a threat to him. However, his face grew increasingly serious as time progressed. He still had no idea who was sending all these cloud beasts after him. He felt like something was watching him, and he didn't enjoy that sensation at all. Han Sen was shocked. The same thing happened to me when I was in the sea of creamy clouds. Even weak cloud beasts charged toward me with no concern for their own lives. From what I can tell, the effect must have a radius of sorts. When the spider plant and the black cricket enter a location, the cloud beasts from that region are drawn toward them. Fourth uncle, did you kill Lando? Han Sen asked after Meng Lai killed another horde of cloud beasts. Meng Lai wasn't in a good mood. He casually said, that kid is a brutal fighter. I wasn't interested in risking my life fighting him, so I just ditched him instead. But don't think that he'll be coming to save you. He was drawn in another direction, so he won't be able to find us for quite some time. Han Sen never thought Lando would die, he just wanted to find out where the dragon might have been. Hearing this did bring him a bit of relief, though. You must be kidding, uncle. I have already promised you that I will go to the Extreme King. Even if Lando was right here, I wouldn't go with him. It's just as you said, if this situation isn't sorted out, I'll spend the rest of my life hounded and scared. Not even making it to Sky Palace will protect me from that. So, I am sincere about my willingness to go back. But you must also keep your promise to ensure my life, Han Sen said, looking as earnest as possible. When the Meng Lai heard Han Sen say this, he felt a bit better. He nodded and said, you are quite smart. If you work for the Extreme King with full dedication, I will keep you alive. But Han Sen must still die, so you will no longer be able to use your real name. We cannot let anyone know you are still alive. I understand. I don't mind losing my name if that's what it takes to survive. But, Han Sen looked worried. But what? Meng Lai asked. I'm afraid that someone powerful might not want me to work for the Extreme King. They would rather kill me than let me follow you back. Han Sen injected a liberal dose of fear into his voice. Don't worry, as long as you follow me, I won't allow anyone to bring you harm, Meng Lai declared. But what Han Sen said did put Meng Lai on alert. Meng Lai was sure that some powerful figure was sending these clouds beasts after them, but that person had yet to reveal themselves. The mysterious deified just kept sending wave after wave of cannon fodder after them. If the mysterious deified was unable to steal Han Sen, then he might decide to just kill Han Sen instead. After a few more waves of cloud beast hordes assaulted them, Meng Lai was able to confirm his worry. The king-class xenogeniacs seemed to be aiming for Han Sen, in particular. As he realized this, Meng Lai grew even more cautious. He pulled Han Sen closer to him, just in case something bad happened. While they were traveling, Meng Lai's face suddenly changed. He pulled Han Sen to a stop and looked deep into the clouds. Han Sen stood behind Meng Lai and also looked ahead. The nearby clouds were in turmoil as shockwaves rolled through them. A purple Kirin was thundering toward them through the clouds. Substance chains swirled around the monster's body life clouds. Deified xenogeniac. The spider plant and black cricket must be incredibly important if they can attract deified xenogeniacs, Han Sen thought in astonishment. and there were many cloud beasts following the deified Kirin to boot. There was a whole host of king-class xenogeniacs in their midst. Meng Lai frowned and spoke to Han Sen. Don't get too close to the battleground, but don't run off too far, either. If you get into a bad situation too far from where I'm fighting, I might not have a chance to save you. Don't worry, uncle, I truly want to go to the Extreme King with you. I would never dream of running away. Han Sen knew what Meng Lai really meant, and so he answered him with sincerity. Meng Lai nodded. He started to say something more, but the deified Kirin cut him off with a roar. It brought a sky of clouds toward them. The cloud beast's target was fairly obvious, though. It was Han Sen they wanted. I want to see what sort of person is trying this hard to keep me from bringing Han Sen back to the Extreme King alive, Meng Lai said with narrowed eyes. He turned into a gold giant and ran toward the Kirin. Han Sen didn't flee. Instead, he entered the fight with the horde of cloud beasts. At this point, Han Sen had no reason to run. He was carrying some dangerous goods that could attract deified xenogeniacs. Now that he had Meng Lai to take the heat for him, running away would mean leaving behind his protection. I don't know what that spider plant and black cricket are, but they can attract deified xenogeniacs. If things get too bad, I'll just have to throw them away. There is no point in risking my life to keep them. At least for now, though, I can use them to my advantage. If they can keep attracting deified xenogeniacs, Meng Lai will have a tough time trying to escort me out of here, Han Sen thought to himself as he began killing cloud beasts. Meng Lai engaged the Kirin, but he remained focused on how Han Sen was doing. When he saw that Han Sen had also started to fight instead of running off, it surprised him, and it actually brought him some relief. It looks like he's sincere about following me back to the Extreme King. But that makes sense, I guess. Someone wants to kill him, and he will die if he doesn't come with me. Coming with me at least gives him a chance to live. Meng Lai nodded. As he watched the cloud beast swarm around Han Sen like mad, he became quite angry. Someone wanted to kill Han Sen and keep him from working for the Extreme King. Meng Lai wouldn't have dreamed that the cloud beasts would be drawn straight to Han Sen. How could Han Sen, who was just a king, invoke the ire of a deified xenogeniac? Even if Han Sen attracted them, they should have attacked Meng Lai first. But these xenogeniacs seemed obsessed with killing Han Sen, despite the deified opponent in the same area. That was why Meng Lai believed there had to be some mastermind hidden somewhere nearby. This mysterious person clearly wanted to prevent Han Sen from being taken back to the Extreme King. Meng Lai was a brother of the Extreme King's ruler. He was an old, scary deified. Even if he had lost his extreme purple demon dragon, it was unlikely that another deified could kill him. Although Meng Lai was slowly fighting back the Kirin that was surrounded by clouds, it would still take a long time for him to kill the creature. Han Sen made use of his movements to go around the cloud beasts he fought. He used this opportunity to wipe out several king-class xenogeniacs. He was quite pleased to have earned more king-class xenogeniac genes. Han Sen moved through the xenogeniac hordes, using the purple eye butterfly to check on Meng Lai. If he got the chance, he might be able to attack at the right time and get a deified beast soul out of all this, too. That would be splendid, but killing a deified being wasn't that easy. If Meng Lai still had his extreme purple demon dragon, he could have killed another deified relatively quickly. But since he had lost his extreme purple demon dragon, he had to exhaust his own power. Killing the deified Kirin wouldn't be an easy task for him. The longer he fought, the more confused Meng Lai became. Even if an ordinary deified xenogeniac wasn't very smart, it would still know to retreat when it was losing a fight. It wouldn't just relentlessly continue to attack a more powerful opponent. But that Kirin wanted a fight to the death no matter what. It didn't care for its life, which made it surprisingly difficult to counter. But the thing that concerned Meng Lai the most was the idea that someone was orchestrating all this. If that mysterious person could control deified xenogeniacs, Meng Lai didn't want to imagine how strong they might be. I have to take Han Sen back to the Extreme King, and I have to do it fast. Meng Lai made his mind up. A gold substance chain exploded in a blinding burst of light. It was like a golden god tearing through space. Cloud airs and deified blood sprayed everywhere. Because of the amount of raw power being exchanged, Han Sen couldn't get close to the fight. After 10 hours, Han Sen heard the sound of something screaming, then silence. He turned as the headless body of the Kirin slowly fell through the clouds. Then, Meng Lai was coming toward him. The man's hands were clutching the Kirin's severed head. Meng Lai was injured, 2, though. His golden god body was bleeding profusely, and one of his wounds was deep enough to show bone. He was quite damaged. Han Sen felt it was a shame that he hadn't been able to get the last hit in on the Kirin, but he had managed to kill many king-class xenogenics during that time. He was slowly filling up his king-class gene tallies, at least. Han Sen and Meng Lai kept traveling. Han Sen killed so many clouds beasts, but everywhere they went, even more of the crazed creatures showed up. Even Meng Lai, who was doing most of the killing, was getting tired hands. If I find out who is behind all this, I'm going to skin them alive, Meng Lai cursed in exhausted frustration. In the past, xenogenics never came close to Meng Lai. They wouldn't dare to show themselves before him. Right now, though, even barons and viscounts were willing to attack him. He killed them, but it was infuriating that he even had to. They kept on fighting. The clouds looked like pools of blood in their wake. Meng Lai grabbed Han Sen and quickly outran the pursuing xenogenics. He felt sick from the massive amount of killing he had done. He didn't want to kill anymore. After traveling 100,000 miles, they saw another deified xenogenic coming for them. It appeared right in Meng Lai's path. Han Sen saw a huge, rainbow-colored bird that resembled a peacock. It was soaring through the clouds. Just the sensation of its presence would be enough to make most people cower in fear. The xianxia Peacock King. Who the hell could control the xianxia Peacock King? Meng Lai whispered, his face going pale. Is he strong? Han Sen asked. It is the fourth of Tianji's 7 gods. The xianxia unicorn is at last place on that roster. So, what do you think? Meng Lai looked sick. Clearly, he wasn't confident that he could defeat the xianxia Peacock King in battle. Han Sen looked at the xianxia Peacock King in shock. It fanned its beautiful feathers, raising them in a semicircle behind it. Images that looked like eyes stared out of the peacock's fan feathers. All the colors of the rainbow glowed inside those eyes. They became rainbow god lights that suddenly drenched the entire sea of clouds in a rainbow god light. The moment the rainbow god light appeared, Han Sen watched the light fall to touch his body. And when it happened, his armor, skin, and hair started to look like dust. He was too stunned to move. Han Sen's Jadeskin was unable to block the rainbow godlight's power. Han Sen looked over at Meng Lai and saw that he, too, was melting into dust. With a teeth-rattling roar, Meng Lai became that gold giant again. He grabbed Han Sen so that the gold color could spread across his body as well. The color dyed Han Sen's entire form. When Han Sen looked closer, he could see that the layer of gold was made of intricate substance chains. But even that layer of protection started to degrade under the power of the rainbow god light. Meng Lai's gold body clearly couldn't withstand the xianxia Peacock King's rainbow god light. You need to leave now. Meng Lai threw Han Sen away, then started running toward the xianxia Peacock King. Han Sen used the momentum of Meng Lai's throw to escape the rainbow godlight's area of effect. The xianxia Peacock King, meanwhile, was occupied by Meng Lai and therefore couldn't give chase. FCK. Even the terrifying xianxia Peacock King was drawn toward me. I can't keep this thing, Han Sen thought. He pulled the cloud out of Destiny's tower, tossed it to the side, and flew away. That thing had even managed to attract the xianxia Peacock King. If Han Sen continued carrying it, it would only be a matter of time before he attracted the rest of the xianxia gods. The xianxia unicorn, at the end of the roster, was already so strong. The 4th-ranked god, the xianxia Peacock King, must have been exceptionally scary. Even Meng Lai didn't underestimate a foe like that. If an enemy of a higher level came, they'd be killed in no time at all. After Han Sen ditched the cloud, he turned back. He went in a different direction so he could escape Meng Lai. After flying for a while, Han Sen felt a weird prickling sensation across the back of his neck. He turned around and saw the cloud chasing him. OSH*T. Why are you following me? Han Sen's eyes almost popped out of his skull. The thing hadn't stayed where he put it. The cloud didn't answer Han Sen. It just flew over to him and floated nearby. It didn't seem to want to hurt him, though. I'm afraid of you. Han Sen thought it was best to stay away from the strange cloud. He accelerated away, using his phoenix techniques as he fled. While that creamy cloud looked very slow, it somehow managed to keep up with Han Sen. No matter how many times Han Sen changed direction, he couldn't shake it off. Han Sen tried to punch it and send it flying away, but that didn't work for crap. The more strength he put into the blow, the faster the cloud would follow him. And when his punch landed on the cloud, it would become really thick and withstand all the force. After a short while of running, he met another group of cloud beasts. They were drawn to the cloud following Han Sen. Fortunately, these cloud beasts were quite low level. They were most viscounts and earls. Han Sen got rid of them easily. If you bring me another deified, I will be very dead. There was nothing Han Sen could do to get rid of the cloud. He felt like crying. But then Han Sen thought about it. The cloud's area of effect was limited. If he didn't run, no more powerful cloud beasts would show up. Thinking of that, Han Sen stopped running. He stopped right where he was and glared at the cloud. He said to it, "I'm warning you. Don't follow me anymore, otherwise, I will kill you." Han Sen was trying to scare the black cricket or spider plant on the inside, as it was obvious that one of those two was behind the drama. "You really think I can't kill you?" Han Sen demanded angrily when the cloud didn't react. He walked straight up to the occupants of the cloud. Chapter 2492. Xianxia Peacock King Han Sen approached the cloud, but it quickly retreated so that Han Sen couldn't touch it. Han Sen felt so angry. He sped up and chased after the cloud. As he chased it, it continued to retreat away from him. But whenever Han Sen turned around and tried to move away from the cloud, it would follow. After a short time of this, Han Sen became incredibly frustrated. "I was wrong to take you. I was wrong. Can you please stop following me?" Han Sen begged the cloud, tears in his eyes. Unfortunately for Han Sen, the cricket on the inside didn't understand the common tongue of the universe. When Han Sen walked away, it followed again. Now, Han Sen's situation had become a little awkward. He couldn't leave, and neither could he stay. It was easy to invite a god in, but it was hard to send a god away. "Do you really think you can bully me this easily?" Han Sen was getting angry. Instead of going on its merry way, the cloud was creeping along behind him like a stalker. Han Sen decided to summon spell and use her two pistols. He fired rapidly, and each bullet hit the cloud at high speed. The cloud didn't dodge, and the bullets slammed into the cloud's surface. However, an instant later, the bullets were bouncing away instead of piercing through the cloud. Han Sen had expected this result. He hadn't actually been trying to break the cloud. "You are too weak to fight against Big Brother Han." Han Sen laughed coldly. He used his pistols to shoot the cloud again. Many bullets again hit the cloud, but this time, the cloud seemed to lose its bounciness. When the bullets hit it, it sounded like they were hitting a stone surface. Han Sen's first attacks earlier had been infused with spell's solidifying power. He solidified the cloud, depriving it of its elastic resilience. Although the cloud was now very hard, the bullets still couldn't hurt it. But where the bullets struck, turtle symbols now appeared. It was Han Sen's turtle skill. After Han Sen fired at it for a while more, the solidified cloud was completely checkered with the glowing symbols of a turtle. When he was finished doing that, he cast an icy light, turning the cloud into a block of ice. "I don't believe you'll be able to follow me after that." Han Sen turned around and flew away. As he flew, he turned repeatedly to check on the frozen cloud. The cloud began to move despite being frozen, but Han Sen was relieved to see that it was now as slow as a snail. It would be impossible for it to keep up with Han Sen now. Han Sen was happy about this. He left it in the dust, no longer looking back. It wasn't going to catch up. "I finally got rid of it." Han Sen changed direction a few times, and when it was assuredly gone, he let out a long sigh of relief. He was just going to keep flying, but he soon felt something come from up ahead. It seemed as if there were creatures doing battle ahead of him. The fight was happening very far away, and the shockwaves from the battle barely rocked the clouds around him. Han Sen hesitated. He finally decided to fly over and get a better look at the battleground. Before long, he could analyze the shockwaves much more clearly. This sonic power is so familiar, it's Bao Qin. The other power being used as a fire element. Wait, isn't that the little red bird's power? Han Sen was as much surprised as he was happy. He accelerated toward the battle. The closer he got to the battleground, the crazier the shockwaves became. Before Han Sen saw the little red bird and Bao Qin, he saw the white whale positioned in the clouds. It was chasing two king-class knights from the Extreme King. Han Sen was delighted. He headed straight for the white whale and the two Extreme King knights. The two Extreme King knights were fleeing in fear. When they suddenly saw Han Sen in front of them, they froze. That momentary pause was all it took for the white whale's mouth to open and suck them in like a black hole. "Daddy." After Han Sen entered the white whale, Bauer jumped into Han Sen's chest. She excitedly said, "Daddy." I captured so many people in the ship. Han Sen looked to where Bauer was pointing, and he saw that the white whale's prison was stuffed with a dozen kings and half-deifieds. They were all extreme king knights. Good job. Han Sen glanced over the other people on the ship. The pirates and Fang Qing Yu were fine. Only Ning Yu was looking a little messy. She was sitting in the corner with dirtied clothing. She seemed to be terrified. When Bauer explained what had happened to her, Han Sen was momentarily stunned. That little green sword can kill a half-deified. There's obviously more to it than meets the eye. I wonder where it came from. It was an item dug up in Du God City. Could it have been a weapon left behind by the gods that did battle there? If it is a weapon of the gods, it could make Ning Yu very rich. Han Sen looked at Ning Yu but was reminded of the state she was in. It made Han Sen think that scamming her might not be a very nice thing to do. But Han Sen remembered the story that Bauer had just told him. Although Ning Yu's personality seemed overwhelmed and suppressed by the little green sword, it wasn't gone. On certain occasions, his real self could shine through. But the little green sword was too strong. Ning Yu's will could only be activated under extreme duress for limited periods of time. Completely escaping the grasp of the little green sword seemed very difficult. Is the little red bird okay? Han Sen murmured to himself, looking worriedly at the burning sky. According to Bao, the little red bird and Bao Qin had been fighting for a few days without a winner being determined. Bauer lifted her lips and said, "Don't worry, Daddy. Little Red will be fine. If he wasn't so small, he could have already killed that guy." Han Sen nodded. He wanted to say something more, but his face changed. He glanced absent-mindedly out of the white whale, and among the numerous clouds, he saw a single creamy cloud heading toward them. It soon came before the white whale, and Han Sen instantly that it was his stalker cloud. Oh my god, how could it catch up with me? Han Sen saw that the ice and turtle symbols he'd placed on the cloud had now vanished. He didn't know how to get rid of the D*MN thing. Bauer, call Little Red back. We have to go, now. Han Sen's face looked dire. If the cloud was here now, then many more cloud beasts might be on their way. If a deified xenogeniac was drawn to them, they would be in big trouble. Bauer didn't know what was going on, but she did as Han Sen instructed. She used the white whale to fire a crystal light at the battleground. Not long after, Han Sen saw the little phoenix retreat. When it landed on the white whale, it returned to looking like the little red bird again. Where are you running to? Bao Qin traveled through space. His body was blackened and bleeding in various places, and the harp he used was burned. Some of its strings had even been broken. It looked as if he hadn't gotten the better end of his battle with the little red bird. Han Sen let Bauer use the white whale's controls to escape. Bao Qin had been fighting for so long, he must have lost a lot of his energy. Chasing after the white whale now wouldn't be an easy feat for him. The white whale traveled away at high speed, and the creamy cloud followed behind them in close pursuit. Bao Qin straggled along behind the cloud. They all traveled through the clouds quickly. Pang! They hadn't been flying for long when Han Sen saw a rainbow light. It immediately covered the sea of clouds all around. The Xianxia Peacock King, Han Sen breathed, seeing the majestic bird appear among the clouds. Chapter 2493, Holy Area Grass. The Xianxia Peacock King wasn't doing so well. Most of its plumage had been torn off, and only a few feathers remained on the bird's tail. It was like a plucked chicken, or a paper fan that had been mostly shredded. Wounds covered its body, and many of them looked severe. But no matter how badly injured it was, this creature was still a powerful deified foe. The peacock's eyes started to flash. It emitted a rainbow god light substance chain, forming an area that shielded everything. Everything inside that area would be melted by the rainbow god light. Anything inside the area would be reduced to dust, crumbling away in minutes. Han Sen and the others were better off inside the white whale. The hull of the white whale was very solid. When the rainbow god light shone on it, slow trickles of dust began to slide off the ship's hull. The process was obnoxiously slow. The cloud and Bao Qin didn't fare as well. When the rainbow god light shone on the cloud, it started to become dust. Bao Qin's armor couldn't withstand the god light either. The armor's transformation into dust was very slow, but it was Bao Qin's self-armor. If it was injured beyond the point of recovery, his entire body would be permanently damaged. The Xianxia Peacock King's target was the cloud. Its eyes glowed with a god light that seemed focused on the cloud. The cloud was scared, and it quickly flew forward. But instead of trying to escape the area, it just hid beneath the white whale. The xianxia Peacock King's god lights fell on the white whale and almost pierced through the hull. OSH*T. Does that bad luck cloud hate me this much? Han Sen whined. He turned to Bauer. Go faster. Lose it. Bauer pushed the white whale's power to the max. The white whale released a whale-like call, and then it lurched forward as if it planned to leave no matter what got in its way. The cloud managed to close the distance, and again, it appeared beneath the white whale. The rainbow god lights fell on the cloud, and it melted quickly. Soon, the spider plant was revealed. The plant was very green, like flawless jade. The rainbow god light shone on the spider plant, but the plant seemed immune to the godlight's power. Bao Qin was running in the opposite direction. He took refuge in some clouds, and when he looked back, he saw the spider plant. He screamed hoarsely, "Holy area grass! That is the holy area grass!" Without a second of thought, Bao Qin sent a swarm of substance chains toward the spider plant. The xianxia Peacock King's target was the spider plant. When it saw that Bao Qin was trying to steal its prize, the rainbow god light fired a laser at him. Bao Qin raised his harp to block the rainbow god light, but the deified treasure was quickly annihilated by the peacock's powerful attack. Blurg. Dust rained from Bao Qin's body. He looked very upset about his loss, and his desire for the plant still showed plainly across his face. However, he was no longer willing to try and steal the spider plant. He ripped a hole in the fabric of space, teleported, and disappeared. After all, he wasn't comparable to someone like Meng Lai. Even with the xianxia Peacock King being as injured as it was, he couldn't do battle with it. That would be a fight he stood no chance of winning, and he knew it. After Bao Qin escaped, the xianxia Peacock King's gaze returned to the spider plant. It wanted to eat the spider plant, but before it could swoop down on the plant flew away under some invisible force. It was being pulled to another location. The xianxia Peacock King looked in the direction the plant was being pulled. He saw a little girl standing atop the white whale. A little gold gourd was clutched in her hands, and it was that gourd which was sucking in the spider plant. When he saw this, Han Sen's heart stopped. He didn't even know when Bauer had gone outside to use her gourd on the spider plant. The xianxia Peacock King squawked with anger. Its rainbow substance chains erupted like a volcano, and the sheer volume of its substance chains appeared to shroud the entirety of space. It looked furious. Even when Meng Lai had attacked the bird, it hadn't been this disgruntled. That rainbow god light was everywhere. It was like a rainbow sky had descended over everything. After Bauer climbed back into the white whale, Han Sen sent the ship rocketing forward. But no matter how fast the white whale flew, it wasn't fast enough to outrun the xianxia Peacock King's rainbow god light. The scary rainbow god light landed on the white whale, and the ship's shell began to disintegrate even faster. The white body of the machine suddenly looked like a plume of gray smoke while it flew. A lot of dust and ash crumbled away, like some sort of ugly comet. The white whale's shell was melted by the rainbow god light, revealing the bones of its interior structure. "We're going to die. We're going to die. I beg you guys, return whatever you stole," Ning Yu cried, gripping Han Sen's leg. Han Sen's eyes kept shifting around. With the rate at which the white whale's hull was being eroded, he also knew things weren't going to last. But after seeing how Bao Qin's reaction to the spider plant, Han Sen realized that the spider plant must be very precious. He had never heard of the holy area grass before, but he didn't want to concede and give it up now. But the xianxia Peacock King was still a frightening beast. The rainbow god light it emitted seemed unstoppable. Han Sen and his companions weren't strong enough to withstand the might of such a creature. The pirates and the imprisoned Extreme King Knights watched all this with terrified eyes. They were all in shock. Their eyes darted all around the melting white whale. If the white whale was destroyed, not one of them would be able to escape all this. They would be turned into dust by the rainbow god light. "Bauer, take the item back outside." Han Sen could think of no other way to deal with the xianxia Peacock King. Although Bauer didn't want to, she wouldn't disobey Han Sen. She took the spider plant out of the gourd and gave it to Han Sen. "Xianxia Peacock King, take this item and let us live." Han Sen threw the spider plant out of the white whale, hurling it far away from them. The xianxia Peacock King, upon seeing the spider plant, gleefully raced towards it. It was no longer interested in attacking the white whale. Han Sen probably should have thrown the spider plant further, but the xianxia Peacock King was far quicker than he expected. It appeared next to the spider plant in an instant. It opened its mouth and swallowed the whole thing in one gulp. No one could stop the xianxia Peacock King, and the spider plant vanished down the bird's throat in an instant. After the xianxia, Peacock King swallowed the spider plant, it moaned to the sky. The noise was so loud that it rocked the xianxia system. Han Sen didn't speak the language of birds, but he could imagine how good that plant must have tasted for the bird to moan and groan in such pleasure. The bird moaned for a long time, but the noise was suddenly cut short by a loud burp. The xianxia Peacock King had suddenly become so full. Han Sen was still trying to flee the area in the white whale, but before he could get too far away, he heard a strange noise. It made him turn to look at the xianxia Peacock King. The bird kept burping and burping. It couldn't seem to stop, and it looked like it was suffering. The creature seemed to have eaten too much. The strangest thing was that its belly was swelling. It was like a slim lady had suddenly become 8 months pregnant. Han Sen was stunned, but as he stared, he had a sudden thought. With a shock, he said, "Is that black cricket doing something inside the peacock's belly?" The distraught xianxia Peacock King flapped its wings wildly. It was blazing with rainbow light, and its power ripped haphazardly through the sky, tearing trenches in space wherever it went. Its efforts were futile, though. Its belly was still expanding. The xianxia Peacock King kept crying. Han Sen and the others looked on in dumbfounded silence. Minutes later, the xianxia Peacock King's belly was bloated like a balloon. And it was still expanding. Its skin was so stretched that it was becoming transparent. Everyone on the white whale began to wonder if the creature's belly was about to explode. Of course, the xianxia Peacock King didn't disappoint them. Its belly ruptured, and the detonation was like thunder. There was a gaping hole where its belly had once been. A giant, creamy cloud emerged. It was the black cricket's fluffy white discharge. "It is that strong." Han Sen was shocked. He hadn't realized that the creamy cloud possessed much power, and he certainly didn't think it was strong enough to erupt from the xianxia Peacock King's belly. The peacock was a ridiculously powerful deified creature, and it had just been ripped open like a plastic bag. You have to watch what you eat. The xianxia Peacock King is a prime example of what happens if you don't. It swallowed a tasty morsel whole without first inspecting the contents. Now its belly has blown up. I don't know if it will survive this. Han Sen's heart leapt. He stopped the white whale and looked at the xianxia Peacock King. After the xianxia Peacock King's belly broke, the creature's rainbow blood was running freely into the clouds. The beast hung in the air, crying hopelessly. It fluttered its wings, wanting to leave the area, but its rainbow god lights were growing dimmer and dimmer. They were becoming difficult to see at all. It wasn't going to be attacking anything anytime soon. The creamy cloud ignored the xianxia Peacock King and flew back toward Han Sen. "Here's a good opportunity. Take control of the white whale, Bauer," Han Sen said happily. He grabbed the little red bird and ran out of the white whale. He headed toward the severely injured xianxia Peacock King. "Little Red, your time is now." Han Sen threw the little red bird at the peacock. The little red bird screamed sadly as its body turned into that of a fire phoenix. But it followed Han Sen's instructions and sent a stream of angry fire toward the poor xianxia Peacock King. The flames covered the sky as its whirling inferno moved to incinerate the xianxia Peacock King. Everything in sight took on a flickering, hellish appearance. The xianxia Peacock King was already injured and on the brink of death. He was unable to withstand the little red bird's phoenix flames. The peacock cried as it burned, and it flapped its wings feebly. But sadly, it was simply too injured to move. It still had the injuries from its fight with Meng Lai, and now, it had practically exploded. Its guts were falling out. One of its legs was a ruined mess. If the xianxia Peacock King could find a safe place to rest, it would probably recover in 1,000 years or so. If it had a powerful treasure or two, it might heal even more quickly. But it was in no condition to fight a deified elite right now. As the xianxia Peacock King burned and screamed, its feathers and flesh turned a deep red. It was like a burning bar of iron. But it was struggling and refusing to submit to the cold prospect of death. It wanted to escape the little red bird's phoenix fires, first and foremost. Sadly, it couldn't get away. The little red bird continued to chase it and send crackling flames over its body. Its life force had become so weak that the rainbow god light could no longer be seen. The xianxia Peacock King's life force was almost depleted, and its wings ceased to move. Its body was falling in a raging fire. Han Sen moved up behind the little red bird and shouted, "Let go of the peacock. Let me do it." Han Sen lifted his thunder god spike. He flew to the xianxia Peacock King that had lost consciousness and took aim at its brain. With all his might, he tried to crush it. The thunder god's spike struck the xianxia peacock king's skull hard, but the weapon couldn't penetrate it. Even so, silver lightning coursed down into the creature. The electrified xianxia peacock king lost consciousness and began to shake violently. Han Sen kept striking it. The peacock's body continued to shiver and shake. Han Sen had yet to hear the killing announcement, though. This kill has to be mine. Jade Emperor, Holy Buddha, Bodhisattva, you must give me a beast soul. Han Sen kept smacking the peacock's head as he prayed. The peacock king wasn't moving. And Han Sen had yet to hear the announcement noise. He gritted his teeth and kept on smacking it. Xenogenic deified hunted. Xianxia peacock king. Xenogenic gene found. Obtained xianxia peacock king beast soul. As Han Sen wondered if the kill had been claimed by the little red bird, he suddenly heard the announcement. In an instant, Han Sen felt as if he had been transported directly to heaven. The 180,000 pores across his skin felt so good, and he moaned in pleasure. Deified beast soul. I got a deified beast soul. Han Sen grinned like a madman. Turning away from the xianxia peacock king's body, he went looking for the xianxia peacock king's beast soul to see what type it was. A weapon, please give me a weapon. Just a weapon will do, Han Sen's heart was screaming. Deified beast soul xianxia peacock king. Soul armor type broken, soul armor type. Holy sh*t. That's better than a weapon. I'm rich, I'm rich. Han Sen was so happy that he almost jumped on the spot. It was deified soul armor, so it would have a deified level defense. It also had the power buffs that came along with a deified beast soul. Although it wasn't like a shapeshifting beast soul, having the deified body buffs would make his attacks as fierce as a deified being's. Now that he had this peacock's soul armor, Han Sen could challenge deified elites in battle. Wait, what does broken mean? Is it a broken beast soul? No, I've never heard of a broken beast soul before. When Han Sen saw the word broken at the end of its label, his happy feelings quickly evaporated. He summoned the xianxia peacock king's soul armor, and a gray garment appeared on his body. It was made entirely out of gray peacock feathers. Technically, it seemed less like soul armor, and more like a soul robe. The robe of gray feathers fully enclosed Han Sen, and behind the gray feathers, there was an image of a peacock. It possessed the face of the xianxia peacock king. Its feathers were closed, and its tail wasn't fanned. Han Sen's heart jumped. A rainbow god light was shining within the robe. It formed a silhouette of the peacock with its tail fully fanned. A scary power rose inside Han Sen's body, and it became a rainbow substance chain that buffed every corner of Han Sen's being. Feeling that scary power inside him, Han Sen felt as if he could destroy the entire universe in one punch. Weird. The soul robe of the peacock king isn't broken. It is a perfectly functional set of armor, so why does it say that it is broken? Han Sen didn't understand. He believed that the power currently possessed by the robe was perfectly deified. Han Sen brought the xianxia peacock king's body back to the white whale, and Bauer quickly whipped out the little gourd and absorbed the cloud inside it. The damage done to the white whale was pretty severe. It could repair itself, but being damaged that badly meant it would take a while before it was completely fixed. The ship could hardly move at this point. There were many holes that went clean through the ship, and the entire structure seemed on the verge of falling apart. Han Sen, was that really the holy area grass? Might I see it? Fang Qingyu asked Han Sen, his eyes gleaming with hope. You know what the holy area grass is? Han Sen asked. Fang Qingyu nodded. I've heard of it, although I've never seen it before. Even in the Thousand Treasures Alliance, there are only a few tales and legends surrounding its existence. The details are scarce, and we don't even have any pictures of it. Does that mean the holy area grass is something very precious? Han Sen was so happy. It isn't just precious. Even powerful factions like the Thousand Treasures would like the holy area grass. If this is the real deal, this holy area grass could be exchanged for the ownership of multiple systems. What is the holy area grass used for? Han Sen asked with confusion. So far, Han Sen hadn't seen the holy area grass do anything other than attract xenogenics. Even if eating it could make you deified, it still wouldn't have the same value as a few large systems. I only know a few legends about it, but I don't know if they are true. According to the records of the Thousand Treasures Alliance, eating the holy area grass can provide access to a mysterious xenogenic space known as the holy area. There is no sickness or death in that place, and when you enter it, it can make you immortal, Fang Qingyu said after a moment of thought. Upon hearing that, Han Sen was rather disappointed. He knew that claim couldn't be true. If being immortal was so simple, then the sacred leader wouldn't have gone to such lengths in attempting to extend his own life. He wouldn't have spent so much effort trying to kill a god. Entering the holy area didn't sound legit to Han Sen. If eating the plant would let him enter some holy area, the black cricket would have been there already. Why would it still be here? Oh no, Bauer, get that cloud of your gourd, Han Sen hastily told Bauer, thinking about the black cricket. The black cricket was still somewhere inside of that fluffy white cloud, and Han Sen didn't know if it had eaten all the holy area grass. So, Bauer released the cloud. Han Sen approached it and saw that the holy area grass was still there. He brushed the leaves of the holy area grass. He soon discovered that the root of the holy area grass had something ball-shaped on it. There was a tiny hole in the ball-shaped thing. The cricket must have made a house in there. The hole looked too small to admit Han Sen's fingers. He didn't know how to get the black cricket out of there without hurting the holy area grass. Brother Fang, do you think this is the holy area grass? Han Sen gave the holy area grass to Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu accepted it and examined it. After a while of observation, he said, there isn't much information available in the Thousand Treasures Alliance, but this does look the same as the illustrations that I've seen. I cannot be entirely sure, though. If it is the real holy area grass, you are going to have to find a way to hide it. The holy area grass is very attractive to many xenogenics, and they will do anything to claim it. Han Sen's face looked glum. He didn't know if this was the holy area grass, but it had already attracted many xenogenics. It had even attracted deified xenogenics like the xianxia Peacock King. Not even Destiny's Tower had contained its magnetic effect on xenogenics. Daddy, I will help you keep it, Bauer said, her eyes closing in a slow blink. Sure, you take it for now, then. Han Sen knew Bauer liked the plant. Han Sen would never skimp on the resources that he provided to his daughter. Plus, he didn't know how to deal with the holy area grass for now, so there was no harm in allowing Bauer to hold onto it for the time being. Bauer was very happy about this. She put the holy area grass and cloud back inside her little gourd. Bauer, inside the holy area grass is a black cricket. Earlier, it broke the xianxia Peacock King's belly. You need to be careful with that thing, Han Sen warned her. Crickets are my favorite. I should get another one to make the crickets fight, Bauer said happily. What I mean to say is that the black cricket eats the holy area grass. Don't let it eat all the holy area grass, Han Sen said with a wry smile. We need to let him eat it. We can't eat the grass. It is only useful to us if he eats it, Bauer said. You know what it is? Han Sen asked Bauer in shock. Bauer thought and then said, I don't know why, but I do know that if he finishes all the grass, it can take us to a fun place called the holy area. Bauer must have some sort of prophetic power, Han Sen thought. He knew Bauer wouldn't lie to him, but Bauer seemed to have the answers to the strangest questions. It was hard to imagine what sort of creature she was. Although the white whale was heavily damaged, they had earned a lot in their most recent adventure. Han Sen had captured the holy area grass and the black cricket. He had also gotten the xianxia Peacock King's body and the soul robe beast soul. All those items were priceless. He didn't know what sort of power Bauer's little gourd had. Ever since the holy area grass was sucked inside, though, no further cloud beasts came for them. The holy area grass was no longer connected to the outside world. Han Sen found a chance to quietly transport the xianxia Peacock King's body back to the sanctuaries. Right now, Han Sen had no way of consuming the flesh of a deified xenogenic. So, he had to just store it for the time being. Han Sen drove the white whale through the rest of the xianxia system. For a few days, it was smooth sailing and nothing bad happened. They encountered a few king-class cloud beasts, which were swiftly killed by Han Sen. Whenever there was free time, Han Sen kept trying to push the story of Gene's self-cogwheel. The story of Gene's self-cogwheel was the same as the Blood Pulse Sutras. They were separate and not connected to the other universal cogwheels. However, unlike the Blood Pulse Sutra, it couldn't connect with other self-cogwheels either. This cogwheel was completely independent. It had no connection to anything else in the universe. It was different from the Dongshuan Sutra. The Dongshuan Sutra connected to every cogwheel in the universe. The story of Gene's couldn't operate with a single other cogwheel. According to most theories, the fewer connections a cogwheel had to others, the easier it was to push. After all, it took power to move every cogwheel, so the more cogwheels that needed to be moved, the more strength was required. But with Han Sen's power, he still couldn't push the self-cogwheel of the story of genes. It was as if the cogwheel was locked up, or maybe it wasn't supposed to be moved. Han Sen used his Dongshuan area and noticed that the cogwheel wasn't big. The white cogwheel also had weird symbols engraved across it. Han Sen realized they were the same as those on Spell's forehead. They might have meant eternity. Despite countless attempts, Han Sen never succeeded in activating the story of genes, cogwheel. But now, things were different. Han Sen had the Peacock King's soul robe. Through the buffs provided by the Peacock King's beast soul, his power could rival that of a deified. With deified power behind him, Han Sen believed he'd have what it took to finally put the self-cogwheel in motion. After a few days, Han Sen found the right time to do that. He locked himself in an isolated room and fired up the story of genes to get to work on his leveling up plan. He summoned his Peacock King beast soul, and the feathery soul robe appeared around Han Sen. The peacock symbol on the back of the robe began to glow. Han Sen's heart jumped. The rainbow peacock symbol suddenly became a Peacock King shadow. It floated behind Han Sen. Many rainbow god light buffs flowed into Han Sen's body then. Rainbow light colors shimmered through his aura, generating a substance chain. With that unlimited soul power, Han Sen cast the story of genes and used the rainbow god light to push his self-cogwheel. Gotcha. The rainbow god light that could destroy planets was able to push the story of genes, self-cogwheel, but the cogwheel only moved a tiny amount. It looked like an old door with rusty hinges. It was only slightly ajar. Han Sen was thrilled, though. He kept pushing the rainbow god light power into the self-cogwheel. The soul robe allowed Han Sen to summon a mind-boggling amount of power, and yet, it seemed to be fighting an uphill battle as it struggled to push the self-cogwheel. Such much power, yet it can barely move the story of genes, self-cogwheel. If I used my own power, I have no clue when I would be able to get it moving. Perhaps I would have to wait until all my other Geno arts were deified before I could push the story of genes to king. Han Sen was shocked. The self-cogwheel moved steadily, and after it completed one cycle, it started to move faster and faster. The spell symbol was getting brighter and brighter, too. In the end, Han Sen was able to release his power, and the self-cogwheel was able to spin on its own. The door to the Universal Core Hall was open for him. Han Sen entered and discovered that he was actually someplace new. It was vastly different from the place he had expected to enter. Using different self-cogwheels to enter the core area spawns me in different places, and that means I can appear in 4 different locations. That is interesting. Han Sen didn't stay for long. He proceeded to exit the core area. The xianxia system was too dangerous, so now wasn't the time for him to kick back and have a relaxed xenogenic hunt. The journey, however, was surprisingly free from strife. They traveled through the xianxia system for another 2 weeks. Along the way, they didn't encounter any other deified elites. Han Sen was able to deal with ordinary xenogenics and kings easily. Little Captain, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Captain, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Han Sen and Bauer were playing old man. The pirates were watching. They kept shouting and clapping as they did. If people didn't know better, they would believe this was a television commercial. In that fun atmosphere, it looked as if they were having a simple competition. Han Sen appeared relaxed, but he suddenly became serious. Bauer, guess which card this is, Han Sen said with a smile. He was looking at Bauer's 2 cards. You guess. Bauer smiled and blinked at Han Sen. You're getting smart, little evil. Not even I can see what you're thinking about these days. Han Sen looked at the 2 cards but hesitated. He couldn't tell what the 2 cards in Bauer's hands were. He couldn't tell which was the ghost card and which was the card that he needed. If he picked the wrong card, and thus ended up with the ghost card, he would stand no chance. Han Sen looked at the nearby pirates. He wanted to see if he could read their faces to learn where the right card was, but he received no answer. Daddy, stop looking at them. They cannot see what card I have. You can't learn anything from their faces. Bauer smiled beatifically and said, this time, I'm going to win. Han Sen smiled. He reached his hand out to a card and said, I want this card. As Han Sen touched the card, Bauer's face changed. But it was only for a moment. Han Sen suddenly let go of that card and picked up the other. He flipped it over to reveal a 3 of hearts. It paired with Han Sen's 3 of spades. Why I lost. Bauer clutched her face, looking destroyed. She threw the ghost card down on the table. Ha, Your father is your father forever. Han Sen laughed and stroked her head. Do it again. I'm going to win, Bauer pleaded while gripping the cards. Han Sen coughed into his hand. I think I'm busy now. Let them play with you. Han Sen quickly stood up and shoved a pirate down to play with her. This little girl is getting too smart. I almost got fooled by her. I cannot play with her anymore because losing would be way too embarrassing, Han Sen thought, touching his nose. Bauer wasn't happy that she had finally found a chance to play with him, and she had still lost. She felt quite depressed because of this, and she took it out on the pirates. A short time later, the bodies of all the pirates were covered in stickers. Han Sen went back to his room and summoned spell. Ever since the story of genes had become king class, Han Sen had tried to figure out what the story of genes area did. The Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel didn't connect with any universal cogwheels, but it could still push the self-cogwheels of other creatures. The self-cogwheel of the story of genes was completely independent, though. It just kept spinning in place, all alone. It didn't connect with anything. Aside from making Han Sen's body and genes stronger, he hadn't discovered what the story of genes area did. Spell had become king class when he pushed his self-cogwheel. Some of her abilities had gotten stronger, but otherwise, she had gained no new forms or powers. Aside from her body getting better, Spell was the same as when she was a duke. However, Han Sen had been surprised to discover a self-cogwheel in Spell's body. Spell was just his Geno armor, much like the Dongshuan armor. They were just byproducts of Geno arts. They shouldn't possess their own self-cogwheels. But Spell was like a real creature, and she had her own self-cogwheel. That really surprised Han Sen. If he hadn't been investigating how to use the story of genes, he probably wouldn't have looked at Spell's body with the Dongshuan aura. It might have been a long time before he discovered her self-cogwheel. Spell's self-cogwheel was the same as Han Sen's self-cogwheel. It was like a copied version. Han Sen was sure that it wasn't his own self-cogwheel, though. And that was because he was unable to control Spell's cogwheel. Han Sen's eyes suddenly widened. Does that mean the story of genes self-cogwheel is designed to push Spell's own cogwheel? Seeing Spell's self-cogwheel, Han Sen reached his hand out to touch her forehead. He activated the story of genes self-cogwheel. Gotcha. Two identical self-cogwheels were able to connect. They fit together perfectly. As Han Sen's self-cogwheel started to move, Spell's self-cogwheel followed along with it. The two cogwheels accelerated together, becoming brighter and brighter with Spell. But because of the teeth of the cogwheels, the two cogwheels spun in opposite directions. One of them went clockwise, and the other went counterclockwise. As they spun faster and faster, Spell shone with ever-increasing intensity. Han Sen and Spell's power was moving like crazy. They both had the power of the story of genes. Han Sen soon detected that his power was different from Spell's power, but he couldn't discern exactly what made each one unique. Han Sen guessed that the difference in their powers had something to do with the way the self-cogwheels were spinning in opposite directions. As Han Sen tried to figure out what benefit the connection between the cogwheels provided, Spell's body suddenly began to change beneath his hand. This change was different from when she became the armor, the pistols, the sniper rifle, or the rocket launcher. Spell stepped toward Han Sen and connected with his body. Han Sen was shocked. This was a familiar feeling. It was the same feeling as when he combined with Little Angel. Of course, when Spell combined with Han Sen's body, his body changed, too. His hair and his eyes changed to reflect Spell's colors. His body became softer. The strange symbols of Spell appeared across his forehead. This combination was different than when Spell became an armor set for Han Sen to wear. It was more like the combination process and result Han Sen had experienced with Little Angel. And Han Sen's body had no armor. After combining with Spell, Han Sen noticed he had two self-cogwheels for the story of genes. He could barely believe it. They were still active and spinning in opposite directions, but aside from affecting each other, they didn't connect with any other universal cogwheels. They weren't much different now than when they were apart. There were no area powers. But because they had combined, Han Sen's fitness had risen higher. While Han Sen was wondering about the power of the story of genes area, he suddenly felt a mysterious shockwave come from inside his Sea of Soul. Han Sen had felt this shockwave before. And now, it was happening again. Han Sen peered into his Sea of Soul and saw the black crystal armor. A symbol had appeared on the helmet of the black crystal armor that looked exactly the same as the one on Han Sen's forehead. It was glowing with a gentle light. Han Sen felt that his connection with the black crystal armor had never been this close before. It was as if he could control it with his mind. But Han Sen swiftly realized that it was an illusion, more than anything. He could see the symbiotic connection between himself and the black crystal armor, but he still couldn't control it. But this change made Han Sen a very happy boy, as the power of the story of genes meant to control the black crystal armor. The connection between me and the black crystal armor has certainly strengthened. If the story of genes levels up to a certain point, maybe I will be able to actually control the black crystal armor. Han Sen's mind returned to the moment when the black crystal armor's punch had annihilated that statue. He would definitely like to max out the story of genes to be able to don such armor. But that also made Han Sen a touch worried. The story of genes was invented by Sacred Leader and that strange woman. Its purpose was to kill gods. Why does the story of genes have a connection with the black crystal armor? Is the black crystal armor connected to Sacred Leader? The black crystal armor originates from the sanctuaries. If it is connected with the Sacred Leader, why did the Sacred Leader leave it behind in the sanctuaries? If the black crystal armor is an item the Sacred Leader created to slay a god, then did it fail? Is that why he just tossed it into the sanctuaries? He knew it was unlikely that the Sacred Leader would just throw the set of armor away like that. So, it was just a guess. No one knew the truth just yet. After learning what spell could be used for, Han Sen felt depressed. Until he opened the black crystal armor, spell's area wouldn't help him much. Combining with her only made his body stronger. There were no special abilities. No way. The story of genes must be independent. That woman never said that the story of genes required a set of armor. What is going on? Does the black crystal armor exist because it was the only way for the Sacred Leader to learn the story of genes? Is that why they are a match? That idea actually seemed possible. When he first tried to practice the story of genes, he failed repeatedly. It was through the help of the black crystal armor that he was able to properly start practicing with the story of genes. If Sacred Leader and that woman created the story of genes and noticed that it couldn't be practiced, Sacred Leader might have found a way to do so through the synthesis of that black crystal armor. In that case, Han Sen's experience with the story of genes might make sense. There was one thing that didn't make sense, though. If the black crystal armor was something that helped the story of genes, Sacred Leader must have carried it around with him like a treasure. Why would he leave it behind in the sanctuaries? And on top of that, why would he leave it in the first realm of the sanctuaries? Han Sen didn't understand, so he stopped thinking about it and released his connection with spell. Weird. When I combine with spell, why is the process so similar to what I do with Little Angel? Han Sen wanted to find Little Angel and try it again, but she wasn't here. So, that would have to wait. When Han Sen returned to the control deck, the pirates were standing in front of Bauer. They all looked depressed. They were dukes and kings, but their faces were covered with stickers. They looked hilarious. He saw that the eyes of the pirates were pleading for help. So, Han Sen put Bauer on his shoulder and said, "Okay, you should let them go back to work now. We should have a look at the Knights of the Extreme King." Han Sen walked a few steps when he suddenly heard a pirate shout, "Captain, look. Something is approaching us." Han Sen looked where the man was indicating, and he saw a giant battleship amidst the clouds. The battleship was almost as big as a planet. It wasn't rare to see a ship that big, but this was the xianxia system. Most electronics failed to work in this place, so it was surprising to see something that large remain functional. As Han Sen mulled over this oddity, the battleship came near the white whale. The enormous white whale looked like a tiny fish next to this monolithic battleship. Saiyan. Han Sen's face changed. If there was a race in the universe that could drive a battleship into the xianxia system, it would be the Saiyan. From an evolutionary standpoint, the Saiyan were probably somewhere in the top 20 high races in the universe. But due to their technological advancements, they were considered number 6 on such a scale. Even the technology of the Extreme King was lacking when compared to the Saiyan. When he saw the iron symbol representing the Saiyan on the front of the battleship, he could immediately tell that it was indeed a ship belonging to the Saiyan. Even without seeing the symbol, though, he still would have known. Only the Saiyan could fly a giant battleship into Xianxia's system without impediments. Han Sen hesitated, contemplating flying his white whale elsewhere. The Saiyan battleship fired a beam of light, but luckily, it wasn't an attack on the white whale. The beam of light stopped in front of the ship, and it presented the image of a creature clad in armor. It was a hologram sent over a large distance. My dear Han Sen, I am Prince Albert of the Saiyan. My king has ordered me to invite you as a privileged guest of the Saiyan. The armored creature finished with a bow toward Han Sen. He certainly appeared very elegant. Thanks for the invite, but no thanks. I'm busy, and I can't spare the time to visit you, Han Sen said, from his position inside the white whale. Prince Albert heard this, but he went on to say, please do not fear, for we mean no harm. We only request that you bless our prince. If there is anything you need, please tell us. Perhaps then we can discuss a price for your service. I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I can give you a blessing, but turning a normal creature into a deified elite is an impossible task, Han Sen said. Prince Albert laughed. We know that. Don't worry, we aren't going to force you to do something impossible. Our king merely wants you to bless a few princes. An increase in talent is all we expect and require. There is nothing else. I see, but I really am busy. I can't visit you now. Han Sen didn't believe anything Prince Albert was telling him. If that is really what you want, then we won't force you to come with us. If you are free at any point, however, please consider visiting the Saiyan. If you are able to bless a few of our princes, we would owe you much. Prince Albert continued to say, you are wanted by the Extreme King, so I'm afraid the road you traverse is not a safe one. I can make a path for you that will see you safely out of this place. After that, the giant battleship that looked like a planet turned around went forward. Han Sen hesitated, but he still guided the white whale after the huge ship. If Prince Albert planned to force him to go to the Saiyan, then Han Sen wouldn't have much choice in the matter regardless. So, he followed to see what they truly wanted. Surprisingly, the Saiyan really did just escort them out of the xianxia system. Since the battleships of ordinary races couldn't enter the xianxia system, the Saiyan had the large advantage of being able to do what the others could not. They knew that place far better than most people did. Plus, they had advanced technology. They could avoid many unnecessary troubles. In under a month, Han Sen exited the xianxia system under the protection of the Saiyan battleship. My dear Han Sen, I hope one day you can come to see the Saiyan, Prince Albert said. After bidding farewell to Han Sen, the prince's battleship sped up and departed. He didn't attempt to fight Han Sen. The Saiyan are interesting. Han Sen watched the Saiyan battleship disappear into space, surprised by the unexpected politeness. Mr. Captain is awesome. Even Prince Albert is so polite to you. He is one of their deified elites, practically a god amongst the Saiyan. Mr. Captain is so famous. I feel so blessed that I can follow Mr. Captain and Little Captain. The pirates were brown-nosing like usual, but they really were in shock. Han Sen had killed an Extreme King Prince and was thus wanted by the Extreme King. Despite that, he was being treated so courteously by others. His reputation seemed to defy reason. Han Sen knew that Prince Albert and the Saiyan only treated him that way because of his blessing abilities. Han Sen appreciated what they had done, though. If I have the chance to, I will go see the Saiyan. But it will be an expensive visit for them, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen didn't delay. He allowed Bauer to pilot the white whale through the systems of chaos. They put some distance between themselves and the xianxia system, and their most dangerous time was behind them. Because the Saiyan had guided them out, Han Sen had left the xianxia system far sooner than he expected. Everyone looking for him would surely think that he was still in the xianxia system. No one blocked Han Sen's path, and he used the reprieve to travel safely through the systems of chaos. Traveling from Du God City to Sky Palace wasn't a lengthy journey. However, going straight to the xenogenic space of Sky Palace would have been too dangerous, and he would have been stopped easily. So, he had to take a very roundabout way. Clearly, that road hadn't been as uneventful as he had hoped. And the xianxia system was widely believed to be much safer than the systems of chaos. The Extreme King had knights patrolling the systems of chaos, so reaching Sky Palace by traveling that way would be very difficult. When Han Sen entered the systems of chaos, he figured that the Extreme King wouldn't yet know that he had escaped the xianxia system. Intending to take advantage of the information lag, Han Sen plotted a course that would take him deep through that realm. But after a short while of travel, someone was standing in space, blocking Han Sen's way. Bai Wuchang. Why is he here? If he is here, then that means soldiers of the Extreme King are here as well. Han Sen was shocked. Han Sen, come on out. Don't worry, it's only me here. I'm willing to fight you now, Bai Wuchang called out to the white whale, still hovering in space. After a moment of thought, Han Sen flew out of the white whale. When he was a little closer to Bai Wuchang, he asked the man, "How did you know where to find me?" He wasn't afraid of Bai Wuchang, and he thought that their meeting was strange. He didn't know how Bai Wuchang had managed to run into him here. It was way too much of a coincidence. "I asked Teacher Ancient Abyss to calculate your path for me. He told me I could wait here for you." He was right. "You are here," Bai Wuchang said. Upon hearing that, Han Sen was shocked. He couldn't believe someone had guessed he would show up in this place. And not only that, but they had sent someone to wait there for him. That was too scary. Han Sen mulled over how Teacher Ancient Abyss could so accurately calculate his proposed escape route. Telling Bai Wuchang where to wait for Han Sen might not have been all that difficult because Teacher Ancient Abyss was a smart person. Especially since Han Sen's journey hadn't been particularly leisurely, pursuers had been hot on his heels the whole time. It made him alert. "Enough of this. Come fight me. I'm going to win this time," Bai Wuchang said, as the power within him exploded. His entire body took on a golden glow. It was his Ghost King body. What a strong power. You leveled up to become half-deified. Han Sen looked at Bai Wuchang with shock. Bai Wuchang's leveling speed was too fast. Bai Wuchang coldly said, "Extreme Mountain's life and death practice. I'm not the old me anymore. I won't lose this time. I'm sorry if this sounds too straightforward, but even if you are half-deified, I think you'll end up quite disappointed if you expect to beat me with just your Ghost King body," Han Sen said while looking at Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang stared at Han Sen. He responded slowly, word by word. "Come fight me. As I said, I'm not going to lose." Han Sen didn't say anything. He just drew his ghost teeth. Knife. He used fang and slashed toward Bai Wuchang. In addition to the teeth power in his knife, he also used spells eternity solidifying powers. Bai Wuchang's Ghost King body could ignore all physical and energy attacks. It couldn't block the eternity solidifying power, though. Fang Qingyu brought out the Wanji Rubik's Cube that Han Sen had given back to him. He began filming the fight between Han Sen and Bai Wuchang. It was merely a recording, though. He wasn't streaming it right now. Fang Qingyu knew he couldn't risk exposing their location. If he did, the Extreme King would come, and they would all end up very dead. Bai Wuchang frowned upon seeing Han Sen's slash. He reached out an empty hand and pulled a long blue knife out of nothing. He swung it to collide with Han Sen's Ghost Teeth knife. Han Sen saw the rival knife coming to hit Ghost Teeth knife, and his eyes narrowed suddenly. Instead of continuing his strike, he spun his Ghost Teeth knife to shield his left side. Fang Qingyu and the pirates stared with wide eyes. They thought that Han Sen must have gone insane. Han Sen had chosen not to block Bai Wuchang's knife. Han Sen had no guard, and he just used his knife to protect the left side of his neck. No matter how they saw it, Han Sen looked crazy. Blocking like that was bound to get him killed. Dong. But the next second, they heard the sharp sound of metal knives colliding with one another. Bai Wuchang had seen Han Sen slashing forward, but then the knife had appeared next to Han Sen's neck just in time to block Bai Wuchang's real strike. If Han Sen's Ghost Teeth knife had been any slower, the attack would have come down on Han Sen's neck. Fang Qingyu and the others were shocked, and their mouths were wide open in awe. They didn't understand what they were seeing. After that knife strike, Bai Wuchang used his other knife skills. His long knife was so weird, and it was pointless to follow the trail of the knife. Every time a strike was unleashed, it would appear in a different place. It was like the knife could teleport through space. Fang Qingyu wasn't fast enough to follow what was going on. He had to film it all, for now, so they could slow it down later. But he still didn't understand what Bai Wuchang's knife skills were. His knife could appear out of space anywhere. There was no sign of it coming, which made it scarier than a ghost. It was like the Reaper's scythe. It harvested lives before its prey even knew it was coming. Fang Qingyu slowed down the video, then he slowed it down again, and again, and again. But still, he couldn't determine how Bai Wuchang was using his long knife. The more shocking thing, though, was that Han Sen was able to block all of Bai Wuchang's attacks. Wherever Bai Wuchang's knife appeared, Han Sen's Ghost Teeth knife could show up in the same place to counter the blow. If Bai Wuchang's knife skills were an unpredictable ghost, then Han Sen's knife skills were those of a god. A god that knew everything. Bai Wuchang's body kept appearing and disappearing. He was a raging storm against the wave-breaking Han Sen. His knife flashed everywhere, defying logic and reason. Han Sen was hovering in space. He used his Ghost Teeth knife to block left and right. He moved smoothly, somehow perfectly anticipating and intercepting his enemy's non-knife. He was like a god that knew everything. Those weird knife skills didn't rattle him at all. Mr. Captain is too strong. If that was me, my head would have been off a long time ago. I wouldn't even have known how I died. Mr. Captain is like some omniscient god. How does he predict where that knife will show up? He looks like a prophet out there. He is too strong. This extreme King Prince Bai Wuxiang, who is oh so professional and talented, is lame when compared to Han Sen. He cannot fight the big captain. Long live Mr. Captain. Ah, and let us wish little captain a long life, too. Long life, long life. The pirate, seeing Bauer stare at him, immediately added her praise. Through all of this, though, Bai Wuxiang was demonstrating a truly shocking amount of improvement. When he was in Extreme Mountain, risking his life, he had pushed his Ghost King body to the max. He had broken through under his own power and learned the real ghost knife skills. Those ghost knife skills could go through the underworld as easily as they did the real world. People couldn't predict when and where the knife would land, but Han Sen could see through the dimensions. No matter where the knife came from, he'd be there to block it. Bai Wuxiang pushed his ghost teeth knife to the max. He still couldn't hurt Han Sen. Bai Wuxiang suddenly pulled his knife back and withdrew. Still looking at Han Sen, he said, "You're very strong. You're much stronger than I expected. You aren't bad, either. You're getting good," Han Sen replied levelly. Normal people couldn't see the ghost knife that popped up through the fabric of space, but Han Sen's Dongshuan area could see through all the cogwheel changes that transpired in an area. When the ghost knife came out of the nothingness, it would trigger the universal cogwheel that was connected to it. That meant Han Sen was being given a warning each time. So, Bai Wuxiang's ghost knife skill didn't work against him. If Han Sen used his Dongshuan area to lock the universal cogwheels in their vicinity, Bai Wuxiang's knife would never reappear from space. Han Sen was curious about Bai Wuxiang's ghost knife skill, and that was why he had yet to attack. He let Bai Wuxiang keep casting his ghost knife skill against him so he could observe. Now I can use this skill without worry. Bai Wuxiang acted as if he hadn't heard Han Sen. He looked down at his knife. Which skill? Han Sen asked. The skill I learned from the extreme mountain peak. It is the one that can determine life or death, Bai Wuxiang said slowly. His eyes looked like they were on fire. A weird power rose in him and his knife. The fact that you studied on Extreme Mountain is none of my business, Han Sen thought. If you want a risky fight, there are xenogenics everywhere. Why pick on me? I killed that worthless Bai Yi, and now the Extreme King want me dead. But if I had killed this much-loved boy Bai Wuxiang, King Bai would likely come after me himself. Why am I considered the one who started all this? But Bai Wuxiang wasn't going to give him the chance to stop fighting. The prince was raging more and more. The ghost-like body became solid, but something about it still seemed incorporeal. Looking at it was like looking at an illusion. Han Sen frowned. Bai Wuxiang's blue knife darkened to black. It felt as if some black substance chains were writhing just under the surface. What kind of knife skills are these? They're going to produce substance chains just like the black tiger I met previously. Although the substance chains haven't fully formed yet, if he can manage to do this, Bai Wuxiang has a 90% chance of becoming deified, Han Sen thought as he observed Bai Wuxiang. Bai Wuxiang's eyes were on fire. His gaze was invasive as it crept over Han Sen. The road up Extreme Mountain is arduous. There is a 90% chance of dying, and there is only a 10% chance of surviving. The Gambit's rewards, however, are very big. I earned Extreme Mountain's prestigious skill called Big Universe Extreme Dead God Light. One hit can destroy everything, so you better watch it. Can I not, please? Han Sen asked, looking frustrated. No. When Bai Wuxiang answered, he was already attacking. The black knife's light came at Han Sen. There was no stopping it. It was like the knife had never even moved. The moment the knife light appeared was the moment it was inside Han Sen's body. It is the same as the Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel. It is a power that can affect the self-cogwheels of other creatures. Han Sen was shocked. Because it was used directly on his self-cogwheel, the strike was almost impossible to dodge. It was a devastating attack. But it was different from the Blood Pulse Sutra. The Blood Pulse Sutra pushed the self-cogwheels of others. Bai Wuxiang's knife light destroyed the self-cogwheels of others. If the self-cogwheel was broken, that meant the person would be almost dead, and their life force would be gone. Dodging that blow wouldn't be difficult if he was farther away from Bai Wuxiang. As the distance between them increased, the effect on Han Sen's self-cogwheel would be weakened. That meant the strike would be weaker. But Han Sen hadn't known Bai Wuchang could unleash a strike such as this. He was too close to Bai Wuchang. It was too late to dodge now, so he had no choice but to accept that hit. A power inside Han Sen's body moved. A self-cogwheel was spinning. That cogwheel was flashing with a weird symbol. It was the story of Gene's self-cogwheel. Bai Wuchang's black knife light went into him and struck his self-cogwheel, but it was unable to move Han Sen's self-cogwheel. The black knife hit the self-cogwheel and broke. It shattered into chunks of a black substance, then dissolved. It looks like your skill is nothing substantial, Han Sen said to Bai Wuchang, who looked frozen. No, impossible. Bai Wuchang stared at Han Sen in disbelief. Han Sen was at the perfect distance for him to use his big universe extreme dead god light. At this distance, Bai Wuchang believed that he could eliminate any being in the universe that was beneath the deified level. Even killing a half-deified would die as easy as chopping the head off a chicken. Both would die in one hit. But Han Sen had been hit by the strongest unleashing of his big universe extreme dead god light, and nothing had happened. Bai Wuchang could scarcely believe it. Although Bai Wuchang couldn't see self-cogwheels, he knew that the big universe extreme dead god light was a very mysterious and scary power. It ignored all types of defenses to kill the life force directly. Han Sen simply wasn't affected by the big universe extreme dead god light. As Bai Wuchang stared at Han Sen's motionless form, he stopped swinging. He just gripped his knife, unsure of what to do. Do you want to keep going? Han Sen asked, looking at Bai Wuchang. I lose, but next time. Before Bai Wuchang could finish, Han Sen interrupted violently. Next time, my FC King *SS. Han Sen jumped forward. He leapt in front of Bai Wuchang and punched him square in the face. A scary power caved in Bai Wuchang's entire skull. Blood squelched from the mashed-in face and around Han Sen's fist. Bai Wuchang was sent flying. Han Sen followed after the soaring victim. His fists and legs were like a storm, raining down blows on Bai Wuchang. Han Sen was enraged, and there was no stopping him now. Bai Wuchang's flesh tore and his bones shattered under the assault. He couldn't even fight back as Han Sen beat his body to a pulp. You're a crazy madman. You think you're so strong, don't you? You think you can do anything you want just because you're King Bai's son. Han Sen kept speaking as he punched. His fists kept landing on Bai Wuchang's face, utterly annihilating his skull. The man's eyeballs were squashed, and his nose was reversed into what was left of his face. Han Sen was still so angry. He kept punching like mad, breaking all of the other man's bones. Bai Wuchang screamed until he could scream no longer. Fang Qingyu and the pirates were all frozen. That was King Bai's favorite son. Han Sen had killed Bai Yi, which led to a universal APB being put on him. If he killed Bai Wuchang, King Bai would come after him personally. Bai Wuchang's ghost king body, his ghost knife skills, and his big universe extreme dead god light were so strong. But he was too focused on power. His techniques, his strength, and his timing with areas were shoddy. He was able to destroy enemies that couldn't defeat his powers. But if he met someone as strong as him, he would end up getting crushed. Han Sen grabbed Bai Wuchang and lifted him like a sack of wet mud. He carried the man back to the white whale. Han Sen tossed him down, and blood sprayed everywhere when the extreme king prince hit the floor in a boneless heap. Fang Qingyu and the pirates stared at Bai Wuchang on the floor. He didn't look human anymore. If not for his ghost king body, he would have been killed. All of the pirates were thinking, he could have offended anyone but this guy. I can't believe he even beat up King Bai's favorite son so badly. There's no one he wouldn't dare to punch. Lock him up, take him as a hostage. If the extreme king people still dare come for us, I will cut his head off. Han Sen's face was as hard as granite. Rage still boiled through Han Sen. He had met many fighting maniacs in his time, like Lone Bamboo. But even Lone Bamboo had his limits. This Bai Wuchang, however, was all about killing. He didn't have a reason, and he didn't need one. It was all about killing for him. Fortunately, Han Sen's self-cogwheel was as hard as it was. And he had the eternity-solidifying powers. The self-cogwheels of ordinary creatures would have been destroyed by Bai Wuchang's strike. If a person's self-cogwheel broke, then they were essentially dead. The state they were left in was worse than being a vegetable. Ice Blue Night King was feeling very conflicted. He never thought that bringing Han Sen to the Extreme King would be the catalyst for so much trouble. If Ice Blue Night King had a chance to do things over, he'd never have taken Han Sen away from Narrow Moon. If he could go back, he wouldn't force Han Sen to join the Extreme King. In fact, even if Han Sen had begged Ice Blue Night King and called him grandfather, he still wouldn't take Han Sen with him. He would slap Han Sen until he fell upon the ground, then order him to remain in Narrow Moon. Han Sen could stay there and bring harm to the rebate, Ice Blue Night King believed. Wherever Han Sen went, he brought trouble and turmoil with him. But it was a shame there were no do-overs in the world. So, now, Ice Blue Night King had a massive headache pounding against his temples. What happened to my brain back then, when I forced him out of there? Ice Blue Night King just wanted to slap himself in the face. Han Sen had killed a prince. He had disguised himself as a prince. He had taken treasures and power from the Extreme King. Everything Han Sen said and did made Ice Blue Night King feel as if he was plummeting into an abyss. He knew it was game over for him. He was the one that brought Han Sen to the Extreme King, and he knew it was only a matter of time before he got dragged into this affair. Even if his participation wasn't considered a crime, he was afraid that his career would never progress any further. But that wasn't the worst thing he feared. He had just received another piece of news from the Extreme King. Han Sen had broken through all the choke points that the Extreme had set up for him, traveled the length and breadth of the xianxia system, and reached the systems of chaos. Ice Blue Night King had no idea how Han Sen had accomplished this. He was being chased by the whole universe, but he had managed to make it to the systems of chaos. That made Ice Blue Night King confused. Right now, Ice Blue Night King had received an order. He had to stop Han Sen at all costs. If Han Sen made it past him, he would no longer have to show up for work. He would never serve as an Ice Blue Knight captain again. Thinking about having to take his fellow Ice Blue Knights to stop Han Sen, Ice Blue Night King felt like there was an icy fist tightening around his stomach. Ice Blue Night King had watched the live streams of Han Sen in the xianxia system. The systems of chaos were dangerous, but it was much easier to use technology there than in the xianxia system. Han Sen leveling up Lando to deified class surprised him. It was like a miracle performed by God. It was pretty hard to believe. The scariest thing was that he had seen Han Sen battling on video. He wasn't sure if he would be able to stop Han Sen, not even if he led the entire might of the Ice Blue Knights against him. He didn't think he had a snowflake's chance in hell. But an order was an order, and Ice Blue Night King had to follow through. If he didn't, no one would be able to save him. Using the news he received from the Extreme King and the knowledge he already had on the systems of chaos, Ice Blue Night King took his Ice Blue Knights to intercept Han Sen. It worked. The beaten-up white whale was easy to spot. When Han Sen saw Ice Blue Night King, he was surprised. He had intentionally avoided going close to the headquarters of the Ice Blue Knights, and still, he was intercepted. It seems that the Extreme King now know I am in the systems of chaos. I'm afraid people like Meng Lai will start showing up again soon, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen, if you stop and come with us to the Extreme King, things will still be alright, Ice Blue Knight said as he looked upon the battered white whale. He watched as the white whale opened its mouth and Han Sen emerged. Despite all his recent battles, Han Sen didn't look any worse for wear. His cheeks had a healthy flush, and all in all, he looked quite cheery. He even had a wretched smile that would make anyone want to punch him on sight. Ice Blue Night King, how are you doing, man? Han Sen smiled and greeted Ice Blue Night King. Ice Blue Night King gave Han Sen a strange look. He remembered the time when he had taken Han Sen away from Narrow Moon, and he could see how much he had changed since then. At that moment, Ice Blue Night King wished he had never seen Han Sen's face before. Come back to the Extreme King, or I will do you harm, Ice Blue Night King said in a hard voice. The cannons and weapons were all primed and ready to fire on Han Sen. The Knights of the Ice Blue Knights were ready. All that Ice Blue Night King had to do was give a single command, and those knights would unleash enough firepower to blow up a planet. But facing Han Sen, Ice Blue Night King didn't feel confident at all. So many deified beings had chased him, and yet, he had still gotten this far. He wouldn't be an easy enemy to bring down. Ice Blue Night King, I need 10 cubic meters of cloud crystal stone. And I need 3,000 gallons of V758 Geno fluid. Han Sen suddenly began listing out items that he wanted. The Ice Blue Knights were shocked. They didn't know what Han Sen meant. They were going to fight, so why was he making demands? He wants those items he just listed. Ice Blue Night King thought in confusion. This was ridiculous. What do you mean? Ice Blue Night King looked expressionlessly at Han Sen. It means hurry up and get me what I asked for. I will give you 3 hours, Han Sen said in annoyance. Ice Blue Night King and the other Ice Blue Knights thought this was ridiculous. Han Sen was wanted by the Extreme King, but now he was giving them a store list and a deadline. This was hilarious. Han Sen, have you gone insane, or am I going senile? We are the Ice Blue Knights. We are a powerful force that serves the Extreme King. The glorious name of the Ice Blue Knights is known far and wide, and, right. Save your breath and go get my things. You have 2 hours and 58 minutes. Han Sen interrupted Ice Blue Night King and clapped his hands. At that moment, Ice Blue Night King saw 2 other people emerge from the white whale. Both of them were king-class creatures, and between them, they were carrying a limp form. The person they were carrying looked really bad. He was beaten and swollen. His clothes were drenched in blood, and his bones were like mush. He couldn't stand by himself. 2 kings stood to his left and right, holding him upright. Ice Blue Night King recognized who it was, and his mouth went dry. He looked at Han Sen, then back at the other person with disbelief. Bai Wuchang, King Bai's favorite son. God, what did Han Sen do? Ice Blue Night King thought. His mind felt empty. Killing Prince 16 wasn't enough, it seemed. Han Sen had now taken King Bai's favorite son Bai Wuchang hostage. He had also beaten him to a pulp. Ice Blue Night King couldn't imagine that anyone but Han Sen was capable of such a thing. You have 2 hours and 55 minutes. If I don't get all the things I want on time, I will cut his head off. Han Sen grabbed Bai Wuchang's hair and looked at Ice Blue Knight, who was currently in a stupor. Chapter 2502, There is Treasure. The Ice Blue Knights watched in impotent rage as the white whale flew away. Although there were countless weapons and cannons primed and ready to fire at it, no one dared to push the button on that damaged white whale. They only stared at the white whale as it left, until it departed their vision. Ice Blue Night King still looked conflicted. He felt helpless about it all, but he also felt rather happy. Although he would never say it out loud, the fact that Han Sen held Bai Wuchang as a hostage would mean that Ice Blue Night King's supervisors wouldn't require him to chase Han Sen down. They didn't want the Ice Blue Knights and Han Sen to fight after all, and that brought him some relief. Although he had never really fought against Han Sen, when Ice Blue Night King saw Han Sen this time, he felt a little unsettled. There was a mystique that surrounded Han Sen and his feats. Han Sen's power seemed unknowable, and that was scary. If he fought against Han Sen, Ice Blue Night King had the feeling he and his men would end up in a sorry state. Knife, you took a very scary student under your wing, Ice Blue Night King said with a sigh. Then, he commanded his men to keep an eye on Han Sen's flight path. Han Sen eyed the abundance of resources on his ship and felt better for them being there. They were the materials he would need to repair the white whale. Now that Han Sen had them in his possession, his escape effort might go a little smoother. Fang Qingyu and the pirates felt as if they were dreaming. They had been intercepted by the Extreme King's Ice Blue Knights, and they had emerged wholly unscathed. On top of that, they had been given a whale's worth of supplies. This is what we call real pirate booty. We robbed the Extreme King. We are more daring than the real pirates, the lowly pirates thought. They were starting to believe that following Han Sen wasn't such a bad idea, after all. But they knew that after Han Sen's did this, the Extreme King would be left insulted and enraged. There was no way King Bai was going to let the remainder of their trip go unimpeded. Greater dangers certainly lay ahead. Han Sen shared some of the resources they had been given. They had been given food, so there was plenty for everyone to wine and dine. Han Sen wasn't terribly excited about the food he had stolen, but it was nice to satisfy the rest of the crew and give them all full bellies. And as for the materials they needed to fix up the white whale, Han Sen put the pirates to work inside the crystal reactor. After that, the white whale would finish the repairs itself. It just needed those materials necessary to do so. It hadn't self-repaired before this because its crystal reactor lacked the necessary fuel. Now that they had enough fuel, the white whale could get to work repairing itself. The broken parts started to pull back together, but a complete recovery was still a long while away. "Captain, someone is following us from behind," said a pirate running toward Han Sen. "Ignore them, let us proceed," Han Sen said without much surprise. It would be weird if the Extreme King didn't order Ice Blue Night King to follow them. Han Sen didn't mind that kind of tale, though. When the white whale was wholly recovered, it would be as good as a deified. At that point, it wouldn't be difficult to get rid of the Ice Blue Knights if they tried something. This place is close to where Night River King was standing guard, Han Sen thought, looking around in curiosity. Han Sen was very interested in the diary kept by Night River King, but the last time he scoped the place out, he hadn't had much opportunity to look around. Now, his options for poking his nose where it didn't belong were vastly expanded. It would take a while for the white whale to be fixed. And during this time, he couldn't get rid of the tail that Ice Blue Night King had put on him. So, since he had the time, he might as well see if he could figure out what Night River King had been talking about in his diary. Ice Blue Night King thought that once Han Sen took the resources, he'd keep running away as fast and as far as he could. But of course, being Han Sen, he had instead decided to mosey around. Rather than focusing on escape, he actually went back to a location near where the Ice Blue Knights had been stationed. What is this a hole trying to do now? Ice Blue Night King felt himself going a bit crazy. Taking Han Sen away from Narrow Moon was the worst thing he had done in his entire life. Han Sen didn't care what Ice Blue Night King thought, though. He drove the white whale into the border regions of the Ice Blue system, heading toward the planet where Night River King had once been stationed. As Han Sen arrived, he found that Ice Blue Night King had joined the men who were standing guard there. Han Sen, you still haven't left yet. What is it that you want? Ice Blue Night King looked at Han Sen, trying not to grind his teeth. If he was able to, he would have liked to kill Han Sen right then and there. Nothing. I'm just getting tired. I plan to rest here. You guys go ahead and do your thing. There's no need to escort me so diligently. I will rest on this planet for a little while before leaving, Han Sen said with a smile. Who would want to FC King escort you? With Ice Blue Night King's personality, he couldn't help but swear in frustration. Although he was very mad, Bai Wuchang was still in Han Sen's hands. He couldn't do anything to Han Sen that might interfere with Bai Wuchang's safety. He commanded the Ice Blue Knights not to interfere with Han Sen, just in case Bai Wuchang suffered. Han Sen allowed the white whale to land on the planet Night River King used to guard. He looked around the nearby planets, but there was no sign of the beings described in Night River King's diary. And there was nothing about those numbers. According to what Night River King described, whatever it was had to be purple. And there should have been 40 of those things with numbers. Plus, they were all king class. They shouldn't have been difficult to find, whatever they were. If there were dozens of king class fiends here, Han Sen should have found them with ease. However, Han Sen failed to discover a single king class creature on that planet. There were only 2 Ice Blue Knights that were king class guarding the planet, but they had nothing to do with the numbers. There were no king class xenogeniacs there because the Ice Blue Knights had already cleared them out. Even if some creatures still survived here, they would be low level. King class beings were unlikely. Han Sen went to the specific part of the planet where Night River King would have worked, but there was nothing weird there for Han Sen to see. He was a little bit disappointed. He couldn't stay there for too long, either. If someone like Meng Lai came for him, things would end poorly. If the weirdness that Night River King wrote about in his diary didn't happen near where he was stationed, then I have little hope of finding it. The planet is too big for me to search the entire thing in the next 1 or 2 days. As Han Sen wondered if he should just give up, Bauer ran up to him. She used her small fingers to prod Han Sen's sleeves. Bauer, what is it? Han Sen lowered his head to look at Bauer with confusion. Bauer hooked a finger, and Han Sen knew what she meant. He squatted down to look at Bauer. Bauer put her little mouth to Han Sen's ear and whispered, "Daddy, there is a treasure." Excitement rose in Han Sen's chest, but he didn't show it. He quietly asked Bauer, "Do you know where the treasure is?" Bauer nodded, and this made Han Sen even happier. He picked up Bauer and walked out of the white whale. He spoke to one of the pirates, saying, "You guys watch Bai Wuchang. I'm taking Bauer for a walk." The Ice Blue Knights watched Han Sen through a camera, their jaws clenched. He was like a thief who had run into their house and beaten up their son before proceeding to steal their possessions. After his crimes, instead of running away, he had gone into the backyard for a cup of tea. Wouldn't that make anyone mad? The worst part was that, in order to preserve Bai Wuchang's life, they had to refrain from doing anything to Han Sen. They had to watch him go for a nice walk on the planet. What is he trying to do? Ice Blue Night King looked at Han Sen. He couldn't tell what Han Sen's true purpose was in coming here. Considering the inherent danger in Han Sen's situation, they all thought it would be best if he left sooner rather than later. No matter how strong Han Sen was, he couldn't compete against deified elites. If the extreme king deifieds arrived, he would be in a lot of danger. But Han Sen wasn't running. He was just bumbling around. His actions made Ice Blue Night King and the other higher-ups very uncertain. They sent a video of Han Sen to the Extreme King. The Extreme King's deified elites were very confused about his purpose there, too. He didn't know why Han Sen was choosing to hang around this random planet. It was like he was just waiting there for them to grab him. A conspiracy. There must be some sort of conspiracy, Sixth Uncle said, gritting his teeth. They believed that Han Sen had some sort of plan that was about to be exposed, but they weren't sure what it was all about. Everyone thought hard about what was going on, trying to guess what Han Sen was trying to do. But there were too many possibilities. No option seemed more likely than any of the others. Let Fourth Uncle and the others go quickly to the systems of chaos. It doesn't matter what Han Sen is planning, it won't be a threat to them, Qin Bai said coldly. His favorite son had been taken by Han Sen, but he didn't appear too worried. He looked as if nothing had happened, and he was acting like his usual self. Father, I beg you to let me take some people to the systems of chaos. We need to capture Han Sen and save Bai Wuchang, the Crown Prince bowed and pleaded. He and Bai Wuchang came from the same mother, so he was closer to Bai Wuchang than he was to the other royal children. He didn't make the request to save Bai Wuchang because of the bloodline connection, though. As the son of the same mother, Bai Wuchang was extremely talented, and Qin Bai loved him. Plus, Bai Wuchang didn't want the throne. He had done a great deal to make his brother the crown prince. By pleading in this way, he would give Qin Bai the impression that he greatly loved his brother. And there was no reason for him not to go, anyway. Qin Bai still coldly responded, "Our deal with the mecha has reached a critical point. We still need you to follow up. Don't worry, Fourth Uncle can resolve this. And Miss Mirror is also on her way." Han Sen held Bauer as he continued walking across the planet. This planet wasn't an ideal place for creatures to live. Aside from the base, the rest of the environment was poor. Only a few xenogenics could live in such conditions. That place was similar to a rocky moon. It was full of craters that were the result of many meteor strikes. Many of them were enormous geographical features, whereas others were as small as football fields. Asteroids near the planet were pulled down by the gravity of the planet. That was why there were always meteors striking the surface. But now that the Ice Blue Knights had taken over the planet, many of the larger meteors were eliminated before any harm was dealt. The craters around Han Sen had formed before the Ice Blue Knights took over the planet. Bauer secretly guided Han Sen. A short while later, Han Sen reached one of the smaller craters. Han Sen looked into the crater, and there was a broken rock at its center. The broken rock gleamed slightly in a metallic way. It wasn't purple like Han Sen had expected, which disappointed him a bit. But if Bauer said there was some treasure available, it had to be something good. Thinking of that improved his mood a little. Ice Blue Night King and the other knights watching the video feed saw Han Sen walk next to the rocks with much confusion. They were unsure what Han Sen was thinking. They kept guessing what Han Sen might be up to, trying to determine what he was planning. But still, they couldn't unravel whatever he had plotted. As they watched intently, Han Sen moved many rocks away. On the camera, they could see that there were many purple mushrooms beneath the rubble. Everyone was shocked. That planet wasn't suitable for any form of life, so neither creatures nor plants thrived there. Even ordinary xenogenics had a hard time on such a planet. Only some xenogenics adapted for outer space could live there for a while. But now, they were looking at a bunch of fist-sized purple mushrooms. It was a very rare sight. Han Sen, upon seeing the mushrooms, looked very happy. While the knights watching the video feed could only see the purple mushrooms, Han Sen could feel their life force. And he could tell that the purple mushrooms were almost as strong as king-class xenogenics. Plant xenogenics. Han Sen looked at the purple mushrooms. He counted there to be around 70 of them. Some of them were big, whereas others were small. But they all had king-class life forces. These mushrooms, they cannot be the numbers mentioned by Night River King, can they? Purple mushrooms. Is that what they were? No, look at these numbers. They should be code for some creature. These cannot be the creatures that the code indicates. These mushrooms should be the items. Infected by the numbers. So, what is this? Han Sen looked at them. Aside from the purple mushrooms, there was nothing else around. They were always here, where are they? Han Sen was remembering the contents of Night River King's diary, but the diary made no explicit mention of where they were exactly. Bauer looked at the mushrooms, and she seemed ready to start drooling. "Daddy, can I eat them? Can you eat them?" Han Sen reached out his hand and tried to pick up a mushroom. But before he could touch the mushroom, it moved. The umbrella-like cap of the mushroom greatly expanded and then grew smaller, blowing out a haze of purple mist. Han Sen instantly shielded Bauer and himself in Jadescan god light. He made a wall of ice to shield them from the purple mist that was emitted. The purple mist came into contact with the ice wall and corroded it. It happened so fast that the ice wall simply melted into that purple color. Han Sen's eyebrows rose. A very powerful toxic power. Ice Blue Night King and the Extreme King's sixth uncle, who were watching the video, were immediately given a shock. They couldn't tell exactly what the mushrooms were from the video, but now that they were seeing the mushrooms, they were stunned. They knew that these strange things had to be king-class plant xenogenics. The mushrooms had a very strong toxic power. If they didn't, they wouldn't have corroded Han Sen's ice light. "Bauer, do you really want to eat one of these? You must be joking." Han Sen looked at the poisonous purple mushrooms and spoke to Bauer. "I'm not talking about the mushrooms. I was talking about that." Bauer pointed at something next to the purple mushrooms. Han Sen followed Bauer's instructions when she told him where to look. Amidst that clump of mushrooms was a small clump of grass that didn't look particularly outstanding. The grass was only 3 or 4 centimeters tall. It was very, very small, and it appeared rugged and yellow. It looked as if it had dried up and died. If Bauer hadn't pointed it out, Han Sen wouldn't have noticed it. "You want to eat that grass?" Han Sen looked at Bauer with shock. And he thought to himself, since when has Bauer changed her appetite? I thought she only ate sweets. Not the grass. "There is something below it," Bauer said quietly. "Below?" Han Sen looked at the grass and instantly realized what she meant. The grass was probably similar to the greens of a carrot. The root of the plant was the useful part. Han Sen stopped hesitating and began using his ghost teeth knife to cut a path to the tiny patch of grass. He swung his knife and cut down some of the toxic purple mushrooms. King-class xenogenic plants were nothing to Han Sen. One life, one mushroom. He even cut down apart their roots. The toxic mushrooms released their toxic mist, but Han Sen used an icy light to block it. Although the king-class toxic mist was very strong, it couldn't harm Han Sen. Xenogenic King hunted. Toxic umbrella mushroom. Xenogenic gene found. Han Sen was a little bit surprised. The purple mushrooms really were xenogenics, and they were king-class, as well. If Night River King's diary's coded creatures were toxic umbrella mushrooms, then that means something must have affected them. And that was why they became king-class. That might also mean they weren't originally king-class. But if this is so, what affected them? Could it be that wilted grass? Han Sen thought to himself. Xenogenic King hunted. Toxic umbrella mushroom. Xenogenic gene found. Obtained toxic umbrella mushroom beast soul. Once Han Sen had killed 30 of the mushrooms, he earned a king-class beast soul. That was surprising. The mushrooms were king-class, and yet, they were unable to move. Their only talent was the ability to release toxic spores that were ineffective against someone like Han Sen. Han Sen quickly cleared the rest of them out and earned 2 toxic umbrella mushroom beast souls. That surprised Han Sen. They were weapon beast souls, but right now, Han Sen didn't have time to stop and give them a closer look. Once all the mushrooms were gone, Han Sen used his knife to dig around the wilted grass. He wanted to see what lay below. "Do you guys know what kind of plant that is?" Qin Bai asked, looking at the extreme king elites around him. Everyone could tell that Han Sen's objective was to dig out something that lay below, but they all looked confused. None of them knew what the grass was. Even the xenogenic mushrooms Han Sen had killed were unknown to them. They had no clue what they were. Many plants were oh so very weird, all across the Geno universe, so it wasn't strange that none of Qin Bai's attendants could identify the mushrooms. Even deified elites were unable to recognize all the plants that they encountered. But they were confused, too. They didn't know how Han Sen had known there were xenogenic plants just lying around in that precise spot. As Han Sen kept slicing and dicing, digging through the ground, he saw something purple appear below. At first, he was unable to tell what it was. But after digging for a while longer, he was able to identify it. It was a big carrot. The skin was purple, and the root was 2 feet long. There was also a purple beard on it. Han Sen dug out the giant carrot and gave it to Bauer. He curiously asked, Bauer, since when have you enjoyed eating carrots? Dad, even if we were at home, I'm pretty sure this thing would be called ginseng. Bauer held the big carrot as she spoke to Han Sen. Ginseng. Han Sen was shocked. That thing looked just like a carrot. How could ginseng be that large? And Han Sen remembered that ginseng looked yellowish. This thing was purple. It was a carrot, no matter what. Then treat it as a carrot. As Bauer fondled the massive ginseng, she looked very happy. She looked at Han Sen and said, "Daddy, keep digging. I am sure you can find something else in there." There is something else. Han Sen kept on digging. The cameras only had video. Ice Blue Night King and the others of the Extreme King were unable to hear what was being spoken. They watched as Han Sen dug up a big carrot and gave it to Bauer to hold. Qin Bai frowned. No one around him recognized what the big carrot was. There were too many similar plants in the universe. If they weren't famous, there wasn't much of a chance of people remembering them. The purple carrot was the same as the mushrooms, in that it wasn't famous at all. No one had heard of them before. Now, they were very curious about what Han Sen could dig out of the ground there. Han Sen didn't know what he was about to dig up, either. He just used his ghost teeth knife to keep digging. It looked as if there wasn't too much to be found. He dug another meter into the ground, but there didn't appear to be anything down there below the earth. Bauer, are you sure there's something down here? Han Sen looked at Bauer with confusion. There should be. Bauer was still holding the giant ginseng, sitting atop a rock. Han Sen kept on digging. He dug 3 meters into the ground before he felt the tip of his knife strike something. Because the hole was too deep, the camera's position wasn't right, and the Extreme King couldn't film whatever was inside the hole. Ice Blue Night King and the others of the Extreme King could only see Bauer. She was sitting atop the hole with a carrot in her hand, with rocks and soil being flung out of the hole. But they couldn't see what was going on inside the pit. If they were there, they could use many methods to see what was in the hole. But through video, no matter how smart they were, they couldn't tell what was going on below ground. Han Sen felt something down there. He dug faster as he grew more excited. It wasn't long before he revealed what was down there. Han Sen discovered that it was a shield. It looked like a tower shield. It was forged from purple metal, which was almost like some form of copper, but not quite. If he was honest with himself, he wasn't even sure if it was metal. The inside of the shield was facing up, so Han Sen could see the handle. The styling of it was so old, and there weren't even any insignias on it. Han Sen grabbed the handle of the shield and lifted it. Why is it so heavy? But then again, judging by the weight, it has to be something good. The shield was so heavy that Han Sen was having trouble holding it up. Still, he managed to get it out. Boom! He had only just lifted the shield when, before he could see what was on the front of the shield, a purple light burst from the shield like a volcano. The light flashed up into the sky. Han Sen was shocked. He raised his head and looked into the sky. In that purple light, there was a beautiful woman with a fantastic body and a snake tail. A beam of purple light burst into the sky, and the shape of a beautiful woman appeared within it. Her lower body was scaled and serpentine, and her black hair was a bunch of snakes, as well. Her eyes were shut. She looked beautiful, elegant, cold, and creepy. When Ice Blue Night King and the Extreme King Elite saw the snake-like woman in the beam of light and squinted to get a clearer look, they looked shocked. That Ganna's silhouette, it looks so familiar. Many of the Extreme King's deified elites had this sudden feeling. But before they could get a better look at the woman, the shape within that light was gone. It just vanished from sight. Han Sen's shield lost its light. Han Sen was confused, and so he flipped the shield over. He saw that the front of the shield was adorned with the image of the woman he had seen inside the beam of light. The image depicted a human body mixed with a snake. Her eyes were shut, and her black hair was dancing. It looked as beautiful as it did weird. This looks like a good item. It must be a deified xenogenic treasure. Han Sen was so happy. He hurried to pull the shield out of the hole. After Han Sen pulled the shield up to ground level, many of the Extreme King Elite saw the purple metal shield. Their eyes all opened wide, and they stared at it in disbelief. Uncle Six whispered hoarsely, "That is the Ganna's treasure, the shield of the Medusa's gaze. How is this possible?" The shield of the Medusa's gaze was destroyed in a battle between the gods. Why is it here? That white shadow, it was Medusa. Is the shield of the Medusa's gaze still here? Holy sh*t. Why is the shield of the Medusa's gaze still around? And it is in one of the places operated by the Extreme King. Hurry, we have to get the shield of the Medusa's gaze back. We have to take him back with us to the Extreme King, no matter what. The Extreme King's simmering tempers were going to boil over. How do we take it? Only the Ice Blue Knights are in the vicinity. There are no deified elites around. Do you really think they can stop Han Sen? Someone said. And then, all the Extreme King elites stopped talking. They looked at Han Sen's shield with intense expressions. There was no other way for them to do this. They had to watch Han Sen merrily take the shield of the Medusa's gaze back to the white whale. Hurry! Tell the fourth uncle and Miss Mirror to hurry. We have to reclaim that shield. This is bad. How did that thing end up in the Ice Blue system? It was in our territory for all this time, and no one was able to find it. What have those Ice Blue Knights been doing all this time? This important item was beneath their noses for all these years, and now it suddenly gets stolen. My king, I beg your permission to go to the systems of chaos. I will aid fourth uncle in killing Han Sen and claiming the shield. I am willing to go to the systems of chaos, too. The systems of chaos were once a bad place that no one ever wished to go to, but now they were the place everyone wished to go to. Han Sen didn't know anything about the shield, but he was certain it was a powerful item. He put the toxic mushrooms away, picked up Bauer, and dragged the shield with him on the way back to the big white whale. Han Sen had received what he wanted, so there was no point in waiting around for anything awry to occur. Han Sen ran to the white whale as fast as he was able to. The pirates were sitting tight, guarding the white whale. The little red bird saw them coming, and so it flew over to escort their approach. It landed atop Bauer's shoulder, hoping to nibble her big piece of ginseng. This is mine. Bauer hugged the ginseng tightly, keeping the little red bird from eating it. Han Sen didn't spare any time for the drama between those two, and so he activated his white whale. He left the Ice Blue systems and headed deeper into the systems of chaos. Han Sen set the shield aside. It was too heavy for him to hold easily. He had only gone a short distance with it, and he was gasping already. Upon seeing the shield that Han Sen had brought back, Fang Qingyu was curious. Han Sen had only just gone out for a bit, and yet he had returned with an enormous shield. When he looked at the shield more closely, though, he saw the image of a woman with half a human body and half a snake body. He gasped, Medusa's gaze. Brother Fang, you know this shield? Han Sen asked, looking at Fang Qingyu. Is this real? Is this really the Medusa's gaze? Fang Qingyu's voice trembled as he stared at the shield. What about it is real or not? I just dug it up. I don't know. Do you know about this shield? Han Sen asked again. Fang Qingyu definitely seemed to know something about it. Fang Qingyu's shaking hands reached out to touch the shield. What he said sounded like nonsense. I don't know, no, I'm not sure if this is the Medusa's gaze. The legends say that it was destroyed. What is this Medusa's gaze? Han Sen asked with confusion. Fang Qingyu looked at the shield with excitement. Time keeps changing. Elites live and elites die. The same can be said about treasures. Some break, whereas others are created. They might be famous eventually, but in one day, under the gushing flow of history's river, they can be washed away. Some, however, glow and shine like diamonds beneath the rushing water of that river. They become legends. People will remember such items forever. Back in the day, the Gamma Alpha used the shield of the Medusa's gaze in Purgatory Heaven. They were two deified treasures, and they made him invincible. With them, he lit up the Geno Hall's Geno Lantern, and it was through that act the Gamma became one of the higher races. At that time, the shield of the Medusa's gaze in Purgatory Heaven, the two deified xenogenic treasures, became super famous. That was especially true of the Medusa's gaze. It can be considered one of the top 10 well-known deified items. The Gamma Alpha used the Medusa's gaze in Purgatory Heaven to assault the Geno Hall. After a few days of fighting, they were kicked out and made to fall. Then, Medusa's gaze and Purgatory Heaven were lost. As Fang Qingyu spoke, he stroked the shield at the same time. If this is really Medusa's gaze, it will be one pricey artifact. This shield alone could buy out a whole higher race. After all, this is a deified item that assaulted the Geno Hall. But the legends say the shield of the Medusa's gaze and Purgatory Heaven were destroyed. I don't know the truth to this tale. An elite that entered the Geno Hall. Han Sen was shocked. Even ancient water god, who was almighty and powerful, was unable to breach the gate of the Geno Hall. The Gamma, however, had assaulted the Geno Hall properly. And there, they fought for a few days. That was a scary thought. Come take a look. Let us determine if this truly is the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Han Sen was so happy. If that was a deified weapon from a battle waged between gods, it would be something truly amazing. Han Sen already had Purgatory Heaven. If that was the shield of the Medusa's gaze, perhaps he would be able to learn much from the Gamma Alpha. He might even be able to use the two deified weapons to assault the Geno Hall himself. Chapter 2506. Encountering the Black Hole Spider again. I don't know, I have only heard about it. If this really is the shield of the Medusa's gaze, then her eyes ought to be able to open. The legends say that if she opens her eyes, even a god would cry. But it has been too long. Many people have heard the legend, but anyone who might have looked on the shield of the Medusa's gaze is probably dead by now. Only an immortal could confirm the validity of this thing. Even in the Thousand Treasures Alliance, I am afraid only a few elders might be able to confirm its identity, Fang Qingyu said. Han Sen frowned. If this was the shield of the Medusa's gaze, the Extreme King must have seen him retrieve it. Bauer, come up and pilot the ship. Speed up and let's get moving. Han Sen turned the helm over to Bauer and carried the shield to his room. He wanted to find out if the shield was useful. It didn't matter if it was the shield of the Medusa's gaze or not. If he couldn't use it, then it was rubbish. Han Sen gripped the shield in his hands and put his jade power into it. Or at least, he tried to. The power bounced away. He was unable to place Jadeskin's power into the shield. Han Sen frowned. Next, he used the power of the Dongshuan Sutra, and he tried to put that into the shield. This time the power didn't bounce away. After the power of the Dongshuan Sutra entered the shield, the carving of the beautiful woman started to glow with a purple light. Light began to glow within her flickering eyes, and it appeared as if they were going to open. But Han Sen's eyes widened. The shield was like a bottomless hole, and it consumed his power ravenously. In just a second, Han Sen's face was ghostly pale. His life force had been drained, but the woman inside the shield still had her eyes closed. There was still some purple light around her face, but it didn't look as if the eyes were going to open. Han Sen quickly pushed the shield away. If this kept going, he'd be nothing but a dried-up husk. After Han Sen got rid of the shield, the light on the shield disappeared. It went back to looking old and slightly battered. It no longer showed any sign of activity. Even if this isn't the shield of the Medusa's gaze, it's still an awesome treasure. Even with my power, I cannot activate it. Han Sen was quite pleased with his find. He believed the shield had to be the shield of the Medusa's gaze. But Han Sen was still a bit miffed about being unable to make use of it. He was too weak, and he knew he would have to try it while wearing the Peacock King's soul robe. Han Sen wasn't in the mood to try it at that moment, though. The legendary shield of the Medusa's gaze was too scary, and Han Sen knew he couldn't control its power properly. He was afraid that if he activated the shield, its power would destroy everything. Han Sen tried putting the shield of the Medusa's gaze into Destiny's tower. The shield of the Medusa's gaze was very heavy, but he managed to stick it into the tower without much difficulty. That would save him a lot of trouble. Fang Qingyu was still wondering if it was truly the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Han Sen wasn't really concerned about that. It would be a powerful item, as long as he was able to use it. The white whale was still undergoing repairs, so it wasn't moving very fast. The Ice Blue Knights continued to tail the whale, and the whale could do nothing to shake them. Ice Blue Knight King was in the ship that was following them. He stared at the white whale non-stop, every day. There were no words to describe how conflicted Ice Blue Knight King's heart felt right then. Han Sen had killed a prince and captured Qin Bai's favorite son, but none of that impacted Ice Blue Knight King personally. Han Sen had suddenly dug up the shield of the Medusa's gaze from a place belonging to the Ice Blue Knights, though. Ice Blue Knight King was unsure how he should be reacting to all this. What he knew was that he wished he had never met the guy. Han Sen was like some demonic force hanging over his life. If God gave him another chance, Ice Blue Knight King would kill him back when he was still inside his mother's belly. That way, Han Sen would never have been able to harm others. The shield of the Medusa's gaze, the shield of the Medusa's gaze was hidden beneath my nose for years. And every time Ice Blue Knight King thought of this, his heart bled. Captain, something has happened inside the white whale, a knight loudly shouted. Ice Blue Knight King looked at the white whale through the video feed. He saw that the white whale looked a bit different. It was no longer a half-broken mess. Now its hull was sleek and smooth, like a living creature. Right now, the white whale was glowing with a strange white light. He could see there were some waves around the white whale. Before Ice Blue Knight King could react, the white whale swung its tail. It was like a fish swimming in the sea very quickly. It disappeared in a blink, and only the shockwaves of its wake remained. The stalking ice blue knights stared after it in shock. By the time they could react, the white whale was gone. "Captain, what do we do? Should we give chase?" The commander looked at Ice Blue Knight King, who was still staring out into space. "Go after it," Ice Blue Knight King said, gritting his teeth. "How do we pursue it?" the commander asked, looking uncertain. "Go forward," Ice Blue Knight King commanded glumly. The recovery of the white whale had finished, so it could now go at full speed. There were still some parts of it that required fixing, but Han Sen couldn't wait any longer. Han Sen didn't know when Meng Lai and the others might reach him. But the further away from the hounds they got, the safer they were bound to be. Once they entered the deeper recesses of the systems of chaos, not even the extreme king could control the situation. Even if Meng Lai was there, seeking Han Sen out wouldn't be easy. In the systems of chaos, large groups of xenogenics often traveled together. And there was a wide variety of sorts. Fortunately, Han Sen's group had the white whale. Normal space xenogenics were unable to breach the hull of the white whale, and the ship's speed made it easy for Han Sen to slip past them. When they encountered small xenogenics, Han Sen would slow the white whale so he could kill the space xenogenics and earn xenogenic genes. The pirates were able to kill many xenogenics, too. They were all so happy about it. With the big white whale backing them up, they didn't have to be afraid of being surrounded. They were all able to kill so merrily. Han Sen didn't want to kill marquises and dukes anymore. Though, if the pirates killed those, they could keep them. All he wanted were king-class xenogenics. If they met a large horde of space xenogenics, Han Sen would have to retreat. There were galactic shrimps out there, in shoals of billions. Encountering groups of that size would be extremely dangerous. Black hole spider. The white whale moved into a system, and a giant spider attached to a planet suddenly came into view. It was like the whole system had been webbed by the giant creature. Han Sen slowed the white whale down to keep from disturbing the spider. That scary deified creature was something that not even a normal deified elite would be willing to disturb. Han Sen did not want to touch it, either. He wanted to steer clear. As the white whale was about to leave the system occupied by the black hole spider, Han Sen suddenly saw the claws of the arachnid move. The creature turned its head to look at the white whale. The black hole-like eyeballs turned to stare at them. This was bad. Han Sen shoved the white whale to full acceleration so they could get out of the black hole spider's territory. The white whale's engine labored so hard that it released enormous clouds of smoke, but the white whale didn't go forward. It seemed to be being pulled back. Han Sen looked behind them, and he saw the black hole spider spreading its jaws. Its open mouth was like a giant black hole. It formed a vortex in space that sucked the white whale toward its gaping maw. "We are going to die. Who is going to save me? I don't want to die. I'm a virgin. I still haven't gotten married." Ning Yu sat on the floor, holding Bauer and sobbing. All the pirates were in shock. They had heard about the black hole spider before. Even in the wild systems of chaos, the black hole spider was the top of the food chain. Han Sen pushed the white whale to the max, but the white whale was only being pulled back faster. The hull ground against the fabric of space as it was pulled backward, spawning a flurry of sparks. Pang! An unexpected asteroid suddenly slammed into the side of the white whale. The white whale began to spin. Before Han Sen had time to think, the white whale fell completely into the grip of that black hole. It spun faster and faster inside the black hole, and other small objects slammed into the white whale. Each strike made a horrible sound. The pirates rolled across the floor like a bunch of gourds. "I don't want to die." Ning Yu was screaming with every breath. Han Sen moved fast. He shifted his feet as the white whale rolled around. He kept himself balanced, using the Peacock King's soul robe. He was going to release a power of his own to get them out of that space vortex. Bauer was jumping nimbly around the command deck, still holding onto her big purple ginseng. That kind of shaking was unable to affect her balance. Little Red Bird stood on her shoulder. It kept looking around. Pang! Seconds later, the white whale fell out of the space vortex. It landed on a black sea, and the big sea was in massive turmoil. What is this place? Why is there a sea? Han Sen wondered. He kept looking around. That black sea was so big that it looked endless. Mist rose in all directions, so he couldn't see very far. Batong! Batong! Other things kept raining into that same sea. There were asteroids, plants, the wreckage of ships, and even some xenogenics. While Han Sen looked around in frozen silence, a planet even came down. It fell into the Black Sea, and the waves that rolled out from the impact sent the white whale flying. It kept rocked violently across the big waves, and it was some time before the ship stopped flipping. Then, Han Sen saw something even scarier. As all of these objects fell into the black water, they started to melt. Are we inside the black hole spider's stomach? Han Sen was looking at the mountain-like asteroids that appeared to be melting as he pondered the idea. Oh no, we are done for, we are being digested to become Po'o. I don't want to become Po'o. Ning Yu sat on the floor, crying. Don't worry, our ship isn't being corroded. Han Sen observed the white whale's hull. The ship was like a deified creature itself, and so it wasn't dissolving under the corrosive power of the black water. But Han Sen didn't know how long the white whale would last, so he also knew he had to get out of there as fast as he could. But that black hole spider was too big. It had captured the white whale merely by inhaling. Compared to the black hole spider's size, the white whale was a tiny shred of meat. Han Sen then realized that the black hole spider hadn't actually been attacking them, they had simply picked a terrible time to try to travel through the system. They had encountered the black hole spider just as it decided to eat lunch. Based on what they could see through the mist, they knew that the spider had ingested countless asteroids and more than a few entire planets. Han Sen regained control of the white whale and guided it up and out of the big Black Sea. That dark water was probably the stomach juices of the black hole spider. Han Sen drove the white whale, all the while dodging the falling asteroids. He wanted to get as high as possible. If this was the black hole spider's stomach, he should have been able to get out via its esophagus. After traveling through the mist for God knew how long, he was unable to see any more asteroids falling. But he still couldn't find the esophagus. Is this really the black hole spider's stomach? It's too big. Are we in another dimension, perhaps? Han Sen looked weirded out as he spoke to himself. We are dead, Ning Yu cried. Fang Qingyu had a wry smile, and he said, if I have guessed things right, we are in the black hole spider's body. And this is its stomach, or at least an organ that is similar to a stomach. The black hole spider has space powers. It is deified, and its space powers extend through its body, as well. If we want to get out of here, we have to figure out the space powers locking this place down. If we don't, we aren't going to find a way out. How do we break the space powers here? Han Sen asked as he glanced at Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu smiled wryly again, and he said, the only information I have on the black hole spider is what I've seen in the Thousand Treasures Alliance's database. I can try to guess what we are going up against, but I won't be able to break whatever it is. I hope the white whale can last a while. Otherwise, we will all be digested very soon. Han Sen didn't say anything. He peered into the mist with his purple eye butterfly, and he noticed that the mist was made of substance chains formed of a space substance. The power of those substance chains was twisting space into a closed loop with the creature's stomach. He would be unable to fly out through ordinary means. But he had to try, even if it didn't work. None of them knew if the white whale could withstand the corrosive juices in mist for long. If they couldn't get out, they were dead. Han Sen didn't turn on the white whale's weapon systems because using those weapon systems would pull valuable power away from the energy reactor. The white whale didn't have an infinite amount of energy available for use at all times. If he used all the available energy, he would be unable to fly. Little Red, Han Sen said to the little red bird. The little red bird seemed to know what Han Sen wanted. It screamed and flew off of Bauer's shoulder. It became a fire phoenix and flew out of the white whale. It spat fire at the mist. The red flames turned the space substances and substance chains into dust. But when the space substance chains broke, faults opened in space. It made reality very unstable around them. The little red bird almost fell into the cracks, so he came back. So this is a space element deified xenogenic. Han Sen looked gloomy. Space deified xenogenics were scarier than he had believed. For more than 100 hours, Han Sen flew the white whale forward across an endless sea cloaked in mist. Still, he couldn't find an escape route. The space powers within the creature's stomach were layered like a giant space maze. Through various space folds and faults, they couldn't find a way out. The scariest thing was that the cracks in space could do serious damage to the hull of the white whale, leaving large scratches across it despite its incredible resilience. Fortunately, Han Sen had his Dongshuan area and the purple eye butterfly. He was able to avoid the space cracks. If he hadn't been able to, the white whale would have been torn apart, and they all would have died in short order. Even so, Han Sen still had to face the crisis that had literally swallowed them. The silver lining in all this, however, was the fact that the white whale was repairing itself more quickly than the corrosion was eating it away. Still, the ship's recovery processes cost material and energy. If the energy was depleted, then death was the only thing that awaited them. The ship and its crew were depressed. The uncertain fate left everyone feeling nervous. Aside from Bauer, who was trying her best to make Ning Yu happy, none of the others could raise a smile. Han Sen was under a lot of pressure to resolve this. He wasn't worried about his safety, as he could always hop back to the sanctuaries. But if he did that, Ning Yu and Fang Qing Yu would be left to die. "Brother Fang, can you call the treasure identifier elder? Can you see if he can help us?" Han Sen asked Fang Qing Yu hopefully. Fang Qing Yu pulled out his Wanji Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube's squares were all gray and lifeless. It wasn't picking up any signals. "I tried already. The Wanji Rubik's Cube can't function in this place. The Wanji Rubik's Cube is a space treasure, but the black hole spider is also a space xenogenic. Their powers affect each other." Fang Qing Yu smiled ruefully. Han Sen didn't say anything. He continued to guide the white whale forward. There was nothing he could do right now, so he would just have to wait and see what happened next. The pirates seemed to be in shock. If it wasn't for Han Sen, whose lofty power they held in the highest esteem, they would have already had complete mental breakdowns. Without him, God knew what they would have done. Ning Yu didn't require pressure to break. If Bauer even teased her, that would get the waterworks flowing. She'd sob like a madwoman. But in the eyes of the pirates, she was something else entirely. They had watched Ning Yu become a man and kill someone terrifying. Ning Yu might be a vulnerable person that they could push around right now, but no one dared to do it. They didn't want to incite that slumbering wrath. No one spoke, but all of a sudden, Han Sen saw a black shadow in the mist. He couldn't see what it was, but it seemed to be something very large on the Black Sea. Han Sen frowned, but he drove the white whale toward it. Nothing could be worse than what they were currently going through. This might have been a worthwhile opportunity. "What is this?" When the white whale drew closer to the shadow, some of the other crew members finally noticed it. "Land! There is land!" When they were finally able to see what it was, they laughed in delighted relief. An unbelievable scene appeared from the Black Sea. There was a large stretch of dark red land. Before them, Han Sen could see the crimson sea stacks and reefs surrounding it. Even from afar, Han Sen could see some weird plants decorating the place. These plants were the normal trees or grass or vines that one might expect to find on an island. Instead, they were some mushrooms in many different shapes and sizes. The big mushrooms were like Ferris wheels. Others were the size of a room. A few were as small as beans. The place was colorful, and they all looked very lovely. Plus, many of the mushrooms glowed. They lit up the black mist and sea. Han Sen and the others looked at that mushroom land as if they were staring at a fairy tale come to life. They looked very surprised. "If there is land, does that mean we aren't inside the stomach of the black hole spider?" Ning Yu looked at the mushroom land, and happiness returned to drive away her tears. Han Sen wasn't quite as cheery, though. He had seen many xenogenic bodies that featured landmasses and palaces. The black hole spider was so huge, having a landmass inside it was not too surprising. No matter what, if that land had plants, then it was suitable for life. Plus, the mist didn't seem to obscure the mushroom land. That would at least keep the white whale's hull from being further corroded. This was a good thing. As he flew the white whale to the land of mushrooms, Han Sen wasn't in a hurry to land. First, he flew around the mushroom landmass. As he circled it, his eyebrows furrowed. The land of mushrooms was very pretty, and the mushrooms covered it in rainbows and splashes of color. But aside from the mushrooms, there was nothing else around. There weren't any xenogenics, and there weren't any other types of plants. There were only mushrooms. From Han Sen's prior experiences, the prettier a mushroom was, the more poisonous it was. Those mushrooms were extraordinarily pretty, so he imagined they were also extremely deadly. "What is that?" Fang Qing Yu asked, pointing at the forest of mushrooms. Han Sen looked to where he was pointing, and he saw that inside the mushroom forest was a stone mountain. The stone mountain was very circular, and it was shaped something like a bun. Next to the small mountain, a small ship was parked. It looked old and broken, so there was no way of knowing who it belonged to. "Creatures are living here," the pirates said excitedly. Han Sen drove the white whale closer to the downed battleship. Before they got any nearer, though, a door opened and a creature climbed out. When Han Sen saw the creature, he felt his eyes open wide. He had seen many strange people in his time, but that creature that had just come out of the ship looked odd, even to him. The creature was snow white, and its body was 2 meters tall. It was like an angry tiger, but there was a little pink mushroom glowing on its head. It made the tiger's angry face look rather cute. What a cute little tiger. Ning Yu looked at the tiger and clutched her chest. Her eyes were full of stars. The white tiger with the little pink mushroom on its head looked at the white whale in the sky. It opened its mouth, walked around, and then let loose a loud meow. Han Sen and the others all swapped glances. Ning Yu, in particular, looked as if she was melting. She looked at the white tiger through the white whale's screen and passionately said, "It's so cute." Boom! Before anyone could say anything more, the white tiger jumped, landing on the white whale's back. The white whale suddenly lurched. An enormous dent formed in the spine of the white whale, and it was pushed down into the canopy of mushrooms. The white whale came down into the mushroom forest, and its crash landing sent many mushrooms flying. It finally slid to a stop when it came up against a line of mushrooms that were a few dozen meters tall, but the mushrooms they did break, releasing a rainbow-colored mist. When Han Sen and the others looked closer, they could see a nearly infinite abundance of rainbow-colored spores forming the foggy veil. The little red bird was angered. It flew straight out of the white whale's mouth and flared into its fire phoenix form. Its scary phoenix fire immediately turned the area into a burning hellscape. Many of the mushroom spores were burned to ash, and the white tiger that had assaulted them was surrounded in flames. The white tiger jumped to escape the blazing inferno. It hovered in the air, opened its mouth, and fired cannonballs at the red phoenix. As the cannonballs approached, Han Sen could see that they were actually mushrooms. The red phoenix opened its mouth and released another torrent of fire, which easily incinerated the incoming mushrooms. They combusted and exploded, and streams of spores erupted from them like fountains. The explosions were beautiful, but within a second, the phoenix had reduced the mushrooms and their spores to dust. The white tiger fired out many more mushrooms. Each of them was turned to ash by the little red bird. The white tiger started to look afraid of the little red bird's fire, and it started to believe it had incurred some fairly bad luck. The little red bird gave chase to the now fleeing felon. "Bird brother, go get him. Bird brother is strong." The pirates could see that the little red bird had gained an advantage. They were so happy for the little red bird, they all cheered loudly and gave the bird their support. Some of the white tiger's fur was singed by the little red bird's fire. It kept meowing pitifully as it fled. Its white fur started to turn black in the heat, and it suddenly lowered its head toward the ground. Like a drill, it dug into the ground and disappeared someplace below. The little red bird flew around the area, but it was unable to see the white tiger anymore. So, it flew back in a much happier mood. The pirates quickly opened the door and welcomed the little red bird back inside. "Brother bird is so powerful, brother bird is like the best bird ever. That crappy tiger pssed itself when brother bird went out to greet it," the pirates said, trying to ingratiate themselves with the little bird. The little red bird puffed up its chest to look big and cocky, like the big brother it was being revered as. It seemed as if the praise of the pirates had gone to the creature's head. Upon seeing it, Han Sen shook his head. Even a bird can't ignore sweet talk. The little red bird was once an innocent little thing, but now it has fallen. The little red bird had been a nightmare for the white tiger. The crew needed the bird's protection, so no one dared to offend him. But when the bird flew back to Bower, it made sure to look polite. It didn't dare to act cocky around her. Han Sen looked around. Aside from the white tiger, there were no other xenogeniacs in the vicinity. The white tiger had been suppressed by the little red bird. So, for the time being, they were safe there. If the white tiger had survived on the island, then they should be able to survive there as well. They would figure out how to escape later. Fang Qingyu and Ning Yu felt relieved. This place was strange, but it was better than the Black Sea. At least they weren't in any immediate risk of death. I wonder if those mushrooms can be eaten. They do look delicious. The better looking they are, the more poisonous they are. But we are high-class pirates. Why would we be afraid of poison? The pirates talked amongst themselves, but suddenly, one of them screamed. He sounded so scared, and he said, Mushroom, what is so shocking about mushrooms? They are everywhere." Another pirate laughed, but everyone still looked at the pirate that had just screamed. That pirate looked very shocked. His fingers shook as he pointed, and in a trembling voice, he said, there's a mushroom on your head. Whose leg are you trying to pull here? Why would my head have a mushroom on it? The pirate didn't believe the claim. But when he touched his head to be sure, his face changed. Han Sen and the others all looked at the pirate. His head had a mushroom. It was a white mushroom that looked like an egg. My head has a mushroom. That pirate touched his mushroom and screamed. What are you afraid of? Maybe Brother Bird accidentally dropped it onto your head, the ex-captain pirate shouted at the distressed pirate. He reached his hand out to pull and tug at the pirate's mushroom. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The pirate screamed in pain. The other pirate pulled harder at the mushroom, lifting the man's entire body, but the mushroom didn't come off. The white mushroom on his head seemed to be attached to his scalp. Han Sen frowned. He looked at everyone's head, and he was given a fright. Your head has a mushroom, too, and you, as well, arg. Everyone's head now had their own mushroom. The sizes and colors of each were all different. Suddenly, aside from Bauer and the little red bird, everyone's head had a mushroom. Han Sen used his Dongshuan area to look at the mushroom on his head. It was the size of a fist, and it was pitch black. It was like a little umbrella. The mushroom cap was quite large, but the stalk was very thin. The scariest thing about it was that the roots of the mushroom were inside his head. They were like vines, tangling around his brain. Han Sen looked at Ning Yu and Fang Qingyu. They both looked the same. Ning Yu's head had a fat, pink and white-capped mushroom. Fang Qingyu's head had a rainbow polka-dot mushroom. The pirates all had different mushrooms, too. But when Han Sen looked at them all with his Dongshuan area, the mushrooms were attached to all of their brains. Arg, what the hell are these mushrooms? A pirate tried cutting off his mushroom with a knife. He barely managed to pierce the skin of the mushroom, and even that was so painful that it had him rolling around on the floor. I don't want to be a mushroom man. Ning Yu looked into a mirror. Seeing she had a mushroom, she couldn't help but weep. Bauer tried to bring her comfort by saying, Little Miss Ning Yu, your mushroom looks quite nice. You could join a mushroom beauty contest for sure. I don't want to be a mushroom man. I don't want to join mushroom competitions. Ning Yu cried. Han Sen tried to pull his mushroom, and when he did, his expression changed. When the mushroom was moved, it was like he was tugging his brain. His will was strong, but it still felt incredibly painful. He almost screamed and his face turned all pale. Brother Fang, do you know what this is? Han Sen asked Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu's face turned white. He tried pulling his own mushroom, but he looked bitter. He shook his head and said, I honestly don't know what this is. I've never seen anything like this before. There are many xenogenic parasite mushrooms in this world, but their spores are always breathed into the lungs to enact their parasitic mischief. I've never heard of mushrooms attaching themselves to people's heads. Chapter 2510, 37 videos. Han Sen and the others all had weird mushrooms on their heads. The saprophytes had assimilated to become parts of their bodies. If the mushrooms were damaged, their brains would be injured as well. They had no idea what to do. No one was able to think of a way to get rid of the mushrooms on their heads. They all looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Fortunately, other than the mushrooms that sprouted on their heads, nothing else happened. Why did no mushrooms grow on Little Captain and the Little Red Bird? Have they employed some sort of secret technique? The pirates looked hopefully at Bauer and the Little Red Bird. Their bodies are special, Han Sen said simply. They cannot be hosts to a parasite. They are not like us. All hope vanished when Han Sen said that, and the pirates looked very sad. They kept looking at the mushrooms on their heads and sighed with dismay. Meow. As everyone was wallowing in their depression, they heard a familiar sound from somewhere else on the island. Far away, from deep within the mushroom forest, the white tiger looked at them with a rather cocky expression. Its face was surprisingly human, and it was cackling like an evil maniac. Its teeth were bared in a rictus grin, and it was laughing so hard that it seemed like it was about to cry. Han Sen had never seen a tiger laugh in such an ugly manner before. If the tiger knew about the mushrooms on their heads, then it must have been responsible in some way. The Little Red Bird flew angrily toward the tiger again. But when the Little Red Bird approached, the white tiger drilled back underground and fled. The Little Red Bird's phoenix fire couldn't damage the ground. No one knew what that ground was made of. Han Sen called the Little Red Bird to return. They looked at the strange rocks all around them. The stone that made up the island was metallic but also like jade. No one could tell what sort of material the rocks were composed of. You guys go and collect some mushrooms. Let's see if we can eat them, Han Sen said to the pirates. Captain, there are already mushrooms on our heads. If we eat more, might they start growing all over our bodies? One of the pirates pleaded through tears. Stop talking crap and just go. Han Sen glared at them moodily. The pirates shifted from foot to foot unwillingly. They were afraid that if they went out, their bodies might become the hosts of even more mushrooms. And they were also afraid that the white tiger might show up and kill them. They walked half a step away, and that was it. They didn't dare leave the safety of the white whale. The little red bird spat some fire behind them, and they all jumped out of the white whale in sudden fear. The pirates trembled with fear as they walked through the undergrowth of the mushroom realm. They didn't walk too far, though. They collected a few mushrooms, and Han Sen asked the cook to fry them up. After the mushrooms were cooked, the pirates didn't dare eat them. They looked down at the fried mushrooms in their bowls, then they all just looked at each other. None of them dared to take the plunge. Why are you all frozen? Hurry up and eat. Han Sen smiled at the pirates. Captain, we aren't hungry, we really aren't hungry. Inside, the pirates were thinking to themselves, why aren't you eating, huh? We don't know how long we're going to be stuck here. With our food reserves, we might not last very long. From now on, you guys are going to have to eat these mushrooms to survive. Even if you don't eat them today, there will come a time when you'll be forced to eat them or starve. But don't worry, these are just ordinary mushrooms. They won't kill you. Han Sen laughed. Han Sen expected that they wouldn't be leaving that zone anytime soon. Captain, we aren't hungry just yet. Can we eat them when we grow hungry later? A pirate asked quietly. What do you think? Han Sen smiled at the man. The pirates understood that they had no choice in the matter. Something might happen after they ate the mushrooms, though. Getting hurt or dying was only one possibility, but it was a strong possibility. And if they didn't eat the mushrooms now, Han Sen would likely deal with them personally. The pirates gritted their teeth and picked up the mushroom slices. Trying to summon their bravery, they closed their eyes and put the mushrooms in their mouths. In the beginning, they looked glum. But after chewing for a bit, they opened their eyes excitedly. Captain, this is so good. They are actually very fresh. A short while later, one of the pirates exclaimed his delight. Nothing bad happened after they ate the mushrooms, either. No more mushrooms sprouted upon their bodies. There was just that one mushroom still attached to each of their heads. Slow down. Don't eat so quickly. I'm afraid you will be eating these mushrooms for a long time to come, Han Sen said sternly. He already knew the mushrooms weren't poisonous. If he hadn't been certain that the mushrooms were harmless, he wouldn't have permitted the pirates to eat them. The mushrooms on their heads hadn't appeared because of the mushrooms on the ground. They had come from the mushrooms that the white tiger had spat out. The spores inside of those mushroom attacks were the reason why Han Sen's crew had developed the mushrooms. It was obviously the white tiger's power, although Han Sen wasn't sure what eventual effects the mushrooms on their heads might have. The white tiger kept appearing now and again. It would growl at Han Sen to try to provoke him. It was probably afraid of the little red bird because it didn't come near the white whale. Han Sen left the white whale and went to the broken ship that the white tiger had exited from. That battleship was very old, and the interior was very rusted. The things that were made of wood were all covered in mushrooms. Nothing else was alive on the ship. Han Sen discovered torn bits of clothing of some kind, and the battleship was broken pretty badly. Judging from the damage, it might very well have been the white tiger's work. Han Sen went to the battleship's command deck. Fortunately, the black box wasn't completely destroyed. He brought it back to the white whale with him and tried to replay the video content. It did not take long for Han Sen to be disappointed. Although the discs looked fine, they must have been electrified at some point, or maybe they just sat in that ship too long to be functional. None of the discs would play, and the white whale couldn't repair them. Han Sen tried every single disc, but not a single one would work. Han Sen had also found a very old communicator. He pulled out the memory card, and luckily, the white whale was able to read it. Han Sen was quite happy about this. He looked at the screen on the white whale and noticed that the card possessed 37 video files. There was nothing else. The video files were labeled, from 1 to 37. Those files were all connected and sequential. There were no spaces or missing files. So, Han Sen opened the first video file. He watched it alone in his room. Whether the content was good or bad, but he didn't want the others to know he had found these yet. "Mimi, come to mama." As soon as Han Sen started the video, he heard a woman's voice. In the video, a white kitten was walking on shaky legs. Based on how unsteady it was, Han Sen assumed that it was a newborn. And the location in the video was the old ship's command deck. Clearly, the woman was the one holding the recorder to film the white cat. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Han Sen noticed how familiar it was. He had heard that voice somewhere. The little cat was only around the size of a man's hand. It looked very cute, and its legs were pink in color. The contrast between the pink fur of its legs and the white fur of its body was quite lovely. The woman picked up the cat from the ground and placed it in her hands. Han Sen could see the woman's hands in the video. Her fingers were long and delicate, and her skin was flawless. Her hands were beautiful. She didn't have long nails or any adornments or accessories like rings. She placed the little white cat inside a transparent container. Then she put on a pair of disposable gloves, the type commonly used for doing experiments, and brought out a needle. She injected an unknown fluid into the little white cat. After receiving the injection, the little white cat quickly fell asleep. The video then remained trained on the sleeping cat. It was like the woman was just standing still, holding the camera steady. But after a while had passed, Han Sen realized that the woman couldn't have been standing there all that time. She must have put the device in a corner and left it running. Because nothing much was happening on the screen, Han Sen fast-forwarded through the video file. He noticed something shocking as the video sped forward. The sleeping white cat grew twice as big overnight. The video ended like that. Han Sen opened the second video. The image seemed to be the same. He could see the little white cat inside the transparent container. But shortly after, the little white cat woke up, and the woman wearing disposable gloves reappeared. Once again, she gave the little white cat an injection. The little white cat, who had just woken back up, was put to sleep again. The woman stroked the little creature's head and said in a soothing voice, "My good child. You must make it. Mama believes in you." Injection, sleep, injection, sleep. This process seemed to go on forever. And in this cycle, for 7 days, the little white cat grew to the size of an adult tiger. As it grew larger, the little white cat began to look more and more familiar. Is that actually the white tiger outside? Han Sen wondered. Honestly, though, he was not too surprised by the revelation. And then, the cycle continued. The little white cat didn't spend much time awake. For most of the video, it slept under the influence of the injections. But its body was continuing to grow. It was now much larger than the mushroom-headed white tiger that inhabited this island. On the 23rd day, the woman discovered that the little white cat had a small and delicate mushroom on its head. Although the mushroom was just the size of a bean, the woman was surprised and said, "Kid, you made it." After that day, the white cat and the mushroom continued to grow bigger and bigger. The woman's tests also continued. On the 37th day, the white cat had become a mammoth-like beast. The container was no longer big enough to contain it. While it slept, she opened the container and stood next to the giant white cat's head. It was like she was taking a selfie. She filmed herself and the little white cat together. This was the first time Han Sen had seen the woman's face. Previously, he had only heard her voice and seen her hands and arms. When he saw the woman's face, he couldn't help but scream, "Is that her?" The woman in the video was wearing a white lab coat. She had a ponytail, and she was wearing black glasses. She was the woman that had been trapped in Two World Mountain. But she seemed to be a very different person here than she had been when Han Sen met her. She was softer here, although compared to the average person, her personality would still seem distant and reserved. Is that her ship? Has she been here before? How did she get out? Han Sen thought excitedly. If that woman had come here and managed to escape, then he should be able to get out, too. But Han Sen didn't know how the woman had managed to get out. And Han Sen was a little confused about why the woman hadn't taken her guinea pig with her when she left. Han Sen needed to find answers to the questions that the video had raised, but the videos came to an end there. He had watched the last one. The final video ended with her and the little white cat sharing a selfie. DMN it, couldn't you have filmed a little more? Han Sen thought in frustration. But at least he had found out that escape from this realm was possible. So that was good news, at least. Han Sen watched the video to the end, but he didn't learn anything else. The video just filmed the white cat, and the camera remained in a fixed position. Aside from the selfie at the end, it was almost all filmed from the same angle. Captain, this is so bad, Captain. Something is climbing up the island. A pirate shouted as he knocked on Han Sen's door. Han Sen switched off the video, exited his room, and went straight to the command deck. There, he saw that creatures were emerging from the Black Sea. They were like black snakes. They were as thick as barrels, and their heads were serpentine. Their mouths were oddly squarish when they opened, but they possessed many fangs. They looked very scary. There are living creatures in the Black Sea. Han Sen was shocked. The corrosive powers of the Black Sea had been beyond even the deified white whale's ability to withstand. It was hard to imagine how such creatures could survive in that sea. When those weird snakes emerged, they started to eat the mushrooms on the land. Although there were many mushrooms, there were many black snakes, too. It wasn't long before they had eaten a few acres worth of mushrooms. Meow! Came a sharp cry. The white tiger swooped in from the sky, slashing with its claws. The bodies of numerous snakes were ripped apart. The injured snakes bled a black juice, but their broken bodies still tried to bring down the white tiger. The white tiger slammed its paws down to squish the heads of the snakes into jelly. The white tiger didn't seem to possess area attacks, but its power and speed were very impressive. Its abilities seemed to be deified. The white tiger shifted, and it suddenly became a group of white tigers that descended on the horde of weird snakes. Han Sen knew from the white tiger's speed that these were not doppelgangers. The tiger was simply moving so quickly that it was leaving behind afterimages. His vision couldn't follow the speed at which the creature went. Everywhere the white tiger went, black heads were torn from serpentine bodies. A few minutes later, the ground was littered with the broken bodies of a few hundred weird snakes. The surviving snakes returned to the depths of the Black Sea. The dead black snakes rotted very quickly. They dissolved into black juices on the ground. Most of them slowly trickled back to the Black Sea, whereas others dried up on land. After all the weird black snakes returned to the Black Sea, the white tiger roared at the sea, then turned around and went back to the mushroom forest. Chapter 2512. Going to the core area again. The old battleship was the only piece of technology that Han Sen could find on the island. All other landmarks were completely natural formations. Han Sen and the others couldn't really leave the white whale. Now and again, hordes of black snakes would emerge from the Black Sea to chow down on the mushrooms. But every time that happened, the white tiger beat them back. Han Sen made many attempts to get rid of the mushrooms that were on each of their heads. All his efforts were in vain. Even if they managed to withstand the pain long enough to cut off the mushrooms, the roots were still embedded within their brains. It was only a matter of time before they grew back, and the newly grown mushrooms would be more colorful than ever. It made them want to cry. Han Sen used his original Water King body, and as his body turned into liquid, the mushroom on his head lost its grip and fell to the floor. The mushroom died quickly, and for a moment, Han Sen thought he was free. However, it wasn't long before another mushroom grew atop his head. Although the new mushroom looked the same as the old one, some instinct told Han Sen that it was actually different. When Han Sen got rid of his mushroom, he quickly entered the core area. While he was in the core area, the mushrooms did not plague him. But if he left the core area, a new mushroom would immediately rise from his head. Fortunately, aside from looking incredibly strange, the mushrooms didn't seem to be harmful. They merely sat quietly atop the heads of Han Sen and his crew. Meanwhile, Han Sen took the white whale back into the air to find a way out. But after making a few loops of the area, he would always end up returning to the familiar land of mushrooms. The space faults and folds were too complicated, and they changed and morphed constantly. Unless the black hole spider was killed and its space power disappeared, getting out of the beast's stomach was an unachievable dream. The pirates had gotten used to eating the mushrooms of the land by now. The mushrooms tasted reasonably good, but the pirates still got tired of eating them before too long. At least the different-looking mushrooms had different textures. That made the experience somewhat tolerable. And eating the different types of fungus was better than drinking tasteless nutrient solutions all the time. Han Sen and Bauer never ate those mushrooms, though. Bauer kept the big ginseng with her at all times. She nibbled at it constantly. Still, despite the amount of time it had been in her possession, she had only managed to gnaw off its tip. Han Sen didn't eat much. He spent most of the time consuming king-class genes. The extreme king elites like Meng Lai were still searching for Han Sen in the systems of chaos. They were about to go mad as they circled through the same dangerous systems time after time, but no matter what they did, they were unable to find Han Sen. That made them very depressed. Han Sen still had both the shield of the Medusa's gaze and Bai Wuchang. The Extreme King used every method at their disposal to try to locate Han Sen, but all of their efforts were fruitless. Han Sen and the others had completely disappeared, or so it felt like. No one could know for sure if he was dead or alive. Han Sen summoned his Dongshuan armor and entered the core area. Since he couldn't find a way to leave the Mushroom Kingdom, he could hunt King-class Xenogeniacs in the core area to max out his King genes. Han Sen entered the core area, but before he could find anything to kill, Dia Robber and Dragon 1 were heading toward him. Han Sen was surprised. "Dollar, can we talk?" Dia Robber said. "Sure," Han Sen said casually. "We want to slay a deified core Xenogeniac. Are you interested?" Dragon 1 came up to ask. "I'm interested, but what benefits would I receive if I was to help you slay this deified Xenogeniac?" "You probably wouldn't give me the body of the deified Xenogeniac, am I correct?" Han Sen said. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked at each other. Dia Robber said, "The deified Xenogeniac's body would be the primary component for the crafting of deified treasures. We would need it. We're asking you to help us because we require the body. But if you are willing to help, we can discuss a price and shares of the profits. You can have anything, as long as it isn't the deified Xenogeniac's flesh." Han Sen tapped his lip in thought. "I suppose I'd be okay with hunting a deified Xenogeniac without receiving its flesh. But I would like 1000 King-class core Xenogeniac genes in exchange." If Han Sen went after King-class Xenogeniacs alone, simply finding them would take a long time. The fact that he could kill them easily would matter little. King-class Xenogeniacs weren't terribly common, and finding vast numbers of them would be difficult. God knew how long it would take him to get 1000 King-class core genes alone. Han Sen didn't need just 1000 King-class genes. If he wanted to max out the 9 tiers of 4 different Geno arts, he needed at least 3000. And he didn't know if he would need more Xenogeniac King-class genes once his 9th tier reverted back to 1. If so, he would require even more. Rather than spending a few years to gather the genes he needed himself, this could be an opportunity to earn big. He could level up his areas fast this way, and become half-deified in no time. 1000 King-class Xenogeniac core genes. Isn't that a bit too much to ask for? Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked glum. That meant they had to kill 1000 King-class Xenogeniacs. They didn't know if they could even find that many Xenogeniac kings, let alone kill them all. Even though the core area had many King-class Xenogeniacs, 1000 of them was too much to ask for. With their strength, finding that many might take a few years. "If you guys want me to support you in a deified battle, then give me something else of equal value and I might consider it." Han Sen's face didn't change. "We asked you because we require your power, but 1000 King-class core Xenogeniac genes is simply too much. We cannot get that many out to give you." All of a sudden, Dragon 1 said. "You guys consider it, then. I have given you my price. If you think it is too much, then go and find someone else." Han Sen didn't cut them any slack. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber hesitated for a moment. Although Dollar looked very strong, he was just king class. Even if they got him to join their party, they might still fail to kill the deified they were after. So, they would have to find someone else. That offer was asking too much of them, without the guarantee of success. Anyone would hesitate before striking such a bargain. While they were talking, a man rode up to them atop a golden lion. "If the two of you are considering spending 1000 King-class core genes to hire him, why don't you just hire us? We are the Royal Knights. You can hire us for the same price, and we can guarantee the kill. If we fail, we will reimburse you. You two trust the reputation of the Royal Knights, don't you?" Han Sen looked back. It was the Extreme King's Crown Prince, Wuxia. "Brother Dollar, can we discuss the price some more?" Instead of answering Prince Wuxia, Dragon 1 remained focused on Dollar. "I won't go any lower. You can pay me 500 first and the other 500 after my task is done. If I fail to kill it, I still keep the first 500. Consider it a down payment for the effort I put into the attempt," Han Sen said. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber talked quietly amongst themselves, then Dia Robber said, "Okay Dollar, we will hire you to help us. Please come to our base so we can talk." Han Sen and Bai Wuxia were shocked. They couldn't believe at the same price, with Bai Wuxia guaranteeing the kill, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber still selected Han Sen. Bai Wanjia thought about it for a moment. He seemed to realize why Dragon 1 and Dia Robber hadn't hired the Royal Knights. Bai Wanjia looked at Han Sen, smiled, and said, I recommend you think about it before you take on this job. Otherwise, you might die without even realizing what happened. Han Sen was also wondering why Dragon 1 and Dia Robber had selected him over the extreme King Crown Prince and the Royal Knights. Han Sen couldn't understand what his would-be employers were thinking. Seeing Han Sen worry over their decision, Dia Robber said, Dear Dollar, please don't misunderstand. We mean no harm to you. We haven't hired the Crown Prince because he wouldn't accept our offer even if we were to hire him. Han Sen looked at Bai Wanjia. The man laughed and said, If you guys are really going to go after Gold Armor General, then you are correct. I wouldn't dare take on this task. That isn't a matter of business. Anyone who takes on the Gold Armor General has a death wish. The Extreme King have many King-class elites, but we cannot just send them to their demise. Right, we are going to kill the Gold Armor General. Dragon 1 looked at Han Sen and went on to say, Gold Armor General is a very scary being. He is one of the top deified core xenogeniacs in the core area. Although we have made extensive preparations, our chances of success are still low. Are you still willing to accept this quest? Well, you wouldn't be hiring me if the success rate was high. Han Sen smirked slightly. Upon hearing his answer, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber laughed happily. Clearly, Han Sen was accepting their deal. Bai Wanjia's face didn't change, and he said, My friends, I'm afraid you have no idea what Gold Armor General truly is. Although the xenogenic deifieds of the core area are weaker, they still have substance chains. They are like cripples compared to the deified xenogenics of the outside world, but even so, these creatures are not something a king or a half-deified being can challenge. You especially cannot challenge a deified core xenogenic. Their powers are far beyond yours. That Gold Armor General is one such being. Once upon a time, someone gathered up 20 half-deifieds to hunt him down. In the end, almost half of the team was killed. Are you sure you want to invest so much in this attempt? After that, Bai Wanjia looked directly at Dia Robber and Dragon 1, and said, If you guys really want to kill the Gold Armor General, the Extreme King can actually accept this job. But the price has to be measured differently. If you guys are still interested, perhaps we can find a place to discuss this. The Crown Prince is confident in his ability to take down the Gold Armor General. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber's bodies were shaking. They couldn't believe what they were hearing, and so they stared at Bai Wanjia. Bai Wanjia looked confident, and he smiled. If we Royal Knights are unable to slay the Gold Armor General, I can assure you that no one else in the core area can kill it. Why don't you guys think about this? Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked conflicted. Although they were well prepared, they still lacked confidence in their abilities to take down the Gold Armor General. If they had been confident, they wouldn't have hired Han Sen. But seeing Bai Wanjia's self-assurance, they knew that he must have some way to kill Ghost Armor General. If they didn't hire Bai Wanjia, he would probably hire others to kill it. If they did hire Bai Wanjia, given the arrogance of the Extreme King, he would probably demand far more than 1,000 King-class core genes. They were pretty sure the Crown Prince would want the Gold Armor General's xenogenic gene as well. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber glanced at each other, then turned back to Han Sen. Brother Dollar, now that you understand, are you still willing to accept our request? As long as you pay the agreed-upon price, then yes, Han Sen said simply. He didn't have to guarantee that he would kill the proposed enemy. All he had to do was ensure that he would try his best. Even if he was unable to kill their target, he would be receiving 500 King-class xenogenic genes. With Han Sen's power, it didn't matter how strong the Gold Armor General was. Han Sen's life wouldn't be in danger. Plus, Han Sen knew that the core area's deified xenogenics were weaker than the ones in the outside world. In that case, please come to our base for a more in-depth discussion. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber said goodbye to Bai Wanjia. Then, they left with Han Sen. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber have some kind of plan, do they? They really can't expect Dollar to kill the Gold Armor General, right? Seeing the three of them leave, Bai Wanjia frowned. Han Sen followed Dragon 1 and Dia Robber to their base. When he reached the case that the dragon and the destroyed were sharing, he could tell that they really were cooperating. Dia Robber and Dragon 1 signed a contract with Han Sen, and then they read the details out to Han Sen. Originally, Gold Armor General's system had been home to multiple Armor General deified xenogenics. Steel, Bronze, and Silver Armor Generals had lived there as well, and all three of them had been deified. But those three deified xenogenics had been slain by the attacks of other races. The dragons themselves had killed Steel Armor General and Silver Armor General. They had paid a heavy price to kill those deifieds. That was especially true when it came to killing the Steel Armor General. They had lost many king-class dragons, and they had been forced to hire many half-deifieds of different races too. While they succeeded in killing Steel Armor General, it had been very expensive. But for the dragon, it was all worth it. After they earned the xenogenic genes of the Silver Armor General and the Steel Armor General, they discovered something shocking. The xenogenic genes of the two deifieds could work in conjunction, which led to some surprising developments. After this discovery, the dragons spent a lot of time and power to find and gain control of the Bronze Armor General's xenogenic gene. Once they brought that third item into their treasury, they were only missing the Gold Armor General. Many attempts had been made to bring down the Gold Armor General, and not just by the dragons. Other races had attempted to kill the Gold Armor General, but they all failed. Steel, Bronze, Silver, each general had been stronger than the last. The Gold Armor General's power was very close to the power of a real xenogenic deified of the outside world. It had very scary defensive properties, and so it had proven extremely difficult to kill. The other races had essentially given up, but the dragons didn't want to throw in the towel. Without the Gold Armor General's xenogenic gene, the genes of the three other generals were an incomplete set. It lowered the value of their collection. So, the dragons wanted to kill the Gold Armor General. They had spent a long time preparing for this offensive, and they had a plan to take down the Gold Armor General. Still, they knew their chances of success were low. But when Dragon 1 found Han Sen, he realized the plan might work. That was why he wanted to do this. Dia Robber had agreed to help the dragons because he had xenogenics of his own that he couldn't kill. He needed the power of the dragons, and this was a fine chance to see the full extent of Han Sen's abilities. If Han Sen could help the dragons slay the Gold Armor General, then Dia Robber would also hire him to help slay xenogenics in the future. Bai Wanjia hadn't expected that Dragon 1 and the others would make a serious effort to kill Gold Armor General. But based on what he had just learned, it seemed that Dragon 1 and Dia Robber really intended to take on Gold Armor General. My prince, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber didn't seem to be joking. I think they're actually planning to fight Gold Armor General. Should we prepare? Should we steal the kill before they arrive? Nightmare Knight asked Bai Wanjia. We need to prepare, but there's no rush. Just let them go ahead if they want to. Did they really think that this dollar, who came out of nowhere, can truly help them defeat Gold Armor General? How naive. Bai Wanjia laughed and went on to say, even if I wanted to take down Gold Armor General, I'm afraid I would have to request Yu Shengxin's aid, which would be expensive. I would also need to rally every half-deified at my disposal if I was to have any hope of defeating Gold Armor General. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber are too weak. After pausing, Bai Wanjia laughed and said, let's let them go ahead. When they are beaten, we can resume the fight in their place. It will save us a lot of work. Why don't we do that? Let's find out when they are going to attack the beast. Then, we'll know when we can tune in to watch the show. Yes, I will make preparations, Nightmare Knight said as he left. In the base of the dragons and the destroyed, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber explained their plan for taking on Gold Armor General to Han Sen. With our power, we should be able to restrict the Gold Armor General for 2 to 3 seconds. During that time, we need you to use this dagger to stab the Gold Armor General's eyes. You will not have much time, and you only have one dagger. It is crucial that you get close to him during this window of opportunity and blind both of his eyes. If you fail in this task, all our efforts will have been in vain. Can you do this? Dragon 1 asked very seriously, passing a snow-white dagger to Han Sen. Why do I have to blind his eyes? Han Sen accepted the dagger and ran his fingers curiously over it. Gold Armor General's body is encased in gold armor, Dragon 1 explained. Its defense is too hard for us to penetrate. Even a top dog half-deified couldn't pierce that monster's armor, so it will be difficult to damage. The Gold Armor General's weakness is its eyes, where it lacks the protection of the gold armor. The eyes are only protected by crystals. Even so, ordinary half-deifieds cannot break them. The only way to break through the crystal that shields the eyes is if a half-deified wields the deified dragon tattooed tooth dagger, a dragon treasure. After pausing, Dragon 1 continued speaking. According to those who hunted Steel Armor General and Silver Armor General, they are deified beings, but their senses aren't too strong. They depend solely on their eyes. If its vision is destroyed, Gold Armor General won't be as dangerous as we fear. Plus, once the eyes are destroyed, we can continue attacking the wounds and kill the fiend easily. That means you have another weapon to kill him? Han Sen asked, looking at the dragon tattooed tooth dagger. The dagger was snow white. It glistened like jade, and both sides of the dagger were engraved with the shape of an icy dragon. The engraving was beautifully detailed. While Han Sen held the dagger, he felt cold. He could feel the soul of an undying dragon roaring within the weapon. Although it wasn't one of the universe's top deified treasures, the dragon tattooed tooth dagger suited Han Sen. Using it wouldn't require much strength, as the dagger was sharp enough to tear through space. Yes, the dagger will only be enough to injure Gold Armor General's eyes. It isn't strong enough to kill the creature. We are prepared for that, but your mission is to take out his eyes. You only need to complete this objective. Whether or not we manage to kill Gold Armor General in the end, you will receive your 1000 xenogenic genes just for blinding the creature, Dragon 1 said. Sure, let's do that, then, Han Sen said while putting away the dagger. Ahem, Brother Dollar, you can hold on to the dagger for now, but this thing is a treasure of the dragon. You cannot take it too far away from us, Dragon 1 said with a cough. Until I kill the Gold Armor General, I'm not going anywhere, Han Sen said. Thank you for understanding, Dollar. There is something you must remember, also. You must use this dagger to strike the eyes. Skills like sword lights will not be effective on the eyes of this being, Dragon 1 said. Sure, I will keep that in mind. Han Sen nodded absently, spinning the dragon tooth dagger around his hands in intricate arcs. Han Sen didn't have to practice when it came to killing creatures. Any weapon could serve the purpose. This time, he was hunting a deified creature, though. It might be weaker than outside deifieds, but he knew that was no excuse to be sloppy. He couldn't risk recklessness, and so, Han Sen knew he would have to get himself in tip-top shape. Of course, he wasn't just doing this for the 1000 King-class xenogenic genes that were on the line. He wanted to test his mettle and see if he could kill the deified xenogenic to earn its beast soul. Xenogenic treasures were great, but for the people who came from the sanctuaries, beast souls were even better. Han Sen kept his promise and didn't leave the base. He stayed there and spent each day practicing with the dragon tooth dagger. Dragon 1 was pleased to see this. No matter how he saw it, Dollar was very respectful of the job he had signed up for. Dragon 3 approached Dragon 1 and joined him in watching Han Sen. They remained silent for a while as Han Sen practiced. Brother, do you think this Dollar will succeed? He needs to get close to the Gold Armor General in a short amount of time and blind him. So far, not even an extreme king half-deified has managed to do something like that. And Dollar is still king class. Brother, if you need me too, I can ask you xianxia to help out. With him here, our chances of success would be much higher. Dragon 1 shook his head. Hiring xianxia wouldn't be that easy. Even if the extreme king sought to hire him, they would have to pay a high price. That sort of cost would be considerable to the extreme king, and we have far fewer resources. After that, Dragon 1's eyes drifted over to Han Sen, who was still practicing. His expression became strangely distant, and he said, Dollar might be the next xianxia. Perhaps even stronger. Dragon 3 looked at Dragon 1 with shock. He turned back and stared at the practicing man. There was no trace of humor in Dragon 1's tone. Dragon 1 was comparing Dollar to the great xianxia, and he was even suggesting that Dollar might be stronger. That was an incredible compliment from someone like Dragon 1. Who was xianxia? He was the scariest half-deified in the universe, and it was a fact admitted by everyone. Not even the extreme king had a single half-deified on par with xianxia. Dragon 1 himself wasn't equal to xianxia. If he could say something like this with certainty, he was also admitting himself to be inferior to Dollar. It was hard to imagine the proud Dragon 1 making that sort of admission. Seeing the stunned expression on Dragon 3's face, Dragon 1 laughed. I'm just saying he might be stronger than xianxia when he levels up. He isn't that strong right now. But we cannot hire xianxia, and so, we must settle for him. Fortune teller, where will you run this time? A woman was gripping a knife in a rock-steady hand. She was holding the knife to an old man's neck. Cough, cough, what is this? Put your knife down. We are old friends. We should talk about this, the man said indignantly. If I don't keep this knife to your neck, I'm afraid you might just run away, Yisha growled to the old man. Why would I? Seeing you actually makes me very happy. Why would I run? The old man forced a smile. His fingers tried to touch the knife against his neck, hoping to move it away. Stop talking crap. I have been looking for you for the longest time. You must pay the terms of our bargain, Yisha said emotionlessly. The knife was still against the old man's neck. The old man dropped his hands away from the blade. You're talking about that, you should have told me sooner. I found out a long time, but because you weren't looking for me, I thought you didn't need the information anymore. The old man looked as if he had just woken up. Where is he? Yisha didn't want to explain. She had been looking for this old man for so long. Finding him hadn't been easy. The old man seemed to be sad, and he said, I made the calculation far too long ago. He is long gone by now. Seeing Yisha's expression darken, the old man quickly said, but don't worry, I'll calculate a new bearing for you at once. 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes, and I will give you Dollar's location. Hearing the old man say this, Yisha's mood lightened a little. I will calculate it now. Just stop waving that knife around. You are such a pretty girl, but no one will marry you if you behave like this. The old man carefully pushed the knife away. This time, Yisha didn't resist. She slid the knife back into its sheath, then turned her expressionless face back to the old man. You have 3 minutes. If I don't know where Dollar is in 3 minutes, I am going to make you marry someone. Me. The old man was shocked, and he didn't know what Yisha meant. I will make you the son-in-law to the king of hell, Yisha grunted. The old man smiled wryly. He lifted his hand and began the calculation. He raised his head to Yisha and said, I lost the bet. I have to admit it. I have your answer, but I also have 2 locations. One is Dollar's location, and the other is your student's location. You know the rules. I only lost to you once, so you can only choose one location. Which do you wish to know more? Han Sen is still alive. Yisha frowned. He is for now, but he isn't doing well. If no one goes to save him, I'm afraid. The old man stopped talking. He just shook his head and sighed. Can he still be saved? Yisha asked with a frown. He can if you go there. The old man nodded. Where is he now? Yisha asked. My lady, are Dragon 1 and Dia Robber really going to kill the gold armor general? In the core area, a maid-looking woman of the Kate was curiously looking at a woman in a yellow shirt. They were on a ship. They're spending a lot of manpower on this project. It cannot just be for show. The lady in yellow was attractive and composed. She seemed young, probably no more than 20 years old, but her eyes were alert and intelligent, as if they could see through everything. The gold armor general is as good as a deified xenogeniac outside the core. Are they really going to kill it? I have heard that they have hired someone called Dollar, and they seem to have high expectations of him. I don't get it, though. He hails from some small, nameless race. He achieved first place in the Marquis bracket of the Geno being scroll fights, but that's it. The evolution of his genes can't be that good. Why would geniuses like Dragon 1 and Dia Robber place their faith in a guy like that? The maid asked, still not understanding. The yellow-clothed woman laughed and said, they're collecting all the strength that they can. Expensive things are often useful, but we do not know if Dragon 1 and Dia Robber are using their resources correctly. My lady, Little Butterfly doesn't understand this. In your territory, you can choose geniuses of the Extreme King, and some of them are already deified. That would save you trouble. Why are you giving up that option, though? To pick a silkworm of some other race. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber are strong, but they are half-deified. And even when compared to other half-deifieds, they are still worse than the likes of the Extreme King. Am I right? The maid asked with wide eyes. The yellow-clothed woman blinked and said, I didn't say I would choose the Extreme King. It's just that the blood of the Extreme King is quite strong. After all these years, however, I believe they have peaked. Even if they could help me, they cannot improve much more. I prefer someone who can keep improving. Will that make a difference? They will reach the same strength as the Extreme King in the end. Little Butterfly didn't understand. The yellow-clothed woman laughed. It is just like how some people enjoy buying adult dogs to watch over their gardens. I would prefer buying a young one and raising it myself. Watching things grow is fun. Little Butterfly seemed to understand this, and so she said, "You mean that Dragon 1 and Dia Robber are like young puppies? And the Extreme King are adult dogs?" "Something like that." The yellow-clothed woman laughed again. "It isn't just Dragon 1 and Dia Robber, though. Other races could fit the bill, too. There are many different breeds of racing dogs, you just need to find the one with the most potential." "So, which do you think has more potential? Dragon 1 or Dia Robber?" Little Butterfly was curious. "Neither of them are bad. Their potential shouldn't be any worse than the Extreme King's princes and princesses. But they aren't the best." The yellow-clothed woman sighed. "Out of all the people I've seen, the best still has to be Sky Palace's xianxia. Lone Bamboo isn't bad, but he is probably taken." "Isn't that a bad thing?" Little Butterfly asked with shock. "It isn't that bad. This universe has no lack of geniuses. I just need some more time to find them. Let's watch Dragon 1 and Dia Robber for now. Perhaps we might learn something interesting." The woman's eyes were like stars. She looked at the sky, thought of something interesting, and smiled. It had a beautiful curve, and she spoke to herself, "Very high's forgotten love. Although they have big hearts, they are boring." Many of the higher races knew Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were preparing to defeat the Gold Armor General. And so, their every move was watched. When the time for respite was up, Han Sen followed Dia Robber and Dragon 1 to the system with the Gold Armor General. They had 11 half-deifieds with them and 6 kings. Most of them were dragons or destroyed. There were only 2 different races. Although Dragon 1 and Dia Robber could enlist the help of more half-deifieds, they didn't. The success of this mission wouldn't rest on the strength of numbers. The trust and cooperation between the fighters were the most important factors. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber knew many people were watching them, but they didn't care. Killing the Gold Armor General was an incredibly ambitious goal, and it would be a cooperative effort. Keeping their preparations under wraps would be almost impossible, so they didn't bother to try. "Brother Dollar, according to the plan, we will deal with the Gold Armor General. All you need to do is find the right opportunity for your attack. You need to have pinpoint accuracy. If the opportunity is squandered, there won't be a second chance," Dragon 1 reminded Han Sen. Dragon 1 wasn't trying to be annoying, this was simply a huge deal. The dragon had already paid a high price for this operation, and the 1000 King class xenogenic genes he was giving Han Sen was not a small sum. They couldn't afford to waste so much preparation and resources. "Sure," Han Sen nodded. He wasn't someone who usually took on employers, but they really were paying him a lot of xenogenic genes. It wasn't difficult to give them verbal confirmation, once again, that he would do his job. He had to satisfy their anxiety. "Crown Prince, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber are going now," Nightmare Knight said, as he bowed before Bai Wanjia. "Let's go. Let us see how much they can accomplish." Bai Wanjia moved out to lead the members of Royal Knights towards the region that the Gold General Armor occupied. "My lady, this place is very popular. There are many familiar faces around." A small ship was parked near a mountain that looked like an asteroid. Little Butterfly, the maid, looked out across the galaxy and spoke. "Killing the Gold Armor General is a huge goal. It is understandable that kings and half-deifieds from all over have come to watch. Who wouldn't want to be here in case they discover a way to take advantage of the situation?" The yellow-clothed woman asked in a toneless voice. "Are you saying that they've come to steal the Gold Armor General from Dragon 1? Little Butterfly was shocked. "Not quite, but most people are sure to have that thought in their minds," the yellow-clothed woman said. Her eyes brightened. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber entered the system. The yellow-clothed woman looked at Dragon 1 and then at Dia Robber. Then, her eyes stopped on a person wearing pitch-black armor. His face was hidden. "Is that Dollar?" the yellow-clothed woman asked herself. She stared at him. As the woman focused on him, he suddenly turned around and seemed to look back at her. The woman was stunned. The man in black armor had turned his head in her direction, but he didn't even pause as he continued flying forward with the others. "Does he know that I was watching him, or was that just a coincidence?" The woman frowned. She had looked at Han Sen with her eyes, not activating any special abilities. Even a deified creature shouldn't have been able to tell she was watching him. But it seemed like the figure in black armor had turned to meet her gaze. Whether it was on purpose or an accident was unknown. "Maybe I'm overthinking this." The woman shook her head. Her body and Geno arts were special. Noticing her gaze should have been impossible. Han Sen had been flying forward with the others when he felt as if he was being watched. Although many people were keeping an eye on them, this particular stare felt different. That was why Han Sen turned to take a look. When he looked, all he saw was a belt of asteroids. He knew the Watcher was somewhere among the floating rocks, but he also knew that the stare hadn't been hostile. Because it seemed non-threatening, Han Sen didn't spend much time searching. The woman watched for a while and frowned. Even with her eyesight, she couldn't tell the strength of Han Sen's genes. This surprised her. This dollar is intriguing. I cannot wait to see the limit of his power, the woman murmured to herself with interest. After Dragon 1 and the others entered the system, they headed for a meteorite. The gold armor general always stayed near asteroids. It was a space xenogenic, so it wasn't interested in living on a planet. Han Sen was ordered to wait near the outer edge of the asteroids. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber went deeper into the asteroid belt where the asteroids were clustered more tightly. There were too many of the rocks for Han Sen to cut accurately. But not long later, a gold sword light flashed through the asteroids, parting them. And then, Han Sen saw Dragon 1 and the others retreat from the asteroid belt. Following them was a 3-meter-tall golden body. The gold body wasn't very large, but it was obscenely powerful. The gold armor made the being look like a robot. It seemed heavy and powerful, and there were many gold cogwheels and pipes across its surface. It was like a gold robot. Warrior. On its back was a red cape that looked as if it had been made of blood. Its hands were clutching a gold greatsword, and the blade of the sword was taller than the fiend's body. That greatsword was different from normal great swords, too. Instead of being a single piece of metal, the inner portion of the blade was filled with gold cogwheels. The outer edge of the blade was serrated like a saw. When the gold cogwheels inside the blade spun, the teeth on the edge of the blade began to rotate. It was like a giant gold chainsaw. In the center of the sword was a yellow crystal. It looked like it held the essence of lightning inside it. It was the type of lightning that struck when things were born. Looking at the gold armor general was a very weird experience. It seemed both lifelike and soulless, just like a robot. It was hard to say if it was a living thing or an actual robot. This was the first time Han Sen had seen a xenogeniac as special as this. He had encountered many metallic xenogeniacs before, but it was a first for him to see a xenogeniac that was half biological and half robotic. Seeing its blood cape and saw-like greatsword, he knew the enemy was very unique. The gold armor general's eyes flashed gold. Due to the fact it had a helmet, Han Sen couldn't tell if the enemy had a mouth. But he didn't hear it make a sound as it swung its sword at Dragon 1. Han Sen could see clearly that the creature's gold greatsword was like a saw. The sword light it unleashed spun like mad. It looked as if it could cut through the fabric of space. Wherever the sword light went, space would break and cracks would form in the nether. But when it slashed downwards, cracks spread rapidly through space until they looked like galaxies in the sky. The sword light came for Dragon 1. At the speed they were moving, Dragon 1 and his party would be unable to dodge sword lights like those. As Han Sen wondered how Dragon 1 was going to block that scary sword light, a half-deified destroid opened his area. It wrapped around Dragon 1 and the others, then disappeared. The next second, Dragon 1 and the others reappeared right next to the gold armor general. Group Galaxy Teleport, Han Sen breathed in surprise. He didn't know the destroid had geniuses like that. Chapter 2517. Surround and kill the xenogeniac, it finally begins. Bai Wanjia looked at the people fighting in space. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The moment Dragon 1 and the gold armor general appeared, the gold armor general saw a sword was buzzing. The sword light flashed toward them. Pang! The sword light flew right past them, cutting their bodies in half. The people who were spectating the battle felt their hearts run cold. The next second, they realized that the fighters themselves hadn't been slashed in half. The sword light had only cut through the shadows that they left behind. Dragon 1's real body had already moved. He and the others were now standing behind the gold armor general. Almost at the same time this happened, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber used their areas. A dozen areas combined to shield them from the strong gold armor general. It was like they had encased themselves in dozens of layers of crystal. The gold armor general's eyes flashed. It moved forward as it swung its gold greatsword, and the dozen hastily combined areas broke like shattered glass. Their protection couldn't stop the attacks of the gold armor general. But because Dragon 1 and the others instantly separated, the gold armor general's attack was unable to hurt everybody. The strike swept toward a few of the kings in the front. At the same time, the kings and half-deifieds in the back gathered up power. All their beams of light struck the body of the gold armor general. The gold armor general, obviously didn't intend to dodge. It allowed those beams of light to strike its armor, and not even a scorch mark was left in their wake. The kings in front had no chance to dodge the creature's counterattack. They were struck by the sword light, but again, their bodies became shadows. They were teleported away by a half-deified who was neither one of the destroyed nor one of the dragon. This all seemed to happen slowly, but from start to finish, it took less than a second. There was a half-deified there that was well versed in teleportation techniques, and a half-deified who was skilled in cloning. They were cooperating together, and they managed to save the kings from the gold armor general's attack. Dragon 1 and the others surrounded and attacked the gold armor general, but the monster's gold armor seemed impervious to their weapons. They were unable to break through its defense, which rendered their attacks useless. But as Han Sen watched the fight from a distance, he saw that there was a strange symbol of light on the gold armor general's back. Dragon 1's attacks were useless against the gold armor general, but every time he hit the gold armor general, that spell became brighter. Han Sen looked closer, and he realized what that spell was for. It was a skill similar to dollars saving money. The symbol of light on the creature's back would absorb whatever power was used to attack it. Then, it would transform that power into something it could use itself. A dozen elites were continuing to attack the gold armor general, and their efforts were making the spell grow brighter and brighter. But Han Sen couldn't see if it was affecting the gold armor general or not. The gold armor general swung its sword, but its attackers stayed ahead of it with their teleportation and shadows. Dragon 1 and the others had yet to be killed. After a few slashes, the gold armor general seemed to be growing impatient. It stopped swinging its sword. It spun the handle of its weapon and raised it upward. The creature lifted the sword above its head. The gold greatsword's cogwheel spun, but the saw teeth on the outer edge of the sword stopped spinning. All of a sudden, countless raging sword lights were unleashed. The sword lights came out like a net of lasers, blanketing the entire sky. Everything below was sliced into pieces. Countless asteroids were reduced to rubble, and even a small planet had the misfortune of being caught in the sword lights. Dragon 1 and the others found themselves within the radius of that sword net, too. Dragon 1's team wasn't afraid, though. It appeared as if they knew the gold armor general would perform a move like this. One of the half-deified dragons moved at the same time the gold armor general did. It used an area to encompass Dragon 1 and the others. The scary substance chains that formed the sword net landed on Dragon 1's team, but their bodies had become like shadows again. The sword net slid right through their bodies, and it was unable to hurt them. Just as the sword net passed by them, their bodies started to become solid once more. The half-deified who had just used that area looked pale, though. A trickle of blood snaked down from his lips. It appeared as if using an area like that brought harm upon him. Dragon 1 and the others tried to buy time, and so they attacked Gold Armor General again. The light on the back of the Gold Armor General was incredibly bright. It was like a small sun. The yellow-clothed woman had been watching all the while, and she nodded thoughtfully. I'm surprised they found people with Group Galaxy Teleport, Mirror Doppelganger, and Ghost Shadow. As long as those three powers are used in concert, they can guarantee that Dragon 1's people won't be killed by the gold armor. General, they really did come prepared. But these three powers cost a lot of energy, so they won't last forever. The Gold Armor General doesn't look too angry yet. I think they can last 10 minutes, all in all. I don't know if they will survive any longer than that. Little Butterfly didn't understand, and so she asked, even if they survive for a short time, won't this all be rather pointless if they can't kill the Gold Armor General? The yellow-clothed woman pointed at the Gold Armor General's back. The glowing symbol now looked like a little sun. This is a skill of the dragon. It's an Evilbreaker spell. When the strength accumulates to a level, even a deified elite will be affected by it. It will make them pause for a brief while. And in regards to how long the Gold General armor will be stopped, it all depends on how much power they can gather up in the time they have. I don't think its effects will last any longer than 1 or 2 seconds. What is the point in doing all of this to stop Gold Armor General for a measly 2 seconds? Their attacks won't be able to break Gold Armor General's armor. It will be pointless if they only buy themselves 2 seconds. Even if they had 2 hours or 2 days, it would still be useless. Little Butterfly still didn't understand. The yellow-clothed woman looked at Han Sen on the battlefield. Dragon 1 must have placed his hopes on Dollar. When Gold Armor General stops, Dollar will perform the deadly strike. If I am correct, the item on his waist is a deified treasure of the dragon. It is called the Dragon Tattoo Tooth Dagger. If it was used by a deified, it could easily break through that armor. After pausing, the yellow-clothed woman went on to say, but if it is used by a king class, it is unlikely that it will puncture the armor. I bet it can only be used to pierce the gold armor general's eyes. The eyes must be their target. I cannot be sure if Dollar can succeed here, though. Even if he can, piercing the eyes won't kill the gold armor general. Dragon 1 must have another ace up his sleeve. As she said this, Dragon 1 and the others reached the end of their ability to hold on. The two who used Galaxy Teleport and Mirror Doppelganger were pale, and their bodies were shaking. They had used these skills 10 times, and the radius of the areas they cast was huge. They were tired, and they could no longer go on. The half-deified using Ghost Shadow was even worse off. After he made Dragon 1 and the others ghosts, he didn't have enough power to totally erase the substance chains. The effects would land on him, and after using 3 Ghost Shadows, he was bleeding out of all 7 of his holes. Bai Wanjia looked on from far away. Behind him were 100 royal knights. They were all lined up in a formation, and the weakest knight in their ranks was king class. Very few races in the universe could gather up an army of knights like that. And Bai Wanjia had only brought a small segment of their knights. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber really have put a great deal of effort into this, but they put all their hope in Dollar. Letting him deliver the single most important hit, that was just too careless of them. If that strike was being delivered by Yu Shangxin, it would be a guaranteed hit. It is a shame they got Dollar instead. He isn't even half deified. This won't turn out well for them, Bai Wanjia said grimly. The yellow-clothed woman's eyes moved. She quietly said, "This is the time Dragon 1 and the others reach the max." As the woman spoke, Dragon 1 was also shouting, "Dollar! Get ready to strike." Han Sen heard the call and immediately pulled out the dragon tattooed tooth dagger. He sprinted into the battlefield and deployed his Dongshuan area. The awareness of the Dongshuan area rolled through his mind. Blurg. The user of Ghost Shadow activated his area again. He helped Dragon 1 and the others avoid the sword net, but he was bleeding badly. Blood gushed from every orifice in his body, and after this last use of his power, he passed out. The half-deified user of Mirror Doppelganger shone a light on him, bringing the man's true self close and leaving a shadow in his place. His mouth was bleeding, and his face was all gray. "Back!" Dragon 1 shouted, dragon blood spilling over his own lips as he did. That dragon blood became a dragon shadow that flew at the gold armor general. After it landed upon gold armor general's back, it melted into the spell. The spell became red. When the dragon blood of Illbreaker spell was activated, the gold armor general became incredibly angry. The yellow saw-like greatsword was lifted, and the fiend drew a circle above its head. The circle of sword light blasted out like a shockwave. Dragon 1 and the others were teleported away by the galaxy teleporter, dodging that scary, rain-like sword light. At the same time, the gold armor general's body froze in place. He remained in the same position, with the golden greatsword held up over his head. "This is it," Dragon 1 shouted with insane glee. The dragon blood of Illbreaker powers had activated before there was a single casualty. Right now, everything was copacetic, and everything had gone according to plan. Now, everything rested on Dollar's shoulders. If Dollar could blind the gold armor general, then their killing of the beast was guaranteed. But no one could be certain Dollar was up to the task, or that he'd be able to perform his assigned duty. After all, Han Sen didn't have much time. He had to make his way past the rain of swordlight and get close enough to the gold armor general to blind both of its eyes. Doing all this would be very difficult, probably too difficult. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber weren't completely sure that he could do it. Of course, if they hadn't been confident, they wouldn't have hired him. Han Sen's body flashed toward gold armor general with blinding speed. When Han Sen came before the rain of swordlight, the space around his body warped slightly. He used a teleportation power. Although his abilities of teleportation took some time to prepare, Han Sen had put that into motion earlier. When he reached the rain of swordlight, his body was already in teleportation mode. He teleported behind the rain of swordlight, and he kept flying toward the gold armor general. Dragon 1 was so excited to see this. His dragon blood of Illbreaker spell was something he was very confident in. He had gathered up enough power to stop their foe for 2 whole seconds. Han Sen moved very smoothly, and within less than a second, he was hovering directly before the gold armor general. Because it had taken him less than a second to reach the gold armor general, he had at least 1 second to blind the gold armor general's eyes. If this was a normal xenogeniac with king-class power, Dollar could stab it multiple times. Although the gold armor general's eyes were its weak spot, they wouldn't be easy to pierce through. Dragon 1 was hoping Dollar would be able to blind both of its eyes in that sole second he had. Things would go awry if he was unable to do that. Bai Wanjia and the yellow-clothed woman were watching the show, their eyes focused on Han Sen. They understood that a single blow would determine the entire outcome of the battle. Dragon 1's success in hunting the gold armor general now depended on Dollar's strike. Suddenly, the yellow-clothed woman shifted her eyes. She looked disappointed. As Han Sen drew within striking range of the gold armor general, the monster's body hissed like a steam machine. The pipes across its form released gold flames. The stationary body suddenly moved. Its gold eyes turned to stare at Han Sen in front of it. Its gold greatsword began to move through the air, striking downwards. The cogwheels spun, and the blade was groaning. A gold sword light was emitted, unleashed like a chainsaw. The entire asteroid belt shook, and the darkness of space moaned. The realm was breaking under the force of that gold sword light. It's over, the calculations were incorrect. We underestimated the gold armor general. That dragon blood of Illbreaker power was only able to stop the fiend for a second. Dragon 1 suddenly felt overwhelmingly cold. His stomach turned. Dia Robber and the others were in shock, too. The pipes on gold armor general's back were spitting out gold fire. They broke the dragon blood of Illbreaker power, while the blood cape on his back rippled and waved. The cape was dyed a golden color. It's all over. Everyone looked hopeless. They had known from the beginning that if the gold armor general recovered its movements while Dollar was next to it, Dollar was a dead man. He would be unable to finish the plan of destroying the gold armor general's eyes. It was impossible to tell if he would even get out of there alive. He was too close to the gold armor general, and his entire body was barely the size of the gold armor general's arm. Even if galaxy teleportation was used, he couldn't be brought back in time. That is what happens when someone misjudges his own power. Bai Wanjia sighed in his heart. Dollar was quite the character. If the Crown Prince had been able to hire him, he wouldn't mind feeding another mouth. But Dollar had come and stolen his business instead. The Extreme King wouldn't be sorry when he died. Nightmare, who was next to Bai Wanjia, was wondering if now was the time to strike. Dragon 1's hunting plan had failed. The yellow-clothed woman felt dismal and disappointed. She was interested in Dollar, and she wanted to see what he was really like. But because of Dragon 1's miscalculation, the plan had failed. The gold armor general was stronger than assumed, and Dragon 1 had placed Dollar in danger, directly in front of the gold armor general. There was nowhere to run or hide. Chapter 2519, Killing a Deified. Han Sen squinted. Instead of falling back, he concentrated on the gold armor general in front of him, with his purple eye butterfly spinning like mad. He had known before he approached that there was something wrong. Although the gold armor general had been frozen by the dragon blood of Illbreaker power, Han Sen's Dongshuan area showed him that its self-cogwheel was still spinning slowly. The beast hadn't been captured. But even so, Han Sen didn't want to retreat. He went after the gold armor general anyway. Everyone was watching as the scary gold greatsword came down, its buzzing, saw-like sword light tearing through everything there was. It instantly landed on Dollar's head. There was nowhere to run. From what they could see, even if Dollar tried to teleport away, he stood no chance of surviving that strike. Dollar's teleportation speed was too slow, anyway. But Han Sen didn't plan on dodging. A white light glowed from his eyes, and his body turned into a shadow in front of everyone. He was like a god hanging in space. The gold greatsword's power was sufficient to break a planet in two, but when it landed on him, it went right through. It was like his body didn't exist. His existence was nothing more than a shadow. Is that a shadow or a clone? People wondered in shock, but a second later, the people watching the battle became even more astounded. The gold greatsword was slashing through Dollar's body with godlike power. Dollar seemed insubstantial, but his shadow-like form was still clutching the dragon tattooed tooth dagger. The dagger struck at the gold armor general's left eye. The dagger shone brightly. It pierced through the crystal wall shielding the eye and went right into the eyeball. Gold blood came gushing out of it. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Impossible. If this was just a shadow or a doppelganger, it couldn't keep attacking, and it couldn't wield power like this. Bai Wanjia was shocked, as well. The woman in yellow squinted. She looked at Han Sen and whispered to herself, it looks kind of like the Extreme King's Ghost King body, but it is different. What kind of power is this? The two half-deifieds who used Mirror Doppelganger and Ghost Shadow were frozen. They knew that what they were seeing wasn't something similar to their powers, otherwise, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to attack in his current form. Unless this was Dollar's real body, he wouldn't have been able to use the dragon tattooed tooth dagger to perforate the gold armor general's eyes. If this was Dollar's real body, though, it meant that the gold armor general's power was unable to land on him. That was unbelievable. Dragon 1 was as shocked as he was delighted. His plan had failed. They were on the cusp of losing everything. The 500 King-class xenogenic genes and the money he had spent to hire the aid of a few other races would have also cost his people an arm and a leg. But things had taken a drastic turn. Dollar was facing the gold armor general alone, and he had managed to pierce one of its eyes. On top of that, he was still safe. This guy is too scary. Dia Robber looked gloomy. He stared at Dollar. The gold armor general roared in response to its injury. While it roared, the pipes on its body kept spitting streams of gold fire. The creature swung its saw greatsword wildly, wanting to kill Han Sen. And yet Han Sen just stood there, taking each strike without making an effort to evade them. Han Sen thrust the dragon tattooed tooth dagger the moment the gold greatsword went right through him. Even space shuddered and cracked under the power of the gold armor general's mighty strike, but Han Sen's body remained perfectly intact. The dagger in his hand punched a hole in the gold armor general's other eye. Everyone was petrified when they saw the gold armor general swinging his greatsword like crazy. He was smashing the planets all around, breaking them in a frenzy. And yet, despite all that, he was unable to deliver any damage to Han Sen. Dollar looked like some kind of god as he stood before the gold armor general. He was able to ignore that scary gold greatsword and the sword lights that it unleashed, focusing purely on stabbing the gold armor general's eye repeatedly. The gold armor general's eyes kept bleeding. Even the brain juice behind it was starting to leak out in a steady stream. No one dared to believe what their eyes were telling them. A king class was killing the gold armor general in front of them. The gold armor general was enraged, and yet it was helpless. It roared hopelessly, unleashing frightening powers. But before that man who was like a god, all its attempts to fight back were for naught. It kept getting stabbed in the eye, over and over. Dollar worked methodically, as if he wasn't stabbing a scary deified xenogenic. Rather, he looked like he was just repeatedly prodding a lifeless slab of pork. As he stared, Dragon 1's mask of cool detachment slipped from his face. He had no idea how to react to what was happening, and it almost slipped his mind that he had to perform the final killing strike after Dollar blinded both of the gold armor general's eyes. It wasn't as if he had forgotten his role in all this. It was just that Dollar really had surprised him. If it wasn't for the fact that deified elites couldn't enter the core area, he would have easily believed that Dollar was actually an incredible elite who had simply disguised his power. It wasn't just Dragon 1 who was shocked, either. Everyone stared at the battle in silent awe. Even the extreme king Crown Prince Bai Wanjia, who had seen many incredible things, had his mouth wide open in the shock. The yellow-clothed woman was astonished, too. Her pink lips opened. She could barely believe that the gold armor general was being stabbed in such a fashion. Han Sen didn't have the power to destroy or kill a deified xenogenic on his own, but with the dragon tattooed tooth dagger, killing a deified xenogenic would be possible. It was still a very difficult task, but this deified had a well-defined weakness. That convergence of factors gave Han Sen a very good chance of killing it. But after he stabbed it a dozen times, the gold armor general still wasn't dead yet. The presence emitted by its body had grown even fiercer. Is that enough? Han Sen turned around and asked Dragon 1. Dragon 1 was in awe, and he acted as if he had just woken up. He quickly pulled out an item and aimed it at the gold armor general. Then, he shouted to Han Sen, "Quickly, get out there. It is fine. Just attack," Han Sen said simply. Dragon 1 didn't hesitate. Dollar wasn't concerned about the gold armor general's attacks, so there wasn't much need to concern himself with whatever was coming next. With that thought, Dragon 1 activated the item in his hand. A dragon's roar came from his hand, then transformed into a dragon shadow that raged toward the gold armor general. It went into the ruined eye sockets of the gold armor general, which were still bleeding. Boom! When the dragon shadow came back out of the gold armor general's eyes, it did so with a scary explosion. The blood-like fire came surging out of the eyes like an erupting volcano. The scary red flames fountained into Han Sen. But even so, they went right through Han Sen. They couldn't affect him. The gold armor general had taken their attack, and under its force, its head was reduced to little more than mud. But it still shook and moaned. Even that attack wasn't enough to kill it. Han Sen swung his dagger to end the last of its life force. The fire of their enemy's life was extinguished. Deified Xenogenic hunted. Gold Robot General. Xenogenic gene found. Obtained Gold Robot General Beast Soul. Han Sen was thrilled. I got its Beast Soul. Am I on a lucky streak to keep receiving their Beast Souls these days? When the Gold Robot General fell, its gold greatsword dropped from its loosened grip, too. Dragon 1 and the others were all ecstatic. After seeing this, they all ran up to Han Sen. Bai Wanjia watched Han Sen from afar, with his face cycling through a variety of different emotions. The members of his royal knights were all frozen, and none of them could speak. The results of the battle were far too surprising. The gold armor general was considered too difficult to kill, and yet Dollar had single-handedly secured the victory. Watching Han Sen at that moment was like looking at a god and a demon. It left a really deep impression in their brains. What just happened? That Dollar just soloed the gold armor general. Am I seeing this correctly? It was too FC King scary. Dollar is too powerful. He just soloed a deified as a king. Can any of the extreme king do such a thing? Even someone else could do this. There's no way they could do it as casually as Dollar did. He must be a deified pretending to be a king. After the king-class audience watched the fight, they were all left looking shocked. The yellow-clothed woman looked at Han Sen. Her pretty eyes had become unreadable as she spoke to herself. What is up with this Dollar character? What is his power? Interesting. How interesting. Is he stronger than you, xianxia? Brother Dollar, we couldn't have done this without you. Dragon 1 was so shocked and happy, he wasn't quite sure what to say. If not for Dollar, the dragons would surely have lost everything. Dollar had managed to pull them out of the fire and secure victory for them all by himself. At that moment, Dragon 1 was only thinking that the 1,000 xenogenic genes he owed were well worth it. When can you pay me the second batch of 500 xenogenic genes? Han Sen asked, looking at Dragon 1. After fulfilling the work he was tasked to perform, he required his payment. Tomorrow? No, give us half an hour. We will deliver them right away. Dragon 1 had come to kill a deified xenogenic. He couldn't have brought them with him. He immediately told his dragon subordinates to retrieve the xenogenic genes that the man was owed. Brother Dollar, are you interested in striking another deal? Dia Robber approached, lowering his voice as he spoke to Han Sen. Han Sen shook his head. I have things to do. I don't have time. Dia Robber felt so annoyed. The reason why he let Dragon 1 ask Dollar first was that he himself wasn't confident in Dollar's abilities. He wanted to see how strong Dollar was before deciding to hire him. But God knew Dollar was insanely strong. After all, he had practically killed the gold armor general all alone. Now that Dia Robber wanted to hire him and was unsure if he could, he was really regretting his previous hesitation. If you have the time, Brother Dollar, we can discuss payment, Dia Robber said hopefully, praying he would still have a chance to hire Dollar. Sure, I will contact you sometime down the line, Han Sen said. Han Sen handed the dragon tattooed tooth dagger back to Dragon 1. The dragons quickly brought the other 500 xenogenic genes over. Han Sen took the xenogenic genes back to the core area hall. Then, he placed them all inside Destiny's tower. With 1,000 xenogenic genes, I can max out one king area, at least. Han Sen observed the mountain of king xenogenic genes he had piled inside his Destiny's tower. It gave him a warm and comforting feeling. He sighed and said, it is nice to always have a little in the bank. Seeing so many xenogenic genes all in one place was enough to make Han Sen start drooling. Then, he suddenly heard Wanner make some moaning sounds on a lower floor. When he went to see her, he saw her eyelids flicker. It looked as if she was going to wake up. Han Sen was shocked. He went back to the White Whale and brought Wanner out of Destiny's tower. Earlier, Han Sen had used his super god spirit to kill the gold robot general. He felt that Wanner's effect on him was weaker now. Her power was no longer canceling his super god spirit straight away. Han Sen thought that was weird. Originally, he only wanted to use his super god spirit body to blind the gold robot general's eyes. He hadn't known it would last so long and enable him to do as much as he had. Now, it seemed as if Wanner waking up was in some way related to what had happened. Wanner lay on the bed as her eyes slowly opened. When she saw that Han Sen was there, she suddenly jumped forward. She wrapped her arms around his neck and curled against his chest like a cat. She closed her eyes and gleefully said, "Big brother." Han Sen didn't know what to do, and he pushed her back a bit. He had yet to learn why Wanner was so insistent about calling him Big Brother. He thought that having her as a sister was something he would probably remember. Ahem, Wanner, do you remember your big brother? As he said that, even Han Sen thought his choice of words was a bit strange. Of course I recognize my big brother. Wanner leaned toward Han Sen. She closed her eyes as if she was dreaming and said, I don't ever want to be apart from you. I want to be with my big brother forever. Good Wanner. Your big brother wants to be with you forever, too. Han Sen patted Wanner on the back like she was a child. And then he asked, do you remember my name? Of course I remember. How could I forget my big brother's name? I would never forget my big brother's name. Wanner rubbed her face against Han Sen's chest in another feline motion. Then, what is my name? Han Sen asked in a rush. Wanner raised her head. She looked at Han Sen with confusion and said, has Big Brother forgotten his name? Of course I remember my name. I'm testing you. Han Sen felt as if he was some kindergarten teacher. Upon hearing Han Sen say this, Wanner's face started to become red. It was so pretty, and she looked like a piece of crystal that was about to cry. Big Brother doesn't believe me. Of course I believe you, Wanner. I am just kidding with you. Han Sen felt his resolve soften, and so he opted to try and comfort her. Wanner laughed. She placed her cheek against Han Sen's chest, closed her eyes, and said, I want to be with you like I was before. I want to just chat and travel with you all around the universe. But Wanner feels so tired. I want to sleep a lot. Han Sen really wanted to know the name of Wanner's big brother, but he didn't know how to ask. He was in a rush about it, too. Han Sen felt as if dealing with Wanner might be harder than dealing with a deified xenogeniac. Dealing with a deified xenogeniac might at least give him a chance, but facing Wanner, he couldn't even use his full strength. It would be like punching cotton. Big brother, can we not go back to sacred? Just the two of us together, forever, forever, Wanner mumbled dreamily, and her voice became quieter and quieter. Han Sen froze. Is she really from sacred? If she is, then who is her big brother? Is it someone else from sacred? Han Sen still wanted to ask Wanner about a few things, but it really did appear that she had just fallen asleep again. She looked exhausted, but happiness still glowed from her face. She lay against Han Sen's chest, curled up in a merry little ball. She was like a helpless kitten. Han Sen tried to wake her up, but there was no reaction. She must have been a very deep sleeper. Han Sen continued to hold Wanner, though. He didn't set her down on the bed. If Han Sen put her down somewhere and then went too far away from her, she would return to her gold hair mode. It would damage her body even further if that happened. Han Sen hesitated to do it, but he placed her back inside Destiny's tower. She could sleep freely there. I'm going to have to wait until she wakes up before I can question her again. Now Han Sen had some time to check out the Gold Robot General Beast Soul. Deified Gold Robot General Beast Soul, Armor Type. Han Sen didn't immediately react. He knew this Armor Type Beast Soul would be different from other Armor Type Beast Souls. Han Sen summoned the Gold Robot General, wanting to see exactly what kind of Beast Soul it was. The Gold Robot General Beast Soul instantly flew out into the air in front of Han Sen, and his heart leapt. It floated right before Han Sen. It had a golden body and held a gold greatsword, just as it had when it was alive. The red-colored cape was striking. But the Beast Soul had a shadowy element to it. It wasn't solid and it didn't look real. As a second passed, though, the Gold Robot General Beast Soul quickly solidified. It was like the Gold Robot General had been brought back to life. It floated in front of Han Sen without moving. While Han Sen was still in shock, Gold Robot General's gold body suddenly disassembled. It became pieces of metallic machinery, all of which flew right at Han Sen. It began to reassemble itself around Han Sen, encasing him within. It soon reformed the shape of the Gold Armor General around him. Han Sen was inside the Gold Robot General now. He felt as if his thoughts were symbiotic with those of the machine. Oddly, it felt like he could now control a second body. Han Sen quickly realized what the Gold Armor General. The revelation made him grin. This is like one of the war frames of the Alliance, but the controls of this machine are far more sophisticated than the war frames were. The pilot uses their own mind to guide this thing, and I'm the one who is now controlling the Gold Robot General. I have the Gold Robot General's attack power now, but even so, it is different from shapeshifting beast souls. While I'm controlling the Gold Robot General, I can only make use of its power. I cannot send my own power through this body. But having the Gold Robot General's power made him practically deified. Han Sen didn't even have to use his own power. I wonder if the Gold Robot General can be used in the core area. If that is possible, then I'll become unimaginably rich. I'll be able to wipe out anything in the core area. Han Sen was exhilarated by the prospect. He couldn't wait to go to the core area to try it out. This time, Han Sen didn't use his Dongshuan Sutra's cogwheel to enter the core area. There must have been many people waiting where he last departed. It would be troublesome for him to show up there again. So, Han Sen used his Jadeskin self-cogwheel to enter the core area. Under the power of Jadeskin, he appeared elsewhere inside the core area. Han Sen found a quiet place without anyone around, and then, he quickly summoned the Gold Robot General. He discovered he could use it. Beast souls were not restricted in that realm, which meant that the Gold Robot General wasn't the only beast soul that he could use. Even the Peacock King's garments could be donned in the core area. Haha, God is on my side. My time to shine has finally come. Fighting those old deified elites in the outside world will be difficult, but mopping up across the core area should be an okay task. Han Sen wanted to shout to the sky to release some of his excitement. Han Sen didn't immediately head out to kill Xenogeniacs, though. The core area extended into infinity in all directions, and he wasn't very familiar with the place. He didn't even know where to find deified Xenogeniacs there. Plus, he already had 1,000 king Xenogeniac genes to make use of. That was too many for him to eat in a short period of time anyway. He could only eat 2 or 3 king Xenogeniac genes per day. And that was only possible because he could use consume. 1,000 Xenogeniac genes would take a long time to process. I wonder if there are any other geno arts that can help me to digest king Xenogeniac genes faster, Han Sen thought to himself. He didn't have an answer, though. Maybe the 1,000 treasures might know a thing or two about this. I should ask Fang Qingyu. Han Sen put away the beast souls and returned to the white whale. He went to tell Fang Qingyu what he was wondering about. Of course, he didn't say he was eating king Xenogeniac genes. He asked Fang Qingyu if there was a geno art similar to consume but even better. Fang Qingyu thought for a moment, then said, the consuming ants consume is the best geno art of its kind. A geno art that is better than consume might be difficult to find. But there is a very famous geno art that most people would be unable to practice. What geno art would that be? Han Sen quickly asked. Big destroyed, Fang Qingyu said. Big destroyed, isn't that a very destructive geno art? Han Sen had heard about this geno art before, and he had heard that it utilized powerful destructive forces. Even amongst the destroyed, not many could use big destroyed. Even elites like Bar weren't capable of practicing big destroyed. Dia Robber was said to have talent with it, but Han Sen had never seen him make use of it. Big destroyed is an overbearingly destructive geno art, Fang Qingyu said. The 1,000 Treasures Alliance has researched big destroyed before, and we discovered that it is a geno art that breaks down substances and returns them to a base state. Any substances that are struck by big destroyed will be shattered and returned to their most primitive and practical form. If you eat those practical results, things might be easier for you to digest. After saying all this, Fang Qingyu laughed and said, but I have to tell you, aside from that, I don't think there is any geno art greater than consume for this task. Consume is the best in its field of geno arts. There are a few that are similar, but they are basically all the same. Han Sen considered his options and decided that Big Destroyed might work out for him. He asked Fang Qingyu, where can I get Big Destroyed? Can I buy it from the 1,000 Treasures Alliance? It's a secret geno art of the destroyed. You would need the body of a destroyed to learn it. The 1,000 Treasures Alliance has never had that skill, Fang Qingyu said as he shook his head. It looks like I will have to start with the destroyed, Han Sen thought. Dia Robber does want to hire me to hunt another deified Xenogeniac, but I don't know if he would be willing to give out the secrets of Big Destroyed in exchange for the help. Han Sen didn't plan to go looking for Dia Robber. That would give Dia Robber too much advantage. Instead, Han Sen planned on waiting a few days before returning to the core area. That way, Dia Robber would likely approach him. Chapter 2522. Yellow Clothes Warner had been sleeping for a few days straight, and yet, there was no sign of her waking up anytime soon. That made Han Sen feel a bit depressed. The white whale was doing the same as it always was. There was still no way for them to escape the dimension they were locked in, and the white tiger pest was still too skittish to get close to them. Still, whenever a horde of snakes approached the island, it would make sure to shoo them off. Everyone still had a mushroom on their heads. The mushrooms weren't hurting them, though. Every time Han Sen came back from the core area, his head would grow a new mushroom. Before he entered the core area each time, he used his original Water King body's power to get rid of it and be separated from the mushroom. Bauer released the Knights of the Extreme King to work on the ship as deckhands and the like. They didn't dare disobey, because doing so would be pointless. Even if they knew their situation, they wouldn't dare to leave the safety of the white whale. Bauer had her new toys, so she was no longer bored. She carried around her big carrot that she called ginseng, and she had a bunch of Extreme King Knights that she could freely order around. The kings and even half-deifieds were being bossed around like they were rookies. The deckhands became more afraid of little Captain Bao, than they were of Han Sen or even the little red bird. Whenever her name was mentioned, the men of the ship would tremble. Han Sen's tally of king-class genes reached 100. Without hesitation, he increased his Dongshuan area to the 4th tier. Now that he had enough king-class xenogenic genes, Han Sen planned on maxing out his Dongshuan area before anything else. Because the Blood Pulse Sutra and spell were of little use in combat, he could only choose between Jadeskin and the Dongshuan Sutra. The Dongshuan Sutra was harder to improve than Jadeskin, and it required more power from his self-cogwheel. However, strengthening that Geno Arts area would prove more useful in the short term. Whenever he leveled up an area, his fitness and his area's power would increase by a lot. Still, Han Sen didn't notice any changes. This lined up with what he had been told about the process. He would only feel the changes when he became half-deified and his 9 tiers condensed into one. Reaching that level would be like having all 9 tiers of his area combined into one. Stronger than all that, even. It was almost time to return to the core area. Dia Robber should have been in a rush to see him by now. Han Sen used the Dongshuan Sutra's self-cogwheel to open the door to the core area. Han Sen thought that after fighting the Gold Armor General, many more kings would come seeking him out. Dia Robber was likely going to be one of many. Yet when Han Sen entered the core area, he couldn't see a single king. He flew for thousands of miles, and yet he found no hide nor hair of Dia Robber in the core area. Weird. Why is no one looking for me? That isn't normal. Am I too expensive, and my high prices have scared people away? Han Sen looked around in confusion. His performance was so spectacular, how could others not pay attention and want him? Although Han Sen was depressed by the lonely stretches of space around him, he still had to kill a few more xenogenics. He wasn't familiar with the xenogenics in the core area, and after thinking about things for a while, he planned to call on the bronze furnace. It should have been familiar with the core xenogenics, so his job would be easiest if it led him to populated areas. It would be better than wandering around aimlessly, all alone. After Han Sen returned to the bronze furnace's planet, he finally found the bronze furnace. It looked to be in poor condition, though. A yellow-clothed woman of the sky was beating it up. It was trying to flee from her, and it was in a sorry state. This little guy is really unlucky. I beat him up once, and now he is getting beaten up by a woman, Han Sen thought with a slight smile. Upon seeing Han Sen, the bronze furnace flew over to him, crying all the while. It hid behind Han Sen's back. The yellow-clothed woman flew in front of Han Sen, looked at him, and said, "Are you going to steal my prey?" "Lady, you misunderstand. I don't want to do that." Han Sen looked at the yellow-clothed woman and then went on to say, "This furnace is my pet. Please, find it in your heart to let him live on my account. This core xenogenic gene will be a gift for your kindness." After that, Han Sen pulled out a core crystal for the yellow-clothed woman. Han Sen had once studied in Sky Palace, and he still planned to seek out their protection while on the lam. That yellow-clothed woman was one of the sky, and so the last thing he wanted was to make an enemy of her. The yellow-clothed woman didn't accept the core xenogenic gene from Han Sen. She just looked at him and said, "I need this core furnace's material to make a treasure. No other xenogenic gene can replace it. Lady, must you really kill it? Is there no other way?" Han Sen asked patiently. "There is another way, but it would be annoying," the yellow-clothed woman said. "That is good. As long as there is another way, we're all set." Just tell me what it is, and I will do my best to fulfill your wishes. Han Sen laughed. The yellow-clothed woman pointed at the bronze furnace and said, "You aren't helping me. You are just saving his life." "Right, I was wrong. In that case, tell me what to do to save its life." Han Sen was still giving her that carefree smile. "You don't look like a bad person. If you can hunt a core bronze tripod with me, then I'll let the bronze furnace go," the yellow-clothed woman said. "That is no problem. Do you know where the core bronze tripod can be found?" Han Sen asked. The yellow-clothed woman looked at Han Sen and said, "Core bronze tripods aren't difficult to locate, but they are half-deified xenogenics. Can you kill one? Don't just go there and get yourself killed. I don't think highly of my strength, but I do think I can kill a core bronze tripod. Plus, you will be helping me, too, right?" Han Sen asked. "In that case, let's go." The yellow-clothed woman said that and then flew off in another direction. "My lady, might I ask your name?" Han Sen signaled the bronze furnace to follow them and headed after the woman. The bronze furnace was terrified of her, and it wouldn't dare stay close. It just hid behind Han Sen. "I don't know your name, either," the yellow-clothed woman said. "My name is Dollar," Han Sen told her. "That doesn't sound like a name. It sounds more like a title," the yellow-clothed woman said. "All names are just titles, aren't they?" Han Sen said. "In that case, you can just call me Yellow Clothes. It is just a title, anyway," the yellow-clothed woman said. "Lady Clothes, are you a student at Sky Palace?" Han Sen didn't tell her his true name. There was no reason for them to be on a first-name basis, so he picked a name that was easier to pronounce. The yellow-clothed woman smiled and said, "What? I've never heard your name before, and you are asking about me." Han Sen thought the woman's temper was strange, and that getting along with her would be difficult. Yellow Clothes went on to say, "The core bronze tripod that we're hunting is different. Normal half-deifieds cannot defeat it. You can die within the blink of an eye. Let me see what sort of geno art and area you are good with. I don't want you to die and blame it on me." Chapter 2523. Listening Sword. Han Sen looked at her for a minute. She was spoiled and a touch crazy, but he didn't want to do as she said. Still, he was not mad. He laughed casually and said, "I have learned all kinds of different geno arts. I'm not a master with them, but I have sufficient skill to use each." The term, sufficient, means different things to different people. "Are you sure you have learned these geno arts sufficiently?" Yellow Clothes asked seriously. Her face was solemn. "I suppose so." Han Sen didn't know what was wrong with Yellow Clothes. She was talking like they were competing, and they had to find out which of the two was stronger. "Okay, in that case, I will test you with the most basic sword skill. Do you know Listening Sword?" Yellow Clothes asked coldly. "What is Listening Sword?" Han Sen had never heard of the skill. Yellow Clothes didn't laugh at Han Sen for his ignorance. She simply explained, "A sword is like a person. A person is like a sound. We can see a person, but until we speak with them, they cannot truly become a friend. You only need a voice to communicate. In that way, we do not learn who people truly are by their appearance. Swords are this way, too. If you just look at its appearance, you cannot understand what is inside the sword. You need to listen to the sword to truly understand the blade. Only then can you understand it." This was the first time Han Sen had heard of this. He thought it was a very interesting concept, and so he asked, "People talk, but swords don't. How can you hear the voice of a sword? The sounds of instruments are not a language, so how can people listen to music and still understand what emotions it conveys and what it means? Although a sword does not speak, when you use a sword to make a sound, you are hearing the voice of the sword. If you know a sword really well, even if you cannot see the sword, you can know what sword it is by the sound it makes," Yellow Clothes said. Han Sen didn't believe what she was saying. He looked at Yellow Clothes and said, "That means I can pull out a sword and randomly swing it, and by that, Lady Clothes will know which sword I wield." "Of course," Yellow Clothes answered. She did so with absolute certainty. "Great, I have a sword, and I would like you to unveil my sword," Han Sen said. "Sure." Yellow Clothes turned around and closed her eyes. She said to Han Sen, "You can swing your sword for me." Han Sen's heart jumped. Using his body to block her line of sight in case she peeked, he whipped out his toxic umbrella mushroom beast soul. The toxic umbrella mushroom was a weapon beast soul, but it was not a sword. It was an umbrella. When it was folded, it was 3 feet long and could be used as a sword. Han Sen held the toxic umbrella and waved it around with a couple of sword skills. He kept using the Dongshuan area to scan Yellow Clothes, in case she was using some sort of Geno art to see the umbrella. Han Sen was too suspicious, though. Yellow Clothes wasn't using any Geno arts to watch him. She was merely listening to Han Sen wave his sword around. Han Sen had only swung his sword twice before Yellow Clothes said, "That's plenty." Han Sen put the toxic umbrella away. He looked at Yellow Clothes and said, "Please tell me what my sword sounded like." "This sword is bad," Yellow Clothes coldly said. "Why is it bad?" Han Sen asked. "If you're using an umbrella as a sword, you should focus on thrusting and sweeping. Your sword skills were just you slashing," Yellow Clothes said succinctly. Han Sen wasn't surprised. Identifying an item by the sounds it made wasn't difficult. Han Sen could do it, too. Many kings could do it, so it was nothing special. Yellow Clothes seemed to understand what Han Sen was thinking, and she said, "Your umbrella sounds very bitter. If I am hearing this correctly, it is likely a toxic umbrella. Its sounds are very pure and concentrated. It is likely a king-class weapon. You can distinguish its sounds to that level." Han Sen was shocked. Even if someone looked at the umbrella, there should have been no way for them to know that it was toxic. Plus, he was the only person in the Geno universe who used a toxic umbrella beast soul. There should have been no way for Yellow Clothes to know what it was. How could she know the toxic umbrella was toxic? Han Sen was confused by this. Everything has its reason for being. I can hear swords, and I can hear umbrellas. One skill can be like 1,000 skills. There is nothing that can escape my hearing. Yellow Clothes spoke naturally as if it was a universal truth. Yellow Clothes did sound a bit too boastful, though. Not even a high-race alpha would claim to know everything. Yellow Clothes had said this casually, as if it was no big deal. Han Sen was thinking, if this woman is this cocky despite being only king class, she must be someone important to the sky. Why did I not see her when I was in Sky Palace? Yellow Clothes could see what Han Sen was thinking, and so she fixed her hair and told him, "If you don't believe me, you can use a Geno art. Without seeing it, I will tell you about it and its element." "Interesting. I want to see this very magical listening skill." Han Sen laughed. "Yes, please." Yellow Clothes smiled. She had tried so hard to get close to Han Sen and speak to him because she wished to get to know him better. But the best way to get to know him was to see how he practiced his Geno arts. The theory of listening to sounds was just an excuse that Yellow Clothes had given so she wouldn't have to explain her real ability. Yellow Clothes had practiced a secret skill of the very high. It was called very high sense, and it could feel anything. It wasn't just about hearing. Even if she blocked all 7 of her senses, she could still picture everything around her clearly in her mind. Her ability to hear and feel would not be impaired. Han Sen didn't believe what he was being told, though. He paused for a bit and then turned his hands into stone. It was the petrified skill he had learned from Left Crazy. Han Sen was thinking, this petrified skill makes no sound. I don't think she will be able to hear anything. He only petrified his hands so his arms could still be used. He used his arms to swing his fists. Then he asked Yellow Clothes, who had turned around, "Can you tell what sort of Geno art this is?" Yellow Clothes used her very high sense to feel every single moment of Han Sen's movements. She did not turn around, but seeing it behind her, she said, "Your fists sound very heavy and clumsy. It feels rather natural. If I am hearing it correctly, you have employed a petrification skill. And in regards to your punch, if you want to name it, call it Petrified Punch." Han Sen was shocked, and he sighed. Lady Clothes is so strong. Petrification skills are not mainstream. You use secret Geno arts quite casually. If I name one incorrectly, you do not have to come to hunt the core bronze tripod with me, Yellow Clothes coldly said. She wanted to engage Han Sen's curiosity so that Han Sen would use the Geno arts he was good at. That way, she could find out just who Han Sen really was. Dollar and the race of humans were an oddity in the Geno universe. No one knew where he was from. Chapter 2524. You lose. In that case, I will give it a shot. Han Sen had passed his years of always wanting to win. He wasn't fond of Yellow Clothes' personality, at all. If he didn't have to hunt a core bronze tripod alongside her, that was more than fine with him. I can use whatever Geno art I desire. Han Sen asked for confirmation. Yes, you can use any Geno art you want, Yellow Clothes answered with complete certainty as she turned away from Han Sen. She closed her eyes. Okay, I am going to start now. Han Sen smiled. Please, Yellow Clothes said. But after she spoke, she didn't hear Han Sen make a move. After a while of not hearing anything, Yellow Clothes felt strange. She then heard Han Sen say, "All right, please guess what kind of Geno art I used, lady." Yellow Clothes smiled coldly. She turned around, looked at Han Sen, and said, "You didn't move. I guess that can be considered a Geno art, too." She was pretty sure Han Sen hadn't moved or used a Geno art. Han Sen smiled. "I think you have guessed incorrectly this time. According to the terms of our deal, I can leave now, right?" "I'm never wrong." Yellow Clothes was very sure of that. The very high sense could sense everything. She could even sense the sneaky skills of some deified elites. Han Sen was just king class, so she was confident she would be able to feel anything that he did. "You say that you can't be wrong, but you won't tell me what Geno art I used." "You are being rather obstinate," Han Sen said in annoyance. "You didn't use a Geno art and you didn't move," Yellow Clothes said to Han Sen while looking at him. Her tone was held high by sheer confidence. "I did move, and I did use a Geno art. It isn't my problem if you are unable to guess what I used." Han Sen spread out both of his hands. Yellow Clothes peered at Han Sen without speaking. After a while, she looked disappointed and she said, "In that case, you can go." "I lose. Thank you very much for the convenience," Han Sen said. He took the bronze furnace with him and departed without another word. Seeing Han Sen leave, Yellow Clothes looked let down. She spoke to herself, playing tricks over such a small matter. It doesn't matter how talented he thinks he is, he didn't notice what he missed by playing this trick. Yellow Clothes was certain her feelings hadn't been wrong. Han Sen hadn't moved or used a Geno art. He was a complete con man. He had made such a bad impression that Yellow Clothes no longer wanted to deal with him. Every member of the Very High was allowed to select a silkworm to grow. They had to choose carefully and go for the best of the best. Dollar had powerful talents, but his behavior had disappointed Yellow Clothes. She didn't want to argue with him any further. He has talent, but his personality and heart are terrible. What a shame. Putting the whole matter out of her mind, Yellow Clothes also turned to leave. Seeing Yellow Clothes return, Little Butterfly immediately came running out. She asked Yellow Clothes with proper surprise, "My lady, you let Dollar go that fast?" Yellow Clothes had spent a lot of effort to get all the others that were waiting for Han Sen to leave. That was why she had been able to encounter Dollar alone. But right after she met Dollar, Yellow Clothes had hastily returned. Little Butterfly was surprised by this. She thought she would be gone at least 3 or 4 days before she came back. "He is not the silkworm I require," Yellow Clothes grumbled. "Why don't you take one more look? Dollar is very strong. He was able to take down the gold armor general by himself. I don't think even you xianxia could do that. It would be a shame to let this opportunity go by," Little Butterfly tried to convince her. Yellow Clothes poured a cup of tea, took a sip, and said, "His talent and power are strong, but the Geno universe is home to many geniuses like that. They just can't reach that perfect threshold. Plus, Dollar has a major flaw." "What kind of flaw would that be?" Little Butterfly asked with curiosity. "His personality is bad. I don't like how his mind works," Yellow Clothes said while putting down her teacup. "No way. How long has it been, and you can already tell his personality is poor?" Little Butterfly looked at her in disbelief. Yellow Clothes told her what happened with Han Sen, and then Little Butterfly nodded, and said, "My lady's very high sense is never incorrect, and that means Dollar's personality isn't that good. How dare he lie right before you? With a personality like that, he really cannot be your silkworm. But he does have talent and power. He is strong. It doesn't matter. A person like that won't be able to achieve the final step. Li Kier's silkworm must be the silkworm that can become a butterfly. There cannot be any flaws," Li Kier said in a hard voice. "That Dollar, why would he try to play a trick on you? If he knew that little trick had cost him so much, he would probably cry himself to death." Littler Butterfly sighed. "Most people are stupid that way. Few can truly rise above the rest. You can't hold it against him. If everyone could be perfect, then that final step would not be so difficult," Li Kier said casually. She didn't seem too affected. "You are right, but I do think your standards are too high. All the other princes have selected a silkworm, and only you are left. You have visited many geniuses that you do not like. What kind of person will you consider acceptable?" Little Butterfly was worried about Li Kier. Li Kier wasn't in a rush, though. "I would rather lack one than pick the wrong one," If I cannot find a suitable silkworm, I would rather go without. How can that happen? If you don't choose, then you will lose your opportunity to become a leader. Little Butterfly was even more worried upon hearing that. I was just complaining, I didn't actually mean it. I need to choose someone. Otherwise, things will be too easy for the other princes. I am going to choose, but I'll choose someone I like. Li Qiu laughed. Little Butterfly let out a long sigh and stroked her chest. Oh, you scared me. Alright, now come and give me a massage. I have just moved a little and already my shoulders feel bad. Li Qiu had another sip of tea. Little Butterfly went behind Li Qiu. She reached out to begin massaging Li Qiu, but her hand stopped still in the air. She didn't touch her, but her mouth opened with shock. My lady, your back has words. Words? What words? Li Qiu was shocked. You lose. Little Butterfly slowly read the words planted upon Li Qiu's back. Li Qiu's face turned red. She gnashed her teeth and reached out her hand. She summoned a mirror so that she could view her own back. There, she saw the two words written down upon her back. They were around the size of a fist. There was even an exclamation mark. You lose. Chapter 2525. Cutting cucumbers and slicing vegetables. Lady, why are those two words written on your back? Little Butterfly asked with curiosity. Li Qiu nibbled her lips as her face flushed. After a while, she released a burst of laughter, then suddenly grew strangely serious. Dollar is good, he can mask his actions from my very high sense. Little Butterfly's eyes widened in disbelief. She had to ask, how was it possible for Dollar to write these words without you having a clue that he had? Little Butterfly couldn't believe this was possible. Li Qiu had the very high sense. She was like a god that could feel anything. How could someone write words on her own back while she was oblivious to it? I haven't been king for long. My very high sense has yet to be perfected. It isn't strange that I might miss something occasionally, but not just anyone could do something so bold. Dollar made sure that I felt absolutely nothing, so whatever talent he used must have been quite strong. I clearly underestimated him. Li Qiu's beautiful eyes flashed strangely. My lady, if Dollar is that strong, do you want him to be your silkworm? Little Butterfly blinked. I don't know him well enough yet. I cannot select him simply based on this showing of power. Plus, I cannot find him. Even if I wanted him to be my silkworm, how am I supposed to get in touch with him? Li Qiu blinked. Han Sen hadn't known what Li Qiu was thinking, but he clearly wasn't interested in her. The reason Han Sen had been able to write words on her back without her knowledge was because he had used his Dongshuan Sutra. He locked down all the universal cogwheels around them, allowing himself to move without being noticed. So, Li Qiu was unable to feel anything. As far as the universal cogwheels were concerned, it was like nothing had happened. She wouldn't realize Han Sen had taken the time to write something down on her back. When it came to the powers of sense, the Dongshuan Sutra wasn't any inferior to the very high sense. Li Qiu didn't know what the Dongshuan Sutra was, and so that was the reason she lost the contest. Had she known about the Geno art, she wouldn't have lost in such a terrible fashion. The bronze furnace kept making crying noises as it led the way. The fires of the creature rose and fell. 100 swords were poking out from inside it. All of them were of different sizes. It appeared as if it had spent a lot of time slaying core xenogeniacs and taking their xenogeniac genes to produce swords. Where are you taking me? Han Sen asked the bronze furnace. He had asked the bronze furnace to find deified xenogeniacs. It had been leading him for half a day, but they had yet to find a single shadow lurking nearby. As they traveled, the space around them was getting quieter and quieter. There were not even planets or asteroids around. Choo-choo. The furnace shot out some flames. They hovered in the sky to form the words, Steel Castle. What is that place? Han Sen asked. Deified xenogeniac, the bronze smithy said by producing more of those fire words. The intelligence of xenogeniacs was quite limited. They were never that good at expressing themselves. Han Sen couldn't ask much, but it was fine as long as they were going someplace with deified xenogeniacs. He wasn't going to be scared of any power he faced. He followed the bronze furnace in flight. After flying for a few days, they saw a castle hanging in space. The castle seemed to have been made of metal, and it had been constructed using cogwheels and machinery. 2 giant exhaust pipes came out of it. The cogwheels spun, and fire billowed out of it continually. Han Sen could even hear the sound of a generator within, and it hummed melodically. That giant thing was like a huge steel monster. It floated in the air, and that entire trip, Han Sen hadn't encountered a single xenogenic. That had seemed quite abnormal to Han Sen. The closer they got to the castle-like machine, the weirder it looked. The giant steel cogwheels spun, and there were clanging sounds like a blacksmith working in a smithy. Fire came pouring out of the machine. It was like some sort of factory. The xenogenics of the core area are so weird. This steel castle can't be a xenogenic, can it? Han Sen was shocked. As Han Sen was thinking about this, he suddenly saw the steel monster rumble forward like a bulldozer. Flames roared out of its twin exhaust pipes. The running generator seemed to rev up, and the rhythmic banging noises became one sustained sound. The cogwheels of various sizes spun like mad all along its robot arms. The next second, the steel door of the castle opened. Fire came bursting out as if it was a big furnace. From within the steel castle, a 10-meter-tall steel robot appeared. The xenogenic looked very strong as it strode out. The robot xenogenic looked very ramshackle. It couldn't compare with the modern AI robots that Han Sen was familiar with. Its design was more reminiscent of the armor of knights in ancient Europe. As the castle door opened and belched out more angry fire, more steel robots queued out of the castle. It was like a production line of toys. Han Sen stared at the emerging robots in shock. He opened his eyes wide and said, "King-class core xenogenics. This steel monster castle can make king-core xenogenics." Encountering a bunch of king-class xenogenics wouldn't surprise Han Sen, but finding a monster that could produce them with ease. Han Sen hadn't seen anything like that before. Within a second, the steel robots that had emerged from the castle assembled into separate regiments. Then they all marched on Han Sen. Han Sen wanted to try out the power of his gold robot general. When he summoned it, the gold armor general appeared around him. Han Sen used his mind to control the gold robot the same way he controlled his own body. He lifted the saw-like gold greatsword. The cogwheels on the blade whirled, and the saw blade spun, too. It was like a giant chainsaw. Gotcha! Han Sen swung the sword, and the chainsaw sword light cut the robots in half. Not one of them could repel the power of his sword. Nice, very nice, this is a good fight. Han Sen cackled in excitement. He kept swinging his blade, cutting through the robots like he was slicing vegetables. He managed to kill an entire group of those steel robots. Xenogenic King hunted. Steel armor. Xenogenic Gene found. Han Sen heard the announcement play repeatedly, but there was no mention of a beast soul. Are these really king-class xenogenics? Did they simply live in the castle, or are they made there? Han Sen looked at the weird steel castle and sank into thought. The first group of steel armors had been slain. The castle monster looked angry. It summoned all its power to open every door across the breadth of the castle, and many more steel armors came flying out. There had to be at least 100, and even more were on the way. Chapter 2526, meeting Li Qir again. When he fought with his gold robot general, Han Sen was like a wolf entering a sheep pen. Wherever his sword lights went, his enemies fell to pieces. Those king-class steel armors couldn't withstand the weakest of his strikes. Xenogenic King hunted. Steel armor. Xenogenic Gene found. Obtained steel armor beast soul. After killing 100 steel armors, Han Sen finally earned a beast soul. The steel castle appeared to be tired now, though. Its speed had slowed, and not as many steel armors were coming out of its doors. It looked like a gasping beast after a long run. There were fewer than 200 steel armors, all in all. Before today, Han Sen would have had a hard time tracking down and eliminating that many. But the gold robot general went through them like a hot knife through butter. He mopped up the last of them in moments. When Han Sen turned to go after the steel castle, the space around it vibrated, trembling like it was being shaken by some cosmic earthquake. A crack in space opened behind the weird steel castle, and the monster entered the space crack and disappeared. Han Sen was shocked. The bronze furnace was happily munching on the bodies of the steel armors, placing them in its forge-like belly. But because the furnace was small, after eating 8 of the steel armors, it couldn't consume any more. "Where is the deified xenogenic you were talking about?" Han Sen asked the bronze furnace. The bronze furnace whistled like a steam engine and spat out more fire. The fire became words, and they said, "Didn't it just run away?" That steel castle was a deified xenogenic. Han Sen mumbled in surprise. And then he asked, "Can I still find it?" He had wanted to see what else might be able to come out of the steel castle, which was why he hadn't tried to enter it. But now that it had run off, Han Sen was starting to regret his approach. "Can't find it," the bronze furnace said by spitting out words. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. He turned around and rummaged through the broken steel armors for their xenogenic genes. There was a steel cogwheel in each of their hearts. Those were their xenogenic genes. Han Sen wasn't going to swallow their entire bodies like the smithy furnace. He dug out the core xenogenic genes and placed them inside Destiny's tower. Han Sen put away the gold robot General Beast Soul. He didn't need it any longer. Han Sen was still collecting his core xenogenic genes when he saw someone approach. He raised his head. It was that yellow-clothed woman again. Li Qier had followed the trail left behind by the bronze furnace's presence. She had been quite shocked to find that her very high sense couldn't pick up Han Sen's trail. Her only hope of finding him was to follow the leftover presence of the bronze furnace. As soon as Han Sen came into view, Li Qier also saw the steel armors scattered all across that zone of space. She paused for a moment to stare at the sight, dumbfounded. She recognized those steel armors for what they were. She knew that the steel armors came from a steel castle that was a core deified xenogenic. She could only see the bodies of the steel armors, though. She didn't see the steel castle anywhere. The steel castle, she surmised, had probably run away from Han Sen. That realization was stunning. During the fight with the gold armor general, Han Sen's main attack had come from Dragon One's deified treasure, the dragon tattooed tooth dagger. Li Qier understood that, at that point, Li Qier had doubted Han Sen's attack power. But now, Han Sen had chased the steel castle away all alone. She was no longer hesitant to believe in his capabilities. A king can battle deifieds. Although the core area's deified xenogenics are weak akin to fake deifieds, the results Dollar is achieving are still nearly unbelievable. Plus, he can somehow slip under my very high sense. Where does this human Dollar come from? Even the extreme king haven't had someone this talented in the last 1,000 years, Li Qier thought to herself. Without hesitation, she went right up to Han Sen. Lady Cloves, how much of a coincidence it is for you to show up here. Han Sen greeted her grudgingly, but he still acknowledged her as she drew near. It isn't a coincidence. I have come looking for you, Li Qier said. You were looking for me. You aren't asking me to kill the bronze core tripod again, are you? Han Sen frowned. He wasn't interested in doing that, and if Li Qier didn't uphold her end of their bargain, he was just going to ignore her. Li Qier shook her head. I saw the words you left on my back. I saw them, and I'm here to admit that I lost. I really did lose to you. Han Sen was shocked. He hadn't expected Li Qier's attitude to change so much. She suddenly wasn't so annoying to talk to. You don't have to say such things, my lady, Han Sen said. Why don't we get to know each other a little better? Let's try this again. My name is Li Qier. Li Qier held out her hand and smiled. Dollar. Han Sen shook her hand. I've heard a little about you. If it is possible, I'm interested in hiring you to kill the bronze tripod with me. After Li Qier lowered her hand, she smiled again. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I have something important that needs doing. It didn't matter if Li Qier was nice or not. Han Sen had no interest in traveling with her. His plan to kill deified xenogenics took precedence. Li Qier wasn't disappointed, though. She gently said, don't say no just yet. How about hearing what I can offer you first? Han Sen thought she would offer up a xenogenic gene or something. It couldn't be anything spectacular, but since she was being polite and she wasn't an enemy, Han Sen was willing to let her say her piece. Li Qier rolled her eyes. She moved forward to stand atop the bodies of the steel armors. If I'm understanding this situation correctly, you have just slain a horde of steel armors and made the steel castle run away, yes? Han Sen looked at Li Qier. He didn't confirm or deny her summary. His silence was an affirmation on its own, though. Li Qier's eyes brightened. She had already guessed what had happened, but now her conjecture had received confirmation. She was pleasantly surprised. The steel castle of the core area isn't very strong for a deified, but you have managed to chase it off as a king class. Not many people in this universe could do such a thing. Dollar's name surely carries weight, Li Qier said, gushing his praises. What are you trying to say? Han Sen frowned. He felt annoyed. He wasn't a kid who had never seen the world. He wasn't going to get cocky just because this woman was complimenting him. From what he could tell, Li Qier's praise was just wasting his time. You have the power to kill core deified xenogenics, but actually taking them down isn't as simple as beating them in a fight. Most deified xenogenics won't remain in one place for you to deliver the final blow. Like the steel castle, They can be hard to find once they decide to flee. But I can find them. If you help me hunt a core bronze tripod, I can help you locate the deified xenogenics you seek, Li Qier said with a wink. Chapter 2527. Wolf God Han Sen and Li Qier flew through space together, but the bronze furnace lagged some distance behind them. It still wasn't willing to come anywhere close to Li Qier. If Li Qier was willing to lead, Han Sen had no reason to reject her offer. If she could find deified xenogenics, Han Sen wouldn't mind helping her slay the bronze tripod. Han Sen still wasn't fond of Li Qier's personality, so he didn't talk to her all that much. But Li Qier was smart and talkative, and Han Sen discovered that she even had a sense of humor. He found it difficult to rectify her personality with how she had acted when they first met. Han Sen didn't know that her attitude had actually changed. When they first met, Li Qier had looked at Han Sen as if she was far superior to him. It was like a human talking to a cow. Humans normally wouldn't bother talking to cows, because there was no point in having a conversation with a being of such low intelligence. They would just teach the cow what to do, instead. But ever since that bet, Li Qier had realized Han Sen wasn't just some lesser being. He was her equal, or perhaps he even stronger, in some ways. Li Qier could no longer think of Han Sen as some foolish creature. But the blame couldn't be put on Li Qier for her initial assumptions. Across the entire universe, all beings with emotions made similar assumptions about others that were not of their species. Even humans did. There's a deified xenogenic that I saw not too long ago. It is a wolf god. I don't really know much about it, but I have heard that he isn't very strong compared to most of the deified xenogenics in the core area. Li Qier continued to fly forward as she gave Han Sen the lowdown on the deified xenogenic. As she spoke, Li Qier was thinking, I'm not lying, the wolf god really isn't that strong compared to most deified xenogenics in the core area. It can be considered medium-low, but it does have a wolf god area. That area not only summons a wolf pack, but it also summons clones of the wolf god. A whole horde of wolf god clones will be summoned, and they aren't much weaker than the wolf god itself. Let's see how you deal with an opponent like this. Li Qier wasn't doing this to harm Han Sen, but to see how he handled himself in danger. When he did fall into trouble, she would swoop in and help. She would save him and impress him with her skill at the same time. Then, Han Sen would more willingly obey her. That way, she could take him on as her silkworm. Following Li Qier's lead, Han Sen flew down toward a planet. Li Qier pointed in the direction of a mountain and said, I saw the wolf god on that mountain. I'm too weak to fight it, so I'm certainly not going over there. Okay, wait here, then. If there is a deified xenogenic, I will help you eliminate the core bronze tripod whether or not I manage to kill this deified, Han Sen said. I will await your good news, Li Qier said with a smile. Han Sen nodded and flew toward the mountain. The bronze furnace remained behind at Han Sen's request. It didn't head for the same mountain as him. Li Qier's eyes flickered. She was far away from the mountain, but she could see all the flowers and forests that littered the landscape. Quickly, Li Qier's senses detected the wolf god on that mountain. It was different from ordinary wolves. The wolf god lived alone, and its body wasn't very big. It was barely bigger than an ordinary wolf. The wolf was colored gray with a single black line running across its coat, but its fur wasn't ordinary. It was made of some weird metal. The metallic fur was smooth, and it didn't affect the creature's mobility. As Li Qier watched, Han Sen quickly found the wolf god. The wolf god was very territorial, and Han Sen had only just stepped into the valley when the wolf god revealed itself. Its hair straightened up, and its green wolf eyes peered down on Han Sen. Buzz! The wolf god crouched and leapt forward, but then it disappeared. The wolf disappeared from Han Sen's vision before he even got a good look at it. His eyes couldn't match the speed of the wolf god. Without hesitation, Han Sen used his super god spirit body. While Han Sen was invincible, the wolf god's gray body leapt at him. But instead of landing on Han Sen, the wolf god's leap carried it past him. It turned around and looked at Han Sen without attacking again. Han Sen had only just opened the super god spirit body, but he noticed that his super god spirit power was already starting to fade. Although Wanner was asleep, her effect on the super god spirit body was still strong. Li Qier planned to watch the fight between the man and the wolf, and then save Han Sen during a critical moment. But right after the fight began, Han Sen ran away. As Han Sen flew up away from the planet, she could see that he had committed his full strength to fleeing. He didn't hesitate or ponder what direction he was going. Li Qiu was frozen as she watched him do that. She didn't know if she should swoop in to save Han Sen. Although this was the result she wanted, she hadn't expected it to happen like this. She was planning to use the fight with the wolf god to witness Dollar's real power. Now she was still empty-handed, and Han Sen was running away. Li Qiu was very confused. Han Sen apparently had no way of defeating the wolf god, and the creature leapt into the air and tore into Han Sen's body with its teeth. Pang! Han Sen's body was torn to shreds, but it was just a moon doppelganger. The real Han Sen appeared farther in space, and he was still running. He only wanted to confirm that there was a deified xenogeniac on the planet. He didn't plan on summoning the gold armor general to defeat the wolf god in front of her. But the wolf god was a very aggressive creature, and it kept chasing after Han Sen. Although it wasn't as strong as the gold armor general, Han Sen would still have a hard time fighting it. He kept using moon copies of himself to avoid the wolf god. Han Sen noticed that the core area's deified xenogeniacs had some flaws. They might be deified in some ways, but in other ways, they were much worse than proper deified xenogeniacs. Such as the gold armor general. While its defense and sword lights were deified in class, its speed was still Holy King class. It even fought like a king. The creature didn't have the control and talent that Han Sen would expect from a true deified. And while this wolf god's speed was deified, its judgment and skill weren't up to par. Its attacking skills fell short, about as talented as an average king. So, Han Sen could see that the wolf was far weaker than an ordinary deified. No wonder the core area's deifieds are referred to as fake deifieds. They all have flaws. I can't see them as being truly on a deified level, Han Sen thought to himself. The epic battle Li Qiu had hoped to watch quickly devolved into a hungry wolf chasing a fleeing human. Han Sen used his clones and movements to evade his foe. His movement skills were spectacular, and not even the wolf god could harm him. But that still wasn't what Li Qiu wanted. Chapter 2528, Very High Sense. Li Qiu decided not to help Han Sen, as he wasn't in any grave danger just yet. She did raise an eyebrow as she watched him, though. What is up with this guy? Why is he strong like a god one minute, and he behaves like a wimp the next? Li Qiu couldn't wrap her mind around what he was doing, and she noticed how annoyed the wolf god was starting to look. It looked up and howled to the sky. Its body became blurry, then exploded in a misty haze. Many carbon copies of the wolf god came racing out of that mist. In a second, a dozen other wolf gods emerged in all their angry glory. They were in the sky, on the ground, in front of Han Sen and behind him. They surrounded him, preventing his escape from every direction. Doppelganger. No, these clones must have at least 80% of the original wolf's power. Han Sen glanced around at the wolf gods, impressed. Han Sen's moon doppelganger skill exuded power that could take on a solid shape and little more. He couldn't use the skill to fight. But this wolf god's doppelgangers were different. Each duplicate was its own individual creature, and each one had nearly enough power to rival the original wolf god. Each one could move on its own accord, too. This was the first time Han Sen had seen a doppelganger talent like this. Before Han Sen could organize his thoughts, the doppelgangers came at him. All of them were shockingly fast. They were only a tiny bit slower than the wolf god itself. Han Sen used his Dongshuan movement to the max. He employed formations, snap judgments, and movement skills. All of his evasive talents were firing on all cylinders. Amidst all of the attacks of the wolf god's doppelgangers, Han Sen was like a dancing butterfly. The dozen wolf god doppelgangers were unable to do a thing to their foe. They couldn't harm Han Sen. After the wolf god brought out its doppelgangers, Li Qiu wondered if she should help Han Sen. After all, she hadn't seen the battle that she wanted and expected. If she helped now, it might only end up doing him a favor. But as Li Qiu watched Han Sen use his skills to kite all those foes, she froze. Han Sen's movements seemed almost effortless as he led his enemies around by the nose. How is that possible? Isn't this the very high senses sky and being combination? Impossible. How can another race have the skills of the very high? And how can someone else have the sky and being combination? How can he push it to such an extreme? Li Qiu's face was blank. She was watching Han Sen dance through the pack of wolves, but she could barely believe her own eyes. No, this isn't the very high sky and being combination, but it is something very similar. It is almost the same thing, but it is different. It is like the sky's textless book, but it is different from that as well. This is so weird. What kind of geno art is this? Is there some ancient, scary undead being that has made a geno art similar to the very high sense? Li Qir's face kept changing. She looked very confused. She thought rapidly, but she couldn't come up with the name of any geno art that was remotely similar to the very high sense. Aside from the Sky's textless book, that is. Although other races had similar geno arts, they were only superficially reminiscent of the very high sense. The abilities Han Sen was using weren't weak or superficial at all. Li Qir could see that her movements and abilities weren't as good as Dollar's. What is going on? Is Dollar one of the very high, or is he one of the Sky? From what I know, in this generation, the Sky only taught the textless book to Lone Bamboo. Yu Shengxin practiced the textless book, but he didn't learn it very well. He forged his own path. Dollar can't be one of those two. And besides, when Dollar was in the Geno Being Scroll, he fought against Lone Bamboo. So, they cannot be the same person. Li Qir was so confused. She didn't understand anything she was seeing. Even if Li Qir thought until her brain exploded, she ever would have imagined that Han Sen's Geno arts were a product of a completely different universe. What she was seeing were skills created by the human Xuanmen, after many generations of research. Although the Dongshuan Sutra wasn't the very high sense, some elements made them quite similar. The two of them alike in execution, although they had been developed in different directions. Beneath the surface, the two skills worked very differently. Plus, each skill could be used in a number of different ways. It would be hard to tell which might be stronger and which might be weaker. The very high sense was the product of many very high elites' research. It was the best Geno art in the Geno universe, and it had been for a very long time. The Dongshuan Sutra was also the very best in the sanctuaries. It wasn't complete in its development outside the sanctuaries, however. It needed a lot more practice before it was finished. Compared to the very high sense, the Dongshuan Sutra was like a prototype Geno art in its early stages of learning. Until the Dongshuan Sutra was finished, no one would be able to tell whether it or the very high sense was stronger. There was only one thing that was certain right now, however. Li Qir was weaker than Han Sen. As Li Qir watched Han Sen, her face kept changing. For the longest time, her gaze never flickered from his form. She had thought she would save Han Sen when he was in danger, but that no longer seemed necessary. Han Sen had maxed out a skill similar to Sky and Being combination. The wolf god doppelgangers weren't dangerous enough to put his life at risk. It would be pointless for Li Qir to participate. But that made Li Qir more curious. Her pretty eyes were looking brighter than ever. Who is Dollar? What Geno arts is he using? Han Sen was fighting against the wolf god doppelgangers, and through observation, he noticed something quite interesting. After the wolf god used doppelgangers, although the doppelgangers had a power that was similar to that of the original wolf god, they didn't have 100% of the wolf god's power. Does that mean the wolf god's doppelganger skills are split from its true self? Are they something more than just doppelgangers? Han Sen was happy. The doppelgangers of the wolf god were very powerful, but as a threat to Han Sen, they weren't as dangerous as the wolf god focusing all its power into one body. Group fights were what Han Sen feared the least. Plus, the Dongshuan armor provided Han Sen an endless amount of energy. He didn't have to worry about power conservation. It didn't matter how many times the doppelgangers tried to surround him, they couldn't harm Han Sen. It is a shame I don't have the dragon tattooed tooth dagger. Otherwise, perhaps I wouldn't even need the gold armor general to kill the wolf god. Han Sen didn't use the thunder god spike. Even if he struck with that weapon, he would only paralyze the wolf god doppelgangers. He couldn't use the spike to break the wolf god's body. The thunder god spike and the dragon tattooed tooth dagger were deified treasures. One was a thunder element, whereas the other focused on destructive powers. So, the thunder god spike could paralyze the wolf god without breaking its body. The dragon tattooed tooth dagger had a chance to break the bodies of deified xenogeniacs. It didn't have the power to paralyze them, however. It was impossible to say which of the two was stronger. Their uses were different, but now, Han Sen was more in need of the dragon tooth's destructive power. Chapter 2529. God's Wonder. Han Sen was fighting with the wolf god's doppelgangers when he suddenly felt the space around him shift. He was shocked. He prepared to strike, but then he saw that it was Li Qir who had appeared. Come with me. Li Qir grabbed Han Sen's arm. Her body jolted and teleported away, taking Han Sen with her. I cannot believe Lady Li knows the Geno art called galaxy teleportation. Han Sen looked around. He noticed that he was now far away from the planet occupied by the wolf god. Even the bronze furnace had been brought along with them. He was shocked. Han Sen had always been interested in learning galaxy teleportation, but he had never taken the time to learn it. His lack of knowledge wasn't just limited to galaxy teleportation, either. He had only learned a small amount of any kind of teleportation. His talents in the field took too long to prepare for use, and he just hadn't taken the time to learn proper teleportation. That was why he didn't yet have galaxy teleportation. So, seeing Li Qir's casual use of galaxy teleportation made Han Sen somewhat envious. It's just a simple trick. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. Li Qir smiled at Han Sen as she spoke. Han Sen raised his eyebrows, then asked Li Qir, "What do you need me to do?" Han Sen didn't think Li Qir would teach him a skill like galaxy teleportation for free. Plus, Han Sen wasn't even sure if he had the chops to learn it. Those that could make use of galaxy teleportation usually had been born with the talent. The capacity to learn the skill was innate. It's just a small trick. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. I won't require anything in return. But galaxy teleportation does require talent and power. I don't know if you have what it takes to learn it. Li Qir smiled. Yes, of course, I can learn it, Han Sen quickly said. The chance to learn galaxy teleportation for free wasn't an opportunity that Han Sen was going to turn down. Whether he could learn it or not, he was going to try. Then let's talk as we go. If you want to learn galaxy teleportation, you must first learn teleport. If you cannot use teleport, you cannot use galaxy teleportation, Li Qir winked. Li Qir didn't lie to Han Sen. As she taught Han Sen about teleport, she guided them steadily toward the core bronze tripod. Han Sen had already learned a thing or two about teleport from the times he had used break space flash. He knew the fundamentals, but Li Qir was actually teaching him various types of teleport. He needed some time to adjust to that first. But Han Sen still managed to learn what she was teaching him quite quickly. The techniques that she taught were quite different from break space flash. There was no delay, he only had to think, and he would teleport. This is the real power of teleportation, Han Sen sighed. But Han Sen had only just started studying these new techniques, so the distance of his teleportations was limited. His accuracy was poor, as well. He could only teleport accurately within a distance of 500 meters. When Li Qir saw how quickly Han Sen was picking up teleportation, it caught her completely off guard. She didn't allow that surprise to show in her face, though. Li Qir wasn't just teaching Han Sen ordinary teleport, she had decided to teach him a skill of the very high called God's Wander. It was part of the very high sense. Even if they possessed space powers, beings that had learned teleport couldn't learn God's Wander without first practicing the very high sense. Ordinary teleport skills had a delay. The only question was how long those delays were. Some delays were so short they were barely noticeable at all. The basic teleport was similar to the highly advanced God's Wander in that regard. But teleport was the weakest of the skills. After it came galaxy teleportation. And lastly, there was God's Wander. After reaching the highest level of God's Wander, you could travel across entire systems with a minor thought. Normal galaxy teleportation couldn't achieve this. The further one wished to travel, the longer it would take to prepare, as well. Li Qir taught Han Sen God's Wander. She wanted to confirm the similarity of Han Sen's Geno art with her very high sense. When she confirmed that Han Sen could oh so simply learn something like God's Wander, it revealed many things. It was a surprise how much faster he learned the skill than Li Qir had when she was in her infancy. Li Qir was very shocked. What kind of person is this? He can use a Geno art similar to the very high sense. Has someone stolen our very high sense? No way. Without the body of a very high, you cannot learn the very high sense. Only the sky can replicate a part of it, which was how they created the textless book. Li Qir was full of wonder. But she didn't think Han Sen had practiced the very high sense or the textless book. If he had one of those, he would have known how to teleport already. He can't be like the very high. And he doesn't seem to be one of the sky. Human? What kind of race is that? Li Qir's curiosity was driving her nuts. If I can get Dollar to become my silkworm, a silkworm that can learn very high sense, what will happen? Throughout the entire history of my race, there has never been a silkworm like this. It will be easy for him to become a butterfly. Li Qiu was so excited, she kept thinking, I wonder what the people in my race will think when they see me with a silkworm like this. After Han Sen learned teleport, Li Qiu taught him some of galaxy teleportation. She left out the part about God's Wander. Han Sen believed Li Qiu's teleportation skill galaxy teleportation was very similar to the Dongshuan Sutra. Using the Dongshuan Sutra and galaxy teleportation together when he teleported actually made the process much easier. But there was a limit to how quickly galaxy teleportation could be learned. Before Han Sen could learn it in full, they arrived at the home of the bronze tripod. Accompanying Li Qiu had benefited Han Sen greatly, so he wasn't slow in moving to help her with the bronze tripod. He took the bronze furnace with him as he swooped forward. The half-deified bronze tripod was strong, but it couldn't withstand the attacks of Han Sen and his bronze furnace. Shortly after Han Sen began the attack, he killed the creature and cut it in half. After Han Sen delivered the bronze tripod core gene to Li Qiu, he asked, "Is one enough, or do you require more?" "One is enough. It is just a secondary material, however. The primary material is a core deified xenogenics core gene. I cannot hunt such a thing down." Li Qiu sighed. Han Sen didn't speak. He had learned 2 Geno arts, teleport and galaxy teleportation, but that wasn't enough for him to consider hunting a deified xenogenic on someone else's behalf. Li Qiu went on to say, "Teleport and galaxy teleportation you have learned, but there is one more part. But I have to seek out a deified xenogenic first. I don't have the time to teach you." Han Sen's eyes brightened. "There is another part to galaxy teleportation I can learn." Li Qiu looked at Han Sen and laughed. Han Sen knew what she meant, and so he said, "If I help you kill that deified xenogenic, can you teach me the final part?" Chapter 2530. The Sea Sky Eye. Han Sen promised to help Li Qiu kill a deified xenogenic, but Li Qiu didn't know where the xenogenic she needed actually lived. She only knew which system it was said to be in. Han Sen had to go to that system with her. But this time, Li Qiu didn't offer to teach God's Wander to Han Sen first. She was going to wait until Han Sen slew the deified xenogenic before giving him the final part. It looks like teleport and galaxy teleportation were just a down payment. Han Sen wasn't upset about that. It wasn't as if he and Li Qiu were family, so this was normal. If Li Qiu taught him the skills without anything to gain, he wouldn't know how to repay the favor. He was chatting with Li Qiu on the way, and he was pleasantly surprised to learn that Li Qiu was well educated about most Geno arts. In fact, she spoke of many that Han Sen hadn't even heard of. Aside from the woman in Two World Mountain, there was no one Han Sen knew that was as smart as Li Qiu. Han Sen himself was very good at Geno arts. He had studied them a lot, but he had never poured his full energy into those studies. He focused more on practicing Geno arts rather than researching them. With Li Qiu's knowledge, and with her being king class, she should be famous in Sky Palace. Why haven't I heard her name before? Han Sen wondered. After visiting the system Li Qiu told him about, they searched for the deified xenogenic for 2 whole days without finding anything. They did manage to kill a dozen king core xenogenics, though. The system was huge. If they searched every planet, it would take a while. Fortunately, Han Sen had continued studying teleport and galaxy teleportation, and searching the system was a perfect opportunity to practice. Han Sen teleported everywhere he needed to go. He was getting the hang of it. He was a fast learner. The two of them in the furnace were hurrying along their way when, all of a sudden, they saw a group of people coming toward them. Han Sen had a closer look, and he noticed it was Dia Robber, Dragon 1, and a few others. At this point, Han Sen considered them to be old friends. He had expected Dia Robber would come looking for him. He hadn't expected it to take this long for Dia Robber to find him, however. "Brother Dollar, do you have some free time to help me kill a core deified xenogenic? We can discuss the price." Dia Robber knew Dollar's personality well, so he didn't beat around the bush. He jumped immediately to his real request. "I do have the time, but I have just struck a deal with this Lady Li. I need to help her kill a xenogenic, too," Han Sen said, nodding to Li Qiu. Dia Robber and Dragon 1 looked at Li Qiu. They didn't know her. She was one of the sky, too, so they didn't pay much attention to her after giving her a once-over. Dia Robber looked happy and he said, "That's okay. Can I book you in for next time?" "Sure, but I don't have a lack of xenogenic genes at this point. If you want my help, I'm going to need a Geno art as a reward." "Lady Li is rewarding me with a Geno art, and that is why I'm helping her," Han Sen explained. Geno art, what Geno art do you want? Dia Robber was surprised. I have heard your race has a Geno art called Big Destroyed. From what I've been told about it, I find it quite interesting, Han Sen said. Is there any other Geno art I can give you? Big Destroyed is a secret Geno art of the Destroyed. We don't teach it to outsiders. Plus, without the body and talent of a Destroyed, it's impossible to learn Big Destroyed. It wouldn't work, even if I did give it to you. If you are interested in Geno arts, I can give you another Geno art that is on the same level as Big Destroyed, Dia Robber offered. Han Sen shook his head, looking determined. For the time being, I'm only interested in Big Destroyed. Please think about it, Brother Robber. He had too many Geno arts to practice already. He didn't have any time to take on more Geno arts that he didn't already need. He only wanted Big Destroyed so he could use it as a replacement for Consume. That way, he could absorb things faster. We can talk about this more as we travel. What kind of deified xenogenic are you looking for? If you aren't opposed to the idea, we can help you out with your task. Dia Robber smiled. But I don't have anything to pay you with, Han Sen said. Being allowed to follow Brother Dollar is enough of a payment already. Dia Robber smiled. If someone was offering to help them for free, Han Sen had no reason to refuse the offer. So, he brought Dia Robber and the others along. Han Sen had witnessed their powers before, and he knew they could be useful in the hunt for a deified xenogenic. Han Sen told Dia Robber and the others about the xenogenic Li Kier wanted to kill, asking if they had already seen it. Li Kier is hunting the Sea Sky Eye. When Dragon 1 and Dia Robber heard the deified xenogenic's name, they were shocked. Li Kier smiled. I'm not that powerful, hence why I asked Dollar for his aid. Dia Robber sighed and said, the Sea Sky Eye is known as one of the stronger deified xenogenics in the core area. He is no weaker than Gold Armor General was. Many races have tried to fight it, but no one has been able to hurt it. Dia Robber spoke in a hesitant manner as he tried to explain the situation to Han Sen. If he wasn't standing in front of Li Kier, he would have told Han Sen not to take the job. The Sea Sky Eye was very destructive to kings and half-deifieds. It was scarier than the Gold Armor General had been. But Dia Robber couldn't offend the sky, so he tried to tell Han Sen in a non-direct way. The Sea Sky Eye was a scary being. Han Sen nodded. I have heard the Sea Sky Eye appears someplace in this system. Do you know where it can be found? Li Kier had mentioned that the Sea Sky Eye was very scary, but Han Sen wanted the final part of galaxy teleportation. So, he wasn't planning on running. Even if he couldn't deal with it, he could always use the Peacock King's Soul Robe and the Gold Robot General. It is difficult to determine. The Sea Sky Eye hangs around this system, but it doesn't have a nest. And it sometimes leaves this system. Encountering it all depends on luck, Dragon 1 said. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber didn't know where the Sea Sky Eye could be found. There was nothing Han Sen could do about that. His only option was to keep trying his luck, hoping to meet the Sea Sky Eye. I know that the Sea Sky Eye will be difficult to find. If you guys need Dollar, I can lend him to you first. I'm not in a rush. Li Kier seemed to be an easy woman to get along with. Thank you very much. Dia Robber was happy to hear this, but then his expression soured a little. He said, Brother Dollar, aside from Big Destroyed, is there no other Geno art you would be willing to learn? I am only interested in one Geno art. I have no interest in any others. Han Sen's answer was very resolute. In that case, can you give me some time? I will talk to my people. After Dia Robber said goodbye, he left the core area. Hopefully I'll be able to get Big Destroyed now, Han Sen thought to himself. He had so many xenogenic genes left, and at his current rate, he could only eat 3 a day. Chapter 2531. Earning money and not afraid of trouble. After Dia Robber departed, Han Sen and the others continued their search for the Sea Sky Eye. They were unable to find the Sea Sky Eye, but they did find Royal Knights of the Extreme King. When Crown Prince Bai Wanjia saw Han Sen and the others, he brought the Royal Knights with him to fly over and meet with them. He looked at Dollar and said, Brother Dollar, this is a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Has the Crown Prince been looking for me? Han Sen asked, looking at Bai Wanjia. He frowned and thought, why would Bai Wanjia be here? And why has he brought so many Royal Knights with him? Surely, it cannot be for me. I guess, I would like to hire Brother Dollar to hunt a xenogenic. Please, name your price, Bai Wanjia said. What kind of xenogenic are you looking to kill? Han Sen had a bad feeling about this. The Sea Sky Eye, Bai Wanjia said simply, not trying to hide his intentions. The name rippled over Han Sen and the others in a wave. They couldn't believe such a coincidence had come about. Bai Wanjia had picked this time to come and kill the Sea Sky Eye. Li Qir's face looked shocked, but in her heart, she had known that this might happen. She didn't really need to kill the Sea Sky Eye. She had only asked Han Sen to kill a xenogeniac with her so that she would have an opportunity to get close to him. She knew the Extreme King wanted to slay the Sea Sky Eye, which was why she had picked this deified in particular. She wanted to see how Dollar might react to the Extreme King stepping on his toes. If Han Sen offended the Extreme King, she could step in and smooth things over. That way, Han Sen would owe her a favor. Han Sen hesitated, but he still admitted the truth to Bai Wanjia. My prince, I am sorry. I have already accepted the task of slaying the Sea Sky Eye. Bai Wanjia's eyes widened. He looked at Dragon 1, squinted his eyes, and asked, Dragon 1, the dragon have just hunted the gold armor general. Now you are here to hunt the Sea Sky Eye. You are richer than I thought. Dragon 1 shook his head. This time, we aren't the ones who have hired him. The dragons aren't after the Sea Sky Eye. Then who? The destroyed. Bai Wanjia looked at Han Sen with a raised eyebrow. It is me. Li Qir immediately stepped forward, not waiting for Han Sen to answer. Are you from Sky Palace? Upon seeing Li Qir there, Bai Wanjia frowned. Sky Palace wasn't stronger than the Extreme King, but they had the very high backing them up. Because of that, the Extreme King had to be careful about offending the sky. The Extreme King's name was enough to back down the dragon and the destroyed, but it couldn't put much pressure on Sky Palace. What if I am? Li Qir replied coldly. Competition is good fun. Let's see which of us has what it takes, then. Bai Wanjia smiled. Then, he spoke to Han Sen. If Brother Dollar is willing to help us, then no price is too high. I believe you know all about the power of the Extreme King. We can offer you much help, so you can kill the Sea Sky Eye with far greater ease. My prince, thank you, but no thank you. Business is established on the foundation of trust. I have already accepted Li Qir's task. I must keep my promise to her, Han Sen said. In that case, I won't force you to help us. If you change your mind, however, come and look for me. Bai Wanjia nodded, then led the royal knights away. Brother Dollar, the Extreme King isn't like an ordinary high race. You might not be afraid of them in the core area, but if they come after you outside the core area, you are sure to encounter a lot of trouble. Dragon 1 frowned at Han Sen. Han Sen wasn't afraid of the Extreme King. It would be impossible for the Extreme King to find him, and even if they could, he had already offended them. Insulting them further couldn't make things any worse than they currently were. If Brother Dollar thinks something is amiss, then we can cancel our deal, Li Qir offered gently. Han Sen laughed. If you don't want to hunt the Sea Sky Eye, that's fine. But if you still want to, I will do my best to help you kill it. Of course I want to hunt the fiend, but I don't want to bring you unnecessary trouble, Li Qir said. I don't mind trouble as long as I can earn money. Han Sen chuckled again. After Bai Wanjia left with his people, Nightmare Knight approached and said, My prince, Dollar is going to hunt the Sea Sky Eye. What are we going to do about that? Let us find Sea Sky Eye first. We will have to kill it before he does. We cannot miss it this time, Bai Wanjia rumbled. At first, he had wanted to ask Dollar for help. That way, there would be a greater chance of success, and many rare Extreme King items and resources wouldn't have to be wasted. But he had failed to hire Dollar, and he was now in competition with the man. Bai Wanjia couldn't dwell on this too much. He needed to kill the Sea Sky Eye before his opposition. He couldn't accept having another repeat of what went down with the Gold Armor General. Giving up the Gold Armor General hadn't cost Bai Wanjia too much, but he couldn't just abandon his hunt for the Sea Sky Eye. It wouldn't happen again. The people of the Extreme King were fervently seeking the Sea Sky Eye. Han Sen knew he couldn't search any faster than the Extreme King could, so he didn't bother searching by himself. He decided to follow the Extreme King. If they found the Sea Sky Eye and had a battle, things would quickly become chaotic. He might have an opportunity. Here, can you tell me what the Sea Sky Eye does? Han Sen watched the Extreme King look for the Sea Sky Eye like mad, and he found his curiosity piqued. Li Qir hesitated, but then said, I suppose I can tell you. The Sea Sky Eye core xenogeniac gene is the primary material for creating Sky Eye replicas. Sky Eye replicas, Like Sky Palace's sky eyes? Dragon 1 grunted. He looked at Li Qir in disbelief. Li Qir nodded, but she didn't elaborate any further. Dragon 1's face was shocked. I see. No wonder Bai Wanjia wants to kill the sea sky eye so badly. With their power, killing most deified core xenogenics would take more valuable resources than they stand to earn if they are victorious. If Sea Sky Eye can make a replica Sky Eye, however, the price they are paying will be worth it. What is a Sky Eye? Han Sen asked with confusion. He had been in Sky Palace for a long time, but he had never heard of them before. Dragon 1 looked at Li Qir and didn't answer Han Sen. Li Qir laughed harshly and said, the Sky Eye is the primary defense of Sky Palace. All of Sky Palace's defensive systems depend on their Sky Eye. In regards to the strength of the defensive systems, Sky Palace's defenses are stronger than the Extreme King's. And that is all because of the Sky Eye. The Extreme King want to kill the Sea Sky Eye to create a defensive system as powerful as the Skies. While this core xenogenic might not yield a genuine Sky Eye, it could greatly increase the defensive power of the Extreme King. Chapter 2532, Playing Chess, that means Bai Wanjia is confident that he'll be able to obtain a Sea Sky Eye. Han Sen frowned. Li Qir smiled. That is why I said, if you think this is too troublesome, you don't have to help me locate and destroy the creature. I want the Sea Sky Eye, but not as much as the Extreme King do. I don't mind trying to get it. The Extreme King might not be strong enough to take it down anyway, Han Sen said flippantly. But inside, he was thinking about how he was going to get his hands on the Sea Sky Eye. When Dia Robber finally returned, the Royal Knights still hadn't found the Sea Sky Eye. Clearly, the Destroyed had spotted the Royal Knights scouring the system for the Sea Sky Eye. When he saw them, he asked in surprise, why are the Extreme King here? Dragon 1 explained the situation to him, and in response, Dia Robber said, if the Extreme King believe they are going to get it, I doubt there will be much for us to do in this system. I have spoken to my people. They have agreed to allow you to learn Big Destroyed as a reward for helping us slay a deified xenogenic. I can't give you part of the Geno art as a down payment, though. We are hoping that you will help us defeat the deified xenogenic before receiving the reward, and in the event that you don't trust us, we can give the Big Destroyed to a trusted third party to hold onto. The third party will pay you after the deified xenogenic has been slain. What do you think of that, Sure, let the dragons hold onto the Geno art, then, Han Sen said. I thought of that as well. I would like to ask you to help us, Dragon 1. Dia Robber looked at Dragon 1 as he spoke. Sure, the dragon promptly agreed. I have brought Big Destroyed here with me. Should we sign the agreement now? Dia Robber asked, presenting a little box. There is no rush. Let me finish off this Sea Sky Eye, and then I will sign. Han Sen waved his hand. The people around him were shocked. No one had expected that Han Sen still intended to defeat the Sea Sky Eye after learning of the Extreme King's interference. Brother the Extreme King are very strong. Plus, they are very confident in their task here. They must have made special preparations, and they will have tricks up their sleeves. There is no need to fight with them over this, Dragon 1 said, attempting to persuade Han Sen to drop the matter. I'm just here to try my luck. I have nothing against Bai Wanjia. Han Sen paused, and then went on to say, in regards to signing the contract, let us wait until this has been resolved first. You guys probably shouldn't stick around. Why don't you leave for now? When I'm done here, I will contact you both. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked at each other with apprehension, and then they took their people and left. The dragons were frequent allies of the Extreme King. Although the Destroyed didn't often see eye to eye with the Extreme King, they also didn't want to risk a falling out with such a powerful race. So, they thought it was a good idea to leave now, as well. After Dragon 1 and Dia Robber left, Han Sen spoke to Li Qir and said, you should leave, too. If I get the Sea Sky Eye, I will deliver it to you. Li Qir smiled and said, I'm not as strong as you, but I do have galaxy teleportation. I'm perfectly capable of getting myself out of trouble, if need be. You just mind your own business without fretting over my well-being. Han Sen had no response for that. He merely proceeded to wander around the system, slaying xenogenics as he went. He seemed to be meandering aimlessly, but he carefully stayed within the borders of the system. If the intruder had been anyone else, Bai Wanjia would have sent his people to chase them away. The Crown Prince wouldn't allow anyone to hover around him like a vulture. But Han Sen's performance against the gold armor general had been terrifying. It made others fearful of him. Although the Extreme King's royal knights had an impressive reputation, they weren't confident that they could defeat Han Sen in the core area. Instead of attempting to oust him, they sent scouts to watch him and attempt to contain him, if need be. Han Sen didn't feel guilty at all about his plan to steal from the Extreme King. He had expected to wait a long time before the xianxia was found, but it was only 2 days later when he felt a scary shockwave rolling out from a distant spot in the system. Bai Wanjia must have discovered the xianxia, and he was in the process of killing it. Han Sen wanted to travel there, but 2 royal knights barred his way. "Where are you going?" a royal guard said while looking at Han Sen. "Why do I have to tell you where I'm going?" Han Sen asked icily. The royal knight wasn't angered, but his face remained impassive as he said, "You don't have to tell me where you're going, but if you are headed for the battlefield, then you will become an enemy of the Extreme King. I hope you think this through." Before Han Sen could speak, the other royal knight said, "Our crown prince said that if you are willing to stay here and not interfere in the fight, he will owe you a big favor. We would appreciate it greatly. In that case, I will not go. Please tell the crown prince not to break his promise," Han Sen said. Then he turned around to leave. Both of them were shocked. When they were sent there, the 2 knights had been ordered to stop Dollar no matter what. They were prepared for a fight to the death, but Dollar was actually being nice. He departed after a brief exchange of words. But they still felt uneasy. They followed Han Sen, not wanting to let him escape their watch. Giving up was a good idea. After all, they are the Extreme King. Li Keir let out an exaggerated sigh. Han Sen laughed and said, "Lady Keir, do you like chess?" "Chess?" Li Keir was shocked. "Yes, chess." Han Sen nodded. "Do you play?" "I know how to play chess, but why are you asking?" Li Keir didn't know what Han Sen wanted. "Please play a game of chess with me." Han Sen pointed to a planet that was far away. "How about there?" Li Keir knew Han Sen was up to something, but instead of asking what he was planning, she just nodded. The 2 of them arrived on the planet. They found a quiet place and set up the chess game. When the 2 royal knights who were stalking him saw Dollar playing chess with a female sky, they were surprised. "What is he doing?" a royal knight mumbled in confusion. The other royal knight laughed and said, "So, what? No matter how strong he is just a king. Plus, he is a king from a nameless race. He wouldn't dare make enemies of the Extreme King. He made the right decision. I hope so. That way, we won't have to die." The royal knights were finally beginning to relax. They had seen Han Sen fight the gold armor general, and so they didn't want to fight him. Li Keir, who was playing chess with Han Sen, thought that they had dramatically misjudged Han Sen's intentions. That was because she wasn't actually playing chess with Han Sen, she was playing with a doppelganger. The real Han Sen had left a long time ago. Even Li Keir hadn't felt it when he teleported away. This guy really is brave. He dares to steal from the Extreme King. Not only that, but he's taking something that they want really badly. Although Li Keir was playing chess, she wasn't paying much attention to the game. Her eyes were flashing, and a starscape gleamed across them. It was the image of Bai Wanjia fighting the xianxia. Chapter 2533. Emperor Staff. All the royal knights were lined up, surrounding a giant eyeball that looked like a blue gem. It was as big as a moon. Although the knights were all kings who had powerful areas, most of the knights weren't using their powers. They had been split up into teams, and every team had a leader. Under the leader's command, the kings released their powers and areas one by one. The process was smooth, and there were no errors or faults. The knights worked together like a well-oiled machine, and the fight was precise, tidy, and unhindered. Han Sen had allowed Bubble to take on his appearance and play chess. Meanwhile, he snuck into the battleground. He hid between the asteroids so he could watch the crazy fight unfold. Han Sen had to compliment them. There were many elites in the Extreme King. For every 100 kings, there were 20 to 30 half-deifieds. They had all kinds of powers, which could be used in any way they deemed suitable. The half-deifieds that could use galaxy teleportation were the types that Dia Robber and Dragon One had spent so much time looking for. The royal knights had 2 soldiers with those powers. The powers of the various knights were utilized very well. They trapped the giant blue gem eyeball within their circle, and no matter how many times the blue gem eyeball released its blue light, it couldn't break out of its cage. It was unable to hurt the members of the royal knights. The power that bound the creature was completely silent, and Bai Wanjie hovered to the side as he watched the fight. He didn't even participate in the actual battle. But Han Sen had noticed that the leader of the knights seemed to have a heart. The man used his heart to command the knights, and that was why their performance had been so flawless. So strong. The Extreme King's geniuses are too strong compared to the geniuses of other races. Any of their kings that awaken their king bodies have a great chance of becoming deified. Compared to the other high races that must practice for so long, having a king body is like using a cheat code. Han Sen sighed. He was very hopeful about humans. Every human that came from the sanctuary had a super god body. If their development was spurred and humans eventually developed an army, it would be stronger than any army of the Extreme King. However, in this fight, even the powerful Extreme King knights surrounding the Sea Sky Eye were unable to hurt it. The Sea Sky Eye kept dancing and releasing blue lights. Although it couldn't escape the circle of knights, its enemies were still unable to hurt it. Han Sen continued to watch the battle proceed for a while longer. The reason the Extreme King knights couldn't injure the Sky Eye was simple: the Sky Eye had a special eye skill. No matter how complicated the attacks of the Extreme King knights were or how perfectly they cooperated, the Sky Eye was impervious to all their attacks. It wouldn't allow any powers to land on it. If this continues, the Royal Knights are going to lose, Han Sen thought. After all, the Sea Sky Eye casually brushed off every attack of the Royal Knights. The Knights had much more difficulty resisting the Eye's attacks, by comparison. Using group galaxy teleportation was particularly exhausting for the Extreme King soldiers. Casting that Geno cost a lot of energy, and after a few uses, the caster would grow tired. Bai Wanjie must have another trick up his sleeve, right? Han Sen was still hiding, not yet planning on doing anything. He just watched the scary fight play out. The powers being used in the fight were flashing across space, causing the darkness itself to shake. Normal people would see it all like a rainbow light in space, with a few shockwaves causing the light to ripple and jump. They wouldn't see anything in detail. Han Sen was so far away, but he had his purple eye butterfly and spell sniper rifle. His view of the battle was crystal clear, which allowed him to keep up with every attack and parry. As he watched, he was learning a lot. I didn't know that ice element skills could be used that way, and that must be a metal area. While Han Sen watched with interest, the Sea Sky Eye suddenly became brighter. The moon-like Sea Sky Eye lit up. It was now like a sun that was releasing blue light. A blue glow spread along its substance chains, breaking the areas of the knights effortlessly. They were completely helpless to stop it. The blue light was everywhere, and there was nothing they could do to evade it. From the looks of it, 100 royal knights were about to be killed on the spot. Bai Wanjie, who was watching the fight, finally moved. He was holding a staff that looked as if it had been made of platinum. A crystal ball was mounted on the top of the staff, and when Bai Wanjie raised his staff, the crystal ball began to shine. It released some transparent substance chains, which shielded the royal knights with a screen of crystal. When the Sea Sky Eye's blue light struck that layer of crystal, the light disappeared. It was actually unable to break through that layer of crystal. What is that staff? How does it possess so much power? Han Sen was shocked. Bai Wanjie was just half deified. Even if he was wielding a deified weapon, he shouldn't have been able to trigger a deified substance chain. But now, Bai Wanjie was using his staff to protect all the royal knights from the attacks of the Sea Sky Eye. Han Sen didn't know what to make of the sight. Attack! Bai Wanjie raised his staff. The transparent substance chain kept buffing the knights, and the knights surged forward like a legion of the undead. Suddenly, none of them were afraid of the Sea Sky Eye's power anymore, so they stopped defending themselves and focused all their strength on attacking. The Sea Sky Eye was strangely enraged. The blue light it wielded was so strong that it looked like an angry blue star. Han Sen could barely look in the creature's direction. But even so, the Sea Sky Eye couldn't break the defense of the transparent substance chain. The powers of the knights finally landed on the creature, but they weren't very effective. They could barely damage the Sea Sky Eye. Han Sen used his sniper rifle to aim at Bai Wanjie. The man's body was releasing a white light. The staff sucked in the light he was producing, then pumped out transparent substance chains in return. Weird. Bai Wanjie is fueling the staff with his own power, but he's obviously producing way more power than a half-deified should be capable of. At the rate that the staff's draining his strength, even Dragon 1 would only last for a few seconds. But Bai Wanjie is maintaining that output, and he has yet to look exhausted. That isn't normal, Han Sen thought to himself. Bai Wanjie did look pale, but he wasn't about to collapse. Bzzzt. As Han Sen watched Bai Wanjie, something happened to the Sea Sky Eye. Chapter 2534. Gold General appears. The Sea Sky Eye seemed to notice that its blue lights were unable to kill the knights, but it still lashed out angrily. It imbued its blue light with even greater strength. When the substance chains coming from the Sea Sky Eye seemed to reach their maximum power, the creature's blindingly bright body seemed to suddenly darken. A giant blue vortex formed around the creature and began sucking everything else toward it. The King-class elites blasted their power at the blue vortex in an attempt to disrupt its pull, but their efforts were fruitless. Not even the half-deifieds could resist the attractive force of the vortex. Under the power of that scary suction, they went flying forward. As a few of the knights got sucked into the blue vortex, Bai Wanjie suddenly shouted, "Nightmare, now!" The leader of the knights was drawing near the vortex. Hearing Bai Wanjie's shout, he pulled out an item. Han Sen adjusted his scope to get a better view. The Extreme King leader was holding an object that looked like an old statue. The statue seemed familiar to Han Sen. After a second, he placed it. An ancient god statue. Han Sen was shocked. The statue blazed with light the moment that the man pulled it out. The light created a mysterious shadow that shielded Nightmare Knight. It also increased Nightmare Knight's power, giving him deified strength in an instant. A gold substance chain appeared around his body. This ancient god statue was different from the one that Han Sen had seen before. This one was giving its user metal powers. Nightmare Knight didn't hesitate. Once he had received the metal powers from the ancient god statue, he pulled out a metallic spear. Han Sen could see that the spear was laden with mysterious symbols. As the deified metal power flowed into Nightmare Knight, the symbols across the spear became very bright. Metal substance chains swirled around the spear, transforming the spear into an old, mysterious metal pillar. Nightmare Knight roared and shoved the mysterious metal pillar into the blue vortex. An ancient god statue and a deified treasure. The Extreme King are wealthy indeed. Han Sen didn't blink, he just stared at Sea Sky Eye and the mysterious metal pillar. He wanted to see what would happen next. That mysterious metal pillar looked like the weapon of some ancient sea deity as it was thrust into the blue vortex. When the pillar touched the vortex, the swirling blue power began to slow. The metal pillar was driven deeper and deeper into the vortex, and the blue power began to shine strangely. It was like a series of thunderbolts were striking the pillar. The creature's attacks failed to break the pillar, though. Cracks began to spread through space around the blue vortex, and every time the pillar sank another inch into the vortex, one of the Sea Sky Eye's substance chains fell apart. The Sea Sky Eye seemed to have realized that something wasn't quite right. It wanted to retreat, but it was too late for that. The mysterious metal pillar has suppressed the vortex and pinned the creature in place. As the seconds ticked by, the pillar pierced relentlessly through the creature's defenses. Han Sen could see that the Sea Sky Eye wasn't going to last. Since the time had arrived, he quickly summoned the gold armor General Beast Soul. With his new Beast Soul cloaking his form, he headed straight for the Sea Sky Eye. Han Sen hadn't been flying for long when something changed within the Sea Sky Eye again. The blue vortex that had spun like water became ice. It froze the metal pillar that was halfway inside it. From afar, it looked like a long metal pencil sticking out of a giant blue eyeball. It was an extremely disturbing sight. All of you, deploy your power to push the pillar inside. We have to use it to suppress the Sea Sky Eye. Bai Wanjie's face had become grim as he shouted the new command. The Royal Knights reacted quickly. They hurled all of their scary powers at the end of the metal pillar, striking it like they were hammering in a nail. With each new explosion of power, they pushed the metal pillar deeper into the blue eyeball. As the metal pillar went in, the cracks across the blue eyeball widened and spread. The eyeball was growing too weak. It was going to shatter. Bai Wanjie's eyes brightened as he watched the Sea Sky Eye's strength fail. He knew that success was within arm's reach. They were sacrificing a great deal for this victory. It had taken the combined powers of an ancient god statue, a sky god pillar, and an emperor staff. The sky god pillar and emperor staff could be used again, but the ancient god statue was a one-time use item. And because he used the emperor staff, he had burned through a lot of the strength in his king body. He had used his body's power to activate the emperor staff, and using it for so long had cost him a lot of energy. He would be another year or two before he recovered his strength. But as long as he could get the Sea Sky Eye's xenogenic gene, it would all be worth it. As Bai Wanjie's excitement grew, a gold light flashed by him. A gold form appeared behind the sky god pillar, drawing his attention. Gold armor general. Why is a gold armor general here? Bai Wanjia's brain had no idea what to do with what he was seeing. All the royal knights stared in shock, as well. They couldn't imagine why there was a gold armor general before them, so they had no idea how to react. Finishing off the Sea Sky Eye was taking all their power, and now a gold armor general had appeared out of nowhere. They had no clue what to do. Boom. Before they could muster a reaction, Han Sen used the gold armor general to slam the sky god pillar's base. A glowing gold substance chain hurtled into the sky god pillar, shoving the pillar all the way into the Sea Sky Eye. A hole appeared in the moon-sized Sea Sky Eye. Core deified Xenogenic hunted. Sea Sky Core Eye. Xenogenic gene found. As this announcement played inside Han Sen's head, he felt disappointed that he hadn't received a beast soul. Han Sen didn't stop, though. He drove the gold general into the big hole that the sky god pillar had opened up. As he flew, he saw a fist-sized blue eyeball. He grabbed it in his hand as he went through the body of the Sea Sky Eye. When the gold general emerged from the other side of the Sea Sky Eye, the creature's giant corpse suddenly collapsed. It shattered, spraying out like chips on blue ice. The explosion washed over the system like a quick, passing blizzard. Han Sen returned to the sky god pillar. As its power faded, it returned to its shape as a spear. The gold general grabbed it, then turned and raced off at full speed. Bai Wanjia and all the royal knights in the area had seen the bloody cape flying behind the figure. And they had seen the golden pipes spewing fire. The place now looked quiet and dead. Gold armor general stole the sky god pillar and the Sea Sky Eye's core gene, Bai Wanjia seethed. When the shock wore off, he was so angry that he felt like he was about to vomit. He wanted to chase after the gold armor general, but it was too late to do so. The gold armor general was barely visible at this point. It was little more than a golden dot in the distance. Chapter 2535. One move, what the FCK is going on? Bai Wanjia was angry and frustrated, but more than anything else, he was simply confused. Gold armor general had been killed by Dollar and Dragon 1. Why would it have appeared here, all of a sudden? And on top of that, it had taken the Sea Sky Eye's core gene in the sky god pillar. It wasn't uncommon for there to be multiple of the same type of Xenogenic in the core area, but if there had been a second deified gold armor general, someone would have noticed. Bai Wanjia could only think of one possibility. Although it was hard to believe, he couldn't think of any other reasonable explanations for what had happened. Dollar. Where is Dollar? Li Qir's mouth was hanging open, and she showed no signs of remembering to close it. She hadn't been sure where Han Sen had gone when he sneaked away from their chess match, but she had assumed he had headed toward the battleground. Because of that, she had been keeping a careful eye on the events of the battle. Seeing the gold general destroy the Sea Sky Eye and steal the sky god pillar had been a shock for her, too. She knew that gold armor general had been killed by Dollar, so seeing the gold armor general show up again had been unexpected, to say the least. But her shock was different from Bai Wanjia's. Li Qir kept staring at the spot where the gold armor general had vanished. When the gold armor general flew away from the battlefield, she had lost her ability to sense it. She couldn't feel any trace of its presence. Was that Dollar? Li Qir knew the gold armor general had to be connected to Dollar in some capacity. There was more chance of that than of it being under Bai Wanjia's control, at least. Li Qir was certain it was Dollar because he was the only person she knew who could evade being picked up by the very high sense. Aside from Dollar, Li Qir was confident that no one in this system could commit such an act and then escape her senses. Not long after, Li Qir saw the Dollar sitting in front of her become blurry for a moment. If she wasn't right in front of Dollar, she wouldn't even have noticed when his real body returned from the battlefield. Li Qir looked at Han Sen and opened her mouth to say something, but before she could speak, Bai Wanjia rushed up and surrounded them with a contingent of his royal knights. Dollar, hand over the Sea Sky Eye core gene and the sky god pillar, Bai Wanjia said while looking at Han Sen. My prince, you must be looking for the wrong person. Han Sen raised his head and coldly met the man's stare. Give me the core gene and the sky god pillar. Then, we can pretend nothing happened, and I will still owe you a favor, Bai Wanjia said with a frown. Han Sen opened his palms wide and said, Crown Prince, I would certainly enjoy it if you owed me a favor, but I really don't have the core gene or the sky god pillar. I've never even seen the things you are speaking about. Bai Wanjia coldly looked at Han Sen. He could not be sure if Gold Armor General was related to Dollar, but the Extreme King had paid a lot for what they had just lost. They even wasted an ancient god statue. He couldn't just let it go and return to his people with nothing. In that case, you'll need to come with us and explain the situation to our people, Bai Wanjie said slowly, staring at Han Sen. Do you Extreme Kings really enjoy throwing your weight around that much? Just because you told us not to come close to the battleground, I obliged, my prince. When your people approached me, I turned around and left as requested. Now, you haven't even thanked me. And what's more, you're trying to accuse me of stealing your stuff. What kind of person do you think I am? Han Sen's voice had grown chilly, and his face was darkening. Bai Wanjie had already spoken to the two half-deifieds he set to guard Dollar, so he knew that Dollar was speaking the truth. But Dollar was the one who had killed the Gold Armor General. And it had appeared in the battleground and stolen the Sea Sky Eye Core Gene in the Sky God Pillar. The entire situation was way too coincidental, which was why Bai Wanjie refused to believe there was no connection between the thief and Dollar. You think too much. I'd just like you to help investigate this crime. Please, do a favor for the Extreme King and come with us, Bai Wanjie said, his voice becoming less accusatory. He was still suspicious, though, and he wouldn't let it go easily. Plus, there was too much that he didn't know about Dollar, anyway. He was going to take the strange man back to the Extreme King no matter what. Li Qier knew it was her time to say something. Dollar was being pushed to the edge, but all she had to do was reveal her true self. If she did that, Bai Wanjie would leave. Then, Dollar would be impressed by who she was and owe her a favor. It was a two birds with one stone opportunity. Li Qier narrowed her eyes. She was going to say something, but Han Sen laughed and said, Bai Wanjie, do you think that all other races are merely slaves of the Extreme King? Do you think others must do whatever you bid them to? You think far too highly of your heritage. The universe doesn't belong to us, but you still have to come with us today. Bai Wanjie stood as still as a statue, and he continued to glare down on Han Sen. Many of the Extreme King Knights drew closer. They built a formation to block all of Han Sen's potential escape routes. Whenever Bai Wanjie gave the command, they would use their powers against Dollar in tandem, the same way they had fought against the Sea Sky Eye. Even if Dollar had the power to fight a deified elite, their powers would allow them to stand up to him. Han Sen was still sitting in front of the chessboard with a chess piece in his hand. He paid little attention to the royal knights, and his mind was clearly still focused on his next move. It looks like I'm going to have to force you back, Bai Wanjie growled. Before he could give the command, Nightmare Knight had already activated his heart area. The King-class knights unleashed their powers in sequence, layering their areas over Han Sen and Li Qier. The scary powers seemed demonic, and it suddenly felt like some unimaginable apocalypse was bearing down upon them. This is good. I won't save Dollar until the Extreme King has pushed him to the brink. My last-minute rescue will be even more staggering, Li Qier smugly thought. One of those scary areas came down with enough power to destroy an entire planet, and all the while, Han Sen continued to deliberate his chess move without a care in the world. Red, orange, yellow, green, chartreuse, blue, and purple areas spread out around them. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, all kinds of overwhelming powers roared. Knives, swords, spears, and axes were breaking the sky as they came. Attacks were surging toward Han Sen from all directions. But Han Sen still sat where he was without moving. It was like the enormous wave of lethal power didn't even exist. Han Sen's brow was furrowed in thought, as if the chess game in front of him was more important than anything. Li Qier frowned. When she saw that Han Sen was giving no indication that he wanted to move, she hadn't a clue about what he was planning to do. As that tsunami of power prepared to crash down across him, Han Sen set his chess piece down on the chessboard. The chess piece clicked, loud and clear, as it touched down on the chessboard. That crunchy, striking sound was like a switch getting flicked. The moment the chess piece came down, the roaring rain, wind, thunder, sword lights, knife lights, and scary areas vanished. The attacks became shadows, then faded entirely. Chapter 2536. Very high in that instant, the faces of Bai Wanjie and all the royal knights grew pale. They all knew that what had just happened wasn't a dream. Hundreds of kings and half-deifieds had summoned and unleashed their power. But without moving, Han Sen had erased everyone's power in the blink of an eye. What he had done was scarcely believable. Li Qir's face changed, too. She couldn't wrap her mind around what had just happened, and she stared at Han Sen where he sat casually. There was no way that she could have done what he just did so easily. The number taboo skill, you are of the very high. Bai Wanjia suddenly said to Han Sen. I'm not one of the very high. I am human, Han Sen said simply. Although Han Sen denied it, Bai Wanjia did believe he was one of the very high. He raised his hand and said, if you are one of the very high, then this is beyond my ability to handle. But the Extreme King will demand an explanation from the very high's elder. After that, Bai Wanjia waved his hand, and his royal knights formed ranks and left with him. Not a single one remained. Han Sen was shocked. He didn't know what was going on. He had already used his gold general, and he was ready to kill them if he had to. But when he cancelled their powers, he had simply used his Dongshuan area. He didn't know what was wrong with Bai Wanjia. After declaring that Han Sen was one of the very high, the man had stormed off like a sulking child and threatened to tattle on dollar to the very high. Li Qir didn't know how to process what had just transpired. She felt numb. She could no longer predict what might happen next. Bai Wanjia believed dollar was one of the very high. There was a very high present, but that very high was Li Qir, okay. She felt rather indignant that Bai Wanjia had assumed dollar was the very high. You cannot blame Bai Wanjia for his assumption, though, Li Qir thought glumly. The powers dollar used are similar to my no taboo of the very high. But while the two powers might be similar, they aren't exactly the same. Li Qir had planned to reveal herself as one of the very high, suppress Bai Wanjia, and pull dollar out of the fire. But by assuming that dollar was a very high, Bai Wanjia had stolen her thunder. It made her the real thing become quite speechless. If she said she was one of the very high now, the effect she expected would be gone. Han Sen wouldn't owe her anything, and it'd just make things awkward. You are one of the very high? Li Qir asked, looking at Han Sen and pretending to be shocked. I'm not one of the very high. Didn't I tell you I was human? Han Sen said in annoyance. Li Qir laughed. If you were one of the very high, just the name would shock anyone. The very high are the first race in the universe. If I was one of the very high, I would be proud to reveal it. I don't know anything about the very high, Han Sen grumbled. I am human and I am proud of it. Right, Li Qir thought to herself, I have never even heard of humans before. How can he compare himself to us? Let's just go, Han Sen said, standing up. Give me the core gene. Li Qir reached out her hand. What core gene? Han Sen pretended to be shocked as he looked at Li Qir. Although he had the Sea Sky Eye core gene, he hesitated to give it to her. He wondered if it was really a worthwhile trade to swap it for the final part of Li Qir's galaxy teleportation teaching. This was the primary material for creating a Sky-Eye defensive system. He wouldn't find another one. This was the only material of this type that he would be able to use in trade. There was also the fact that Han Sen had used the gold robot general to steal the Sea Sky-Eye. If he gave it to Li Qir, that meant divulging his association to the gold general. If word about this got out to the Extreme King, nothing would stop them from coming after him. Although Han Sen wasn't afraid of provoking the Extreme King, there was no need for him to do something that wouldn't earn him a benefit. Li Qir smiled and said, my power isn't incredibly strong, but I can be insightful. I have another skill that is akin to galaxy teleportation, and I'm very good at reading situations. I have seen you control the gold armor general to steal the Sea Sky Eye and the Sky God Pillar. I also watched you exit the gold armor general. Are you going to break your promise? Li Qir was just bluffing Han Sen, though. Of course, she hadn't seen Han Sen exit the gold armor general. Han Sen was shocked. Li Qir should have been playing chess here the entire time. If she was able to tell what happened in the fight, she couldn't have been bluffing. But Han Sen didn't believe she had really seen him come out of the gold armor general. He had used his Dongshuan area to keep the universal cogwheels around him from moving. If someone was watching him, he should have been able to feel it. But Li Qir was smart. When she saw Han Sen looking so shocked, she knew she was right. She looked at Han Sen with surprise, and said, I was just guessing. It really was you, huh? Han Sen shrugged slightly. He neither denied nor admitted it. He pulled out the Sky Eye core gene and presented it to her. If Li Qir had guessed this, then there was no point in him denying it. Although the Sea Sky Eye was good, Han Sen didn't even know how to build a Sky Eye. It was pointless for him to hold onto it. Plus, Han Sen was very interested in the final part of galaxy teleportation. So, he decided to make the exchange with Li Qier. Even if Li Qier told people that he had stolen the Sea Sky Eye, it wouldn't really affect him. No one knew who Dollar was, anyway. How did you do that? You can control the gold armor general. Li Qier looked at Han Sen as she moved to take the Sea Sky Eye. Where is the final part of galaxy teleportation? We make the trade at the same time. Han Sen pulled his hand back, not allowing Li Qier to take the Sea Sky Eye. Li Qier hesitated. She wasn't really all that interested in the Sea Sky Eye. The item could make a fake Sky Eye, but it wouldn't have the power of the original. It would be great if it could copy just 60% of a real Sky Eye's strength. Maybe the weaker Extreme King might have been interested, but the very high didn't need such a bauble. But if Li Qier didn't make the trade, they might have to go their separate ways. And that was something Li Qier did not want. The next part is complicated. You didn't even finish the first part of galaxy teleportation, so you wouldn't understand even if I told you the final part. But that is okay. I have time, and so I will teach you slowly, Li Qier said with a laugh. Li Qier didn't ask Han Sen to hand the Sea Sky Eye over, which made him feel a little more comfortable with the arrangement. He took Li Qier with him to continue hunting xenogenics. Before Han Sen traveled far, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber flew over to them. Dia Robber looked extra happy as he said, "Brother Dollar, you must be one of the very high. How can you be so strong? I worry too much. If Brother Dollar is one of the very high, it doesn't matter how brave Bai Wanjia is, he will never dare to hurt a hair on your head," Dragon 1 said. Han Sen and Li Qier looked weirded out upon hearing this, but they were reacting for very different reasons. Chapter 2537, Big Evil Beast, who told you I was one of the very high? Han Sen asked with confusion. Li Qier wanted to ask this, as well, but she didn't have a chance to. Brother Dollar, stop hiding it from us. We have heard that you stole the Sea Sky Eye and the deified treasure Sky God Pillar from Bai Wanjia before he could even fart, Dia Robber said. Dragon 1 was technically an ally of the Extreme King, but the three big races hadn't started fighting yet. The dragon wouldn't do anything to the people of the very high. Instead, as the leader of the three big races, the very high had an even better reputation than the Extreme King did. When it became a matter of life and death, no one would ever oppose the very high. I'm not one of the very high. I am human. I said that a long time ago, Han Sen said. We understand that Brother Dollar is human. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked at each other. For a moment, Han Sen thought they were going to wink knowingly at each other. Han Sen looked at their faces, and he knew he hadn't explained things well enough. But still, Han Sen wasn't in the mood to talk about it anymore. So, he didn't speak. Li Qier, however, was very frustrated. She wanted to say that Dollar wasn't one of the very high and that she actually was, but now wasn't the time to mention something like that. How did things come to this? Li Qier couldn't figure out how she had gotten herself into this situation. Dollar said he was human, but now people were recognizing him as one of the very high. And a very high like her couldn't even explain things clearly. Brother Dollar, do you have the time to hunt a deified xenogeniac with me? I have prepared Big Destroyed, Dia Robber said to Han Sen with an excited look. The Destroyed hadn't been very happy to bargain with their precious Big Destroyed, but now that they thought Han Sen was one of the very high, their apprehension vanished. They weren't just happy to proceed with the deal, they felt honored. It was like saying, "Are you seeing this? Even the very high are interested in a Geno art that we Destroyed have created. They want to research our Big Destroyed. Do you know how strong our Destroyed Geno arts are? We have Geno arts that even the very high are interested in." Of course, the Destroyed didn't make their true feelings known openly. They were just more than willing to make this exchange using Big Destroyed. Han Sen wasn't just going to be given Big Destroyed, though. The Destroyed were going to provide a manual and a heap of extra information to go along with the Geno art. Unlike their previous meeting, Dia Robber had actually brought the Geno art with him this time. Sure, we can go now. Sign the contract and give Big Destroyed to Dragon 1 to hold onto. Han Sen nodded. Dia Robber pushed the box containing Big Destroyed to Han Sen and said, I totally trust you. You can take a look at Big Destroyed first. It's okay. There are actually some benefits to having that very high title erroneously above my head, Han Sen thought. He knew that Dia Robber still believed he was one of the very high, which was why the man was being so kind. Still, Han Sen didn't see any point in explaining since he had no intention of betraying his word. What is going on? Li Qiu thought again. Hearing all this made her want to cry. Han Sen accepted Big Destroyed and had a look. He discovered that there were many manuals and pamphlets of information, which would make the Geno art easier for him to learn. Han Sen quickly flicked through Big Destroyed and memorized all the contents. He would practice it whenever he had the time to. Due to the fact this Geno art required the talents of the Destroyed, Han Sen didn't know if he would be able to learn it. The deified xenogenic Dia robber wanted to kill was called Big Evil Beast. It was both incredibly powerful and insanely fast. It also possessed an evil area. Inside that area, no matter how great your defenses were, you would be weakened. Even deified creatures in its radius would be reduced to half deified or even king level. There was no way they could defeat the Big Evil Beast. Brother Dollar, how are we going to kill the Big Evil Beast? Dia robber had plans of his own, and he only required Han Sen's power. But after learning that Han Sen was one of the very high, Dia robber was more interested in hearing Han Sen's thoughts and ideas for tackling such a foe. Han Sen asked, how did you guys plan on fighting it? We plan to combine our powers to restrain the Big Evil Beast, and then have you perform the deadly strike. Dia robber explained their attack strategy. What do you think about the plan? We'll use your plan, then. Han Sen didn't have an opinion on the matter. He thought this plan would work because the Big Evil Beast probably had a weakness somewhere, as well. It wouldn't be like ordinary deifieds outside the core area, which were flawless. Cooperating with them to fell the Big Evil Beast wouldn't be too difficult. Seeing that Dollar wasn't opposed to their plan, Dia robber and Dragon 1 believed he was just too polite. They would never have expected that Han Sen simply wasn't interested in coming up with a plan of his own. Li Qiu could see Dia robber and Dragon 1 falling in love with Han Sen, and it made her as angry as she was amused. She was the genuine very high of the assembly, and yet, no one even paid any attention to her. And yet they lavished attention on Dollar, who was a fake very high. Wait until you guys learn the truth. It'll be funny to see how you respond to that revelation, Li Qiu laughed. She didn't plan to expose the reality of the situation, however. She was going to go along with the charade for a while. After a brief journey, everyone arrived where the Big Evil Beast was said to reside. Dragon 1 and Dia robber sent out a lot of people to draw the creature into the open so Han Sen could perform the final strike. Dia robber borrowed Dragon 1's dragon tattooed tooth dagger and gave it to Han Sen. Although they believed Han Sen was one of the very high and thus had no lack of deified weaponry, they still did what they believed was courteous and right. They didn't want to make a bad impression. I can use galaxy teleportation. If you need my help, I can lend a hand, Li Qiu volunteered. She said this to Dia robber, but she only wanted to fight alongside Han Sen to further refine their tender friendship. But Dia robber shook his head. Thank you, Lady Qiu, but you can just spectate. We are fine with Dollar's help. Li Qiu felt so sad, and she thought to herself, there is a real very high here, and yet you leave her on the sidelines. And you're spending so much to hire a fake very high in the belief that you're getting a bargain. Are you guys stupid? One Li Qiu knew she couldn't blame Dia robber or the others, but she still felt depressed about it. Han Sen was waiting in the system. A short while later, Dragon 1 and Dia robber rushed out of a planet. They were being chased by a very scary giant beast. The beast looked like a tiger, and it was pitch black. Its body was covered in scales, though, and a pair of enormous wings spread out behind it. The tail looked like a lion's tail. When it flapped its wings to fly, black smoke billowed out behind it. It was like a monster soaring out of the pits of hell. Dia robber and Dragon 1 led a dozen half-deifieds to restrict the Big Evil Beast, but their performance was worse than it had been when they fought the Gold Armor General. After a short while, they were on the cusp of losing. Brother Dollar, it is your time. Dragon 1 cast the Dragon Blood of Illbreaker and shouted to Han Sen. Chapter 2538, Killing Big Evil Beast. This time, Dragon Blood of Illbreaker didn't have enough power to contain their enemy. It was still effective, though. Things didn't go awry as they had last time when they fought the Gold Armor General. Han Sen was holding his dragon tattooed tooth dagger tightly. He teleported behind Big Evil Beast. His time learning teleportation skills hadn't been wasted. He was able to appear next to Big Evil Beast in a moment. The dagger was brimming with Han Sen's power when it cut through the enemy's wings. The powerful of Han Sen's strike ripped through the tissue of the wing all the way down its length. That was the creature's weakest spot. The rest of the monster's body was covered in scales, and not even with the dragon-tattooed tooth dagger could damage those locations. After he pierced through the wing, Han Sen saw a small part of the creature's back, next to where the wings used to be attached, that wasn't protected by scales. Han Sen stabbed the monster with the dagger, sending its power through the beast's flesh. The creature's flesh wasn't as tough as its scales were, but the flesh was still harder than that of an ordinary half-deified xenogeniac. Han Sen's dagger couldn't cut deep enough to reach the creature's heart. Upon feeling the strike, Big Evil Beast roared. Its aura of evil descended upon the system, cloaking everything around Han Sen and the others. When it flapped its wings, black feathers were fired everywhere like a hail of arrows. Han Sen stood before that hailstorm of feather arrows. He knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge them, and neither could he deflect them all. Judging by the radius of the attack, he wouldn't even be able to teleport to a safe distance. Han Sen didn't hesitate. He used his super god spirit body. The arrows passed harmlessly through him, and then Han Sen raced into Big Evil Beast's body. He reached the heart and stabbed it with his dagger. The super god spirit body only lasted a second. After that, he was back to normal. Fortunately, in that time, Han Sen was able to rush into Big Evil Beast's heart and stab the organ repeatedly like a madman. Blood spilled everywhere. Big Evil Beast screamed, flapping around in circles like it was deranged. It was unable to do anything to Han Sen, who was in its heart. Dragon 1, Dia Robber, and the others watched as Big Evil Beast shrieked and spewed blood everywhere. Someone murmured, "Brother Dollar really is one of the very high. He is only king class, but he is already so strong. If he becomes half-deified, will he be able to fight a proper deified? What are you saying about becoming half-deified? He is already fighting a deified," someone shot back. After seeing Brother Dollar, "I know what a real champion looks like. Such amazing power. It would be very hard for any race other than the very high to do this. Not even the extreme king has kings on par with Dollar. What do you mean by very hard? Feats like this are clearly impossible for anyone else." As everyone was discussing this, they suddenly heard Big Evil Beast roar louder than before. Its scream was interrupted as its mouth filled with blood. Dragon 1 saw the creature cough out some chunks of flesh with the blood. Dia Robber and the Destroyed were so happy. Brother Dollar is so strong. That Big Evil Beast must be dead. Shortly thereafter, Big Evil Beast's blood ran dry. Its movements slowed, and its life force grew weak. The evil aura that had weighed on them all disappeared as the creature's substance chains dissipated one at a time. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber moved forward to finish it off. They ran to attack the Big Evil Beast with all their strength, but they didn't have the dragon-tattooed tooth dagger, and so they couldn't deal any damage to the Big Evil Beast. Despite launching a frantic series of attacks, they couldn't penetrate Big Evil Beast's scales. They could only further damage its wings. Blurg. Big Evil Beast spilled more blood. Then, someone emerged from the bloody body. It was Han Sen, and he cut his way out, still clutching the dragon-tattooed tooth dagger. After Han Sen came out, the Big Evil Beast lost all control of its body. Its carcass floated in the system like a fish gone belly up. Blood cloaked its form, and it twitched weakly from time to time. Xenogeniac core deified hunted. Big Evil Beast. Deified xenogeniac gene found. Han Sen felt depressed. Again, there was no beast soul. It looks like my luck has run out. 2 deifieds and still no beast souls. Han Sen felt like high-class xenogeniacs had a lower drop rate than low-class xenogeniacs. Han Sen couldn't be certain that was the case, but it was the way he was currently feeling. "Thank you for your assistance, Brother Dollar." Dia Robber was thrilled, and he thanked Han Sen profusely. "You are welcome, Brother Robber. It was a fair trade, and I didn't help you out of charity." Han Sen also returned the dagger to Dragon 1. Is Brother Dollar still interested in hunting more xenogeniacs? Dragon 1 asked as he accepted the dagger. "I want to research the geno arts that I've received recently. I don't plan on killing more xenogeniacs right now. So, perhaps another time." Han Sen shook his head. Dia Robber and Dragon 1 felt disappointed, but if Han Sen didn't want to go, then there was nothing they could do about that. They left the core area. Han Sen and Li Kier visited the nearby systems. They killed any xenogeniac kings they saw. If they didn't find any, they kept traveling. Han Sen used most of his power to practice Li Kier's God's Wander and the Destroyed's Big Destroyed. He practiced Big Destroyed for the longest time in that hope that Big Destroyed could help speed up his consumption of king-class genes. Li Qiu saw Han Sen practicing Big Destroyed and said, that Geno art was designed by the Alpha of the Destroyed. It was created based on the unique design of their bodies. Light, dark, and chaos must be balanced within you. The Geno art can't be practiced unless you have all three of those elements. Even among the destroyed, only pure blood destroyed can practice it. Not many outsiders can learn it, that is for sure. I am just giving it a try, Han Sen said, unperturbed. He focused on using the Dongshuan Sutra to practice Big Destroyed. When Han Sen was in the sanctuaries, his body had evolved using all the elements. That included light, dark, and chaos elements. Plus, the Dongshuan Sutra itself enabled him to simulate Geno arts. So, Han Sen was reasonably confident that he would be able to practice Big Destroyed. If he hadn't believed this, he wouldn't have risked fighting a deified xenogeniac to get his hands on the Geno art. When Li Qiu saw that Dollar continued to practice Big Destroyed despite her warning, she said nothing more. She just didn't think Han Sen would succeed. Even the very high would have trouble learning Big Destroyed. The very high sense wouldn't be of much help. Even if Han Sen had a similar Geno art, it wouldn't get him very far. But Li Qiu didn't know that Han Sen's Dongshuan Sutra wasn't a creation of the very high. Many parts of the Geno art had been designed for entirely different purposes, and it was possible for him to do things that the very high could not. Han Sen wanted to hear the final part of God's Wander, so he had to continue hanging around Li Qiu. But he didn't speak to her much while he was practicing. When they did talk, Li Qiu would either tell Han Sen about God's Wander or answer questions about herself. This person is a fighting freak like Lone Bamboo. Li Qiu had grown a little depressed as they traveled. She planned to take Han Sen as her silkworm, but after spending so much time with him, she realized that there was nothing Han Sen really needed from her. She couldn't even bring herself to tell him that she was one of the very high. Li Qiu regretted this. If she had known this was going to happen, she would have told him she was one of the very high the first time they met. That way, they could have had a more serious discussion, at least. If she revealed her identity now, Li Qiu didn't think it would amount to much. It wasn't right, she thought. She would even feel lower than Han Sen. After Li Qiu finished teaching God's Wander to Han Sen, she wouldn't have another opportunity to reveal her identity and convince him to go with her. I still have some matters to take care of. We will meet again if fate bids our paths to cross once more. Han Sen quickly said goodbye to Li Qiu and departed the core area. He returned to the White Whale. Li Qiu was so upset that she wanted to kick something. She looked so sad when she returned to her ship. My lady, what happened? Did you tell Dollar? Did he agree to be your silkworm? Little Butterfly asked, looking at Li Qiu with confusion. Li Qiu sighed and said nothing. She didn't want to admit that she had missed an opportunity to reveal that she was one of the very high. My lady, what is going on? Why are the rumors saying Dollar is one of the very high? What happened? Little Butterfly hastily asked. It's nothing. I will claim him. Li Qiu felt annoyed and just waved her hand to indicate she wanted no more questions. Dollar, you must become my silkworm. Li Qiu nibbled her lips in anger. Han Sen returned to the White Whale and was shocked to find out what had happened in his absence. Fang Qingyu and the pirates were hiding in a corner, and Ning Yu was curled up behind Bauer. She was very scared, but Bauer was holding the purple ginseng that looked like a big carrot. She chewed on it as she stood in front of the others. Inside the control room, Ji Yu Qingcheng was fighting Elysian Moon. What surprised Han Sen was that they were both using area powers. How did they level up so quickly? Han Sen wondered. They are already king class. Although he had given Ji Yu Qingcheng some xenogenic genes, she and Elysian Moon had become king class much more quickly than he expected. And they were using area powers. That was a bit much. That was especially true of Elysian Moon. She had spent less time in the Geno universe. There was no way she could have leveled up this quickly. The White Whale's control room had become their battleground. Ji Yu Qingcheng stood there with loads of swords coming out of her. All those flying swords were like a river headed for Elysian Moon. Elysian Moon opened her umbrella that was made of paper. The flying swords, upon hitting the umbrella, were sucked into the drawing on the umbrella's surface. More and more flying swords appeared on the drawing. Elysian Moon spun her white paper umbrella, making the flying swords inside the canvas come back to life. Now under Elysian Moon's control, the flying swords flew forward to strike back at Ji Yu Qingcheng. Ji Yu Qingcheng frowned. Her area power was put to work again. She regained control of the swords and sent them back at Elysian Moon. The two pretty girls were having a standoff, with one holding a sword and the other holding an umbrella. A storm of swords flew back and forth between them. It was like there was no end in sight. What are they doing? Why are they fighting? Han Sen asked, after jumping over in front of Bauer. Everyone other than Bauer shook their heads. Clearly, they didn't know why Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon were fighting, either. They were also shocked about how fast Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon had leveled up. Bauer was clutching her purple ginseng when she answered, "They are fighting about which is bigger and which is smaller." Bigger and smaller. What does that mean? Han Sen asked in confusion. I don't know. I heard them fighting. Ji Qingcheng said she wants to be big, but Elysian Moon said no. She said Ji Qingcheng can be small, and she can be the big one, Bauer explained, not seeming to understand it herself. Upon hearing that, knowing expressions crossed the faces of the pirates. I know. They both must have fallen in love with the same man. So, they both want to be with that man. But they are fighting about which will be the mistress and which will be the wife. Right, things must be like that. I'd like to know which man is so lucky to have two pretty girls fighting over him. A family must have been storing up luck for generations for a man to have these two women. I can't imagine what he did in a past life to earn this. Maybe he saved the universe or something. Saving the universe once wouldn't be enough. He must have done it twice, at least. I don't think so. That man must have been a virgin for 10 generations, and that was how he was gifted two women like this. If I was able to marry them both, I would be satisfied to live with them as my wives for one day before dying. You want to just die on top of their bellies. The pirates were now caught in a firestorm of discussion. They all wanted to be the man that Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon liked. Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon looked very similar. They were both beautiful to an almost disaster-inducing degree. The pirates loved them. If Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon weren't Han Sen's friends, the pirates and the Extreme King Knights would have been hitting on them night and day. They'd probably fight for them, too. When Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon heard what the pirates were saying, they became even angrier. Ji Qingcheng turned to stare at the men. The swords of the pirates suddenly flew out of their scabbards. Under Ji Qingcheng's control, they flew toward their masters. Ji Qingcheng, Elysian Moon, stop. Han Sen reached out his hand to absorb all the swords. All of the swords writhed like snakes, trying to escape Han Sen's grasp, but they were unable to. Upon hearing Han Sen, Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon stopped. They coldly stared at the pirates, who then felt a chill. They quietly stepped back. You both come with me. Han Sen took Elysian Moon and Ji Qingcheng to his office. Tell me what's going on. Why are you two fighting? Han Sen sat on the office chair and looked at Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. We are going to die. Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon looked at each other and said the same thing to Han Sen. He stared at them in stunned silence. Chapter 2540, Only One Can Live, What Happened? Is it because of the mushrooms? Han Sen pointed at the plants that were on both of their heads. Ji Qingcheng shook her head. I told you, I'm not a person of the modern age. I am a Qigong user of ancient times. So is this happening because of your lifespan? Han Sen's heart jumped. Ji Qingcheng was the same as him. Both of them had entered a crystallizer control room. When Ji Qingcheng had left the control room, she had been transported tens of thousands of years beyond the period in which she had been born. She had entered a world that was completely different from the one she knew. If they calculated the time that had passed while she was in the control room, Ji Qingcheng should have died a long time ago. Ji Qingcheng nodded, then shook her head. It is because of my lifespan, but it is not as you think. It isn't because I entered a crystallizer control room. Then, what is it? Han Sen asked in concern. Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon looked at each other. Then, Elysian Moon said, it is because of me. Han Sen turned his gaze to Elysian Moon and said nothing. He waited for her to proceed. He still had no idea what was going on. Elysian Moon was confused and unsure of what to say. She moved her lips but no words came. Ji Qingcheng said, let me explain it, then. Han Sen turned back to Ji Qingcheng. He was growing more concerned by the minute. A long time ago, he had been interested in the relationship between Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. Ji Qingcheng was an ancient human Qigong master. Elysian Moon had been a spirit inside the sanctuaries. Their races were different, but they looked exactly the same. So, Han Sen was curious about the relationship they shared. I practiced a Qigong called Sword Fairy Picture, Ji Qingcheng said. According to the ancient theories of Qigong, you could watch yourself generate a god and become the sword fairy picture. Through this, you could unlock the sword fairy path. Elysian Moon is your sword fairy picture. You created her. Han Sen looked at Ji Yu Qingcheng with shock. Ji Yu Qingcheng shook her head. Elysian Moon is the Elysian spirit, and she is very special. Due to an accident, the two of us combined with my sword fairy picture. That was how our fates became intertwined. Han Sen looked at Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. He wasn't sure what sort of accident she was referring to. It would have taken quite an accident to make a Qigong master connect with a spirit, after all. Didn't I tell you that I was different from ordinary spirits? I told you that my spirit stone wasn't in a spirit statue, and I kept it on my person instead. I was actually lying to you, though. My spirit stone had already combined with her. Elysian Moon pointed at Ji Yu Qingcheng. Is that related to your lifespan? Han Sen asked. Ji Yu Qingcheng nodded. Our situation is very complicated. I am a human combined with a spirit stone. It made my spirit very strong, and I also earned the body type of a spirit. I took Elysian Moon's spirit stone, while she drew power from my sword fairy picture. Over time, her body changed. We are a part of each other, but not exactly. When we entered the alliance, we were reconstructed. At that time, our connection was pretty much severed. We thought the effect we had on each other would be over and we would live apart from each other, but after contacting each other, we swiftly found out that the connection was becoming stronger and stronger. Stronger than it had been before. Elysian Moon looked gloomy. She said, in the Geno universe, this power resulted in big changes happening to our bodies. We have begun to level up very quickly, and as long as there is energy available, our level can continue to increase at this rate. We were happy about this, but then we discovered that these changes make us age faster, as well. Han Sen's face changed. You guys are saying you are getting old very fast? Something like that. I'm not sure exactly how it works. Based on the speed we've been progressing, though, we only have a year at best. A few months, in the worst case scenario. We will grow old, and we will die. Ji Yu Qingcheng nodded. Have you found a way to stop this? Thinking about what Bauer said, Han Sen had a few guesses. Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon nodded. Elysian Moon said, we have been investigating this issue for quite some time, and we have conducted many tests. We have come to realize that we are supposed to be together. As long as we remain separate, we will never be whole. So, there are flaws in our genes. These flaws are what is making us grow so old so fast. They're pushing us to develop far too quickly. Ji Yu Qingcheng leaned forward and said, it is like this. If we were ordinary humans, our lives would have a lifespan of 100 years. Our current aging process is like that of a mosquito. From birth to death, our whole lives could now pass us by in a fortnight. The only way to get rid of this flaw is for me and Elysian Moon to become one. In that way, we can repair the flaws of our genes. When we are perfect, we will have a lifespan like an ordinary human. Can you guys combine and become one person? Han Sen looked at Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon with confusion. While Elysian Moon was still a spirit, Han Sen could picture her possessing Ji Yu Qingcheng. Now that they both had physical bodies in the Geno universe, Han Sen couldn't believe that they could still combine. I wish we couldn't, but we did find out it was possible. But that means we will become one person, and even our personalities will be merged. Elysian Moon looked dire. Han Sen understood the crux of their conflict now. As a creature with emotions, no one would want to be a part of another. They wanted to be individuals. But now they must become a part of each other. Otherwise, they'd die. It was a very painful dilemma. As Han Sen thought about their conflict, he realized that they were fighting over which of the two would control the body. But the reality was crueler than Han Sen thought. Ji Yu Qingcheng coldly said, and we found another way. We don't need to combine our personalities, the other option is for one person to die. That way, the body of the deceased can be combined with the body of the living one. If we do that, there will only be one personality. There would be no need for a merging. Han Sen was shocked. He just stared at Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon with bewilderment. He hadn't expected that to be a potential solution. Are you guys going to go through with this? Han Sen sighed. In a situation like this, Han Sen didn't know how he should advise Elysian Moon and Ji Yu Qingcheng. We don't want to do this, but it doesn't seem like there is a fairer alternative. If the two of us are going to die, then I would rather the other be alive, Elysian Moon coldly said. Even when you combine and become one, your personalities may not match, Han Sen said. No, they do. We have tried it before. Elysian Moon shook her head with certainty. How? Han Sen asked the two with curiosity. Elysian Moon and Ji Qingcheng didn't say anything. They looked at each other, and then Han Sen's mouth opened wide. Elysian Moon and Ji Qingcheng walked nearer each other. Then, when their two pretty faces drew closer, they locked lips in a kiss. Chapter 2541. Pick for us. Han Sen was frozen as he watched Elysian Moon and Ji Qingcheng's bodies becoming one. The process was pretty much like how Han Sen could combine himself with Little Angel. But when Han Sen combined with Little Angel, Han Sen's body was the primary controller. Little Angel was secondary. Elysian Moon and Ji Qingcheng were equals. They completed each other. Before, whenever Han Sen looked at Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon, he had always thought they were so pretty that any man could fall for them. Even Han Sen caught himself watching them, now and again. After all, everyone liked to admire pretty women. When Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon completed themselves, Han Sen no longer felt as if he was looking at a human. The beauty of the being that emerged was unearthly. A sword fairy stood in front of him. She was so pretty that she no longer looked like something that belonged in this world. The black hair spilled down her back like a waterfall. Her eyes were like pools of black water. It looked as if she could see into the bottom of a person's heart with a mere glance. She could look so deeply into a person that it was almost frightening. There wasn't a single blemish on her face, and every inch of it was amazing. If people saw her, they would feel ashamed simply for being in her presence. They would deem themselves unworthy. Ji Qingcheng was beautiful, but she never used her looks to put pressure on other people. This person now, though, was different. Her divine beauty was naturally suffocating. Of course, the most oppressive thing about her wasn't just her looks, it was her scary swordmind. Han Sen thought he was very good at sword skills. His swordmind could compete with the swordmind of a deified being, after all. But this woman's swordmind made Han Sen's swordmind look dim by comparison. It was like comparing a firefly to a bright moon. It is a perfect sword fairy, Han Sen thought, despite the fact that she was holding a white paper umbrella instead of a sword. Do you know what I want to do now? Suddenly, Elysian Moon and Ji Qingcheng spoke to Han Sen. What would you like to do? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Kill you, the woman said as she looked at Han Sen. Stop joking around, Han Sen said. Although he was pretty sure she wasn't serious, he couldn't actually discern her emotions or gauge how she was feeling. Regardless, she did have a proud look about her. Han Sen had never witnessed that level of pride before. She was like some goddess perched in a lofty realm, despising the commoners beneath her. Or anyone who was not worthy of being in her presence. The woman shook her head and seriously said, I'm not joking. I really want to kill you. Not just you. I want to kill every living creature in this world. You are all so ugly in my eyes. You are all so imperfect. I cannot accept these imperfections I am forced to witness. I have held it in for so long, stopping myself from killing people. Han Sen looked at her with shock. He realized that she wasn't joking. Right now, he was in trouble. Pang! The woman's body suddenly split in two. Elysian Moon and Ji Qingcheng splintered into their separate bodies again. They looked very pale and ill. Now you know why you must kill one of us and keep our personalities uncombined. If we are one, things will end up that way. We will have a personality that is untouchable and entirely ruthless. That personality is obsessed with perfection, and it will seek out and destroy all it deems imperfect. We combine very well, but there are dark thoughts deep within our genes that are brought to the surface. We can suppress the slaughterous desires for the moment, but we have no idea what the future may bring, Ji Qingcheng said. So, if only one personality is alive, we won't have this problem. Han Sen asked with a frown. Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon nodded. They didn't want to become murderous perfectionists. Even if it guaranteed survival, that wasn't a life that they wanted to lead. They would become a demon that sought the destruction of pretty much everything. The rest of their lives would be one of battle. What kind of sword fairy is this? It's just an evil swordswoman. Han Sen had a wry smile. Looking at Elysian Moon and Ji Qingcheng, Han Sen knew he was in trouble. When they combined, they didn't just have an ugly seek and destroy heart, they had a terrifying level of talent that could probably make their sordid wishes come true. After they combined, they were still king class. But after getting a good look at their willpower, it was easy to guess they would one day become deified. At that point, they would become even more frightening. Both Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon were supremely talented. Even more frightening, they both had super god bodies. When those combined, they would be even more perfect than they were now. Han Sen didn't know how the two super god bodies might exist together, but anything was possible. Regardless of how exactly the combination happened, their talents would make them scarier than any human or spirit that existed. That was an undeniable fact. After you guys combine, will you two still have your super god bodies? Han Sen asked the pair. Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon nodded. They didn't speak, but Han Sen knew how scary the confirmation was. Elysian Moon looked at Han Sen and said, I'm sure you understand the gravity of the situation now. If we don't combine, we will die. We estimate we will live no longer than another year. But if we do agree on a combination, the result still isn't a good one. We might not die, but many others would. We have killed before, but we find the thought of such a pointless, murderous existence to be abhorrent. We don't want a life based on killing. Maybe that won't happen. Maybe when you do fully combine, that desire to kill will disappear. Han Sen tried to offer them comforting words. That is impossible, Elysian Moon and Ji Qingcheng said at the same time. They looked at each other, and then Elysian Moon said, we want to live, but we don't want to become someone like that. So, only one of us can be permitted to live. If a winner doesn't come about through our battles, then we will allow you to decide. With your involvement, one of us is sure to be a clear victor. You should decide which of us should live. Han Sen sat in his chair, unmoving. He hadn't expected Elysian Moon to say something like this. He was closer to Ji Qingcheng, though. He knew that deep inside of himself, some part of him wished for her to be the one who would live. But Elysian Moon wasn't his enemy. He didn't want her to die. Han Sen looked at Ji Qingcheng. Ji Qingcheng nodded. Sadly, he said, why do you have to make me decide this? Because you are the only one capable of killing us, even if we want to fight back. So, this is a decision only you can make, Elysian Moon said emotionlessly. She said it as if this was none of her business, like she was reading the headline of a particularly boring newspaper. Han Sen felt a headache coming on. He was very strong, even here. In the sanctuaries, he was more like a god. It turned out, however, that there were problems even a god couldn't solve. This is harder than choosing between a mother and wife who have fallen into a stream. It is too King hard. Han Sen couldn't help but swear. He wasn't just deciding who to save. He was deciding who to murder. Chapter 2542 Elysian Moon. Changing. The two beautiful women looked like flowers made of jade, and Han Sen couldn't turn his back on either of them. He wasn't their enemy, so he couldn't simply choose which one should die. But when he thought about the arrogant, perfectionist, bloodthirsty being they combined to become, he knew that he had to do something. It wasn't just the other races of the universe that would fall under their wrath eventually, they would go after humans as well. What should we do? Han Sen looked at Ji Qingcheng and then at Elysian Moon. They looked extremely similar to each other. Their presences, however, were different. Ji Qingcheng was mysterious, but she didn't distance herself from everyone. Elysian Moon was as cold as ice, and looking at her gave people the feeling that they were being shut out. Han Sen could tell the two apart, though, and he would never mistake one for another. When they both combined and became one, their presence was completely different. The woman they made felt like a fairy. She was a being that didn't care about anything in the world. That coldness was chilling to see. Which of us do you choose to kill? Elysian Moon asked when Han Sen remained silent. I'm not killing anyone. To be honest, even if I agreed to kill you, I don't think that's something I could make myself do. Han Sen shook his head. Then would you prefer to watch us fight each other to death or die of old age? Elysian Moon asked emotionlessly. That doesn't matter. I think there might be a road out of this mess. It is worth a try, at least, Han Sen said hesitantly. What road do you mean? Elysian Moon and Ji Qingcheng looked up with interest. After a moment of thought, Han Sen said, the aging problem is being caused by the flaws in your genes. If you can fix these flaws, then there is no reason for you to fight to your doom. Ji Qingcheng shook her head. If things were that simple, we wouldn't have been fighting in the first place. My genes are included in Elysian Moon's spirit stone. And Elysian Moon's genes contain the sword fairy I created. We both have a part of each other, and because of that, parts of ourselves are missing. We can't use the genes of other creatures to fix problems that are inherent in our own. I know. Han Sen nodded, sighed, and said, my method isn't for you to combine with the genes of another creature. My method can fix your genes as they are. What do you mean? If we could fix our genes, we wouldn't be stuck in this situation, Elysian Moon said, tilting her head to the side. You're both missing a part of yourselves, and the parts you're missing are the parts you gave to each other. That means you aren't complete. But, you both still contain the missing components of each other. All you need to do is fill in the gaps. I can try to activate both of your gene potentials, which might allow your incomplete genes to repair themselves. I'm not sure if it will work, but it is something we should at least try. The method Han Sen was proposing would require the power of the Blood Pulse Sutra's area. He would push their self-cogwheels in an attempt to force their genes to evolve. The Blood Pulse Sutra's area power was little more than a nudge. Whether or not it worked would be determined by the possibilities harbored by the genes that required fixing. Therefore, Han Sen couldn't promise that he would succeed. It was a chance for them, though. It was something they had to try before they resorted to the more sordid solutions. If it worked, they could both live. You can fix the flaws of our genes. Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon's beautiful eyes were staring at Han Sen. I can't promise you it will work, but there is no harm in trying, Han Sen said. Try it, then, Elysian Moon said immediately. We'll test it on you first. Come over here, Han Sen said, looking at Elysian Moon. Is there a risk to this process? Ji Yu Qingcheng asked. There is no risk. While there is a chance that it won't succeed, failure shouldn't result in any harm to your bodies, Han Sen said. Elysian Moon walked over to Han Sen. Her voice was completely level as she said, a long time ago, you were rather unfond of me, weren't you? It is good that I'm in danger, is it not? If I am dead, then you can be free. Elysian Moon was saying this to Ji Yu Qingcheng, not Han Sen. Ji Yu Qingcheng moved her lips, but no words were spoken. Don't worry, only good things can happen to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to try this. Han Sen understood what the two women wanted. He smiled at Elysian Moon. Stop talking crap, let's get on with it. Even when I was a spirit, I was never afraid of death, Elysian Moon said, meeting Han Sen's eyes. Han Sen smiled, lifted his right hand, and pressed his fingers to Elysian Moon's forehead. Then, he started to cast the Blood Pulse Sutra. He made his self-cogwheel connect with Elysian Moon's self-cogwheel. Then, he started to spin them. Don't try to resist my power. Try to accept it and move with it. A blood god light formed on Han Sen's hands, and the light seeped into and melded with Elysian Moon's body. When the blood light entered her, Elysian Moon's self-gene power was activated. The dusty self-cogwheel started to spin a little. Elysian Moon's self-cogwheel was blue. It had old-fashioned symbols inscribed upon it. Han Sen didn't know what they meant, but he knew that it was the source of Elysian Moon's power. When Elysian Moon's self-cogwheel began to accelerate, the old-fashioned symbols shone brightly. They were like a sun. The light blurred as the self-cogwheel spun. Blue lights rose from the cogwheel, dyeing Elysian Moon's flesh and cells a weird shade of blue. The woman looked like a blue crystal statue. The color was rather ghostly, and Elysian Moon no longer looked like a person. She was like some sort of phantom, or the crystal statue of a witch. And before long, the crystal started to melt. No, rather than melting, it was like dirt was being washed off of the crystal statue, layer by layer. It was like a flower shedding its wilted petals. Ji Yu Qingcheng watched Elysian Moon and Han Sen. Her face was always impassive, but right now, she looked nervous. The crystal in Elysian Moon's blue light began to fade. The blue light dissolved into dust, and Elysian Moon's body changed as the light peeled away. She was starting to become someone different from who she was before. Han Sen was so happy. Elysian Moon's genes were starting to change. That meant his Blood Pulse Sutra was working. Even if he was unable to fix them entirely, this process was still going to benefit Elysian Moon's body. But Elysian Moon wasn't like Lando, who was a top-half deified. Rather than leveling her up, Han Sen's power simply improved her genes. Her talent and powers were increasing. Buzz. A strange sound came from Elysian Moon's body, like a sword was being unsheathed. A scary sword wind blossomed from her, and the ghostly air shifted around her. The weird blue light faded further. Describing Elysian Moon was difficult, because she now looked like a ghost woman from hell. Right now, Elysian Moon looked like a cold fairy in the moonlight. She seemed distant, but not in a way that would frighten people. Chapter 2543, Failure. When Elysian Moon's self-cogwheel changed, the genes of her body changed more. Her sword min became stronger and stronger, slowly climbing closer to the strength of the being that she and Ji Yu Qingcheng created when they combined. Buzz. A blue umbrella was unleashed. It automatically opened over Elysian Moon's head. The sword wind of the umbrella became heavier. The sword wind was surging throughout Elysian Moon's body, spurring it on to change even more. Ji Qingcheng was as shocked as she was happy, even if she didn't have the power of the Dongshuan area to show her exactly what was happening. She could tell that Elysian Moon's body was becoming stronger. It was becoming even more perfect. That was especially true of the sword wind. It was the sword fairy picture she practiced, but different. Elysian Moon was now just like the sword fairy she had once imagined. Only instead of holding a sword, she held a paper umbrella instead. The umbrella was like a sword. The ribs of the umbrella were like individual blades, and they all combined to make an amazing umbrella sword. As the umbrella sword changed, Elysian Moon's body altered as well. The sword min became almost tangible. The umbrella sword generated a sword sun and wrapped up Elysian Moon inside it. When the blue sword sun finally dimmed, Han Sen and Ji Qingcheng saw a cold, blue fairy. She was standing still, clutching a blue umbrella. It looked as if she no longer had to eat food, and she was like a goddess from the Moon Palace. Han Sen was shocked. He could no longer feel Elysian Moon's sword min now, but the fact that she could hide it from his detection made it even scarier. As he looked over Elysian Moon now, Han Sen felt that she was no weaker than the figure she became when combined with Ji Qingcheng. Aside from having just one Super King body, her power should have been just as strong as it would have been if combined. But its nature was also different from the power that the combination being possessed. The Blood Pulse Sutra is such a powerful Geno art. Why can I not use it on myself? Han Sen felt very troubled by this. The Geno art he practiced could pass genes to his children and help others in their evolution. He only received a small benefit himself, and he couldn't use it to level up any faster. In truth, Han Sen had simply misunderstood the concept of the Geno art. Every time he practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra, it was slowly modifying his genes. The Blood Pulse Sutra helped his genes develop better, but it worked slowly. When Han Sen used his power on others, the results were just faster and easier to see. It looked so weak, as it didn't seem to directly benefit Han Sen himself. And that was why the Blood Pulse Sutra was so scary. The results the Blood Pulse Sutra created reached far beyond the Geno art itself. The real purpose of the Blood Pulse Sutra was to break the limitations of one's blood lineage. So, the Geno art wasn't limited to a certain set of skills or techniques. Rather, the Blood Pulse Sutra had the potential to expand one's practice endlessly. Most ordinary people would never accomplish much in their lifetimes. They would work for the necessities of survival, and they would live within the confines of predetermined limits. Most people were complacent, so they never put their full effort into transcending those limits or breaking the glass ceiling. But some special people would end up doing things that others would consider unbelievable. Their success was never guaranteed, though. What people could do was unknown because the future itself was unknown. The Blood Pulse Sutra sought out ways for people to rise throughout their lives, and it tried to figure out the unknowns of the future. That was why it never limited the people that practiced with it. And unlike humans, who often got discouraged by failure, the Blood Pulse Sutra never stopped trying. It was always there to help, in the background. A more modern way to explain this would be to say that Han Sen's practice of the Blood Pulse Sutra put him at the zenith of what technology could achieve. The people he cast the Blood Pulse Sutra on would receive the best of what technology could provide. However, the person would only receive the best of what Han Sen had managed to discover. He couldn't impart technologies that he himself hadn't yet explored. Did it work? Han Sen looked at Elysian Moon, who had finished changing. Elysian Moon shook her head. My body has become stronger, but I can still feel a connection with her. The need to combine with her is still there, as well. Han Sen looked at Ji Qingcheng. Ji Qingcheng shook her head and said, that feeling is still here. Han Sen comforted them by saying, maybe it is because your genes have yet to finish being repaired. That is why the feeling is still there. Perhaps you need to wait until your genes have finished, and then that feeling will be gone. Ji Qingcheng was confused, but she didn't resist Han Sen's power. Just like Elysian Moon, she walked in front of Han Sen and accepted the power of his Blood Pulse Sutra. Her self-cogwheel was different from Elysian Moon's. Ji Qingcheng's self-cogwheel was green. She also had symbols that began to glow on the cogwheel. Even though Han Sen couldn't directly interpret them, he had the overwhelming feeling that the symbols meant, sword. Ji Qingcheng's evolution process was similar to Elysian Moon's. Her body changed continually, becoming stronger and stronger. Her sword mind grew more powerful as well. When the old, bronze sword appeared, a strong sword mind wrapped her up. Inside it, she kept changing. But the changes happening to her were different from those that Elysian Moon experienced. Ji Qingcheng was already a very holy woman, and when her body changed, her presence changed, as well. That holy presence was still there, but it was now so much harder to feel. It was very mysterious. If Ji Qingcheng used to be a fairy, then right now, she was becoming a goddess cloaked in fog. Her presence was half transparent. It made others want to see her real face and pull down the facade she hid behind. She was so pretty, and yet, she was so blurry. She was beautiful and mysterious. Even Han Sen, as he stared at her, thought to himself, what a beautiful, dangerous woman. If this was in ancient times, she would destroy a country worse than Daji did. No, this is the era of the Geno universe. If the scary elites of the universe saw her like this, it wouldn't lead to the destruction of a country. It could spark a war. It could destroy far more than just the lives of a single system. Han Sen was shocked. He looked at her for another couple of minutes, then turned away. How do you feel? Han Sen lowered his head and frowned. Ji Qingcheng sighed and said, I'm afraid you have made things worse. My body has evolved so much, and so has Elysian Moon's. If we combine now, the damage created will be 1,000 times more terrible. Han Sen's face changed upon hearing this. Clearly, their connection was still there. But Han Sen wasn't ready to give up yet. Even if your connection is still there, if you guys stop getting old, you don't need to combine. Therefore, all is fine. I don't know. We would have to test such a system for a while and see if we get older, Elysian Moon said. Let's just give it a try. If this method doesn't work, then we'll have to look at other options again, Han Sen said, quietly praying that they wouldn't continue to get older. If this failed, there was nothing else he could do. Chapter 2544 Third Sister 2 days later, Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon were happy to report to Han Sen that they had not grown any older. Although their connection was still there, they no longer had to combine if they wanted to survive. Han Sen let out a long sigh. This was the best result he could have hoped for. If the problem hadn't been resolved when he completed their genes, he had no other ideas on how to fix the issue. In the meantime, he spent all his energy practicing Big Destroyed. As he attempted to practice Big Destroyed safely, he wasn't putting in enough power to fully cast Big Destroyed. But as time passed, and he practiced more and more, he was able to generate Big Destroyed's light. But the Big Destroyed light he created wasn't even enough to kill a duke in its current state. That meant it couldn't be used to consume king-class xenogenic genes. Progress was progress, though, and his advancement thus far made Han Sen happy. If he could successfully activate Big Destroyed's God Light, that meant developing power and control with the technique was only a matter of time. Han Sen kept practicing Big Destroyed. As he got used to how Big Destroyed's God Light worked, he grew more and more powerful with it. Han Sen used king-class xenogenic genes to practice. A month later, his Big Destroyed God Light could digest king-class xenogenic genes. It turned them into a pile of dust that was smaller than a speck of powder. He used Consume to eat the king-class xenogenic genes that he had ground up with Big Destroyed. When he tested the process, Han Sen noticed his digestive speed had increased. Within a day, he was able to absorb a dozen king-class xenogenic genes that had been ground up into a powder, earning a dozen king genes. Ha ha ha, Big Destroyed is different. Right now, I still haven't mastered the technique, but if I can practice and take Big Destroyed to the max, I think I'll be able to absorb king-class xenogenic genes incredibly quickly. I might even be able to eat 100 king-class genes in a single day. Han Sen was delighted. Within a few days, his Dongshuan Sutras area had broken through to another tier. Elysian Moon and Ji Qingcheng wanted to go to the core area to hunt xenogenics. When they told Han Sen where they were, he discovered that they were close to his Jadescan spawn point. He had them wait there for him, and he entered the core area himself. He found Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon, and after the rendezvous, they went out to hunt core xenogenics. Most people never really worried about the future, they only worried about the present. Han Sen had lots of king-class xenogenic genes, but his Big Destroyed and Consume were getting stronger and stronger. If he was able to break down 100 genes a day, eating 1,000 king-class xenogenic genes would only take a week and a half. Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon were first-tier kings, but their powers exceeded what the average first-tier king could do. They were practically the same as Han Sen had been at his first tier. Their skills and area powers were very good, so killing king-class xenogeniacs was a trivial affair. But their digestion speed was much slower than Han Sen's consume. Even if Han Sen used Big Destroyed to break their xenogeniac genes down for them, they could only digest one per day. Han Sen wasn't in a rush, but Li Qier was. She had been there for a whole month, waiting on Dollar's return. Not even the flicker of his shadow showed up, though. It was like he never planned on coming back. Li Qier's teeth itched. That *SSHOLE. Li Qier sat in the front of her ship, gritting her teeth and looking up into the sky. If he showed up, she'd probably have to fight off the urge to smack him. Little sister, this is bad. The very high should be emotionless, but you are very emotional right now. This is bad for you. A very pretty woman appeared on her ship. She stood behind Li Qier and looked at her. Third sister, why are you here? Li Qier turned around to find a green-clothed woman standing behind her. The woman was pretty, but she was emotionless. Her face was like ice. I hear you have selected your target. Let me see how your silkworm is, the woman said coldly. Good or bad, it doesn't concern you. Li Qier lifted her lips. The woman, seeing Li Qier's face, shook her head. You're displaying too many emotions. Your practice of the very high talents isn't up to par. I'm worried about you failing, or resorting to selecting a poor silkworm that can't do anything in service of the very high. Good or bad, it is none of your business, Li Qier insisted. Third sister didn't become angry. She acted as if she hadn't heard Li Qier at all, and emotionlessly said, it doesn't matter whether you admit it or not, I am your third sister. I cannot let you walk along this path of constant failure. Before she could reply, third sister continued, okay. Now tell me, where is this person you've chosen? Let me see if he is capable of serving the very high. He isn't here right now, Li Qier said. Why not call him over? Third sister said, I haven't told him I am claiming him. I can't contact him. If you are so smart, why don't you go and find him for me? Li Qier snarled. You are so slow. You still haven't claimed him. What have you been doing all this time? Third sister frowned. She wasn't happy with Li Qier's progress. Li Qier blushed. She had spent so much effort trying to convince Han Sen, but it never worked out. She hadn't told him who she was, and thus, she couldn't claim him. Third sister looked at Li Qier's face but did not say anything. Something in her eyes swirled, looking as if a spinning galaxy was residing with them. Tell me who your target is. Third sister's eyes looked very magical. If you are so smart, why don't you guess who it is? Li Qier said in a sulky manner. Again, third sister didn't become angry. She just reached her hand out and grabbed one of Li Qier's hairs. Then, she stared into that strand of hair with her shiny eyes. Her spinning galaxy-like eyes revealed the image of Li Qier. The image danced as if the woman was rewinding time, revealing what Li Qier had been doing. Everything she had done in the past few days played before the woman's eyes. Time quickly went back to when she parted ways with Han Sen. He is your target, yes. Dollar. I have heard his name. Right, he came first in the Geno Being Scroll. He defeated Lone Bamboo, third sister said, her voice neutral. Then, she stopped looking. Her eyes returned to normal, and the strand of hair turned to dust in her hand. Third sister, how could you read my past without my permission? Li Qier sounded annoyed. Behavior like this doesn't belong in the very high. Third sister shook her head, ignoring Li Qier's protest. The stars in her eyes were still spinning when she spoke to herself, saying, let me help you take a look at what this dollar is doing. I will see if he can be your silkworm. Her eyes spun and the lights in them flashed. A shadow that looked like Han Sen appeared. Chapter 2545 Ji Yongsheng Han Sen was out hunting xenogeniacs with Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. All of a sudden, though, he felt a strange movement in his sea of soul. Han Sen was surprised by this, and so he looked inside himself. There, he saw the black crystal armor twitching slightly. For an instant, some sort of vortex appeared around his body. The vortex only lasted for a second, though. Then, the black crystal armor returned to its usual motionless self as if nothing had occurred. What the hell? Han Sen wondered as he glanced around. He didn't see anything dangerous. Far away, in a certain system inside the core area, third sister's eyes looked magical. The shadow of a man appeared and began to grow clearer. The image was on the verge of revealing his face. Arg! Suddenly, Third sister screamed and cupped her hands over her eyes. Third sister, what happened? Li Qiu was shocked. There was blood seeping out of the gaps between third sister's fingers. Someone broke my scrying skill. Who is this dollar? Third sister lowered her hands. Her eyes were red, and tears of blood were rolling down her face. Li Qiu was shocked seeing this. Third sister's very high sense was much stronger than her own. The powerful very high had only just used her scrying skill, and her eyes had been injured. It was difficult to believe. Dollar is dollar. He said he is human. Li Qiu realized she actually knew nothing about dollar. What is a human? This dollar isn't someone ordinary. He broke my scrying skill. He must have some sort of deified protecting him. How could someone who doesn't even have a name possess deified protection? Third sister gritted her teeth as she spoke. I don't know. Li Qiu's face kept changing. She hadn't expected dollar to have such a mysterious background. Both of them spent some time trying to guess where dollar had come from. Third sister didn't dare try to steal a look at him again, though. As a result, neither of them could come up with a solid idea for who he truly was. I want to see who he is. Third sister lowered her hands emotionlessly. Her eyes had recovered a little. They weren't bleeding, but they still looked injured. She planned on waiting with Li Qiu for dollar to show up so she could find out who he was. Han Sen did not know the situation of Li Qiu and third sister. He was busy killing xenogenics with Jiyu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. Along the way, he kept practicing using his teleportation talents and Big Destroyed in combat. Although he was growing more familiar with both skills, he needed to test out their practical applications in real fights. While the three were fighting a metal wolf, someone appeared before them. When that person laid eyes on Han Sen, he was immediately recognized. Han Sen, you aren't dead. When he realized someone else was there, Han Sen stopped using his teleportation skills and Big Destroyed. Turning to take a look, he noticed it was the Extreme King's Princess Bai Wei. Bai Wei looked at Han Sen with a conflicted expression. She thought Han Sen had been killed by Bai Yi. She had always wanted to help Han Sen and herself. She even wanted to save Bauer. Little did she knew that it wasn't Bai Yi that had killed Han Sen, it was Han Sen that killed Bai Yi. And then Bai Wei thought about the things Han Sen had done. She couldn't believe the fake prince claimed an Extreme King's alpha statue and did so many horrible things in his time with her people. The scariest thing about him was the fact that he escaped the wrath of the Extreme King without being damaged. And he traveled through the xianxia system while the Extreme King were pursuing him. He had done so many shocking things in the universe that it was hard to fathom. He even grabbed Bai Wuchang and held him as a hostage. Ultimately, the Extreme King couldn't do anything to him, and above all, they'd lost track of him. Thinking about what Han Sen had accomplished in recent times, Bai Wei felt as if her own experiences were nothing. No matter how bad her situation became, at least she was a bona fide royal amongst the Extreme King. She would always have resources, and no one would dare try to take her life. Han Sen was just an outsider, and yet, he had become a very famous character in the historical annals of the Extreme King. She was a real royal, and yet, compared to Han Sen, it was like he was in the sky and she was stuck on the ground. There was no way she couldn't do all the things he could, she believed. In the time since they had last met, Bai Wei had changed a lot. Those changes had happened because she had pondered these questions thoroughly. It was all due to Han Sen. So, Bai Wei had very complex emotions when it came to confronting Han Sen again. Seeing him there now, Bai Wei had no intention of attacking. Congratulations, you have now reached King class. Han Sen bowed before Bai Wei. Bai Wei looked at Han Sen. A while later, she said, just go, and don't ever let me see you again. But Han Sen still went on to say, I will never forget how you took care of me and my daughter. If you need anything in the future, have someone deliver a message to me. I will do whatever I can, and I will put my utmost effort into not disappointing you. Han Sen still really liked Bai Wei. After all, she had tried her best to save Bauer. He had always felt as if he owed her something. When we meet again, we will be enemies and not friends, Bai Wei said. Then, she turned around and flew away from Han Sen in the opposite direction. Then let us hope we never meet again. Han Sen, Jiyu Qingcheng, and Elysian Moon also flew away. The three of them were traveling through space when Elysian Moon suddenly stopped. She floated and pointed in the direction of a planet. There is something amiss up ahead. What is wrong? Han Sen didn't sense anything unusual coming from the planet. His Dongshuan area still couldn't reach that far. Elysian Moon frowned and said, I don't know. But I can sense that an extremely dangerous presence resides on that planet. Is it a xenogeniac or some other sort of creature? Han Sen asked. It should be a xenogeniac, Elysian Moon said quietly. Han Sen's eyes brightened. A xenogeniac is great. You guys hang back while I go take a look. Han Sen readied himself to attack when suddenly, a bunch of people came flying over. They were clearly coming toward Han Sen. Demons. Han Sen frowned upon seeing the people with purple horns approach. I am Ji Yongsheng. I have admired you for a long time, and finally, I have the chance to see you in person. This is a great privilege. A half-deified demon bowed to Han Sen. The demon man looked very pale and very handsome. He was very polite, too. It would be hard to find a reason to hate him. Thanks. Looking at Ji Yongsheng, Han Sen knew he must have been quite famous amongst the demons. Otherwise, kings and half-deifieds wouldn't have been following his leadership. Han Sen thought to himself, that demon protector Moldo wanted me to come and bless a prince of the demon. It cannot be this guy, can it? After Ji Yongsheng bowed before Han Sen, he looked at Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. Something strange passed through his eyes, but it only happened for a second. No one noticed it. Chapter 2546, Demon Doll. Elysian Moon and Ji Yu Qingcheng frowned. They were sensitive enough that they noticed the glance that the man directed toward them. Although Han Sen saw it, he said nothing. Considering the beauty of the two women, it would be weird if men didn't have any reaction towards them. The demon and humans looked alike. Their definitions of pretty were similar, so it wasn't strange that a demon man would be drawn to the appearance of a human woman. Attraction was one thing, but it would be a different matter if the demons tried to make a move. If Ji Yongsheng didn't do anything stupid, Han Sen wouldn't begin a conflict himself. Ji Yongsheng turned away from Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon, then said to Han Sen, Teacher Han, Mr. Moldo might have spoken to you before about how he hoped that you could bless me. Do you have time now? Ah yes, Moldo mentioned that. Han Sen went quiet for a moment, then he told Ji Yongsheng, I told Mr. Moldo before that my blessings can affect others, but I cannot make people deified. Becoming deified is all about the potential of one's genes. I understand, but I would be very grateful if you were willing to try to help me. Whether we succeed or not, it is the thought and effort that counts. Ji Yongsheng was maintaining his politeness quite well. Han Sen laughed. There is no need to say that. We are merely trading. I will still charge you. That is okay. Tell me if there is something you want. If I can pay it, I won't disappoint you, Ji Yongsheng responded quickly. Han Sen shook his head. We can talk about the price later. I haven't yet fully recovered from the blessing I gave Lando. It will take another 4 months for me to recover enough that I can bless someone else. We can talk about it then. In truth, Han Sen could use his Blood Pulse Sutra power whenever. That didn't mean he wanted to keep using it, though. If he did, its value would drop off substantially. Up until now, Han Sen had only used it on Lando, Ji Yu Qingcheng, and Elysian Moon. He wanted to use it on Little Silver, too. Han Sen wouldn't use it on Bauer or Ling because they were so talented themselves. They had so many possibilities, and the use of the Blood Pulse Sutra could limit their development. Little Silver's talents were a bit on the weak side. The Blood Pulse Sutra could only do good for him. Okay, if you don't mind, though, I can protect you. I won't let anyone disturb whatever you are doing in the meantime, Ji Yongsheng said with a look of sincerity. Thank you, but no thank you. We are only here to hunt xenogeniacs. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to be together. Han Sen didn't want a bunch of people following him. In that case, I will contact you at a later date. This is my contact information. If you need anything, all you have to do is ask, Ji Yongsheng said, before taking his people with him to depart. He didn't say anything about wanting to loot xenogeniacs. After Ji Yongsheng left, Elysian Moon coldly grunted and said, that guy doesn't seem very likable. You will probably end up meeting a lot of other people you hate, Han Sen said, with a shrug of his shoulders. Their own beauty might have been their biggest challenge. In that universe, many races looked just like humans, including the rebate, the demons, the sky, and the extreme king, to name a few. Their definition of beauty was quite similar, and so the two girls were undoubtedly quite eye-catching to those of such races. From what we have seen, we should learn from Dollar and wear armor, Ji Yu Qingcheng said, glancing at Han Sen. I'm afraid wearing armor won't help. Your bodies are quite distinctive, and even if others cannot see your faces, your curves are sure to attract men. Your appearance makes quite an impact. Han Sen laughed. If we are that sexy, why aren't you affected by us? Elysian Moon asked, quirking her lips into a half smile. I'm different. People like me are so faithful and loyal. I'm just a good man, so a few looks here and there keep me happy. I'm afraid you'll never meet another man like me in the universe, Han Sen joked. Ji Yu Qingcheng smiled but said nothing. Elysian Moon looked at him with disdain, and she said, "You're just a creep who has no balls. You call yourself a good man? Peef." After that, she ignored Han Sen and resumed her flight. What's wrong with her? Since when did I become a creep? Han Sen looked at Ji Yu Qingcheng. Ji Yu Qingcheng laughed and raised an eyebrow at him. Not saying another word, she flew after Elysian Moon. Hey, what is wrong with you both? Han Sen was so depressed. Although Ji Yu Qingcheng said nothing, he felt as if he had been bullied. Ji Yongsheng and his demon allies didn't venture far. When Han Sen and the others departed, Ji Yongsheng spoke to a king in his entourage and said, "You go home and bring me my demon doll. If my father asks, tell him I need it." The demon king was shocked, and so he said, "Are you going to attack Han Sen? I can't believe that I encountered him here. This is a very rare opportunity. We were unable to find him in the systems of chaos, but now we have a second chance to snare him," Ji Yongsheng said in a hard voice. "Please, think about this, sir." The extreme king sent deifieds after him, and even they were unable to capture him. Only half deifieds can come to the core area. I don't think you have what it takes to catch Han Sen. If he knows that we have tried to snare him, I do not think he will ever spare the time to bless you, the demon said. That's why I'm going to use the demon doll, it is deified. Attacking Han Sen will be a guaranteed success. And even if it fails, Han Sen will have no clue it was us who used it, Ji Yongsheng stated flatly. But the demon doll is the demon's. The demon king wished to say something, but Ji Yongsheng cut him off. Just bring me the doll and stop your protesting, Ji Yongsheng snapped. Yes, the demon king didn't dare disobey a direct command. He opened his core area hall and returned to the demon realm. An hour later, the core area hall's door opened again. The demon had returned, but with someone else in tow. If anyone else had seen this, they would have been very surprised. Kings could only use their power to open a personal door to the core area. No other creature should have been able to enter through that same door. That demon king brought a creature through the door with him. Even the extreme king wouldn't have been able to believe their eyes if they had seen this. Chapter 2547, Not teleportation. The creature looked humanoid. Because it was wrapped up in black armor, it was impossible to tell exactly what it looked like. It just stood behind the demon king. "Sir, I have brought you the demon doll." The demon king brought the demon doll before Ji Yongsheng, then raised both hands, presenting a purple horn. The purple horn was around 1 foot long, and its surface was ribbed like a screw. It was crescent-shaped, and many strange symbols were carved around its top. It looked so pretty, but also so mysterious. The horn looked like the horns on the heads of demons like Ji Yongsheng. Ji Yongsheng didn't know what it was. Ji Yongsheng took the purple horn and turned it over in his hands. Then, he spoke to the demon doll. "Listen to my commands and go." Ji Yongsheng's eyes flashed with purple. A purple aura rose from his hands, then swept into the purple horn. That weird and beautiful purple horn glowed and flashed. The weird symbols across it started to release a demonic smoke. The demon doll flashed with purple. It zoomed off in Han Sen's direction at a blistering speed. "Sir, you must be careful. We cannot allow any other race to end up capturing the demon doll." The demon king looked worried as he spoke. "Don't worry, with the demon doll's power, even if I cannot get Han Sen, what else in the core area could threaten it?" Ji Yongsheng looked annoyed. The demon king nodded and retreated. After that, he said nothing more. A shoal of shark-sized, mechanical demon fish were flying through space. As they headed for Han Sen, they spat out scary streaks of lightning, turning the system into an electrified ocean. Seeing the ocean of lightning bearing down on them, Elysian Moon summoned a blue oil paper umbrella in her hands. After the umbrella was opened, a sword light was unleashed. It blocked all the streaks of lightning from hitting the umbrella. The three of them were shielded by it, too, which meant the lightning was of no concern to them. Ji Yu Qingcheng lifted a hand, unleashing countless sword lights. Swords of all kinds appeared around her, like a galactic waterfall of blades being fired at the mechanical demon fish. In a second, over 100 of the demon fish were chopped to pieces. Your 1,000-sword area is very powerful. Han Sen complimented her. The shoal of mechanical demon fish had 3 kings. They couldn't block Ji Yu Qingcheng's attack at all, though. Ji Yu Qingcheng's area was overbearing. Is my area weak or something? Is that what you're trying to say? Elysian Moon asked in annoyance. Han Sen opened his mouth to respond, but Elysian Moon was staring out into empty space. Han Sen and Ji Yu Qingcheng turned to look at what might have caught her attention, and there, they saw a black shadow drawing toward them. It wasn't moving quickly, it was just sort of floating through space. After a while, the shadow flew close enough that they could see it clearly. That man in black armor didn't mean to stop, however. He was still coming for Han Sen. Why have you come here, and why are you going after me? Han Sen asked, looking at the man in black armor. But the black armor man didn't react. It was as if he hadn't heard Han Sen, and still, he approached. Han Sen noticed the being was only looking at him. Han Sen was the man's target, and the man was coming right for him. Seeing the black armor enter their radius, Han Sen spoke again. You should stop right there. The armored man behaved as if he hadn't heard a thing. He didn't stop, and he even raised a fist to punch Han Sen. When that punch was unleashed, his entire body disappeared from the vision of all those who watched. When he reappeared, he was directly in front of Han Sen. That violent fist of his was about to strike Han Sen's head and rattle his skull. Very powerful teleportation. Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon's eyes widened. They weren't sure how the armored man had come right before Han Sen like that. It was quite bewildering. According to the theory, there were 2 types of teleportation. One of them was a speed-type teleportation, and the other one was a space-type teleportation. When a teleportation skill was used, there were distinctive traits that distinguish one type of teleportation from the other. Speed-type teleportation only required a strong eye to follow its movement. So, you could still see it. Space-type teleportation was different. When space and air were broken, a space shockwave was released. It took time to build up that wave. Even skills like God's Wander had this flaw, but the shockwave of God's Wander was small. It didn't take much time to activate, so it would be difficult to feel. But this armored man, from the time he lifted his fist to when he appeared before Han Sen, did not leave any trace of his teleportation. There was no shockwave or anything. It was like he was just there, not giving anyone a chance to react. Dong! Han Sen raised his fist to block the armored man's attack, but his entire body felt electrified on contact. It was extremely powerful, and the strike sent him flying away like a falling star. Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon looked shocked. They knew how strong Han Sen was. Although he was just a 4th-tier king, he was as strong as a half-deified. No power should have been able to beat Han Sen unless it was a half-deified with a focus on raw power. The armored man punched Han Sen and sent him flying once again. The power that the armored man wielded had to be amongst the greatest any half-deified could wield. It was nuts. Without hesitation, Ji Yu Qingcheng drew her sword. A mysterious trail followed the bronze blade as the old sword moved to strike the armored man. When she used the old bronze sword, countless sword shadows were unleashed in 8 directions. It was like a galaxy of blades were sent soaring over toward the armored man. Elysian Moon attacked from the other side as this occurred. She closed her blue oil paper umbrella and used it as a sword to thrust at the armored man's heart. The sword light became a scary glow that could break through a planet. The 2 of them blocked all of the armored man's exits, but the armored man ignored their attacks. He flew after Han Sen, punching as he went. Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon were enraged by that. The armored man was being so cocky by ignoring their attacks. It was like they were just clutching toys, and there was no need to pay attention to them. They sent more power surging into their umbrella and swords. Elysian Moon coldly said, "Advice for the future, whatever you do, do not underestimate women. It's a fatal mistake." But right before Elysian Moon finished speaking, her eyes opened wide. When the armored man threw his punch, he just disappeared from their vision. The net of sword lights did nothing to stop him. That isn't space teleportation. Ji Yu Qingcheng's face paled slightly. She looked confused. She hadn't seen any distortion to the space around them. She didn't know how the armored man had managed to escape their sight. Chapter 2548. Familiar presence. The armored man vanished from Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon's vision. Then, he reappeared in front of Han Sen. His striking fist approached Han Sen's belly. Just as the armored man's fist was about to hit Han Han Sen's body suddenly disappeared. He reappeared elsewhere. His fast escape was a product of the teleportation abilities he had been practicing. Without a moment's hesitation, the armored man threw another punch. And with it, his body vanished just like last time. He appeared in front of Han Sen. Han Sen's body blinked away again to avoid the incoming fist of the armored man. The two of them kept flashing across the expanse of space, moving too fast for ordinary eyesight to follow. It was like they could be in the sky at one point and on the ground in the next. Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon moved to help Han Sen, but he told them, "Stay back, you guys cannot evade his attacks. Use your power to protect yourselves, and don't leave any of your weaknesses exposed." Upon hearing him, Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon stopped in their tracks. They watched Han Sen and the man in black armor do battle. Elysian Moon opened the paper umbrella in her hands. A sword light flashed from the surface of the umbrella, then expanded to envelop the two of them. Just as Han Sen wanted, it left no weaknesses exposed. "That man in armor isn't using teleportation abilities," Ji Qingcheng said with certainty, as she observed the battlefield ahead of her. Elysian Moon nodded seriously. "It isn't teleportation, it's more like, Godslayer Luo." Ji Qingcheng finished what Elysian Moon was hesitant to say. That old man was a lone warrior who had once obtained a foothold in the sanctuaries for humanity. When his power reached the max, the presence he gave off was just like the one they felt from the armored man. He ignored the rules of space to kill his enemies. Why does the armored man have falsified sky powers? No, wait, that is sky demon power. The armored man is a demon. Ji Qingcheng wondered aloud. Han Sen knew the armored man was using sky demon powers. He clearly wasn't using a space-based teleportation talent. Not many powers could repel sky demon powers, but thankfully, Han Sen's Dongshuan Sutra was one of the few that could. The armored man's absolute strikes weren't difficult for Han Sen to break, but the armored man's power was undeniably greater than Han Sen's. And that meant Han Sen couldn't defeat him. Han Sen felt a mixture of different emotions when he looked at the armored man. He knew this attacker was different from the demons they had encountered earlier, but he wasn't entirely sure what the difference was. Ji Yongsheng and a few of the demon elites watched the fight through a mirror. They appeared to be in shock. Even Ji Yongsheng was floored by what he was witnessing. He is a very powerful guy. He has dodged every attack that the demon doll has thrown. Ji Yongsheng chewed his lip. That was what he did when he was in thought. No wonder Han Sen escaped harm when he was pursued by the Extreme King. He is very scary. He is dodging the attacks of the sky demon powers somehow. I wonder what power he has been making use of, a few demon elites said, their voices a mixture of admiration and trepidation. They knew that the demon doll's sky demon power ensured that every hit was a successful one unless the enemy possessed the same causal powers. If the enemy didn't, not even teleportation would let them escape the demon doll's strikes. Sky demon abilities were a causal power. Once the demon doll locked onto Han Sen, even if Han Sen teleported away, he should still be hit. Han Sen's teleportation let him dodge the demon doll's attacks, though. He was obviously using an advanced version of teleportation. And as for what other powers Han Sen was employing, Ji Yongsheng couldn't guess. He couldn't understand what he was witnessing. He might be dodging the demon doll's strikes for now, but his efforts are futile. He is slower and weaker than the demon doll. We must take him with us today. Our race requires more than just a blessing. Thousands of our people over the next few decades, no, millions of our people over the next few centuries will need what he can provide us, Ji Yongsheng declared. In an effort to speed things up, he put more of his power into the purple horn. The purple horn's mysterious symbols glowed with a purple light. The powers of blessing Han Sen had displayed made other races take him very seriously. They needed his abilities. If they could capture Han Sen, they wouldn't hand him over to the Extreme King. They would lock him up for themselves and force him to bless their children and grandchildren. The mysterious symbols on the purple horn lit up further. And then, the armored man who had been struggling to capture Han Sen suddenly stopped. His body suddenly enlarged. The muscles of the mystery man grew, and the black armor began to swell. It had to morph in order to fit the bulging muscles. It highlighted their ridiculous size all too well. A dark purple presence intensified within that armor. It made the armored man look like a demon from hell. His eyes were purple like lightning. This is sure a change. Han Sen looked at the armored man in shock. He whispered the words hoarsely. He finally knew why the armored man's presence felt different from the other demons. They looked so similar, but Han Sen could feel that this guy was more like a Shira from the Alliance's universe. His power, however, was obviously some variant of Sky Demon power. That was what made him look just like one of the demon. It was very difficult to tell the difference, and so Han Sen hadn't caught on until now. Once he used Shira change, the Shira's presence became heavier. Now, Han Sen was finally getting a better sense of what was happening. Why is there a Shira here? I never brought a Shira to the Geno universe. Unless he is one of the Shiras that come out of the coffin in the Shira's graveyard, could he be one of the Shira kings? Han Sen looked at the demon-like armored man with a conflicted expression. And as he did, Han Sen kept thinking. The armored man didn't stop to think through things like Han Sen had. After he finished changing, his purple lightning-like eyes peered at Han Sen. Then, the muscular creature threw a punch toward Han Sen. Han Sen dodged the attack of the armored man, but when he teleported away, the armored man appeared in front of him. Purple flames burst to life around the man's fist as it slammed into Han Sen's stomach. Pang! When that fist connected, Han Sen's body shot away like a raging fireball. He flew into a nearby asteroid. He went through it and many more, cleaving a line through space. Before Han Sen could stop, the armored man appeared in front of him and punched him again. Once more, he was sent flying. Blurg! Han Sen spat out some blood. He kept falling, and he couldn't even teleport away. Chapter 2549. A man with 3 options. Han Sen was still falling when the armored man's hands reached out and wrapped around his head, gripping him firmly. Purple air rose from the hands in streams that flowed like venomous snakes, and they drilled through Han Sen's body. The purple air bound him, preventing him from moving. When they saw the armored man grab Han Sen, Elysian Moon and Ji Yu Qingcheng were in shock. Ji Yu Qingcheng's heart leapt into her throat. She lifted her hands, and thousands of old swords appeared around her. They went soaring over to strike the armored man. Gleaming blades rained down like a waterfall. Even a planet would be riddled with holes after weathering a storm of those blades. But the armored man was able to hold Han Sen with one hand and use the other hand to punch through the sword stream that was all around him. The power of that punch flew all the way back to Ji Yu Qingcheng, but it was stopped by the sudden appearance of Elysian Moon's umbrella shield. Pang! That punch broke the sword light that her umbrella had formed. The armored man gathered strength in his fist again, preparing to attack Ji Yu Qingcheng once more. Stop! How dare you be so rude to those 2 girls? Go back! Ji Yongsheng shouted. He had arrived just in time, riding a robotic demon wolf. The armored man lowered its fist and retreated. Sorry I'm so late and ended up scaring you, girls. Ji Yongsheng smiled at Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. So you were the one behind all this, Elysian Moon said, giving Ji Yongsheng an icy stare. Of course not, I'm just here doing what is right of me to do. Ji Yongsheng looked at the armored man holding Han Sen. He smiled and said, Teacher Han, we meet again. You should have the time to talk to me now, yes? Mr. Ji, I don't think you have gauged my personality correctly. Han Sen was being held firmly by the armored man. Purple smoke covered him, and he couldn't even move his fingers. His face remained impassive, though. What do you mean? Ji Yongsheng looked at Han Sen with interest. He looked like a cat playing with a mouse. Sir, just in case, we should take Han Sen to our core area base, the Demon King said. Han Sen laughed and said, he is right. I have a very bad temper. You better do it quick, otherwise, you won't have the chance. Ji Yongsheng ignored the Demon King. His face took on an expression that looked something like a smile, but it was far too toothy and feral to be pleasant. He said, Oh, Han Sen, you are quite powerful. Even under these conditions, you manage to stay so calm. But you are under the Sky Demon Lock. You are certainly stronger than a mere king, but not even a deified elite could break the Sky Demon Lock. After that, Ji Yongsheng turned away, ignoring Han Sen. He directed his attention to Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. These 2 girls can be privileged guests of my family. Please don't worry, you guys are VIPs. The demon will never think of bringing harm to the 2 of you. We will treat you very nicely. Before Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon could answer, Han Sen laughed. I was wondering why you were doing this to me. It's because you want the 2 of them. If you had told me sooner, I would have given them to you. Why go to all this hassle? Shut up, I thought you were quite the character, but I can't believe you are so obscene. How could you say something like that just as a desperate attempt to survive? Ji Yongsheng shouted at Han Sen. Han Sen sighed. I'm just telling you the truth. They are very pretty, but they're actually insatiable monsters. They'd eat your flesh right down to the bones. I've suffered so much following them. I will be very happy if you take them away from me. I will build an altar in your honor, and I will praise you every night. I will treat you like a savior, Han Sen said. Huh, whatever you say. You cannot escape this. Ji Yongsheng seemed to know what Han Sen was trying to say. It made him laugh coldly. Han Sen shook his head and sighed. Mr. Ji, you're being rather cocky, but we're only in this situation because of someone else's work. If it wasn't for that scary guy in armor, you would be unable to defeat me. You have nothing to be cocky about. It should be that guy there who is cocky. Ji Yongsheng smiled and said, he is my demon doll. He only moves when I move. If you cannot beat my demon doll, you aren't qualified to fight me. Demon doll, he isn't an actual demon. Han Sen pretended to be surprised. Sir, let's go back to base now. The Demon King from earlier stopped Han Sen and Ji Yongsheng's conversation. He didn't want the prince to leak details about the demon doll. Ji Yongsheng wasn't stupid, though. He knew what was going on. He laughed and said, Han Sen, stop wasting our time. I won't kill you. If you behave during your time with the demon, we will treat you well. What does that mean? Can you define behaving for me? Do you want to milk me like a cow? Do you want me to eat grass while you squeeze my udders? You want me to make your sons and grandsons fat and full? You want me to die miserably when there's nothing left to give? Han Sen smiled. It is nothing like that. If you work, you will be rewarded. If you have this kind of power, you should do things to better the lives of others in this world. After that, Ji Yongsheng spoke to Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. Ladies, please, you both will be my VIPs forever. No matter where you go, no one will dare hurt you. But if you both don't want to be my friends, I can't promise you this. Elysian Moon was always cold, but now she suddenly laughed. She was so pretty that she looked like a moon palace fairy. But her face looked as untouchable as a marble sculpture. When she laughed, it was like a flower opening amidst the snowfall. It was so beautiful. It was like realizing the world was alive after believing it to be dead. Ji Yongsheng and the other demons were frozen. They were thinking, this woman is unbelievably pretty. Elysian Moon laughed and said happily, we would like to go with you, but I'm afraid someone else might not. Who won't? Ji Yongsheng asked. Him, Elysian Moon said, looking at Han Sen. Ji Yongsheng chuckled darkly. Mr. Han is in danger. Even if he doesn't want you to come with us, he has no say in the matter. He doesn't even have a say in what happens to him. He will be coming with us, so we can all go together, too. So what if he doesn't want to? Elysian Moon shook her head. It looks like you don't understand him at all. Do I need to understand him? Ji Yongsheng said cockily. If you understood him, you would know he is a suspicious, cunning, insidious, and cruel person. He doesn't place trust in anyone aside from himself. He always has a backup plan. Even when he is on the brink of doom, he has an escape route planned and ready to go. If I were you, I wouldn't be hanging around here to chat. I would chop his head off and grind him into pieces. Then I would burn those pieces until there was nothing left but ash, Elysian Moon said in a serious voice. Ji Yongsheng was shocked. He looked at Han Sen. The man's body was still wrapped in the toxic snake-like purple air, and the sight made Ji Yongsheng relax and smile again. You think too much. He is under the thumb of the Sky Demon Lock. Not even a deified elite could escape this. No matter how evil he is, getting out of this trap is impossible. Really? Han Sen's voice asked. When, before Ji Yongsheng could speak again, his face grew pale. The purple mist still surrounded Han Sen, but his body looked like a rainbow. The Sky Demon Lock was melting within that light. Chapter 2550. Shira horn grayish-white feathers appeared, cloaking Han Sen's body. The image of a rainbow peacock appeared on his face, and it released a scary rainbow light. That rainbow light quickly melted away the Sky Demon Lock's purple smoke. In seconds, the power holding Han Sen in place had vanished. Ji Yongsheng and the other demons were shocked when they saw this. Their Sky Demon Lock, which could securely ensnare a deified being, had just been melted away with ease. It was unbelievable, and as a result, they were left staring in stupefied silence. They looked at Han Sen's feathery clothing, unsure what sort of treasure he was now making use of. But whatever it was obviously strong enough to break the Sky Demon Lock. Their assumption was only half right. Han Sen had been able to break free of the Sky Demon Lock because of the Peacock King's soul robe's power, but the beast soul alone wouldn't have been enough to free him. Even if the xianxia Peacock King was reborn, it couldn't have broken the Sky Demon Lock. But when the Peacock King's soul power, Han Sen's strength, and the power of the Dongshuan Sutra were combined, the resultant power was enough to shatter the Sky Demon Lock. Nothing less than that would have been able to free Han Sen. Han Sen hadn't used the Peacock King's soul robe at first because he knew there was something amiss with the armored man. He wanted to see who or what was behind the armored man, and that was why he allowed himself to get captured. Now he understood everything, and there was no point in pretending. Ji Yongsheng's eyes widened. He didn't say anything, but he poured more Sky Demon power into the purple horn that was still in his hands. The armored man's eyes glowed purple once more. He tried to grab Han Sen's head again. Han Sen waved his hand, and a rainbow light struck the armored man. The armored man's body lost control and fell prone. The rainbow light covered his whole body, and the power of the light quickly dissolved the black armor, revealing the person inside. It was a very muscular man. He was much taller than Han Sen. He wasn't very tall compared to many of the giant races in the universe, but his body was so solid that his limbs looked like towers. Tattoos covered his entire body. Han Sen could see that these tattoos were Shira associated. Han Sen had rarely seen Shiras with those kinds of symbols, though. They were different from the traditional demon tattoos. Han Sen raised his eyes and looked at the man's head. To his surprise, the man's head didn't possess Shira horns. His head was only covered in short purple hair. But in that short hair, Han Sen could see an oval-shaped marking. It looked the man had once possessed a horn, but it had been broken off. It really is one of the Shira, Han Sen thought to himself. The guy was emotionless, and his muscles bulged so much that they looked like they were about to burst. The purple air rose, and it came at Han Sen in another attack. Han Sen immediately detected the Sky Demon power. Are the Sky Demon Sutra and the falsified Sky Sutra the same? But if there is practically no difference between them, doesn't that mean pure Shiras shouldn't be able to learn it? If he is a Shira king from the sanctuary, how could he practice Sky Demon powers? Han Sen wondered. The man's fist came before Han Sen, but Han Sen raised his hand to stop it. Han Sen's hand was enshrouded with a rainbow god light formed by substance chains. The rainbow god light quickly tied up his enemy's body. The man struggled and writhed inside his bonds. Sky Demon power was strong, but it could only make use of causal powers. It wasn't some invincible ability. And speaking of power, this creature wasn't quite deified yet. He was weaker than the soul robe's power. If the Shira had been fighting someone other than Han Sen, he could have used causal powers to escape. But Han Sen was using his Dongshuan area in conjunction with the Peacock King's soul robe. The Dongshuan area's force stopped all of the universal cogwheels in the region. Not even causal powers could escape Han Sen's manipulation. Unless the Shira was stronger than Han Sen, the Shira's powers weren't going to be of any use while Han Sen had his Dongshuan area active. Ji Yongsheng and the other demons were in shock. The demon doll's power was almost deified class, and demon dolls weren't like ordinary demons. They had very scary talents. After they became demon dolls, they would undergo a weird reaction with the Sky Demon powers. The demon dolls would then gain causal powers, which would allow them to apply causal powers to a wide range of uses. Not even a pure demon could do that. Even deified elites could entrap a demon doll. But now, the demon doll had been subdued by Han Sen, and it seemed completely unable to break free. It was being held tightly by Han Sen's power. The entire situation was way too scary. Without hesitation, Ji Yongsheng turned around with the plan to run away as fast as he could. The other demon elites thought to do the same, but they suddenly noticed their powers had disappeared. None of their abilities seemed to work. They couldn't tear through the fabric of space. They couldn't even cast any powers outside of their bodies. What's going on? Ji Yongsheng and the other demons looked at each other with wide, frightened eyes. Let me deal with them, Elysian Moon said smoothly. She waved her paper umbrella, unleashing a sword light. It flew right at Ji Yongsheng. Due to the fact that they couldn't use their powers, Ji Yongsheng and the others had to jerk clumsily away. But with their reaction times being so slow, they couldn't dodge many of the sword lights, and the cruel attacks began to punch through their bodies. Demon blood gushed everywhere as they screamed. A second later, a few of the kings had already perished under Elysian Moon's sword lights. Ji Yongsheng and the other two half-deifieds were badly injured. Now they believed what Han Sen had said. That woman was so pretty, but she was also someone who could slaughter her enemies without so much as a blink of hesitation. They were shocked by how powerful she was. They were under the influence of Han Sen's Dongshuan area. They couldn't use their powers, even though they could still touch their self-cogwheels. Their power was there, but they couldn't make use of it. They couldn't do anything to save themselves. That woman's area power was no greater than king class, but her sword lights could pierce through the bodies of half-deifieds. Just that power exceeded what an ordinary king could accomplish. Ji Yongsheng was as shocked as he was angry. He hated the fact that he hadn't followed the Demon King's advice. Han Sen, I'm the son of the Demon Alpha. If you kill me, the demons will do all they can to avenge my death. If you let me go, you can take any deified treasure and xenogenic genes you wish, Ji Yongsheng shouted. Han Sen looked at Ji Yongsheng and said, a demon. You're lowly compared to the extreme king. When he heard that, Ji Yongsheng's face turned gray. He remembered that Han Sen was the one who had killed a prince of the extreme king. If he wasn't concerned about their wrath, why would he fear the demons? Han Sen reached out, and a rainbow light shot from his palm. Ji Yongsheng didn't have the time or strength to dodge it. The purple horn was taken by Han Sen. Han Sen ignored Ji Yongsheng and the others getting killed by Elysian Moon's sword lights. He took the mysterious purple horn and lifted it next to the broken stub on the Shira man's head. It is his horn. Han Sen thought about it and wondered what had happened. Chapter 2551, Pulling a Carriage, Keep Them Alive. I have things I need to ask them, Han Sen said to Elysian Moon, who was on the verge of taking Ji Yongsheng's life. Elysian Moon lowered her paper umbrella and looked expressionlessly at Ji Yongsheng and the others. The three left alive were severely injured. Even from an idle glance, it was clear that they were in bad shape. But they were restricted by the Dongshuan area, so they couldn't have hoped to flee even if they tried. Mr. Ji, what is this doll? Han Sen looked at Ji Yongsheng, who was bleeding all over the place. Since I'm already in your hands, you can kill me if you want. But I can assure you, I won't be giving you any information, Ji Yongsheng said. Han Sen smiled. It looked as if the prince wasn't going to be doing any talking. Otherwise, he would have bargained instead of making heroic claims. Han Sen waved his hands, and the two half-deified demons disappeared in a flash of rainbow light. They were reduced to nothing. Not even their bones remained. Mr. Ji, tell me where the demon doll comes from, and I will let you live, Han Sen said slowly. A myriad of emotions passed over Ji Yongsheng's face, but this time, he didn't speak with the certainty he had shown before. After a while, he said, if I tell you, will you really let me live? Han Sen laughed and said, Mr. Ji, although you are full of yourself, you are a pathetic ant in my eyes. Whether you die or not makes no difference in my life. Ergo, I don't really care what happens to you. Ji Yongsheng gritted his teeth and looked at Han Sen. It looked as if he had just made a big decision, and he said, okay, I will tell you about the demon doll. But you must promise to let me go. Han Sen's face looked cold. He didn't say anything. He lifted his hand, summoning a rainbow light. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Ji Yongsheng was so shocked. He thought Han Sen had made a mistake by killing the other two demons. Ji Yongsheng thought that if he was the only one alive, Han Sen wouldn't kill him if he wished to know the secret of the demon doll. Therefore, Han Sen would be forced to bargain. But now, he realized Han Sen had the power to kill two half-deifieds with ease. That meant the demon prince could be killed easily, too. The secrets he held weren't worth much to Han Sen, in all likelihood. Don't make me think you are lying. Otherwise, even if I don't want to kill you, I will have to kill you as punishment, Han Sen said to Ji Yongsheng, his voice flat. Han Sen knew Ji Yongsheng was a worm that only acted bravely. The man might have tried to maintain his image if his subordinates were around, so Han Sen took a shortcut and killed the other demons before getting down to brass tacks. And now that he was the only one left alive, Ji Yongsheng seemed a lot more willing to bargain. But even so, his attempts to negotiate were weak. His resolve had crumbled. It wasn't long before Han Sen received the story of the demon doll from Ji Yongsheng. Ji Yongsheng didn't know much about the demon dolls. All he knew was that they were created by the Alpha. They had a strong vitality and a keen proficiency with sky demon powers. They were scarier than actual demons. But no one knew how the demon Alpha created the demon dolls or what materials were used to make them. People believed the demon dolls were crafted from demon elites, but there weren't many demon elites of that level of talent. In addition, no demon elites were missing from the records. So, that couldn't have been the truth. Even the Demon Society knew little about the demon dolls. Only the core supervisor would know about them. Not many demons were given a demon doll by the Alpha to use. Despite Han Sen's repeated questions and threats, Xianxia hadn't revealed how the demon doll was created. It was probably something only the demon Alpha knew. How many demon dolls are there? Han Sen seemed to know his captive wasn't lying, and so he asked this. I'm not sure about that. I know there are at least a dozen. The demon Alpha gave out a few demon dolls. There are still a few left in stock. I know of 3 deified demon dolls. The rest are half deifieds. Xianxia was gushing secrets like a broken faucet in his desire to survive. There are 3 deified demon dolls. Han Sen was shocked. The demons weren't considered a big race these days. They weren't highly ranked among the higher races. Not only did they have deifieds in their midst, but they had 3 deified demon dolls. There could even be more. That was a scary thought. It looks like the demons are stronger than we thought, Ji Yu Qingcheng said after a moment of thought. Han Sen was thinking, too. There sure is something a little sketchy about the demon Alpha. I bet those demon dolls are the Shira kings that entered the Geno universe via the Shira's graveyard. That means there is a blood relation between the demons and the Shiras. But why did the demon Alpha turn them into demon dolls? Han Sen didn't understand, and so he asked Xianxia how one could control a demon doll. The man's explanation was thorough. But even if you do know how to control it, you need sky demon power to actually do it, Xianxia said. But Han Sen had already activated the purple horn. The demon doll began to move. Xianxia's mouth opened wide, and he could no longer speak. This demon doll seems easy to use. Han Sen raised the purple horn, which was oozing purple smoke. As long as Han Sen had that purple horn, he could use his will to control the demon doll. It could act out many commands. The doll was even able to perform simple actions by itself, so it didn't have to be controlled at all times. Mr. Han, I told you everything you asked to know. I didn't lie once. Can I go now? Xianxia asked Han Sen with sincerity. He looked so scared. Who said you could ever leave? Han Sen smiled. You said you would let me live. Are you going to break your promise? Xianxia was shocked, and his face looked very pale. I said I would let you live, but I didn't say I would let you go. Han Sen waved his hand and said, you can be in charge of pulling my carriage in the future. Pulling a carriage? Xianxia was confused. He didn't know what that meant. In the core area, a few kings were hunting a xenogeniac. They were just about to kill it when they saw something coming toward them. They stared for a long minute, confused, before they understood what they were seeing. They saw a demon coming toward them. There were ropes around the demon's shoulders, and he was pulling something like a rickshaw. Hey, isn't that the demon Xianxia? What is he doing? The kings looked at the strange sight in shock. Most of them couldn't speak. Xianxia was pulling a bronze carriage. It didn't have a roof, but there was an umbrella shading the occupants. Inside the carriage were a man and 2 women. The beautiful women sat on either side of the man, like 2 wives flanking a king. Chapter 2552. A hero to save the beauties. Han Sen had no interest in humiliating Xianxia, and he didn't really want to get in the carriage. He just wanted to see if he could draw out some of the demons that might be nearby. If they wanted to save Xianxia or eliminate Han Sen, it would be hard for them to do that in the core area. It would likely prompt would-be saviors to use their demon dolls. Han Sen's true purpose was to lure out more of those demon dolls so he could take them for himself. It would be great for him to have a few deified demon dolls in his back pocket. The existence of the demon dolls was a very strange thing. The demon doll Han Sen had already obtained had a life force and could think for itself a little. It never looked like it was truly alive, though. Its mind only came alive when it received commands via the purple horn. If it wasn't being controlled, it would stand in place like a deactivated robot. Plus, people were supposedly unable to travel to the core area with another living thing. Despite that, the demon dolls could be brought into the core area. That meant it wasn't a living thing on its own. Han Sen didn't know if a deified demon doll could come through, though. If that was possible, then the demons should have surely been stronger in the core area than the Extreme King were. Of course, all of this was just Han Sen's line of thinking. These were his guesses. It might not even be possible to bring deified demon dolls into the core area. Even if they could enter, the demons might only use them in secret to avoid word of them spreading to other races. Come and take a look. New things happen every day, and this is assuredly the latest. The demon's Ji Yongsheng is pulling a rickshaw. Ji Yongsheng is loved by the demon Alpha. He was so cocky, and now, he has been reduced to a rickshaw boy. Who is on the carriage he is pulling? It cannot be a king of the Extreme King, can it? What king class of the Extreme King could do that? Such a feat is beyond any of them. You must be joking. In this universe, who could be stronger than the Extreme King? You're forgetting God's daddy. Oh, you mean Han Sen. That guy isn't dead, he is living just fine. He somehow forced Ji Yongsheng to do this, and he has two very beautiful women next to him. Don't you see those two girls? They are so beautiful. I don't think anyone else, out of all the races in existence, could be more beautiful than those two. I'd be willing to die for just one turn in the sheets with them. Really, they're that hot. I'm not kidding. I saw a princess of the Extreme King once upon a time, but compared to these two, she was nothing. These girls are so much hotter. The Extreme King princesses are hardly fit to be their handmaidens. In that case, I must get a closer look. Ji Yongsheng lowered his head and continued to pull the carriage. He didn't say a word. He was so angry, and he thought to himself, Han Sen, that *SSHOLE. Don't let me find a chance to kill you, because I will be ready to pounce the moment an opportunity appears. Someone took a video of the scene and distributed it. The entire universe came to know that Ji Yongsheng was a rickshaw boy for Han Sen. The leaders of the demon were about to start retching blood out of shame. Furthermore, the elites that had once been around Ji Yongsheng had been killed. The backup elites were far away, and it would be a long time before they could get in range. Han Sen planned on drawing many demons out, but the demons didn't come. Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon were very angry about the fact that they were attracting many horny men. Luckily, they only showed themselves in the beginning. After a while, the girls hid their faces. They wore armor so that no naughty people or creatures could see what they looked like. But even so, many kings still came over to watch. Of course, some of the kings came to see the women, but most of the kings were just there to see Han Sen. They wanted to gain his blessing or capture him. But seeing this half-deified demon Ji Yongsheng pulling a rickshaw for Han Sen, no one dared to try anything provocative. If they were going to take him by force, they would prefer waiting for stronger elites to come. Han Sen traveled for half a day before someone was bold enough to try to bar his way. Look, someone is here. Film it quickly. Let us watch and see who is looking for Han Sen. Isn't that Autumn Wind of the Aichi race? Teehee. The Aichi are very famous for being womanizers. Autumn Wind must be going after those two girls. The Aichi are pretty well respected out of all the high races. They have many elites in their ranks, and they are particularly proficient when it comes to wielding bows. There are many archers in their race. Still, aside from all that, the Aichi are pretty lazy. Most of their elites are just hired by other races. There are few races that don't have an Aichi archer to help them. This Autumn Wind is probably the best archer they've had for many centuries. He is half deified, and he might one day become deified. This guy might actually take down Han Sen. I'm afraid his target isn't Han Sen, it is actually those two girls. I don't think that Autumn Wind has what it takes. Han Sen's title of God's daddy isn't a mere joke. Even the Extreme King deified elites failed to catch him, so I doubt there is much Autumn Wind can accomplish. Maybe not. The xianxia system and the systems of chaos are too complicated. Those deifieds would obviously run into trouble if they were after Han Sen and he hid well. In the core area, it isn't so easy to hide. While everyone was talking, Han Sen's bronze carriage moved right in front of Autumn Wind. Han Sen looked at Autumn Wind. He looked just like a human. He was shorter and skinnier than Han Sen, but his face was very delicate. His ears were long and sharp, in particular. He had long, silver hair with transparent wings on his back. He was like an elf out of legends. Why are you getting in my way? Han Sen asked, looking coldly at Autumn Wind. Autumn Wind looked at Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon and said, I had heard that there were two beautiful women here. It said their image can stun the entire universe. So, I have just come here to take a look. I thought the tales must have been exaggerated, but before I could even see them, their presence alone was enough to make me drunk. These intoxicating feelings are surely worth the trip. I wonder if these two women are willing to reveal their faces to me. I am willing to die for the sight. You should go home while you still can, Han Sen said flatly. I'm serious about this. Ladies, if you will allow me to see your faces, I'm willing to be a slave for you. Heck, I would kill myself immediately and not even be upset about it. Autumn Wind ignored Han Sen, begging Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon for a look. Despite his monologue, it didn't seem like he was looking for a fight. Han Sen was about to tell Ji Yongsheng to continue past Autumn Wind, but Elysian Moon suddenly said, "You can see our true selves, but only if you beat him. Do that, and you can see us." Elysian Moon's words shocked many of the kings that were present. They thought those two women were Han Sen's friends, but she had suggested something very different. They started to believe the women were being held hostage by a demon. It made people's blood boil. They wanted to save the beautiful women. Chapter 2553. Wind String. Because of the videos that kings in the core area made and distributed, many elites across the universe were able to watch what was going on there. After hearing what Elysian Moon said, many angry eyes focused on Han Sen. Countless young men wanted to beat up Han Sen to save those two pretty girls. Of course, young men who thought that way generally didn't have the necessary rank to visit the core area. The kings that were watching from inside the core area didn't move. Is what you said true? Autumn Wind asked with excitement, his eyes looking bright. If you don't believe me, then why are you asking me? Elysian Moon smiled. I believe you, my lady. Autumn Wind nodded, then he turned to Han Sen. Can you please fight me? Don't worry, I will only beat you on behalf of the lady's request. I won't kill you. This guy is pretty confident, Han Sen thought, suppressing a laugh. He looked at Autumn Wind and said, I can fight you. If you win, you see the girls. If I win, what do I earn? Right, Autumn Wind said, nodding his agreement. What do you want? Han Sen was surprised. He hadn't expected Autumn Wind to say something like that. He looked at Autumn Wind, thinking he was a funny guy. Han Sen went silent and said, if you lose, why don't you pull the rickshaw just like he is? Sure. Autumn Wind didn't even think about it before he agreed. He probably never expected that he might actually lose. Han Sen stood up and climbed off the carriage. He stood 10 meters away from Autumn Wind. Autumn Wind looked at Han Sen and said, use whatever attack you want. If you can hurt me, you win. T-Guy is saying crazier things than I usually do, Han Sen thought, looking at the man. Autumn Wind had a bow on his back, and seeing it prompted Han Sen to say, loan me your bow. I will shoot at you a few times. If you can't dodge my arrows, then you lose. *T, this guy is obscene. He must know Autumn Wind's bow is the Aichi's deified treasure Wind String. He wants to scam the treasure off of him. Who would dare do such a thing? Does he think Autumn Wind is stupid? Not many people would happily hand over a deified treasure to someone else. Even if they did, they wouldn't hand it to an enemy. While everyone complained, Autumn Wind took the bow and quiver off his back. He threw them to Han Sen. The kings around them stared blankly at the two. He really did loan it to him. *T. Han Sen just scored big. Run. Is he really going to shoot the bow? Autumn Wind just handed it to him. Go ahead, shoot me any way you want until you are satisfied. Autumn Wind appeared lackadaisical, and he spoke to Han Sen in a very casual manner. Han Sen picked up the bow and quiver. He noticed that the quiver contained 10 arrows. He spoke to Autumn Wind and said, there are 10 arrows. I will shoot at you 10 times. If I miss them all, then I lose. Autumn Wind nodded and said, sure. If you can get one arrow to touch my body, then I lose. Han Sen didn't say anything more. He just gripped Autumn Wind's bow tightly. The bow looked very ordinary. Its body appeared to have been constructed from old vines. It looked like a very old-fashioned longbow. The string was a half-transparent, and it was as thin as a hair. It was very tightly strung, though. Han Sen didn't know what kind of creature's tendon it came from. The moment Han Sen grabbed the bow, Autumn Wind's face looked glum. That was because when Han Sen picked up the bow, Autumn Wind could tell that he was proficient with the weapon. Han Sen was doubtless an excellent archer. However, Autumn Wind hadn't given Han Sen his bow because he was stupid. In fact, Autumn Wind was very smart. There weren't many that could make use of Wind String. It was one of the Aichi's secret treasures, and only the blood of the Aichi could activate it. The Wind String was a very spiritual item, and Autumn Wind had already earned its approval. Even if someone took it away from him, they wouldn't be able to use it. Han Sen's attempts to shoot the bow would be pointless. The weapon wouldn't help him, and he might even end up getting hurt by it. Autumn Wind being so polite simply because he wanted the two women to have a good impression of his character. If Han Sen used wind string to shoot him, he wouldn't even have to move. Han Sen would miss and end up getting hurt by wind string himself. When he saw how comfortable Han Sen seemed to be when he handled the bow, Autumn Wind realized that Han Sen must be very good at archery. An elite like that shouldn't have been clueless about wind string, though. So, it begged the question why Han Sen would request to borrow it. Han Sen stroked the wind string's body. Then, he slipped 2 fingers around the string and tried to pull it. As everyone observed, that silk-like, half-transparent string didn't budge. Peef. The kings and nobles who saw this almost spat out whatever was in their mouths. After half a day, Han Sen was unable to move the bow's string. There was no need for the competition. Han Sen couldn't even fire a single arrow. Han Sen is too naive. Did he really think Autumn Wind was letting him the bow out of the goodness of his heart? This is the Aichi's wind string. Without the blood of an Aichi, it cannot be used. Yeah, how could I forget that? That is wind string. When the Aichi were going through their roughest period of history, their final deified passed away. They haven't had a deified since that time. The race of the Bonas attacked the Aichi and stole wind string from them. Then, the Bonas king tried to show off wind string at a party. It was given to a general who was a master with the bow. He took the bow, and the king asked him for an archery performance. But that general, despite trying all sorts of different powers, couldn't get the bow's string to move. The king of the Bonas saw this, and he commanded another general to work with the first general. One of them held the bow while the other pulled back the string. They tried to force wind string open. They did manage to draw wind string, but after they drew it, the string came to life like a thunderstorm. Wind string started to move by itself, and somehow, the string cut the heads off both of the generals. Ever since then, no one who owned wind string was able to wield it. They all ended up getting hurt by it. It was even said to bring bad luck. That was until wind string was brought back to its rightful place. The Aichi elite who retrieved it killed many people with wind string and eventually became deified. It brought the Aichi race back to life and relevance. As a result, wind string's name became very famous across the universe. But aside from the Aichi, no others dared to use the bow. No wonder Autumn Wind was so quick to give the bow away. It really is the wind string. Chapter 2554. Pulling the string. Han Sen held wind string, and his fingers caressed the bowstring. It shivered at his touch, like he was brushing against a dragon or a tiger. Swords had sword souls, and bows had a spirit of their own, too. The higher level it was, the harder it was for others to make use of it. Han Sen used his Dongshuan Sutra powers to activate the treasure. He was able to make use of most treasures, but that was because most treasures didn't already have owners. This wind string did have a master, and even with Han Sen using his Dongshuan area powers, it resisted. He was unable to pull the string back. Han Sen's fingers hooked onto that tender-looking string. Slowly, he cast his Jadescan power. The fingers upon the string turned to ice, and the power he used became grander. But that string still wouldn't budge. No matter how hard Han Sen tugged at the string, it refused to be drawn. It didn't look as if it was ever going to happen. Autumn Wind was delighted to see this. He said, "My wind string has a mind of its own. Not just anyone can make use of it. Why don't you try using a different bow?" "I won't mind. I like my bows to be a little stubborn," Han Sen said inscrutably. Autumn Wind quietly said, "I don't mind you trying, but you can't keep these two girls waiting for too long. There's no need to wait. We can start right now. This is the first arrow," Han Sen said. Then he pulled an arrow out of the quiver. Han Sen felt comfortable when he held the arrow. There was a sensation that was difficult to describe. When he was in the sanctuaries, he had frequently used a bow. And he was always the best when it came to using them. When he was in the Blackhawk Military Academy, he came first place in an archery competition. Han Sen liked using bows. But he had yet to find a bow that was strong enough in the Geno universe, and when it came to ranged engagements, he could always make use of Spell's arsenal. He rarely used bows anymore. Even if he found a good bow beast soul, he would sooner give it to his daughter Han Munger. Han Sen thought it would be a while before he had to make use of a bow again. He didn't expect he would have a chance to use his bow in this sort of situation. "It feels good to hold a bow again." Han Sen sighed. He lifted the arrow, pressing it against the string of wind string. What is this guy hoping to achieve? He couldn't pull wind string, so what is the point of putting an arrow on it? Is the arrow going to launch itself? Everyone thought what Han Sen was doing was so weird. Everyone could tell Han Sen didn't have enough power. He had pulled wind string twice, and it wouldn't budge. It clearly couldn't be drawn. Autumn Wind put out his hands and said, "Actually, I really don't mind you making use of a different bow." Han Sen ignored him. He raised the bow and the knocked arrow, and he cast Jadeskin. Then, he pulled back on wind string. A scary power surged through Han Sen's fingers. He tugged on the string, but it was refusing to move. Han Sen was applying too much strength, though. He pulled so hard that the string dug into his fingers until it reached his finger bones. It completely bypassed the protection of Jadeskin. Don't force it, even a deified elite might have trouble pulling the string of wind string, Autumn Wind cautioned. Han Sen didn't heed his words. He continued to pull the string, as the power of his fingers became stronger. "Sir, run." While everyone's focus was on Han Sen, a demon was frowning at Ji Yongsheng, who was still hitched to the rickshaw. Ji Yongsheng pretended not to see him, but the demon king who had called out to him was in a hurry. He didn't move forward to save Ji Yongsheng, though. He was the only demon there. The true demon elites had yet to show up. What is wrong with the prince? Is he retarded? Why isn't he running? Demon King wondered. Han Sen was obviously focused on the bow right now, so the demon had no idea why Ji Yongsheng was refusing to run while he had the chance. The demon kept making signals to Ji Yongsheng. The man's constant waving made the prince very angry. He turned his head away from the man. Inside, he was thinking, "Are you stupid? Of course, I would run if I had the chance to. I wouldn't need a reminder from you. Han Sen is right next to me, and those two women can't be provoked. I can't risk trying to run away." The demon saw that Ji Yongsheng was now refusing to look his way. So, he moved around the crowd, getting back into Ji Yongsheng's line of sight. Once he was sure the prince could see him, he started signaling again. Ji Yongsheng's eyebrows were lowered in a deep frown. He wanted to slap that brain-damaged demon. He wasn't going to run away now. If he started to run, the two women Han Sen had with him would believe he was trying to escape. It would look very bad if he was captured once again, and this time in front of a large audience. Ji Yongsheng ignored the idiotic demon and closed his eyes. Everyone could see Han Sen was using all of his strength, even though the string was digging into his flesh. He was still unable to draw the bow, and that made them happy. "Do you really think you're the daddy of all gods? Even if you were, that is a bow. You're the god's daddy, not the bow's daddy. Why are you insisting on wrestling with this bow?" His ego's gone out of control. He experienced a big fight and is now confident he can do everything. Haha, I can finally witness Han Sen make a fool of himself. Wind string isn't that easy to operate. If it was that easy, it wouldn't belong to the Aichi. As everyone discussed the bow, Han Sen's eyes hardened. A robe of gray feathers appeared around him, giving off a rainbow light. The crowd of onlookers could see the rainbow glow coming from Han Sen, but they couldn't make out the details of the robe or the symbol that had appeared on Han Sen's back. The peacock had already spread its tail. The glory of its light surrounded Han Sen. Once Han Sen received the Peacock King's buff, his Jadeskin fingers glowed like a rainbow. The power running through his hands surged to a truly horrifying level. As that scary power rose through Han Sen, wind string finally began to move. Inch by inch, the bow was being drawn. The dragon-like tendon string was quivering madly. It made the sound of some ancient predator roaring. It sounded like a thunderstorm. People nearby thought that their eardrums were about to pop. Everyone in the crowd felt this way. They stared, dumbfounded, as Han Sen pulled wind string back. They were too shocked to say anything. Wind string could be drawn by force. Just like the Bona generals, who had been half deified and focused on pure strength. With the combination of their strength, their powers reached a deified level and pulled back wind string. They had only done so once, though. Things never turned out well for the people that forced back wind string. There was a deified elite who once managed to pull back wind string. After forcing it to obey his will, extremely bad luck fell upon him. Everyone could now see that Han Sen had managed to draw wind string. As much as they were shocked, they were really happy about this. They were surprised Han Sen was able to draw wind string, and they were excited to find out whether or not bad luck would fall upon Han Sen like the others that made use of it. Chapter 2555, One arrow shocks 10,000 races. Han Sen drew wind string, and the predatory roar coming from the bow grew ever louder. Nearby kings felt their hearts pounding in their chests. They felt as if their hearts were going to explode. As everyone drowned in this shock, they knew they had to leave the area and watch Han Sen from a greater distance. Autumn Wind started to look grim. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Han Sen was going to pull the bowstring back as far as possible. If he fired it now, Autumn Wind was genuinely unsure whether or not he could dodge the arrow. Wind string, at full strength, could harm a deified. Autumn Wind was only half deified. Even though it was his bow, he didn't think he could avoid an arrow fired by it. Cat. When Wind String's bowstring reached the halfway point, Han Sen felt as if something had gotten stuck. He couldn't pull the string further or let it go. As this occurred, a tornado-like substance chain was released by the bow. It became a scary space tornado that pulled Han Sen into it. Oh, no, oh, no, wind string is going to consume him. Bad luck for Han Sen. Why did he have to borrow that cursed wind string? Will wind string cut off Han Sen's head? It is hard to say. Many people have been decapitated by wind string. Sweat ran down Autumn Wind's forehead. If Han Sen fired that arrow, he didn't think he could dodge it. As all the kings discussed this, the tornado surrounding wind string suddenly disappeared. And Han Sen was still at the center of the storm. He was holding the bow, with its bowstring moving again as he drew it further back. He hadn't been hurt by wind string. Wind string kept groaning in his hands. It looked as if it didn't want to be there, but it had no choice but to submit to its new wielder. And as a result, it groaned. When I, Han Sen, want to fire an arrow, you have to open up no matter what, Han Sen proclaimed. Then he applied a massive amount of strength from his fingers. The bowstring that wasn't fully drawn was suddenly pulled all the way. It was now as far as it could go. It looked like a full moon. Wind string shivered and shook, releasing an angry roar. But its protests did nothing. It couldn't stop Han Sen from firing an arrow. Everyone was shocked. Han Sen was using wind string by force. Even its powers of consumption didn't prevent its new wielder from using it. Seeing wind string now was like watching a woman with a man forcing himself on top of her. Han Sen trained an arrow on Autumn Wind. Autumn Wind's face went gray. The sweat pouring from him had started to soak his clothes. Seeing that Han Sen on the cusp of firing an arrow, Autumn Wind finally shouted, "No. Don't shoot, I know that you can." Han Sen ignored his plight. It had been so hard to pull the string of that bow. After all that work, he was definitely going to fire it. Whoosh! When Han Sen released the bowstring, it broke the fabric of space. The arrow flew out, disappearing from everyone's vision. Autumn Wind became a typhoon. He kept shifting position like a wind that no one could catch. But somehow, that feather arrow still appeared in front of him. It was going to shoot right through his forehead. Autumn Wind was a dead man. Just as the feather arrow was about to puncture Autumn Wind's forehead, the arrow suddenly abandoned its target. It shot away from everyone, heading toward a nearby planet instead. Pang! The arrow perforated the entire planet, and a second later, the planet exploded. The shockwave washed over several other planets, and the kings around them were knocked off balance by the shockwaves. Fortunately, they were far away from the planet. Otherwise, the explosion would have hurt them a lot. Autumn Wind's face looked pale. If that arrow had hit him, his body would have been annihilated. He would have been unable to escape. Even when he used wind string, he couldn't summon that much power from the bow. After all, he wasn't deified. He couldn't use the full potential of wind string. Thank you for not killing me, Mr. Han. Autumn Wind bowed to Han Sen. Do I need to demonstrate with another arrow? Han Sen asked, looking at Autumn Wind. There is no need. I lost. I will keep my promise and pull the rickshaw on your behalf. It will be an honor to do this, Autumn Wind said. Han Sen returned wind string and its quiver to Autumn Wind. The bow's master was Autumn Wind. Han Sen could use it, but he needed the soul robe, Jadeskin, and the power of the Dongshuan Sutra to do so. Firing that one arrow had tired him out more than an entire fight could. No matter how good the bow was, it wouldn't be easy for Han Sen to use. Plus, Han Sen had only said that he wanted to borrow it. He always planned to return it. Autumn Wind accepted the bow and returned it to his back. He walked in front of the bronze rickshaw and stood next to Ji Yongsheng. He pulled the rope and said, Mr. Ji, now that we are co-workers, it is nice to meet you. FCK that, look, after your own *SS, Ji Yongsheng hissed furiously. He was thinking about why elites like themselves had to operate a rickshaw. And he wondered why Autumn Wind showed so much enthusiasm for the lowly task. When people saw Ji Yongsheng and Autumn Wind pulling the bronze rickshaw, they finally shook off their daze. God's daddy really deserves his title. He is too much of AFC King God. How could he force Wind String to submit to him without ending up dead? Is he really a king? Are you sure he isn't a deified in disguise? Nonsense. Deifieds can't enter the core area. Yeah, right, but when he used the bow, I think he generated a substance chain. That feather robe must be a powerful deified treasure. That has to be how he was granted such a scary amount of power. No wonder the Extreme King can't capture him. He is way too strong. There were some Extreme King princes and princesses there, but none of them opted to attack Han Sen. No one was willing to try to stop him. His performance with Wind String was so scary that it had stunned everyone. In the core area, not even the Extreme King wanted to confront him. Unless they could bring deifieds to bear against him, Han Sen's power was simply overwhelming. All the races researched the video of Han Sen firing his arrow. The widely accepted explanation was that the feather robe was a mysterious treasure that helped him. It could some allow Han Sen's power to rival a deified. That *SSHOLE. How does he have so much good luck? First, he earned the shield of the Medusa's gaze, and now he has that mysterious feather robe. How many treasures does he have? The sixth uncle of the Extreme King saw the footage and moaned. It looks like we cannot capture him in the core area. We must find him in the systems of chaos, the fourth uncle Meng Lai said in a hard voice. Spring Rain has been looking for him. I hope they will return bearing results. The sixth uncle didn't harbor much hope for Spring Rain's success, though. All the races now understood one thing. Han Sen shouldn't be provoked in the core area. Chapter 2556. You are the savior. Han Sen's continued traversal of the core area was free from strife. Although many people sought to follow him, none of them sought trouble. That was what depressed Han Sen, though. Not even the demons came looking to start a fight. Han Sen wanted more of those demon dolls, and he wasn't getting another chance to procure one. The next day, Han Sen decided to let Autumn Wind go. He didn't really need another person to pull the rickshaw for him, and if the demon weren't going to come, there was no point in doing any of this. Brother Wind, you've fulfilled your promise. You can leave now. Autumn Wind was actually pretty nice, so Han Sen didn't want to trouble him too much. After Autumn Wind heard this, he shook his head determinedly. He said, No, since I lost, I must uphold my end of the bargain. You've already pulled it all day. That's plenty, Han Sen replied with shock. One day is not enough, Autumn Wind said. I have to help you and these two ladies for at least a year. No, 10 years. It is my pleasure to help you three out. Ji Yongsheng was so angry, and he thought to himself, you are such an idiot. Why would you want to be a rickshaw boy? Han Sen looked at Autumn Wind and said emotionlessly, we don't need this rickshaw anymore. You may leave. Perhaps we will meet again one day. Autumn Wind still didn't look willing to leave. He said, even if you don't need a rickshaw, there must be some other service I can do for you. I can hunt down xenogenics and cook well. Let me work for you. Just go while we're letting you live. Stop talking crap, Elysian Moon said in annoyance. Autumn Wind sighed and said, if you insist on me leaving, then I will. I hope I can see you both again someday. After that, Autumn Wind dropped the rope and departed. He kept looking back as he was leaving as if he didn't want to go. People would think that being a rickshaw boy had been a luxurious vacation for him, not an arduous task that he was conscripted into. This Autumn Wind would do anything for pretty girls. What a player. Han Sen laughed. He knew that Autumn Wind was only there for Elysian Moon and Ji Yu Qingcheng. After Autumn Wind left, Ji Yongsheng saw Han Sen look at him. He thought to himself, let me go now, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pull our rickshaw, Han Sen said with a cruel stare. FCK. Ji Yongsheng was furious. He wanted to slap Han Sen more than a few times, but all he could do was pull the carriage. In a distant corner of a dark world, a dim light was shining amidst the old ruins of a palace. Old cat, are you sure little sacred leader can go to the sanctuaries now? Auntie May asked, looking at Nine Life Cat. Old cat, you better think this through. If something happens to little sacred leader, I will kill you, Old Vulture said to Old Cat with a fearsome gaze. Old Cat laughed. Don't worry, I'm not wrong about this. Little sacred leader is going to be king class. This is the best time for him to earn genes in the sanctuaries. If he reaches king class, his self-cogwheel will be complete. Then, it will be too late for him to earn the genes he requires. He must reset his body's genes before he becomes king class, then he can use his self-cogwheel to become king class. But little sacred leader is already a duke. Are you sure it is safe for him to go to the sanctuaries? Auntie May asked. Others might not fare well, but little sacred leader won't have any trouble. Old Cat paused and then went on to say, don't worry. I will be following behind little sacred leader. I won't allow anything bad to happen to him. You better, otherwise, Auntie May coldly grunted. Those scary people said goodbye to Little Flower. Not long after, a man and a cat took a lantern with them as they left the ruins. They ventured out into the darkness. Old Cat, I want to see my mother, Little Flower said to Old Cat. He was holding the lantern as he walked. Of course, you can now go anywhere, but you must know that your mother loves you so much. When you are back, she will want to keep you and not allow you to go anywhere. But this world is going to end, and when that happens, your mother, family, and friends will all die. If you don't level up and save all of existence, then your mother and your father will leave you. Even your cute sister will die. You saw the video of her, right? Do you really want them to be killed? Old Cat said, only I can save the world. Is there no other way? Little Flower asked, looking at Old Cat. Yes, you are the savior of this world. Only you can save everybody, the Old Cat answered seriously. Fine, we will go to the sanctuaries. I won't let my parents or my sister get hurt. I will save the world. Little Flower's face looked certain of this. Yes, just like that, save the world, and then you can be with your family, the Old Cat said with a nod and a blink. Standing in the first god's sanctuary, Tang Ming'er happily clutched her knife and rushed forward. She headed for the fields, wanting to kill creatures. She had just turned 16, and this was her first time in the sanctuaries, but the weird thing was, the shelter she resided in was empty. She was the only person there. That didn't matter to Tang Ming'er, though. She had the Tang family's positive personality, and she was confident in her abilities. She didn't care if there was no one there. She just wanted to kill creatures quickly. After running for a short while, she saw two creatures running across the fields. Tang Ming'er was happy about this. She sprinted toward them with her Z-steel knife. But when Tang Ming'er drew close, she was given a fright. The two creatures were a 12-year-old boy and a beast that resembled a cat. The boy had red lips and white teeth. He was beautiful, and he looked like a human. People couldn't enter the sanctuaries until they were 16, though. If they entered before their 16th birthday, their bodies would be damaged. With that in mind, he couldn't have been a human. Are you a human or what? Tang Ming'er asked, raising her knife as she drew close to the boy. I'm human. You're a human too, right, big sister? Little Flower looked at Tang Ming'er with curiosity. He hadn't seen another human in years. Tang Ming'er felt relieved to hear he was a human, but she didn't think that could be true. She pulled out her knife and pointed it at Little Flower. She said, don't lie to me. Humans can only enter the sanctuaries when they are 16. You are so small. How did you enter the sanctuaries before that? Little Flower was about to respond when he heard something tearing its way out of the soil. Grass and dirt fountained up, and a 10-meter-long centipede came out of the ground. It was going to attack Tang Ming'er and Little Flower. Run! Tang Ming'er's face went pale. She picked up Little Flower and ran toward her shelter. Before she entered the sanctuaries, she had read about the creatures that lived there. She immediately knew this was a sacred blood demon centipede. She had just entered the sanctuaries, and so she couldn't beat it. Chapter 2557. Han family's son Tang Ming'er had only just entered the sanctuaries, and although her geno arts weren't bad, her genes hadn't been reinforced. She was weak, and she couldn't outrun the giant demon centipede. The centipede caught up within seconds. Tang Ming'er held Little Flower as she dashed away, but the skies suddenly turned dark. An enormous shadow fell over the ground. Without looking up, she knew the giant demon centipede's mouth was hanging agape over their heads. Why am I this unlucky? Does God envy smart people or something? Or is it because I, Tang Ming'er, am simply too smart? Tang Ming'er thought to herself. It could be said that her disposition was gloomy, and that was putting it lightly. Tang Ming'er was still pulling Little Flower's hands as she ran. Seeing the open mouth of the giant demon centipede drawing close behind her, she threw Little Flower forward. Run! She shouted. Seeing that scary mouth draw so close, Tang Ming'er felt like she was about to dissolve in fear. After all, she was an underage girl. She kind of looked like Tang Junliu, but she had never encountered a near-death experience before. So, she was afraid. Seeing the giant demon centipede mouth about to eat her, Tang Minger's vision turned blurry. Then, she saw the giant demon centipede's head hit the ground near her. Soil and grass sprayed everywhere. The creature's head was inside a crater, and the boy with red lips and white teeth was standing atop the creature's body. Tang Minger's eyes opened wide. She stared at the boy upon the giant demon centipede's head. It was the boy she had been carrying moments before. "Big sister, are you okay?" Han Littleflower walked over to Tang Minger, looking worried. Tang Minger had no clue how to compose herself. She just stared at Han Littleflower in utter shock. No other response came to mind. She couldn't believe this boy, who looked a few years younger than she was herself, was standing on top of a sacred blood giant demon centipede. He made it look so easy. "Big sister, what's wrong?" Han Littleflower saw that Tang Minger had frozen. He thought she was injured. He placed his hands on her forehead, preparing to inject power into her body and see where she might be hurt. Boom. As this happened, the giant demon centipede struggled to pull its head out of the soil. Tang Minger was scared again. She fell back. "You scared big sister. Go apologize." Han Littleflower turned around and glared at the giant demon centipede. The giant demon centipede's body shivered and shook. As Tang Minger watched with unbelieving eyes, the giant demon centipede lowered its body. It kept nodding toward Tang Minger as if it was begging for forgiveness. What is going on? Am I dreaming? Is this really the sacred blood creature known as a giant demon centipede? Tang Minger was frozen. "Big sister, are you okay?" Han Littleflower ran in front of Tang Minger again and placed his hands on her forehead. Tang Minger's face blushed. She fell back and looked at him. "Who are you? No, are you human? Why would a demon centipede listen to you?" "My name is Han Littleflower, and I am human. Didn't I already tell you this?" He pointed at the giant demon centipede and said, "He can't beat me. Of course he listens to me." "Han Littleflower, your surname is Han. Are you related to Uncle Han Sen?" Tang Minger quickly asked. "I'm his son. Have you seen my dad?" Upon hearing his dad's name get spoken, Littleflower became immeasurably happy. "You are Uncle Han's son. In that case, no wonder you can do this. My grandfather said anything can happen to the Han family, and that is because the Han family is so weird." Tang Minger's eyes were wide as she said, "I didn't believe my grandfather's words. I thought I was a genius, but you are so young and already this strong." What he was saying had to be true. "Big sister, where are you going?" "I can take you where you need to go," Han Littleflower said. "Take me? How would you take me?" Tang Minger asked. Han Littleflower took Tang Minger by the hand. He guided her over to the demon centipede's head. Then, he pulled out a blanket from his bag. He asked Tang Minger to sit down on it. He brought out some fruit for her. As the sun was setting, the giant demon centipede ran across the fields. Atop it was a boy and a young woman. The demon centipede ran fast, but it carefully maintained its stability to avoid disrupting the two it carried. It looked as if it was struggling to do that, though. If the demon centipede was able to talk, it would probably have been crying something along the lines of, "Gee, why am I so unlucky?" Han Sen gulped down another king-class xenogenic gene. He had 100 king-class xenogenic genes. "I wonder how soon I'll be able to become half-deified," Han Sen mumbled to himself. He wanted to upgrade his Dongshuan area. At the same time, in the core area, no one dared to provoke him. He was depending on Consume and Big Destroyed to eat his king xenogenic genes. His Dongshuan area had reached the 9th tier. He only needed one more rank to transcend king class and become a half-deified being. Unfortunately, Han Sen was disappointed. Despite having 100 king genes, his Dongshuan area was refusing to level up. "It looks like I need my power to break through the 9th tier and have it all return to 1 to become half-deified." Han Sen had already guessed this might happen. Setting aside his disappointment, he used those 100 king xenogenic genes to level up Jadeskin instead. Right now, Han Sen was looking very annoyed. The rate at which he was consuming his amassed genes was far outpacing the speed at which he was able to hunt more creatures and replenish his stock. His reserves were being depleted. The core area had many king xenogenics, but the place was so big that it took forever to travel between destinations. It could take him several days to find a single king xenogenic. For an ordinary king, that might have been a decent time. But for someone like Han Sen, that wasn't nearly quick enough. He needed a shortcut. No, I must find more king xenogenic genes, Han Sen thought to himself. And as he spoke to himself, his mind started to rummage through a trove of different ideas that might enable him to collect vast swaths of king xenogenic genes all at once. The fastest way would be to hunt deifieds with Dragon 1 or someone else again. But if there really was a deified creature about, Han Sen would have preferred to kill it himself. Helping others wouldn't really be worth it. As Han Sen thought deeply about this problem, someone came hurrying over. The person moved in front of him to block his way. Bar. When Han Sen saw Bar, he suddenly felt a headache coming on. He wasn't afraid, he just thought the man was annoying. Han Sen, I'm going to lay it down straight for you. I want you to bless me. I can give you anything your heart desires in return for this, Bar said, upon stopping in front of him. Okay, how about 2000 king xenogenic genes? Han Sen suggested, staring at Bar. Bar was taken aback. 2000 king xenogenic genes was a big number. Chapter 2558, Expensive Blessing, 2000 king xenogenic genes. Why don't you just go rob someone? Ji Yongsheng was thinking. Ordinary king-class people wouldn't have that many saved up. Even a half-deified wouldn't have that many king xenogenic genes in storage. Apparently, Bar wasn't a man who had stocked up an unbelievable number of xenogenic genes, either. So, his face looked pretty gloomy. With his personality being what it was, he wouldn't have much in the way of wealth. Although he could kill xenogenics, he wouldn't be stockpiling their genes. Even if he wanted to borrow them, he probably couldn't. He had no friends, after all. His only real friend was Dia Robber, but it was unlikely that Dia Robber had that many to part with either. Sure, wait until I collect the xenogenic genes. When I have what you have asked for, I will seek you out again, Bar said. Then, he opened the core area hall and departed. Han Sen wasn't too concerned about this. 2000 king xenogenic genes was a big number. If most kings couldn't pull that many out of storage, it was doubly doubtful that Bar would be able to. But Han Sen had set this price to create a standard for the people who were watching him. If others heard the price and offered 2000 genes, then he wouldn't mind exerting a little effort to bless them in exchange. If he had 2000 king xenogenic genes, with the extra few that he received via hunting, he would have enough to raise 3 of his different areas to the 9th tier. He is crazy. 2000 king genes. Can his blessing really bring people up to the rank of deified? A demon mocked, upon hearing this news. Other people who had heard Han Sen's conversation with Bar thought the same thing. None of them could believe that Han Sen could simply make another person deified. They thought something special must have happened to Lando at the same time, or maybe some sort of special treasure was used. Perhaps he made use of some unknown force in that part of the universe. It couldn't have been Han Sen's power alone that gave Lando the final push. Of course, they accepted the fact that Han Sen's power had some sort of effect. But they didn't think it was the sole reason that Lando had become deified. 2000 king-class xenogenic genes. That's some easy money. I'd bless someone for 1,000, a half-deified feather grumbled to himself, dripping with disdain. When the 4th uncle of the extreme King Meng Lai heard this, he frowned. The 6th uncle spoke up, saying, "This Han Sen is too greedy. 2000 king xenogenic genes. Not even deified people like you and I can get that many. If he can really make someone deified, 2000 king class genes is nothing," Meng Lai replied. "How is that possible? If this works, then why must we go to all the trouble of practicing? Why don't we all just go queue and await his blessing?" Uncle Sixth asked with a look of scorn. No one believed Bar would deliver Han Sen 2000 king xenogenic genes for a blessing. Not even Han Sen himself believed something like that would happen. A few demons flew some distance away from Han Sen and shouted, "Han Sen, 2000 king class xenogenic genes is too expensive. Can we haggle? We can pay 1000 king xenogenic genes for you to bless Mr. G. No, but if you want to free him, you need to pay me 500 king class xenogenic genes, Han Sen said while pointing at Ji Yongsheng. Ji Yongsheng was happy to hear this. He wanted the other demons to pay the xenogenic gene ransom so he would never have to pull a rickshaw ever again. What about the blessing? The negotiating demon asked with confusion. 500 to be freed. 2000 for a blessing. No discounts, Han Sen said simply. That's too expensive. We cannot bring you that many xenogenic genes, the demon said with hesitation. When I said 2000, I was giving you a 50% discount. In the future, it won't be this cheap, Han Sen warned. The Demon King, when he heard Han Sen, understood that the price wouldn't go lower. I don't need a blessing. Just let me leave, Ji Yongsheng quickly said. He didn't think Han Sen's blessing was going to make him deified, anyway. 2,000 King Xenogenic genes was practically daylight robbery. The negotiating demons spoke for a while more, and they eventually forked over 500 King-class Xenogenic genes for Ji Yongsheng's freedom. You don't want me to bless you. 2,000 is a small sum. If you miss this chance now, it won't be any cheaper for you later on. Han Sen smiled at Ji Yongsheng. No one is going to pay you 2,000 King-class Xenogenic genes for your blessings, Ji Yongsheng spat. Then he turned around to leave. He didn't want to see Han Sen ever again. Han Sen leered at the pile of King-class Xenogenic genes that the demons had just given him. He thought this was a fine business venture. If he couldn't get any more King-class Xenogenic genes for blessings, he could always bargain with the Extreme King using Bai Wuchang. If he sold the prince back to the Extreme King, it would be for a fine ransom. But he thought the Extreme King wouldn't be as fast to pay up as the demon. The Extreme King were one of the top 3 races in the Geno universe. They had to maintain their reputation, so there was a chance they wouldn't be willing to pay a ransom for the safety of their people. There was no one pulling the rickshaw anymore, so Han Sen returned it to Destiny's Tower. Its origin was in the Alliance. He flew forward with Ji Yu Qingcheng in Elysian Moon. Ji Yu Qingcheng could fly atop her sword, while Elysian Moon used her umbrella to float. It looked very beautiful. Han Sen had to fly on his own. He had weapons, but he thought it wouldn't look as cool if he flew atop a rocket launcher or a sniper rifle. So, he gave up on that idea and flew on his own. After flying for half a day without seeing a single core Xenogenic, he suddenly saw something flying crazily through space after him. He had a closer look and noticed it was Bar. Han Sen, I have prepared 2,000 King-class Xenogenic genes for you. When can you start blessing me? Bar shouted, getting to the point immediately. You really want me to bless you? Han Sen looked at Bar with shock. If I didn't, why would I come looking for you? When can you begin? Bar looked impatient. Pay me first, and then I will bless you. When the 2,000 King Xenogenic genes have arrived, I will begin the process. Han Sen paused and then went on to say, but the blessing is just a blessing. I can't guarantee that you will become deified. It all depends on the potential of your genes. That's fine, as long as there is a chance. You wait here, and I will go get the Xenogenic genes, Bar said, and then he left the core area. When he returned, he was lugging a mountain of King-class Xenogenic genes behind him. Many King-class people were watching Han Sen. They froze when they saw that mountain of King-class Xenogenic genes. The news of Bar delivering 2,000 King-class Xenogenic genes to Han Sen in exchange for a blessing spread across the entire universe. Is Bar crazy? 2,000 King-class Xenogenic genes for Han Sen's blessing? Isn't that a big waste? No way Bar had that many King-class Xenogenic genes. This must have been given to him by the boss of the Destroyed. The Destroyed really want a deified, don't they? They are willing to pay so many King-class Xenogenic genes for this ridiculous ceremony. Many King-class people came close to watch. They wanted to see how Bar's blessing turned out. Many people had their filming equipment at the ready. They streamed the images back to their people. Chapter 2559, Blessing Bar, can we start the blessing process now? Bar was standing atop the big pile of King-class Xenogenic genes as he spoke. Sure, hang on a second, it will begin shortly. Let me just move these Xenogenic genes into storage first. Han Sen carted the Xenogenic genes into his core area hall, then placed them all inside Destiny's Tower. Then, he returned to the core area. Let's start now, Han Sen said as he walked in front of Bar. Then he asked curiously, why do you want me to bless you? Han Sen didn't quite understand this. He knew that Bar had no lack of willpower, and it was strange that the man was so desperate for a blessing all of a sudden. With Bar's personality being what it was, it just seemed a bit out of character. There is someone I wish to defeat, but if I'm ever to accomplish that task, I'm going to require a greater amount of power. I need that strength, and I need it now, Bar said with frightening certainty. Who is that, lucky person? Han Sen was going to say, unlucky, but then switched it to, lucky. After all, Bar was a customer. Han Sen knew that being Bar's enemy was never a good thing, anyway. In this case, Han Sen thought it was funny. And as long as Bar wasn't bothering him, he didn't care who the unlucky sod was. Bar answered. Han Sen felt his eyes bulge upon hearing that. After half a day of waiting, it was revealed that he himself was the unlucky guy Bar harbored so much antipathy for. Interesting. Shaking off his momentary pause, Han Sen gave Bar an uneasy thumbs up. After everything that had happened, Han Sen couldn't back out now. He had already taken the goods, so he had no choice but to go through with things. Bar stood tall and straight like a tower, and Han Sen reluctantly reached out his hands. He placed them on Bar's forehead like a priest. He said, "I, Han Sen, by the names of all the gods, grant you, Bar, an eternal holy power, opening destiny's door." Han Sen made himself sound like a god. The warm light he unleashed came from his hands. It became a deep red as it shined down and entered Bar's body. Han Sen said this, but he was hoping that Bar failed to level up to become deified. If this process was successful, then he had just made a new enemy for himself. An even more formidable one, at that. There were many elites who were watching, both in the core area and the outside universe, and none of them blinked. They intently watched Han Sen hold Bar's forehead. Bar was taller than Han Sen, but as he stood before Han Sen right now, he looked like some apostle being initiated into monkhood. He closed his eyes and allowed the blood-like powers to enter his body. The Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel connected with Bar's self-cogwheel. When the Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel moved, Bar's self-cogwheel started to move as well. Han Sen was able to see that Bar's self-cogwheel was black. It was black like metal. His cogwheel was laden with triangular black symbols. In the corners, there were faceless heads. There was nothing distinguishing about the blank faces, but he could tell that one of them was feminine. He could identify another as being the face of a man. The third one, however, was different. Trying to discern it was nearly impossible. It was so blurry that a gender couldn't be accurately defined. "Dear Robber, do you think Han Sen can make Bar deified?" A deified of the destroyed, whose name was Arthur, asked Dear Robber. "He might not become deified, but I do believe that whatever happens will be a great boon for Bar," Dear Robber said. Arthur frowned and said, "Dear Robber, you've spoiled Bar. If you knew that Han Sen might not make him deified, why did you borrow him so many xenogenic genes? If it wasn't for you, we would never have approved this trade." Dear Robber bowed to Arthur and said, "Mr. Arthur, I lent out the king's xenogenic genes. It is only a matter of time before we see the sum returned." "Don't worry," Arthur shook his head, "I'm just saying, you shouldn't spoil him. After all, he isn't a pure destroyed." Dear Robber laughed and said, "Bar may be of impure blood, but he is very talented. Everyone knows that. His talents are excellent, but due to his blood, his chances of becoming deified are pretty low," Arthur said. "Yes, that's why I'm helping him. Han Sen might not make him deified, but this blessing should at least help reinforce his motley genes. Perhaps this is Bar's chance," Dear Robber said calmly. "Old 4, what do you think will happen with this blessing?" The sixth uncle was drinking tea as he watched the stream of Han Sen imparting his blessing upon Bar. "It is hard to tell," Meng Lai said quietly. "What do you mean it's hard to tell? Those 2,000 king xenogenic genes have likely just been squandered. And for what purpose? To level up a measly king. The destroyed are way too hopeful, placing their faith in some silly myth surrounding that arrogant boy." The sixth uncle laughed. Meng Lai didn't say anything. He merely continued watching Bar be blessed. Many people were watching Bar. After Bar's self-cogwheel was pushed, it started to spin. The symbols on his self-cogwheel started to shine. Bar's body began to change in a bizarre way. Bar wasn't a pure destroyed. He had 3 faces, but not 3 heads. Furthermore, they were all male. He didn't have 6 arms. At first glance, no one would believe he was considered one of the destroyed. But when his self-cogwheel started to spin, his 3 faces underwent strange changes. The face in the front started to disappear, and the left face started to become more masculine, whereas the right face appeared more feminine. The left face looked very murderous. It was like the face of a demon from hell. The right face was very kind. It looked so nice, and its appearance was somewhat reminiscent of a Buddha. Only the face in the middle had no defining features. Boom. As this happened, drastic changes rippled through Bar's body. His muscles were like gas-filled balloons. They swelled to become ludicrously large, like he was some living caricature of strength. And in all honesty, that wasn't far from the truth. A scary destroyed power oozed out of him like black lava. Inside that burning destroyed power, Bar's body melted away. His flesh came off of him, revealing just his bones. Those bones were different from ordinary bones. They were black like steel, and their shape, composition, and arrangement seemed to resemble something of a human skeleton. The only real, significant difference was the head. The skull possessed 3 faces. The left one looked demonic, whereas the right one looked like a Buddha. The middle one still didn't have any discerning features. It was a blank slate, expressionless and unreadable. Frightening black destroyed powers began to sear the man's skeleton. Then, as countless elites watched, Bar's 3 faces began to scream. His left face shrieked like a devil. His right face was chanting. The middle one with no mouth was making a silent scream. With these 3 cries, Bar's destroyed power exploded. His scary black bones were covered in energy. His destroyed power burned like a black sun. This creature no longer bore any resemblance to the old Bar. The dark destroyed power began to get stronger. All of a sudden, a white dot appeared within the darkness. That white spot was like a sun, gleaming through the shadows. The black destroyed power became white. No way! The 6th uncle's eyes opened wide. In his sheer awe, he had forgotten all about his cup of tea. His attention was now fixated on the white dot of destroyed power. That white dot was small, but a deified like the 6th uncle could tell it was a substance chain. Only deifieds could possess substance chains. As the white light shone brighter and brighter in the dark, it became impossible to miss. Many deified elites noticed its presence, and their faces were all drawn in shock. As he watched through a video screen, Xianxia noticed the white dot. The white dot was too small, though. It didn't necessarily mean that Bar was deified yet, so he wasn't sure what it meant. A substance chain, that is a substance chain. Bar is going to become deified. Moldo, who was next to him, saw the white dot. His face warped, and he could barely believe his eyes. What did you say, Mr. Moldo? Xianxia thought he might have heard that incorrectly. So, he asked Mr. Moldo to repeat what he had said. Before Moldo could reply, Xianxia was answered in an unmistakable way. That white dot grew quickly, and the black destroyed power became white all of a sudden. It was like fire as it wreathed around Bar's body. Only Bar's black bones remained, but those bones were now becoming white. And that white destroyed power started to rebuild his flesh. Boom! Before Bar could emerge from that white destroyed power, the fabric of space seemed to twist and tear. It was like the universe was falling apart. Bar's body fell into that space and vanished. When Bar disappeared, the scary collapse of space stopped. What is going on? I don't think Bar had finished changing. Why did he vanish? Many people were confused by what they saw. They didn't know why space had seemed to collapse around Bar. He became deified. The core area doesn't allow deified elites to enter. Once he became deified, he had to be kicked out of the core, said someone who understood. Bar became deified. Xianxia was shocked. And then, he felt so annoyed and jealous. If he had paid the 2,000 genes that had been requested of him, he was the one who would be deified right now. Really? Bar became deified. Someone in the audience didn't believe what they had just witnessed. He is deified. This has to be a hoax. Come on, are you telling me Han Sen made another deified? Does anyone mind explaining to me how this could happen? He is God's daddy. That's why, and this is further evidence. He really can do this. 2,000 king xenogenic genes. You only need 2,000 king xenogenic genes to be made deified. This world has gone mad. Or am I the one that has been driven insane? Since when did deifieds become so cheap? At that moment, the whole universe seemed to go crazy. Everyone that looked at Han Sen no longer saw a person. They saw a god statue that people could make wishes before. They all wanted to go before him and bow, hoping to have their foreheads touched and be made deified. Bar really became deified. The 6th uncle stared at his screen with a gaping mouth. He struggled to close it. Up until Han Sen departed the core area, he looked strange. It will be easy enough for us to find out if Bar really did become deified. All we have to do is send someone over to the destroyed and learn the truth right from the horse's mouth, Meng Lai said. Every race leader was doing the same thing as the Extreme King. They wanted to learn about Bar's condition. Bar didn't remain hidden for long, though. He stood before everyone, not hiding the power he received by becoming deified. He really did become deified. There was no doubt about it now. Every person of the higher races looked at Han Sen as if he was mad. Everyone was waving their xenogenic genes, hoping they could draw Han Sen out to bless them. 2,000 xenogenic genes was a high number, but compared to being a deified, it was nothing. It was peanuts. Exchanging 2,000 king xenogenic genes to become a deified was more than worth it. If Han Sen was willing to give more blessings, every high race would pay for blessings until they bankrupted themselves. Arthur had watched Bar become deified. He was so happy about the result. 2,000 king xenogenic genes had been handed out in return for a deified Bar. This was so FC King worth it. Even Dia Robber was surprised. He thought Han Sen's blessing would only reinforce Bar's genes. He hadn't expected Bar to become a deified straight away. This man is too scary. Dia Robber wasn't that surprised about Bar becoming deified, though. He was worried more than anything. It wasn't just Dia Robber feeling this way, either. Many elites of the higher race were scared of Han Sen. This was a fear that they had never experienced before. A king-class being was manufacturing deified beings. It was almost too shocking to believe. He was able to take the whole universe and flip it on its head. Ordinary kings and nobles didn't think much of it, though. They just thought what Han Sen had done was something of a miracle. Mr. Godfather is too strong, but I don't have 2,000 king-class genes. Maybe if I did, I would ask him to bless me so I could become deified. 2,000 xenogenic genes are far beyond what I have. Would he take women, instead? I would pay with my body if I could. Stop dreaming. Look in the mirror. Are you as pretty as those two women the Godfather has? FCK. He has all the good stuff, and he has sick power. He even has insanely pretty women. He has it all. Han Sen was randomly bestowed this Godfather title. Before, many people referred to Han Sen as God's daddy. But that title was a secret one, and not something they would refer to him as in public. After this event, though, the Godfather title became quite common. It made him sound like a clergyman, but it didn't mean that. Xianxia was the most depressed of all now, though. He had pulled the rickshaw for Han Sen for a very long time. He even gave him 500 king-class xenogenic genes. He received nothing in return. Instead, Bar was made deified. If God gave Xianxia the chance to do things over, he would tell Han Sen, yes. I will give them to you. If he had known that Han Sen could really make people deified, he would have been willing to pay more than 2,000 king xenogenic genes. He would have been willing to pay double that sum. The only issue was that no one had believed Han Sen could make others deified before this. After all, it did sound a little ridiculous. When Han Sen entered the core area, the kings of every race came out and shocked Han Sen. Teacher Han, I brought you 2,000 king xenogenic genes. If you are willing to bless me, I will give them to you. Get lost. What is this about 2,000 king xenogenic genes? You are being that cheap before the Godfather. I have 2,500 king-class xenogenic genes. I should be blessed first. I have 3,000. Even Xianxia had brought 2,000 king-class xenogenic genes to Han Sen, but when he saw how busy things were, he didn't fancy his chances. He felt so sad. Chapter 2561, What is Equality? Han Sen was shocked. He thought they might all be storming over to mob him, but they had actually all come to him for a blessing. That realization made him feel much safer. To be honest, performing blessings can harm my body and reduce my lifespan. After blessing someone, it takes me half a year to recover. My lifespan is also cut down by 100 years. If I didn't need the xenogenic genes, I wouldn't have accepted Bar's offer. So, if you offer me 2,000, 4,000, or even 5,000 now, I won't do it. I'm sorry if I have to disappoint you like this, Han Sen said, feeling bad about the words even as they came out of his mouth. Although using the Blood Pulse Sutra consumed a lot of energy, it wasn't half as bad as Han Sen made it sound. He only needed a day or two of rest. And in regards to shortening his lifespan, that was pure nonsense. Han Sen said this because he didn't wish to bless any old Tom, Dick, and Harry that came by. And he needed to maintain his reputation. He wouldn't be considered as prestigious and special if he went around blessing everyone. Han Sen didn't think he was lying, though. They wouldn't believe that a deified could be produced for practically no cost at all. What Han Sen said seemed to make sense. Reducing a lifespan by 100 years for a deified was still a low price to pay. Of course, it wouldn't harm their lifespans. For them, it was okay. But what made them so depressed was the fact that Han Sen wasn't going to accept King xenogenic genes in order to bless others. Now, every race regretted it. If they had known what would happen when Han Sen first announced a blessing for the price of 2,000 xenogenic genes, they'd have bought it without a shadow of a doubt. The situation now sucked. Even if they paid him triple the original price, he wouldn't bless them. We allowed the destroyed to snap up a bargain. Many of the higher races felt incredibly sad. They were very jealous of the destroyed's bar. Mr. Godfather, I'm willing to use my body. I will be a maid or a slave or anything you wish of me to become. I'm begging you to be nice enough to bless me just once. A fox woman winked at Han Sen. Teacher Han, this is the sky treasure lotus, known as the 5 treasure. Eating one lotus seed can increase your lifespan by 10 years. There are 23 here. I'm hoping you will be willing to bless our master just once. Teacher Han, Han Sen had said he was no longer accepting xenogenic genes, so the smarter people started to offer all sorts of different benefits and gifts in the hope it would convince Han Sen to bless them. My body hasn't yet healed. I cannot bless you. It is useless, even if I make promises. You must wait until my body is healed first. Continuing to talk to them was pointless. No matter how many times Han Sen tried to explain things, he couldn't get rid of them, so he decided to exit the core area. Back in the White Whale, Han Sen became dollar again. Then he returned to the core area. With Bar's 2000 core xenogenic genes, he was very close to getting his 4 areas to the 9th tier. Han Sen planned to kill a few xenogenics by himself, and while doing so, he might as well practice his teleportation abilities and Big Destroyed. Since he used Dollar's identity to enter the core area, not many people cared to bother him. That didn't mean that no one came after him, however. Han Sen found the bronze furnace, and after they flew for only a few minutes, 2 women of the sky came racing toward him. One of them was Li Qier. He already knew her. The other woman had a white veil obscuring her face. Han Sen couldn't determine what she looked like, but he knew she was one of the sky. Brother Dollar, long time no see, Li Qier said calmly, forcing her demeanor to be casual. She and the other woman had been waiting there all that time for Han Sen to show up again in his dollar persona. But it had been a long time since Han Sen used that persona, and so they had been waiting for a very long time. Fortunately, they were not impatient people. They had remained by Dollar's exit point until he reappeared. Lady Qier, who is this? Han Sen asked, looking at third sister. He thought that the woman was quite strange. She didn't seem to be looking at a person, it was more like she was examining a product, and it made Han Sen feel rather uncomfortable. This is third sister. Her name is Exquisite. After Li Qier introduced the other woman, she said, Brother Dollar, if you don't have anything else to do, how about we hunt xenogenics together? Han Sen hesitated. He didn't want to travel with others. He really just wanted to quietly hunt xenogenics and practice his geno arts for a while. But he did have a history with Li Qier, and so he would have felt bad if he turned down her request. Li Qier taught me how to teleport, and she knows I have Big Destroyed. I suppose I can practice in front of her, Han Sen thought. He nodded to the women. Sure, I'm not familiar with this area. Do you know where I can find King-class xenogenics? I know of a place with many King-class xenogenics. Allow me to take you there, Li Qier said with a laugh. Han Sen went silent for a moment, then said, if we cooperate, there is something we should discuss first. We should talk about how we will separate the loot. How about an even split? Li Qier suggested. Yeah, I think that is great. I will take 50%, and you two split the other 50. Are you guys okay with that? Han Sen said. Li Qier was surprised. When she suggested an even split, she meant that they should divide the loot 3 ways, with everyone getting an equal share. Her even split was different from his even split. Exquisite said coldly, that division of shares is unfair. Whoever works the most should earn the most. We are cooperating, but we don't need to divide up the prizes. There are many xenogenics. Whoever kills a beast can loot it. Sharing doesn't matter. I like the way you think. Han Sen nodded. Splitting things up that way would be best. With Li Qier leading the way, the 3 of them flew into space. Han Sen was able to talk easily to Li Qier, but Exquisite had a very loner-type personality. She wasn't very fond of talking, and she didn't say a word to Han Sen. The way she looked at Han Sen made him uncomfortable, too. She was like a robot without any emotions. Exquisite was going to use this xenogenic hunting opportunity to get a first-hand look at the power Han Sen wielded. She wanted to see more of his personality, too. She hadn't expected that Han Sen would suggest dividing up the loot in such a way. Rather than saying anything, Exquisite planned to teach Han Sen a lesson. She was going to test Han Sen's mettle and steal all of his kills. I want to see who you really are. Exquisite touched her eyes. They had healed now, but she was still scared after what happened. The bronze furnace was flying next to Han Sen. When they reached a certain area, it stopped in its tracks and started to cry to Han Sen. What is it? Han Sen asked, frowning and looking at the bronze furnace. Danger, the bronze furnace said by writing words in fire and smoke. The bronze furnace refused to go forward, so Han Sen had no choice but to leave it behind. He went on ahead with Li Qir and Exquisite. The bronze furnace continued to spit out fire behind Han Sen, creating a sentence that read, "Don't go. There is danger." Han Sen asked the bronze furnace what the danger was, but it didn't elaborate. All it did was continue to warn Han Sen of some danger, and that he should stay away from there. You wait for me here. Han Sen didn't think there was any reason that he should be afraid. There were few creatures in the core area that could threaten him these days. The three of them kept flying. The bronze furnace was too reluctant to follow them. After a short while of flight, the three of them saw a xenogeniac soaring through space. As soon as they noticed the xenogeniac, the creature noticed them, too. It roared and flew over to them. The xenogeniac growled like a crocodile, but it looked to have been built out of red metal. Bat-like metal wings spread from the creature's back, and it flew very quickly. Lights gleamed across the edges of its metallic body as it cast an area. Metal chains appeared within that area, shooting out and binding anything that moved. Han Sen and the others were tied down by those metal chains. Han Sen struggled and noticed that the metal chains were so strong, they were too hard for even him to break them. Han Sen summoned his strength, but suddenly, there was a flash. The creature was cut in half, and the chains that bound them vanished. Pardon me, Exquisite said coldly. Then, she flew over to the king xenogeniac and dug out its xenogeniac gene. Lady Exquisite is quite strong, Han Sen complimented. The hit earlier was nothing short of perfection. It happened so fast that Han Sen hadn't even seen what skill she unleashed to destroy that xenogeniac. Her skills were strong, there was no doubt of that, but it made Han Sen curious. It had been a long time since he'd stayed in Sky Palace, but he had never heard of Li Qir or Exquisite in the time he spent there. With their powers, there was no way he could have avoided hearing stories about them. Exquisite, with an absence of emotion, said, that was an ordinary space-cutting skill. Han Sen laughed and said nothing. Space geno arts were difficult to practice. Exquisite made it sound as if the skill was nothing extraordinary, but Han Sen knew she was just acting. We've just arrived, and already we've encountered a king xenogeniac. We are lucky. We should be able to earn a lot from this trip, Li Qir said. Are the xenogeniacs around here the same as that one? Han Sen asked. Yes. These xenogeniacs are called chain demon crocodiles. They rule this area. There are many marquises and dukes here. Kings and half-deifieds, also. There is a legendary crocodile god here, as well, but we have never seen it, Li Qir answered. Han Sen nodded. Then, the three of them proceeded. There were many chain demon crocodiles in the nearby asteroids. Crocodiles began to emerge from the asteroid belts, and while Han Sen examined the creatures, Exquisite was already moving. Exquisite immediately flew over to the chain demon crocodiles, her white clothes trailing behind her. There were tens of thousands of them, but most of them were low level. Han Sen didn't see a single king-class crocodile in their midst. Just as Exquisite was about to reach the hordes of demon crocodiles, her body suddenly vanished from sight. The geno art used by Exquisite was familiar to Han Sen. She had teleported, but Exquisite's proficiency with teleportation abilities had already reached space teleportation. She was able to cross great distances with the skill. Han Sen was unable to see her amidst the crocodile group. In the blink of an eye, Han Sen heard a squeal. Then, Exquisite's body appeared before them again. In her hand, she held a xenogeniac gene that was shaped like a metal cogwheel. It was the same xenogeniac gene that could be found in the king-class crocodiles. Let's go. There was only one king there. Killing these lower-level ones is pointless, Exquisite said. Then, she flew away. Han Sen watched Exquisite leave. He thought of something, and a smile crossed his face. Then he followed. Han Sen didn't know if Exquisite was deliberately stealing the king xenogeniacs, but if this was to continue, Exquisite was going to kill all the kings. If that happened, this trip would have been a waste of time. The sky can be so scary. I've never heard of Exquisite before, but she is so strong. Han Sen then got to thinking about how he might steal the demon crocodiles from beneath her nose. With Han Sen's speed, any crocodiles below king class had no hope of chasing after them. They would be left in the dust. The giant planet up ahead has loads of demon crocodiles. Should we go there? Li Qiu pointed at the planet as she spoke. Sure, Han Sen nodded. If there were lots of crocodile kings, then he wouldn't have to fight against Exquisite for the kills. This planet is like a white dwarf. Its temperature and gravity are scary, so be careful, Li Qiu warned them. Han Sen looked at the dark red planet and was shocked. Compared to ordinary stars, white dwarfs were very small. But this white dwarf up ahead was very large. It looked like it would take forever for them to fly to it unless they used space teleportation. Luckily, though, the core area's space wasn't like ordinary space. There wasn't a lot of space between the planets like there was in the Alliance. They entered the orbit of their destination, and Han Sen felt the heat immediately start to burn his body. A powerful force of gravity was pulling him down. This gravity is very strong. Han Sen was shocked. Even with his level of power, he could still feel the effects of that gravity. The mass of that planet was unimaginable. While it was an annoyance, Han Sen could still fly with that amount of gravity. As he dropped toward the planet, he felt like the powerful forces acting on him were slowing down everything around him. Even break space teleportation was really slow now. Quickly, Han Sen discovered two chain demon crocodiles lying on the planet's surface. This made Han Sen very happy, because the two chain demon crocodiles were kings. They had dark red metal armor that looked very intimidating. Are the demon crocodiles on this planet king class? Han Sen thought it was possible. The planet's temperature and gravity were scary. After all, ordinary demon crocodiles probably couldn't survive such conditions. If Duke demon crocodiles went to the surface, they probably wouldn't even be able to move there. The scary gravity would probably crush them, not to mention the insane temperatures that would likely melt their bodies. Chapter 2563, Try Your Best. Two demon crocodiles appeared at the same time. Han Sen teleported over to the one that was farther from him. He gave the closer one to Exquisite, as he didn't want to steal the kill from her. Gravity was strong there. Even teleportation happened slowly beneath that level of pressure. When Han Sen teleported near the demon crocodile, Exquisite had already killed the creature. Exquisite looked at Han Sen and then teleported again. She appeared in front of Han Sen, cutting the other demon crocodile in half as well. These crocodiles were just second or third tier kings, but they lived in an environment with strong gravity. Their bodies were incredibly dense and hard. It was scary to see Exquisite kill one in a mere second. But Han Sen was no longer focused on Exquisite's skills. If they had been engaging in a simple competition before, things had now gone beyond that. This was straight-up thievery. Lady Exquisite, do you have to be in such a rush? Han Sen said, looking at her. If I can earn more by putting in more work, why wouldn't I do my best? Exquisite asked coolly. There was no emotion in her voice. She spoke as if this was something that she did every day. You are right, people should do all they can. Han Sen looked at Exquisite and nodded. Li Qiu hastily tried to repair the atmosphere of the group, and so she said, please do not mind her behavior, $. Third sister is always like this. She doesn't hate you. Han Sen laughed and said, Lady Exquisite is right. Trying your best is the right thing to do. I need to learn from her. The atmosphere was awkward, to say the least. Li Qiu didn't know what to say now. The three of them continued to travel forward. The planet was very large. They had to slog forward under the weight of its gravity. After flying for an hour, they spotted another demon crocodile. As soon as the creature came into view, Han Sen and Exquisite were gone. Exquisite wanted to make sure that she didn't let Han Sen kill a single demon crocodile. She was going to get everyone. Li Qiu felt glum. She didn't want to test Han Sen this way, but if this was how Exquisite wanted to do things, she had no choice but to accept it. After all, she was low-ranking in the very high. She had no authority over third sister Exquisite. If this keeps going, $. Will get angry, Li Qiu thought to herself. She didn't know what she could do to make their relationship better. While she was thinking, Li Qiu saw the demon crocodile's skull crumble. In a split second, its metallic head was reduced to sand. Li Qiu was surprised. The creature hadn't died by Exquisite's space-cutting skill. That was the Geno art called Big Destroyed. Exquisite knew many Geno arts, but not even she knew Big Destroyed. The Geno art couldn't be learned unless someone had the body of a destroyed. Although there were some members of the very high that had been fortunate enough to study Big Destroyed, the numbers of such people were few. And they had a great deal of difficulty becoming proficient with the skill. Exquisite had never bothered with it. Li Qiu took a closer look. It wasn't Exquisite that had broken the crocodile's head. It was Han Sen. She was surprised, and she murmured to herself, he really did learn Big Destroyed. When Li Qiu had seen Han Sen receive Big Destroyed in trade, she had thought Han Sen was being an idiot. She believed it would be impossible for him to learn it. However, in such a short amount of time, Han Sen had become proficient with the skill. And on top of that, he could use it in battle now. It was scarcely believable. Is this guy that talented? Li Qiu looked at Han Sen with shock. Before, Han Sen had easily learned God's Wander. When he did, Li Qiu was very surprised. Now, he was showing off Big Destroyed. The most unbelievable thing about it all was that Han Sen had managed to kill the demon crocodile before Exquisite could. Li Qiu couldn't believe it. Li Qiu didn't think there was any way that Dollar's teleportation ability could be superior to Exquisite's. Dollar had only just learned God's Wander, after all. How can he be faster than Third Sister? Li Qiu looked at Exquisite. Exquisite was staring at Han Sen. Exquisite's face was expressionless, but she was shocked on the inside. She was thinking as hard as she could, trying to figure out how Han Sen was faster than her. It should have been impossible. Lady Exquisite, I'm sorry. Han Sen laughed and dug out the demon crocodile's xenogenic gene. You got it with your power. There is no need to apologize, Exquisite responded in a level tone. Then, she resumed her flight. Exquisite thought she must have underestimated Dollar. Because of that, she must not have tried her best. This is good. It is great that I can force him to reveal his true power. But Exquisite formulated a plan to keep Han Sen from securing any other kills after this. Dollar, you really managed to learn Big Destroyed. Li Qiu flew over to Han Sen and tried to chat with him. I got lucky. I've only just learned it, Han Sen said. Are all humans so talented? Why have I never heard of this race before? Li Qiu and Han Sen started to chat. Han Sen and Li Qiu were talking, but Han Sen kept his eyes peeled for crocodiles. Li Qiu was a little distracting, and Exquisite wasn't talking. All of her focus was placed on her surroundings. She was going to make sure she killed any creatures that appeared before Dollar could get to them. Suddenly, a demon crocodile appeared in front of Exquisite. Exquisite used God's Wander to teleport over to it. But when she appeared in front of that demon crocodile, the crocodile's head had already been crushed. Han Sen was standing right next to her, chuckling. Li Qiu and Exquisite were both frozen. When this happened the first time, they could convince themselves that it had been a fluke or a mistake. This time, however, they couldn't deny that Exquisite had simply lost. This time, Exquisite had tried her best to reach the demon crocodile first, but she had lost to Dollar again. And on top of that, he'd been in the middle of a conversation with Li Qiu. Exquisite let her eyes linger on Han Sen for some time. Then, she looked back at Li Qiu and asked, is he using God's Wander? Exquisite could tell that Han Sen was using God's Wander, but there was no way Han Sen's God's Wander was better than hers. Her experience with God's Wander should have been far greater than Han Sen's. She shouldn't have lost to him. That must be God's Wander, right? Li Qiu wasn't sure anymore, either. She knew that if Dollar was using God's Wander, he couldn't be any faster than Exquisite. But somehow, he was. Next time, take a closer look and observe. See if he is truly using God's Wander, Exquisite instructed. The three of them kept on traveling. When they saw another demon crocodile, Exquisite focused her mind beyond what she thought was possible. But even so, she was still slower than Han Sen. This time, Li Qiu and Exquisite were able to confirm that Han Sen was indeed using God's Wander. But he should have been no better than a beginner with God's Wander. He should have been far slower than Exquisite. But this beginner level of God's Wander was faster than Exquisite's advanced techniques. Exquisite couldn't believe this truth, but as they continued to move forward, she was no longer able to collect any more spoils from the demon crocodiles. The next 7 demon crocodiles were stolen by Han Sen. Chapter 2564. Crocodile God. Li Qiu and Exquisite were feeling something beyond shock. As they watched Dollar make kill after kill, they were growing numb. They couldn't wrap their heads around how Dollar was doing this. He had used the Very High's teleportation ability to beat a member of the Very High. Even Exquisite, whose face was forever cold and expressionless, looked shocked. In fact, When they encountered the last two crocodiles, Exquisite had given up trying to steal the kills from Han Sen. She resorted to paying attention to how Han Sen moved. She wanted to learn how he moved faster than her. To her surprise, Exquisite confirmed that Han Sen's God's Wander really was a beginner variant. It should have been slower than hers, yet for some reason, it didn't look slow. The fact that he seemed to be using the skill in an ordinary manner made Exquisite feel rather strange. A while later, Exquisite finally unearthed the truth. This planet's gravity doesn't seem to affect him. Han Sen's teleportation ability wasn't actually faster than hers, but it was unhindered by the gravity that hampered her. Han Sen used the ability at the same speed that he would anywhere else in the universe. Exquisite's theory was correct. Han Sen used the Dongshuan area to stop the universal cogwheels of gravity. The planet's gravity wheel no longer affected him, but Exquisite was still under its thumb. That resulted in her becoming slower than him. The Dongshuan Sutra was similar to the Very High Sense, but they had been developed in different directions. As a result, the Very High Sense lacked this ability. Power that can ignore the effects of gravity. That is very interesting. Exquisite nodded. There were Geno arts like that in the Very High, but she hadn't chosen to practice them. So, she wasn't surprised. It looks like this place isn't giving him a reason to display his true power. I need to wait until the crocodile god shows up. Exquisite hadn't expected this to be an ideal place for Han Sen to demonstrate his true power, anyway. She hadn't come here to watch Han Sen slay some demon crocodiles. She wanted him to square off against the crocodile god. King-class xenogeniacs weren't easy to find, and the three of them only located a dozen demon crocodiles. Because of the planet's gravity and scary temperature, King-class fighters that couldn't teleport would be in a lot of danger if they came there to fight chain demon crocodiles. And if it had been an easier place to hunt, there wouldn't have been many chain demon crocodiles for Han Sen to slay. After Han Sen killed 7 demon crocodiles, another half-day of travel failed to bring them any more xenogeniacs. It looks like the demon crocodiles are getting wiped out by our efforts. Are there any other places with kings? Han Sen asked, still wanting more. Since we're already here, let's walk around the planet just in case we've overlooked something, Exquisite said. Han Sen readily agreed to that. It was rare to find king xenogeniacs, so he needed to ensure he killed all the creatures they were able to find. The three of them continued to scour the planet, and after a short while of walking, they discovered another demon crocodile. This time, however, Han Sen didn't immediately strike. After all, Li Qir and Exquisite had brought him there. He would feel bad if he took every single kill. So, he decided to leave one for them to take out. Exquisite seemed to look on Han Sen's generosity with contempt. When Li Qir noticed Han Sen not moving, however, she knew exactly what he was thinking. She teleported forward and slew the chain demon crocodile. Li Qir was weaker than Exquisite, but killing 4th-tier chain demon crocodiles was a trivial task. After killing the crocodile, they saw some movement out in front of them. It looked like a bubble of lava rising to the surface of the planet, as if something was about to emerge from down below. More demon crocodiles? Han Sen asked, glancing in that direction. Then, he saw a demon crocodile appear. But this demon crocodile looked different from the other demon crocodiles. It looked similar to the others, but this demon crocodile seemed smaller than usual. It was the size of an ordinary crocodile, and it didn't have any wings. Ordinary demon crocodiles had red, metallic bodies. This one, however, was pitch black. If its body hadn't been releasing a strange glow of some sort, it would have looked just like a normal crocodile at a passing glance. Han Sen observed the demon crocodile with narrowed eyes, and a wave of tension rolled through his body. He only felt this way when he was in danger. As Han Sen observed the small demon crocodile, he remembered the behavior of the bronze furnace. He was able to guess what this creature was. I thought it was the gravity and heat that frightened the bronze furnace. I guess there really is a deified xenogeniac here, huh? Han Sen wasn't terribly shocked about this. On the contrary, he was rather happy. Another chance to kill a deified xenogeniac was the best thing he could hope for. Han Sen was close to becoming deified himself, so he needed to collect as many deified xenogeniac genes as he could. If he became deified, he wouldn't be able to enter the core area. So he had to kill as many core deifieds as possible while he still could. Careful, this looks like a deified demon crocodile, Li Qir warned them. Exquisite didn't say anything in response. She had detected the crocodile god's presence a long time ago. The Very High Sense was better than the Dongshuan Sutra in this regard. The Dongshuan Sutra could only sense what was in the area. The very high sense was about the sky and practitioner becoming one. When Exquisite stood on the planet, she could see everything on that planet clearly. She didn't have to use an area to discover what was around her. And she was only using the very high sense at a very low level. If she reached the top level possible, she would be able to see and detect anything across the whole universe. Of course, that was just a theory on what a perfect version of the very high sense could do. No one in the very high had ever become that proficient with it. The very high sense focused on one's senses. The sense-detecting ability was greater than the Dongshuan Sutras, but its ability of control was weaker than the Dongshuan Sutra. They both had their pros and cons. Han Sen observed the crocodile god. The crocodile's eyes looked like the eyes of a lion as it stared at them. It might have just been the shape of the crocodile's face, but the creature seemed to be staring at Han Sen and his companions with scorn. It also looked as if it didn't care for their presence. That was especially true of its very small eyes. Its gaze was snobby and patronizing. As Han Sen was about to move, the crocodile god released a black light. That light was like a black hole that encompassed the entire planet. Han Sen's body felt as if it was sinking. There was a loud noise, and he fell. He hit the planet's surface with his limbs outstretched. Han Sen wasn't the only one who had slammed into the ground in an undignified manner. Li Qi and Exquisite fell, too. They crumpled to the ground in very awkward postures. They no longer looked like elegant women. Han Sen cast all his powers to try and stand up, but it felt as if the strength of his abilities was being sucked away by a strong magnet. He was unable to get back to his feet. He couldn't even lift his head off the ground. Li Qi and Exquisite were in a similar situation. They were unable to move. The three of them were stretched spread eagle on the ground, and they all watched the small crocodile come over to them. Chapter 2565. Deified 5 stages. Han Sen gnashed his teeth as he tried to get up. He used all of his power to do so, and that included opening his 9th tier Dongshuan area, yet despite that, his body was still pinned to the ground. It didn't look as if he would be leaving anytime soon. It wasn't only Han Sen suffering this. Li Qi and Exquisite were desperately trying to get free, as well. Their faces looked more than grim. They weren't acting this time. This situation was beyond their control. There were many accidents in life, and now, Li Qi and Exquisite had run into one. It was a very bad one, at that. They had seen the crocodile god before, and it wasn't too long ago. They knew how strong the crocodile god could be, but they were still confident they had a sufficient amount of power to get by if they fought the creature. But while men propose, gods tend to dispose. And the very high were not gods. It was impossible to see and know everything. They hadn't realized that this deified crocodile god had such strength. Deified beings had 5 stages of growth: primitive, transmutation, larva, butterfly, and true god. Ordinary deifieds in the core area were considered primitive. The core area's deified xenogeniacs were forever stuck in the bracket of primitive deifieds. It was thought that they were limited, unable to grow beyond that level. Even though the strong ones like Gold Armor General were on the upper edge of the primitive bracket, they were still worse than an average deified being. When they saw the crocodile god, they thought it was on par with the Gold Armor General. It had a strong body that was on the upper borders of the primitive level. Its area was composed of chains that were used to restrict enemies. But that was all there was to it. Exquisite and Li Qi weren't afraid of the creature. God's Wander could break space and let them escape the crocodile god's chains. The last time they were here, this was how they had gotten free. But this time, something unexpected had happened. The crocodile god had changed. It must have somehow managed to level up, but that should have been an impossible task for deifieds in the core area. They didn't know if the crocodile god was of the transmutation rank or larva rank. What was happening here was completely outside of their experience and education, and the crocodile god's power exceeded what they were able to sense and understand. The scariest thing about all of this, though, was that after the crocodile god leveled up, wild changes had occurred within the creature's substance chains. It's scary. Gravity-like substance chains could affect space. Space was cracking and breaking under the creature's power, which also kept them from escaping. Li Qi and Exquisite used all the Geno arts they could think of to try to break free. They used more than Han Sen, even. But under the gravitic power of the crocodile god, none of their abilities seemed to work. One power could crush 10 things, but the crocodile god's gravity was strong enough to crush everything. At the very least, it prohibited Li Qier and Exquisite from breaking free. Third sister, what do we do? Li Qier asked Exquisite in a trembling voice. Exquisite was able to keep calm. She watched the crocodile god slowly coming toward them, and she said firmly, although I don't know what has happened, the core area has allowed the crocodile god to level up. I don't think it has reached any further than transmutation, though. The substance chains have made their own substance rules, and those rules are not yet complete. We have our very high spell, and if we exhaust all of our power, we might be able to escape this. Upon hearing Exquisite say all this, Li Qier felt much safer. But she asked, what about Dollar? Han Sen was quite far away from them. Under that scary force of gravity, they were unable to move. When they used their powers, they would only be able to escape the crocodile god's trap in a straight line. God's wonder could probably allow them to escape, but they doubted they would be able to save Han Sen. We will try to save him, but if we can't, then you must select another silkworm, Exquisite said quietly. It was like Han Sen's life was nothing in her eyes. He was like a piece of paper. If it was ripped, it was no big deal. The Very High had no emotions. They weren't born that way, but the more they practiced the Very High sense, the less they cared about the people around them. Love didn't need to be shown. For the Very High, love didn't mean anything. On top of that, Dollar was just a silkworm. The silkworms they selected were no more important to them than test subjects or lab rats. The Very High would foster their silkworms, watching them grow and develop until they became deified. Then the Very High would continue to raise their silkworms through the ranks of primitive, transmutation, larva, butterfly, and true god. The Very High would learn through this process, experiencing what it was like to become a god. With that experience under their belts, they would have a good base to become true gods. When the Very High began to follow their own path to power, the process would be much safer and smoother. Their power grew, and they never needed to experience the misfortune of a mistake. Creatures in that universe took pride in being selected by the Very High. They thought they were actually taking advantage of the Very High, as they would learn many geno arts and be given many other resources. Silkworms were treated well. The Very High gave out so much that it might have looked like they didn't want anything in exchange. It was unknown how many of the higher races had been selected by the Very High and developed under the protective wing of that most powerful race. So, the Very High didn't fight against the other races in order to claim anything. But the reputation of the Very High was above even that of the Extreme King. They were a race admired by the entire universe. Even the Extreme King's princes and princesses would be proud to be selected by the Very High for nurturing. Warriors from ordinary and lesser higher races would be even more pleased to be chosen. If someone from a lower race was selected by a Very High, that meant they would be made a primitive deified, at the very least. Their entire race could be considered a higher race then. Although many geniuses could guess that the Very High did this for their own betterment, so what? Many people were willing to sacrifice a great deal for the chance of becoming deified. Those who had watched Han Sen's blessings had gone mad with the desire to become deified. Plus, Han Sen's blessing only pushed them to the primitive deified territory. The Very High, on the other hand, could take them further. Many became butterflies under the nurturing hands of their Very High masters. They didn't mind making sacrifices for this opportunity, but the Very High never asked for anything. In fact, being a lab rat for the Very High wasn't all that bad. You received many benefits. If Li Qier had explained all of this to Han Sen, he might have agreed. But Li Qier had wanted to claim Han Sen's heart before she received his body. All her attempts thus far had gone terribly, though. As the crocodile god came nearer, Exquisite raised her voice to say, "Get ready to leave before it is too late." As she spoke, a light emerged from Exquisite's body. Strange symbols appeared across her skin. It was like many musical notes were now glowing across her body. This was the Very High's Very High spell. Very High elites placed the spell across their bodies. When they used the ability, they'd be gifted the power of a deified for a short time. They only needed one chance to make use of God's wonder and depart to a place that was many systems away. Boom! That mysterious Very High spell broke those new rules of gravity, and Exquisite's body flashed far away into space until she was gone from sight. Han Sen was shocked. Exquisite's power exploded with the strength of a deified. He had no idea how she had accomplished something like that. How do I escape this? Han Sen didn't have time to contemplate how Exquisite might have unleashed the amount of power that she had. His escape took precedence. But the strength of this crocodile god was beyond his imagination. He didn't think he had the power to fight against something that scary. Pang! Han Sen hadn't decided on how he should escape when he heard another loud noise. Exquisite had just used space teleportation to break free, but she fell out of it and landed back on the planet. She lay where she was, coughing up blood. Her expression didn't look remote and untouchable now. She looked like she was in trouble. Han Sen was stunned. Exquisite already used space teleportation. Why is she back? This is so scary. Third sister, Li Qier said hesitantly. It shook her to see Exquisite like that. She asked, "Third sister, what happened?" Exquisite was unable to speak. Blood was still gushing out of her mouth. She had used the very high spell to break the rules of gravity and escape. She traveled away from the planet for a time, but when the very high spell was exhausted, the terrifying power of the creature yanked her back down. It was like a rubber band. The further away she got, the harder her descent was. Now, most of her organs had ruptured. This wouldn't kill her, but with the pressure of the planet's gravity, the pain was excruciating. If she had met an ordinary primitive deified, she could have dealt with all of this. Exquisite was a 9th-tier king with the very highest Geno arts, after all. But against that crocodile god, without the very high spell, it was doubtful many of the very high could survive. The level gap was way too big. After seeing the condition that Exquisite was now in, Li Qier knew that it was lucky that she had hesitated to use her very high spell. She merely looked at Exquisite, hoping the other woman's recovery would be swift. At that moment, the crocodile god was only 10 meters away from them. Its small crocodile eyes peered at them like it was toying with them. The crocodile god looked over them for a while. Its attention was mostly on Exquisite, though, and it climbed over to her slowly. Han Sen frowned. He didn't know if he could escape this. He wasn't even thinking about saving Exquisite, who had been unkind to him. But Li Qier had taught him space teleportation. It didn't seem appropriate to sit back and watch her die. Right now, the crocodile god was focused on Exquisite. He could take Li Qier away. As Han Sen hesitated, the crocodile god slapped the ground, and the ground shook. The three of them were bounced away. Exquisite was closest to the crocodile god, and so she flew the highest. The crocodile god swung its tail. It smacked Exquisite and sent her flying. Han Sen fell onto the ground hard. He watched Exquisite fly through the air. The blow hadn't been as devastating as he thought it would be. When she landed, Han Sen watched her manage to get up. Han Sen wasn't sure what to do, and the crocodile's tail struck another 2 times. It sent Han Sen and Li Qier flying as well. It was like baseball, 1 tail swing per person as it hurled them through the air. The crocodile god's tail was very powerful, but the creature was controlling its power very carefully. Han Sen didn't feel as if much strength had been used to strike his body. It was more like he was just being tossed away. He landed next to Exquisite. Li Qier hit the ground beside them, as well. The strangest thing was, this place looked similar to the rest of the planet. But the force of gravity on them had now been relieved. It wasn't just the crocodile god's rules of gravity that had been lifted, either. The planet's weighty, natural gravity was gone, too. Han Sen and Li Qier stood up. They ambled around until they noticed the ground had turned from dark red to black. There was a hole nearby. Could this be the crocodile god's cave? Why did it send us here? Is it going to save us for a snack? Han Sen wondered to himself. Third sister, are you okay? Li Qier was holding the injured Exquisite. Exquisite shook her head. It's only my organs that have been damaged. I am fine. Don't use space teleportation just yet. The crocodile god's area of gravity is too strong. Even if we teleport away, its powers are bound to pull us back down. Han Sen agreed with that prediction, so he didn't think about teleporting away to make an escape. His teleportation abilities were still new, too. He couldn't do space teleportation yet. If Exquisite couldn't escape, then he couldn't escape. The crocodile god swung its tail threateningly from side to side, but Han Sen wasn't too afraid of it. If the crocodile god wanted to kill them, it would have done so earlier. There was no need for it to send them over here. Perhaps the crocodile god wanted to play a game of cat and mouse, but whatever the case ended up being, it didn't seem as if their deaths were on the tablet just yet. As Han Sen tried to guess what the crocodile god wanted to do, he suddenly heard the sound of something crawling coming from the cave. He spun around in surprise, and he thought to himself, is there more than one crocodile god? Exquisite and Li Qier heard the sound, as well. They turned to face the entrance of the cave. They quickly saw another crocodile emerge from the pit. This crocodile was even smaller, no more than 1 foot long. Its body was pitch black, and its scales were very tight. They shone with a metallic luster. Due to the fact it was so small, it didn't look very menacing. It actually looked rather cute. It was like a metal doll. But its small eyes looked at them with scorn in exactly the same way that the crocodile god had. The eyes were a sharp contrast with the creature's cute body. Is this the crocodile god's child? Han Sen looked at the small crocodile with shock. It wasn't just small, it also looked rather young. It looked like a baby. Exquisite and Li Qier looked very surprised. To their knowledge, the core area's xenogenics came from the core hall. Few core xenogenics ever gave birth. But this crocodile god had produced an heir right here. It was such a rare thing to witness in the core area. Amidst their confusion, the small crocodile god found them. Excitement washed over the creature's face in an almost human expression. Boom! The small crocodile god was so excited that a black light began to shine from its body. Han Sen and the others were covered in the light, and then, the 3 of them dropped to the ground again. They were pinned down, their faces glued to the dirt. How could it be? Born deified, Exquisite and Li Qier gasped, almost losing their voices. They looked at the little creature in disbelief. In the universe outside the core area, the heirs of deifieds were known for having better than average genes. They had incredible potential, but when they were born, they weren't that different from ordinary people or creatures. They would still need to level up. It was like the deified jade toad that lived in Narrow Moon. Its small offspring started at the lowest class of xenogenic, and they would have to level up over the years. Most of them would never reach deified rank, though, and what rank they reached would be largely dependent on what resources they had available. Of course, there were some creatures that were born deified. There weren't many of those, though. The most famous of those came from the second top race, the ancient gods. Those beings were born deified. They were born as primitive deifieds, and they had to work their way up from there. Many were able to become butterflies, with others managing to reach the prestigious level of true god. When Han Sen had seen the ancient water god, that deified was a true god. The ancient water god origin was still in Han Sen's possession, so if there was ever a new ancient water god, it would be a primitive deified. But such cases were very rarely seen in the Geno universe. And on top of that, this was the core area. It was hard to make babies there, and the odds of having a child be born deified were astronomically low. Normally, xenogenics that were born deified could grow a lot if they gained enough resources. They could certainly become a butterfly and possibly reach the rank of true god. Exquisite and Li Qier observed the smaller crocodile god with wide eyes. Born deifieds were highly coveted as silkworms. They were the best of the best. If they were already deified, there would be no need for them to grow. Plus, they would have exceptional talent. They could certainly reach the rank of butterfly. And with some luck, they could become true gods. Li Qier's primary goal was to gain a butterfly. She wanted a butterfly silkworm. The ancient gods had no interest in becoming silkworms of the very high. Otherwise, all of the very high would have fought for ancient gods to be their silkworms. Across history, very few of the ancient gods had become silkworms for the very high. The total number could be counted on one hand. That small crocodile god was definitely as strong as an ancient god. Exquisite and Li Qier really wanted it, but they knew that this wasn't the time to try to claim a silkworm. Their lives were in its scaled hands. The small crocodile god happily trotted over before Han Sen and the others. It looked at the 3 of them with curiosity, but its eyes were so small. No matter how Han Sen chose to inspect them, they were tiny. Han Sen now understood that he had held a false impression of the crocodile god. It wasn't looking at them with disdain, the creature's eyes just grew like that. The big crocodile god came crawling over, calling to the small crocodile god. The small crocodile god's black light faded. Han Sen and the other 2 felt the pressure of gravity release them. They stood up. They didn't know what the crocodile gods were thinking, but one thing was for sure, the crocodile gods had no intention of killing them. Exquisite and Li Qier were good at sensing things. They could feel that the crocodile gods harbored no murderous intent toward them. The big crocodile god headed toward the hole. The small crocodile god climbed atop its back. It looked back and made a noise at Han Sen and the others. Exquisite and Li Qier were good at sensing things, so they knew immediately what it meant. Han Sen's sensing abilities were inferior, but even he could guess that the crocodile god wanted them to follow it. The 3 of them looked at each other, then entered the hole. Li Qiu and Exquisite couldn't escape, and Han Sen was keen on knowing what the crocodiles were up to. Han Sen could see that the hole wasn't very big, and thus, he didn't think that it was very deep. When he entered, he swiftly realized that he was wrong. The bottomless hole seemed to go straight to the core of the planet. The three of them followed the two crocodiles, plunging into the gaping hole. They didn't know how far they had descended, but they found themselves near the planet's core, looking out on a sea of lava. In truth, the red liquid was thicker and darker than lava. It was like the hydrogen that burned in the sun. This must be the core of this planet. The crocodile god must live here. Exquisite frowned. She had noticed this place when her very high sense first scanned the planet, but all she knew was that the sea at the core seemed to be undergoing nuclear fusion. She hadn't realized that the small crocodile god resided here. Patong. Still carrying the small crocodile god, the big one plunged into the sea. The creature moved as if the horrifying heat at the center of this planet was no more than an ordinary hot spring. The small crocodile god sent a low rumble toward Han Sen and the others. It told them to continue following. Crocodile gods, your bodies might be able to endure the heat, but ours cannot, Han Sen said with dismay. Just standing next to the sea made him feel as if his Dongshuan armor was melting. It wouldn't hold if he had to enter the dark red lava. The big crocodile god's body flashed with a black light, which flew over to surround Han Sen and the others. The burning sensation of the intense heat disappeared. The small crocodile god rumbled at them again, like it was hurrying them to follow. The big crocodile god didn't have that much patience. As Han Sen and the others still hesitated to follow them in, their bodies suddenly felt so heavy. They sank into the sea, dropping into it like dumplings. Luckily, they had the black aura for protection, which kept the heat from harming them. The powerful force of gravity continued to pull them deeper into the lava, though. When their vision returned, they were already out of the burning sea. They had reached the center of the planet, and yet, it was like a city. No lava was visible anywhere, but what they saw shocked the three of them. Even Exquisite's eyes grew round. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The planet's core had buildings like a space fortress. It was obviously man-made. It couldn't have been naturally generated. The whole of the space castle gave off a technological feel. Everything was made from crystal, but that magical space fortress was in disarray. It had been badly ruined, so most of the very complicated crystal machinery that Han Sen could see everywhere had stopped working. Only a few were running, with lights blinking across them like pleas for help. Upon seeing the space fortress and machines, Han Sen was shocked. He almost screamed out, "No way! Why does this place look like a crystallizer control room?" Chapter 2568, Crystal Fortress. As Han Sen glanced around, he thought the buildings in this place looked exactly like a crystallizer control room. Li Qiu commented on it, saying, "The style of architecture must mean this place belonged to the crystallizers." Exquisite nodded and said, "This should indeed be a crystallizer structure." The genes of the crystallizers didn't evolve much, but their technological prowess was exceptional. They ended up challenging the real demons, which were rank 13, but if they had gone for a lower-ranked high race somewhere in the top 100, they would have become a high race through their technological power. Li Qiu was interested, and so she said, "I have heard the crystallizers almost beat the real demons, and they only lost because of the extreme king's interference. Is that true?" Exquisite shook her head. "I don't know about that, but according to the records of our race, after the lamp was turned off, another race joined the fight. That race wasn't the extreme king, though. What race was it, then?" Han Sen couldn't help ask. Exquisite didn't mind answering, and so she casually said, "I don't know." It was an army composed of people from all sorts of different races. They never explained where they were from. Poor crystallizers. Despite their shortcomings, they strove so hard to overcome the challenges of the universe. They did so by crafting technology because it was what they had at their disposal. Reaching the heights that they did through technology alone couldn't have been an easy accomplishment. Li Qiu sighed with dismay. While they were talking, they followed the two crocodile gods into the crystallizer fortress. The stuff there had been badly damaged. There were broken buildings and machines strewn about, but they didn't see any remains of the fortress's former inhabitants. The whole fortress was composed of buildings and machines. The big crocodile god continued to lead them through the ruined fortress, though it gave them no indication of where they were going. It's pretty obvious by now that this place once belonged to the crystallizers, but only kings can enter the core area. How would they have been able to get here from the outside universe? Even if they somehow managed that feat, how would they get through the sea of lava to the core of this planet? Li Qiu asked, looking around. Crystallizers could do things that other races can't. It's hard to say anything about the crystallizers, because their technology opened a wide range of possibilities. Their technology could have brought them here safely, even though such a trip would have been impossible for others. But what were they thinking, by building a fortress here? Exquisite looked around and thought aloud. Han Sen was also examining the fortress as they walked. This place was similar to the crystallizer control room he had once been inside. Crystallizer technology was everywhere, but he didn't know how to make use of their gear. It's a shame that Stay Up Late isn't here. If he was, he might be able to say a thing or two about this place, Han Sen thought. Suddenly, Han Sen was given a shock. Deep within the fortress, they came upon a large area that looked like a warehouse. Inside that place, there were many crystal canisters. They were lined up like a row of pillars that were 100 meters tall. Most of the cylinders in the front seemed to be shattered. There were only 2 or 3 that were still whole, and inside them, there were chain demon crocodiles. They were not crocodile gods. They looked like the big ones on the planet's surface that were dark red. Those chain demon crocodiles with bat wings were soaking inside the crystal test tubes that were full of fluids. They looked like dead bodies submerged in tanks of formaldehyde in a laboratory. Exquisite and Li Qiu noticed those tubes and stared at them. They approached them and saw that there were many more crystal canisters. There were a few dozen rows of them. Each row had 15 canisters. Most of the canisters were broken. There were less than 10 that were in an okay condition, and each of those had a chain demon crocodile occupant. Weird. The crystallizers came all the way here to capture the chain demon crocodiles. Li Qiu was confused. This isn't right, Exquisite suddenly said. What isn't right? Li Qiu looked at Exquisite as she asked. Based on how these canisters are lined up and the location of each chain demon crocodile, the other canisters should have held chain demon crocodiles, too. But they aren't here, and their dead bodies aren't here, either, Exquisite said. Maybe they ran away, Li Qiu said. Exquisite shook her head. That isn't important. Each canister has a king-class chain demon crocodile inside it. If each canister contained one of these, think about how many chain demon crocodiles there were in total. I'm afraid the whole population of chain demon crocodiles doesn't equal the number that could be stored here. Li Qiu hadn't considered that. Maybe the other canisters weren't intended to hold demon crocodiles. But regardless of what they held, there should still be bodies lying around outside the broken containers, Li Qiu said. Exquisite didn't object to her line of thinking this time. The good canisters were randomly positioned amongst the broken canisters. There didn't appear to be any order. Perhaps it wasn't an accident that there were king-class demon crocodiles inside the canisters. Maybe there had been demon crocodiles inside the broken ones before. But if they were all king demon crocodiles, that didn't seem to make sense with what they knew of the current crocodile population. It really was hard to believe. The 3 of them followed the crocodile gods around the area. They eventually saw a semicircular crystallizer building ahead of them. It was made of transparent crystal, but their view inside was still obscured. They couldn't see what was on the interior of the building. The crocodile god walked into the building, which was around the size of a stadium. Han Sen and the others had no choice but to follow them inside. After they entered, the 3 of them were shocked. They could see that this place had a swimming pool. There was also a man-made beach, which made it look like an ocean. Scattered across the place were many benches. The big crocodile god climbed atop a sunbathing chair with its belly facing outwards. It relaxed as it enjoyed the seashore like a gangster boss. All it needed was a shirt and a pair of shorts. The small crocodile god ran across the sand and then it ran back. Its mouth now held a rope, and it was hauling a box toward them. Han Sen watched the small crocodile god drag the box in front of them. Then, it rumbled at them. Li Qiu knew what the little crocodile god meant. She opened the box and saw many tools inside. She suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Although the 3 of them had never seen crystallizer tools before, they were certain that was what filled the box. They did not know what the tools did, though. But judging from their shape, it was possible to imagine them as tools for construction work. As the small crocodile god rumbled and Li Qiu explained, Han Sen quickly realized the bad feelings were coming true. The crocodiles intended to use the 3 of them as workers. The crocodile god wanted to use them as slaves, so they could repair and clean up the space fortress. After understanding what the small crocodile god meant, Exquisite and Li Qiu looked terrible. They had never done anything like this for the very high. Now, two crocodiles were treating them as maids. It made them feel so ill that they wanted to pass out. Chapter 2569. Clown Tattoo. Han Sen picked up the tools and headed toward the swimming pool. He didn't mind working. By doing this, he'd be able to walk around the whole fortress, which might give him the opportunity to find something. Right now, he was quite curious about the nature of the location he had ended up in. Exquisite and Li Kier were aware of what Han Sen wanted, so they reluctantly picked up their tools and went with him. But before they exited the immediate area, the small crocodile god stopped them. It lifted a clawed hand to point at the rubbish scattered across the beach. It wanted them to clean up the beach area first. Han Sen exited the swimming pool with the toolbox in hand. The crocodile god didn't follow him. He wasn't in a rush to clean, so he took the chance to walk around the fortress while he was able to. The fortress was in poor condition. Most of the machinery had been destroyed in whatever cataclysmic event had ended the life of this place. Even when he saw a machine that wasn't broken, Han Sen had no clue what all the gadgets and gizmos were supposed to do, anyway. Strangely, though, aside from the demon crocodiles in the canisters, he hadn't seen any other bodies. He couldn't even find any long-forgotten bones. Judging from the way the buildings and equipment is all broken, this place must have come under fire from a hail of meteors. But why can I not see what rained down on the place? As Han Sen continued to think about the problem, he went back to the plaza with the crystal canisters. He had settled on investigating that place first. The demon crocodiles there exhibited no semblance of a life force. Inside those broken canisters, there was nothing. There were no bodies, and whatever liquid they might once have contained had all dried up, not leaving a single drop of the stuff behind. Weird. Does that mean the crystal canisters themselves were empty? Han Sen frowned and kept walking forward. Han Sen looked at all the crystal canisters. They all looked the same, and he didn't think there was anything amiss. Suddenly, Han Sen stopped before one shattered crystal canister in particular. Beneath that shattered crystal canister, he found something. Under the shattered crystal, he found a man's hand. It looked very big, and its skin was rather dark. The most important thing about it, though, was that it was in perfect shape. It showed no signs of decomposition. Han Sen would have taken it for a living man's hand if he hadn't felt that there was no life force coming from it. Han Sen was so excited about making this discovery. He moved the shattered crystal to reveal more of the hand. Han Sen found that it was actually a whole arm. There was no body attached to it, though. The arm had been severed around the shoulder. The arm was very muscular. Judging from its length, the person who had that arm had to have been 2 meters tall. He would have been a very powerful man. On the side of the arm, near the bicep, there was a tattoo. The art depicted a clown, and it was dark red. The tattoo clown appeared to be jumping. Its legs were spread as if it had just taken a mighty leap. The clown's face was facing forward, and there were 2 horns on its hat. Its eyes were small, and it was smiling. Han Sen didn't find the tattoo amusing. The clown was strange, and its smile made Han Sen feel very uncomfortable. Han Sen set the arm back down and went back to cleaning the shattered bits of crystal. He was hoping to find the body that the arm had come from. He wanted to find out who the man might have been. The broken chunks of crystal were heavier than steel, but to Han Sen, they were nothing. He quickly managed to brush all the broken crystals aside. However, oddly enough, he didn't find any evidence of a body underneath the destroyed crystal canister. In fact, there wasn't even a blood splatter. Han Sen used his purple eye butterfly to check the area out. He didn't know if the rest of the body had never been there or if it had simply degraded over time, but aside from the arm, there were no leftover substances of anything else. Was this arm chopped off elsewhere, then brought here at a later date? Han Sen glanced around. The fortress was like a big city, so searching through all of it would be a difficult task. Han Sen planned to widen his search, but when he turned around to pick up the broken arm, he was given a shock. The broken arm had been perfectly preserved when Han Sen first found it, but after he spent 10 minutes cleaning up the broken crystals, it was totally rotten. Only its bones remained. The dark skin and strong muscles had become a pile of reeking gloop. Han Sen was used to seeing dead bodies. He wasn't disgusted by the sight like many people would have been, but he did feel strange. This arm was fine all these years. Why did it suddenly rot? Just now, Han Sen inspected the rotted arm, staring at it. Only the bones remained now, but he discovered something very special about them. The clown symbol on the skin hadn't disappeared. It was still branded onto the bones of the arm. It still had the same creepy little smile, and the clown was still positioned in mid-step. The dissolving flesh had revealed other markings, as well. The skin had only shown the tattoo of a clown, but the bones were covered in other symbols. Crystallizer text. Han Sen was as shocked as he was happy. He looked at the words, which were written in a tiny, crowded script. Without his purple eye butterfly, he would probably have needed a high-tech microscope to examine what the text said. Han Sen had learned the language of the crystallizers from Stay Up Late, so he knew what the words meant. Even as he examined the text, he still thought it was weird that someone had carved words into their bones. Plus, the arm had been perfect. How had someone carved directly on the bone without harming the surrounding skin and muscles? Han Sen picked up the bones from the pile of gloop. He cleaned away the mess that had accumulated so that he could get a better look at them. The bones were pale, and he couldn't detect any semblance of a life force. But he could tell that the clown symbol in the text had been etched in by a machine. It was engraved, not branded. What is going on here? How could someone use a machine to write words onto their bones? Did someone write this after the person died? Han Sen thought to himself, as he tried reading the text. M67 test subject had abnormal changes. Test results are unknown. Number 7586 core creation of a god failed. Han Sen read it out. It seemed like some sort of report log. Han Sen didn't know what M67 inches meant. Judging from the contents, though, it appeared that the crystallizers had been trying to create a god and something happened to the test subject. Then, the tests concluded. And there were some numbers Han Sen did not understand the relevance of. They were associated with the data on how M67 had mutated. He didn't know why all of this was written on the bones of the arm. Were these people crazy? This data and information could have been stored on a crystallizer flash drive. Why carve it into bone? There had to be a reason for them doing this. Han Sen stared at the text on the bone in consternation. As Han Sen was thinking about this, he heard a low roar from the small crocodile god. It swung its tail in annoyance as it approached him. It growled again as if it was hurrying him. It didn't like the fact that Han Sen was sitting there doing nothing. Chapter 2570. Crystal Furnace. Han Sen thought for a while. He brought a few pieces of fruit out of Destiny's tower to give to the crocodile god. This little crocodile god is just a baby. It should be an easy thing to please. All I need to do is keep it happy, then I can do anything I want. I wonder if it is a vegetarian. I don't have much meat stockpiled at the moment. Ever since Han Sen started collecting King xenogenic genes, he hadn't been eating anything else. The fruit was something he had saved for Bauer. But ever since Bauer had found that purple ginseng, she hadn't shown interest in anything else. No other type of fruit enticed her, so Han Sen had been keeping them inside Destiny's tower the whole time. If someone wanted their body to evolve, the process would take a lot more than just practicing various geno arts. The higher class a person was, the more energy their body would require. And the food they consumed had to be of greater quality. That was the only way to deliver the extra needed energy. Every creature in the universe had to eat, the only differences were in how and what they ate. High class, elites could go without food for a long time, but the price they paid for that was the consumption of their energy. If that went on for a long time, their bodies would be damaged quite severely. When people said they didn't need to eat while practicing, it was a load of rubbish. In real life, you would die if you didn't eat. The starvation process just took a little longer for strong people than for the weak. This didn't just apply to warriors with ordinary levels of power. In Han Sen's experience, even guys that called themselves God had to eat, too. But instead of eating flesh, they ate the lifespan of the people that came to them to make wishes. The little crocodile god had to eat, too, but it didn't show any interest in the fruit Han Sen had given it. It used its tail to sweep all the pieces of fruit away. It looks like it doesn't eat fruit or veggies. In that case, what kind of food does it eat? Han Sen tried to guess, but he had no meat to share. Then again, Han Sen doubted that the creature wanted to eat meat, either. If it had, Han Sen, Li Kier, and Exquisite would have already become crocodile chow. The little god crocodile growled at Han Sen. This was the second time, and it was clearly rushing Han Sen to get to work. And so he did, clearing the shattered crystals all around him. The little crocodile god had assumed the role of the inspector. It commanded Han Sen to do things, like throwing the shattered crystals out of the fortress and into the lava sea that was held at bay outside. Han Sen wasn't in a rush, and neither was he annoyed. He just stuck to his tasks of sweeping and cleaning up, hoping to find something useful as he went. The small god crocodile was pleased with Han Sen's work ethic. The little crocodile god seemed born to be a supervisor, and it seemed very pleased to be doing this sort of work. But Han Sen failed to find anything interesting as he went. And when the little god crocodile eventually grew bored, it brought Han Sen back to the swimming pool with it. When Han Sen arrived back at the swimming pool, he found Li Qir and Exquisite giving the big crocodile god a head massage. They were using a brush to scrub its body, too. Li Qir and Exquisite looked like a perfect picture of misery. They had never dreamed of being forced to do something this demeaning. They had been taught that as members of the Very High, their futures held incredible potential. They had dreamed of doing many things, but never of working as a crocodile's maids. Especially with someone like Dollar around to see their humiliation. The big crocodile god was a harsh taskmaster, but Li Qir and Exquisite were eventually allowed a break. "Did you find anything around here?" Exquisite asked Han Sen, as the two of them approached. "Just more shattered crystal. There doesn't seem to be a single thing of interest, otherwise." Han Sen had already stuffed the arm bones into his Destiny's tower. He didn't plan on informing the girls about his discovery. "What about you two?" Han Sen asked. "What could we find? All we've been doing is sweeping up crap all day. I have no idea how these two eat so much. They piss wherever they like, too," Li Qir said, her expression morose. Han Sen's heart leapt. He quickly asked, "Can you tell me what they've been eating?" "How the hell should I know what they eat? Their dung is like firm orbs. It looks just like the materials that make up the planet itself," Li Qir said. "In that case, maybe they are eating material that comes from the planet," Han Sen said after a moment of thought. "What is the point of knowing what they eat?" Li Qir asked. "It would let us rest easy in the knowledge that they don't want to eat us, at least." "If that's the case, we are quite lucky," Han Sen said with a shrug of his shoulders. "If I'm going to be trapped in here for the rest of my life, I think I would rather die." Li Qir didn't agree with Han Sen's line of thinking. "We aren't carrying much food ourselves. We need to find a way to get out of here," Exquisite said. "Do you know a way out of here?" Han Sen asked. "Not right now." Exquisite shook her head. "Then there's no point in talking about it," Han Sen said gloomily. The three of them rested for a while. The little crocodile god soon came over, hurrying them back to work. Out of the three, Han Sen had the best chance of working outside the pool area. The two girls were worse off, as they were stuck serving the crocodile god on the beach. They swept up crap or massaged the crocodile's scales. They were just like maids. It was likely that the crocodiles were the only beings in the universe using two of the Very High as maids, but God only knew how long they would enjoy this service. Han Sen was outside, setting toppled pieces of equipment upright or cleaning up devices that had been completely destroyed. In the beginning, the little crocodile god was really interested in ordering him around. But after a while, it became too lazy and stopped. Once he was free of his miniature overlord, Han Sen could walk around the fortress. While looking through a random plaza, he finally found something. Crystal was a technological product. It wasn't normally used to create things like tablets, but in that plaza, Han Sen found a crystal wall with text on it. Because the crystal wall was broken, it took Han Sen almost 3 days to collect all of the fragments and piece the wall back together. Then, he was able to read the text in full. Crystal Furnace Skill. This seems to be a Geno art, but the name is very weird. I wonder what it does. Han Sen began reading through the content a little more closely. After all, the Geno arts of the crystallizers were usually quite suitable for humans to practice. But Han Sen wasn't very hopeful for the potential of a crystallizer Geno art, because the crystallizers weren't very famous for their Geno arts. Their skills were rarely exceptional. But after Han Sen read about the crystal furnace, he was given a fright. This wasn't exactly a Geno art. It was a godly skill for people who love to eat. The crystal furnace was a way to reinforce one's stomach. It was different from consume, which focused on the ability to digest food. By contrast, the crystal furnace turned one's stomach into a nuclear reactor. It quickly released the energy of food, and the energy released would be immediately absorbed. The waste would come out quickly. No wonder the crystallizers have such a reputation for research and development. Even their Geno arts are scientific. Han Sen loved it. He wouldn't turn down a new Geno art that aided his digestion. But when Han Sen reached the end of the text for Crystal Furnace, he saw an additional note. The public version of Crystal Furnace is only suitable for kids below 16. For those who are above 16, please practice Crystal Core Reactor. This is the kids version. Han Sen was annoyed by that, but he couldn't find the adult version of Crystal Furnace, so he had to learn the kids version first. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.